Russians on the other side and making broad progress against them. They don't have the ability to do blitzkrieg. They don't have the ability to do a deep battle operation against the Russian forces on their side. You know, undertaking the Kherson offensive took a lot of resources, and I don't think there's a huge amount of steam right now to jump on the other side of the river and keep on rolling. There's going to be a limited operational pause here, and I think it's more likely that they're going to redeploy and go elsewhere than sticking put and trying to prepare an offensive on the other side of the river.
Great points. Thanks, Colby. Go back to procrastinate for a follow-up, and then we'll go to Carlos.
Yeah, I agree with all the objections. I do think that if it were to be done, it would need to be done in a 2 to 3 month time frame at best. It's not a perfect, target, but I don't see much else on the map that's really a soft target. That's not extremely predictable. That's not like going to result in something like trench warfare. Maybe Luhansk is a little bit weak, but that's because Russia doesn't really care that much about Luhansk. But if you get boots on the ground in Crimea, there'll be a lot of pressure on Putin politically inside of Russia. And that's something I hope somebody's thinking about. That's all I'd say.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Procrastinate. I guess we will learn that in the coming months, but we'll see. Carlos.
Yeah, I guess I was going to jump on into the political trap set earlier, but with a caveat. So one of the reasons I started coming here really recently, which was 2 nights ago, I think, was to kind of talk through some of the third-party transfers of arms and aircraft and all these capabilities that NATO forces have. And as we know, for example, their SA-10s, they asked for more missiles, and obviously we don't carry that, right? Same thing with the MiG-29s. We were providing them with parts from various countries, like Romania, obviously being the number one, and also Poland and some other places. But what is a very good mechanism, I mean, people don't believe it, but I've seen this happen from a lowly captain who was going to Afghanistan, who was just trying to get the proper uniforms for his guys. And this is a story about me writing to my congressman and getting an actual response and something to happen. So anyways, I bring that to, there is political mechanisms and they do listen, and it's just that it has to be in volume, which is why I think that this whole format is very important, and it needs to basically press us to not just obviously inform ourselves and share our knowledge and passion, and but to a call to action. So I think sharing this information has really been amazing and helpful. It's actually made me look at, okay, I've got resources. I have, like Constantine brought up, yeah, I've got $45, which obviously I got more than that, but I'm just trying to say he broke it down to the basis of dividing how much money he got per person. And it was about $45 per person. So to donate to the non-lethal aid, but also to get engaged with your congressmen and your senators. And that bill that I was talking about the other night, which was basically to train Ukrainian Air Force here in the United States or in the NATO country, it was a very specific bill for a certain amount of money. So it's very important to this particular congressman that it was broken out of the entire big package. And so I think, once again, I just have to say, get involved with politics. Right? I mean, mention these bills by name, and that's just kind of what I wanted to add.
Thanks a lot, Carlos. Yeah, since you mentioned that, it's a good opportunity for me to just say that to everyone, you're listening to the MriyaReport. We've been covering the Russian invasion of Ukraine for nearly 9 months now, 24/7. We rely on 100% volunteers to host this space and to provide key insights and expertise in various areas, from economics to military to social, political. We have listeners absolutely around the world, and we have speakers from around the world. I encourage everybody to retweet this space, especially when we have specific guests, such as Chuck, who we had over the evening here. I guess over the past few hours. And also, I encourage everybody to check out MriyaAid.org. MriyaAid.org is a nonprofit organization, completely volunteer-based, which provides non-lethal aid to Ukraine. You can check them out at MriyaAid.org. You can find more information about Maria Report at MriyaReport.org. We have a brand new website. And if you miss any of our special guests, you can check out our playlist on Spotify for recordings. With that, I actually have a completely different topic. We've been talking about army stuff, military stuff, potential next steps for quite a long time on this space. And I actually have a Ukrainian culture question. I think it's best for Anda. Anda, what's up with the cat? Why is the cat such a cultural icon in Ukraine? Is that something that's just emerged with this invasion? Or is that something that is an Eastern European thing? Is it just Ukrainian? Why is the cat such a big deal?
I guess I saw that coming. Cats are independent, right? In what way? You can. So one thing with Eastern Europe is that at some point, every country from Eastern Europe was industrialized in a fast pace, fast system, right? Which meant you have to you had to have a different type of building in which to bring everybody into the city near to the factory and have them fairly close to work. Most of Eastern countries were relatively poor after the Second World War, relatively, which meant no cars and less amenities. You had to implement public transport. And the good public transport works better on short distances rather than big differences. So you had to build up, not on the larger spans. And if you will look at all the major cities in the east, so everything east of the Iron Curtain, you have a certain type of buildings. We call them blocks, but I don't know, a building, right? A tall building with lots of flats in it, from where you have access to public transportation and to go wherever you want. So that is kind of a staple in larger cities. Of course, it varies from country to country, from area to area. But when you live in an apartment block, right? You don't have a yard. You don't have a personal yard. You don't have much space. It used to be regulated, at least in Romania, how many rooms are you allowed to have for a certain number of people in a family. And therefore, you cannot afford a lot of dogs, right? It's very hard to for the dog to keep it in an apartment building, because you have to walk him at least twice a day. Someone has to sit with him during the day, because you cannot leave it into the yard for it to play or something, right? And it goes mad alone in the house if you are away for work. You and your family, for example, are everybody's away for work for 8 9 hours, 10 hours, however long the commute lasts. So because you have 8 hours, 8 hours and a half of work, and the rest is commute. Supposingly you are leaving the house for work and coming straight home, so you don't do anything else. Therefore, it's really hard to keep a dog. It's hard for the dog, not necessarily for you, but you are mindful that the dog cannot be happy, right? Being kept 10 hours a day alone in the house. Some of the breeds get antsy and they start chewing everything, because they feel alone. Some other breeds bark or howl, and you don't want to have all your neighbors up to your door, uh, telling you, I have a baby, your dog is howling. um, how can we make this work, So dogs need attention. Dogs need a person to be with them more often than not, or at least a yard, right? To have somewhere to play and just, I don't know, chase a bird, chase a cat, chase something, do something, see something, instead of a box, basically what you have in an apartment block. So more often than not, um, people will choose a cat as a pet, because a cat, basically, if it's a sane, healthy cat, she is sleeping somewhere between 16 and 20 hours a day. She will mostly sleep when you're away. She doesn't need too much care. She doesn't need to be taken outside. You can play with it and take care of it when you come home. Um, you can leave her water and food, and she's okay. She doesn't need you to be there to eat in most cases. Uh, because I learned that there are cats which eat only when you pet them, which is okay, strange. Um, so basically, it's easier to maintain, right? It's easier to maintain a cat. It's smaller. The downside, it's if you're allergic, um, you're more prone to allergies because of a cat than a dog, but not necessarily. So I think it's more of not necessarily a cultural thing, but an adaptive thing. Um, you, I learned this when I took medical aid training. Right, the doctor who trained us said that people naturally will shift in the position that hurts them the least. And this is true in every avenue of life. We naturally seek comfort, and sometimes we need a pet in our life, and therefore you start weighing the options and you choose one of them. And sometimes it's a matter of I really want a parrot, for example. I like parrots. I want a parrot because whatever. So you won't take a cat, but or a dog. You're a dog lover, and there are some people who hate cats. Um, so you won't take a cat. But if you're a dog lover and you're working 12 hours a day, for example, and you realize your dog is not happy without you home, you start looking for options, right? And in my opinion, it's not fair not to consider that options before you adopt a dog. They have feelings too, they suffer too, and if you um, give them a home and then you send them away, they are not happy, right? So I think it was more of an adaptive sort of choice. So not necessarily it's not like we are mad about cats. I don't know about Ukrainians, but I haven't heard anyone said, well, we are mad about cats and we don't love dogs, or vice versa. It's more of this is what we can afford, right? This is what we can have, and look, our neighbors have this, and it's great, and we have a child, and we need to or want for the child to get accustomed of being kind, taking care of someone, even if it's just putting one time a day some small treats for the cat. It's something that he has to do, and it gets him a feeling of responsibility. You can also play with it. It comforts you. So it's an adaptive choice in my view, basically. Does that answer your question? Or
Yeah, it does. So that helps me understand why so many people. Um, I've been fascinated with. I mean, I just posted something in the nest because I know this is not military stuff, but I just absolutely love these photos of Ukrainian soldiers with cats, and we've had cat photos since the first days of the war, showing the humanity and spirit, and um, somehow this little these felines have become kind of an icon of the war, and just showing how the Ukraine it's just a little symbol of how the Ukrainian people are. Um, yeah, go ahead.
I remember two more points, and I wanted to address them. So, when our economy was strictly agrarian, we're 80%, like 80% agrarian, and you have had over the centuries peasants. Cats were present uh, in every household because they keep away mice, right? You have corn, you have grains, you need the cat because it will keep away the mice and the rats, and it will keep your grains. Um, so they were present, but they were looked upon like any other. They were not in the house. You will not let them in the house usually, right? No dogs in the house, not cats in the house, no. The animals were outside the house, and the people were in the house. It was not common prior to, I don't know, 100 years ago or less, to have cats or dogs as pets as common choice, right? Um, One thing that you learn if you are a cat owner, you know um, you relate differently to cats. So basically, there are three categories of people. People who love all animals, some people who love only dogs, or basically dogs, and who look upon cats with disdain, saying bad things about cats, and people who love cats indiscriminately. In this, in all these options, if you never had a cat, and for example you had a dog when you were young, the misconception is cats are bad, cats are fitful, they break things or they pee on your things and stuff like that, right? If you have lived with a cat, you learn that they have personalities just like dogs have or other pets. They have likes and dislikes. They learn from you and they adapt to you because they live with you. So they will adapt to your schedule and they will adapt just like a child if something works or it doesn't work. They are more stubborn than dogs. It's true. I had both dogs. Well, and cat, two cats actually, but not at the same time. And one of the things that I learned as a cat owner is that you tend to be more understanding and look kindly to other cats if you are a cat or were a cat owner at some point in time. Not as opposed to when I only had a dog, because their personalities are very different. They behave very differently in the house and as a pet. So at some point, if you never had a cat, you might look at them and say, yeah, they are cute, but I don't want them in my house, Or there are some misconceptions that a cat doesn't love her owner or doesn't recognize her owner, which she does. Either you take her in another home or you let her in another home with someone else. She does recognize you as an owner. She does miss you. She does recognize her home. And usually, yes, she likes her own home. But she connects, just as a dog does, to her owner. So basically, if I'm outside now, after some years having a cat, when I see a cat, I don't just go past on my way. I will stop and I don't know, scratch her ears or talk to her, because I have one at home and I know they miss affection just as much as a dog does. And they don't show it in the same way, but they miss affection just as much. So I will stop and play with a cat if she lets me, um, just as I will do with a dog. But that's because I had been a cat and dog owner, and I think this is why you see so many images in Ukraine with soldiers holding cats. Most probably, some of them or most of them have had cats back home or someone with a cat, and they realize they miss their owners, they miss the house, they miss they um, are anxious from the bombing and the shelling and the destruction in a different way than we are as human, but they still feel the pain um, of the war. So they tend to be more kind to them, right? To be kinder to them, to want to cuddle them or to save them. And I've seen them going up to save a cat, right? Some will say, why? It's just a cat. Well, they get scared too, and actually they freeze, right? When they don't know what to do, they freeze, and because they freeze, they don't come down from wherever they are up. So you need to help them in that instance. So, if I didn't bore you to death with cats this morning, yeah, I love animals in general. So you don't say, right? It's not visible. Okay, Joseph, you came up. Do you have a question or comment or something to add about the cats?
Joseph, go ahead.
Sorry,
He's not listed as a speaker yet. I think you
yeah,
have
like
to,
I hadn't clicked my mic on button
you
yet,
have
but
to let him in as a speaker.
okay, can you hear me now?
Perfectly.
Okay. So, Anda, I thought that was sweet, you know, what you were saying about the cats in Ukraine. And I grew up with cats. I have fostered over 100 dogs. I'm kind of a cat and dog person. Something that I've noticed, you know, we're all products of evolution, right? So life came about 4 billion years ago, single celled, took several billion years for it to become multicellular. And we've evolved alongside cats and dogs. And, you know, for good reason, humans have grown relationships with them. We care for them. I think that, you know, there are many amazing tweets that I've seen of Ukrainians taking care of both dogs and cats. I've seen some videos of Russians as well, in foxholes that they've dug with dogs as pets that they've taken in. So freedom is something I think that most all of us animals appreciate once we've had it. And just trying to bring this home a little bit and relate the animal discussion to what's going on in Ukraine. I was going to make the comment that from fostering over 100 dogs, you know, dogs that have been raised in crates, like Russians have been raised in Putin's crates, right? Putin wants to control as many people. That's the whole point of this war, right? Like Putin was just some nerdy kid that got cornered by a rat, and he ultimately found himself in the place
Seems
of
like
the
everyone is muted.
of the
Sorry.
leader of the leader of Russia. And can y'all hear me still?
I have a question. Ray, do you hear Joseph?
No, Joseph looks like he's still a listener. He
No.
probably needs to be, no?
No, he's not. It's a glitch. I can hear you
okay.
both, but you cannot hear him. If you...
I seem to hear something very faint. Maybe if Joseph spoke up a little louder.
No, it's better. We had this previously. If you drop down and come back up, I will approve your request, and you will be here, able to hear everybody.
Okay.
And Joseph, we were talking about the culture in Ukraine.
Right.
Right. And about why do they choose or not choose cats over dogs, right?
Right.
So this was the point of the current discussion. So let us see. Just a second. Let us see if Ray can hear you.
Yes, I can
Ray?
hear now. Thanks.
You can hear me. Joseph, can you speak?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Perfect. See, it's fixed. Okay, so do you have something to add, Joseph, about the, for example, we have seen in Ukraine, you said you had fostered some 100 dogs, right? And we
Yes.
have seen in Ukraine that the Russians who occupied have occupied some of the cities, have treated, basically they didn't fed the dogs. There were some kennels with dogs, which were in, I saw some in Bucha and Irpin. I guess there were in other cities too, but I didn't follow this very thoroughly, to be fair. And if you can, so if you can address
So,
briefly,
so, so look,
if you can address one thing, let me get to my point, because you
yes,
haven't
yes.
listened to my question. So if you can address, what does it need, for example, a kennel to run? There were approximately, that's why I'm asking you, there were approximately 150 dogs there. Some of them starved, some of them shot. So how do dogs behave when they are in a kennel and they are not fed?
Okay, so look, like, I mean, look, this is a war of good versus evil, light versus dark, you know, freedom
I
versus
know that.
tyranny,
No,
and
no,
and
no,
and
no, no,
and
no,
so
no.
Russians have been
We
programmed.
are not talking. No, 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 no. Joseph, we are not talking about that. I asked you a specific question regarding dogs and kennels. So, my question to you, because you said you are a dog owner, you had 100 dogs. You must know, what does it mean to feed them, how they behave in a kennel, what do they need? And this is my question. Can you address it?
Okay, so dogs that do not have freedom and they are crated in a kennel and they are not fed obviously are going to be miserable. They're going to be depressed because dogs share many similar emotions to humans. It's amazing how similar their emotional profile is to humans. And they are going to, obviously, if they're not fed, they're going to die. Like, and I'm not sure that I completely understand the question you're asking me. Like, why do Russians
I
do that?
don't see, frankly, I don't want to be rude,
No, that's fine.
but but I don't think you actually are a kennel owner, and I think you're just here to um, because you're probably upset about um, Russia or Russians. I don't know, but the thing is, um, we have. I don't want to digress, right? We all agree Russia is bad, but we were talking a certain topic specifically, and I said it before in the space. I dislike people who are disingenuous. I don't have a problem. Where are you from? What you do? Um, what's your status? What's your gender? I really don't have. What I do have a problem is when you come here and say, I'm a dog owner, and you then spew generalities to me, right? This is not okay, and I don't like that. Chris, please continue.
Thank you, Wanda. Cats and dogs and their nature is not an analog to anything that relates to humans, except where it relates to our interrelationship with them. So we don't need to have a conversation about Russian versus Ukrainian. We have a conversation in my mind's eye about cats and dogs and their nature and our nature and how we treat them. Russians kill animals. They kill and neglect cats and dogs. And from what I've seen, Russians preserve their lives and help them and protect them. I personally am a Shiba Inu, and I love kitty cats. Um, it's just that binary. We all recognize and understand the particularities of the natures and habitats and habitual natures of both cats and dogs. My brother has a really annoying dog that is a breed I can't even recognize. And I love that little guy, and I feed him Canadian bacon. And he loves and runs circles around me and then pees on the floor. Super annoying, but we have that relationship. You know, it's not a function of that. And I really can't stand when we draw analogs to human people and human behavior. They're cats. They behave like cats. They're predators. They behave predatorily. They sleep during the day. I wish I was one. Then we have dogs, right? Dogs are scavengers and they run around looking for stuff. They're stupid. Okay, that's cool too, right? Love them all. Um, it doesn't indicate anything about them. It indicates, or it's an indicator of about of us and how we treat. It's I'm just going to say it, how we treat dumb animals, right? What does it say about us? How we treat, um, beings that may or may not deserve compassion or sustenance or protection. What I see in Ukraine and what I see in humanity is the affect of what it means when people are kind and loving and attentive to those that they don't have to be. And that's what I see as lacking outside. Well, that's what I see as lacking in Russia, if we're going to draw the parallel. And that's what I see as wholesome and endearing in what's happening in Ukraine. And with that, Onda, I'll turn the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So to wrap it up and to get to Carlos too, which I wanted to ask earlier, and we have Ray Cheng also. To wrap this up, first, I don't think that dogs are stupid. The statistics show that they have the intelligence of 3 to 5 years old. So yeah, they are not stupid. What they do need is someone to take care of um, of of them, right? So to wrap it up about the kennels, when you don't feed the dogs for a longer period of time, just as just for you to understand, they get aggressive, right? They get first sad and then aggressive with another, if they are in a group, or with the cage and everything, until they lose strength. That aggressiveness, the howl, the bark, the noise is what made some of the Russians to shoot them, right? Because they were noisy. It is more than clear. They were noisy. So it does show lack of heart, lack of attention, a lack of empathy, right? In the end, it's not a human being, but it is a being that needs care and compassion and attention and food and the stupid thing was they had food. There was food for the dogs. So that is a choice they made, and it got me mad at that point. And it does show their nature, right? Okay. Let's get back to more fun, interesting. Maybe it's still interesting, this topic, but it's hard, and I don't want to delve too much in it. I have three other topics that I want to discuss with you, and I want to take the opportunity of having three military men among our little group here up in the panel. And I will start with the good news, the fact that yesterday has been another exchange has been performed, exchange of prisoners, and another 45 Ukrainian military men were liberated. So this is a good thing. This is every time I see someone coming back from Russia, it's like a sigh of relief. It's a sigh of relief. So that's for the good news and to change the mood. I know I have discussed this in the space previously, but I'm returning a bit about this. There are several reports that China has copied the Bayraktar. They are very fast at that, right? They to copy to copy at least the design, if not the electronics in it. This Chinese toy is called CETC, and it was showcased earlier as a copy to the Turkish drone. So I was wondering if they are obviously cheaper, right? Or any Chinese copy in this fashion, right? It is cheaper as a price, but I was wondering, can't we use it? I mean, I take sides. So when I take a side, it's we. Can the Ukrainian army use it? If it's cheaper, doesn't mean it's ineffective. And if some of you know something about it, or if it can be used properly, and if it can bring something to the table, I don't know, like having a cheaper car. It's not fancy, but it will take you in the same destination. I don't know. Maybe I'm stretching it too far, but I took that into consideration as an option, because the Bayraktar, some of them were damaged, right, during the war, and Yeah, I have hands, and I'm happy when I have hands. So I will start with Ray and then Dan Miner.
Yeah, the Ukrainian armed forces have, in fact, improvised and used relatively inexpensive Chinese UAVs as improvised as a kamikaze or a direct attack drone. And we know this because there was an attack on the Sevastopol Russian Black Sea Fleet headquarters, and so if there are some of these relatively inexpensive um, um, drones, and they are available. There's absolutely no reason why you can't use them. However, we are reminded that the Bayraktar TB2 is actually a very sophisticated piece of equipment, um, and is also uh, under produced under license in Ukraine. And yes, Chinese equipment can be cheaper, but they are but you do need some time to train and get the equipment integrated into your into your inventory. So I don't know how much this Chinese I think it's the Chinese Electronics and Technology Corporation CETC that's made what appears to be a copy of the Bayraktar. And I don't know what the performance is, and of course the Bayraktar actually had some issues at some point because of the electronics on board. One of the key pieces of equipment is the stabilized, the gimbaled optics with night vision as well as laser designation capability. There were some objections to it, to Canadian components being used when the Bayraktar was used in a number of different conflicts, including Azerbaijan. So the Turkish companies had to make their own equipment. I don't think that would be an issue with its use in the Ukrainian forces. But the Chinese one would be a unknown factor, and I think military people tend to want to be sure of performance. And because the Bayraktar is actually produced under license, or at least part of it is produced under license in Ukraine, I think probably the Ukrainian forces would be much more comfortable using something that they are familiar with and they have the support um, capabilities for. So just my opinion about whether you want to bring in a new piece of equipment, even if it's likely to be cheaper.
Thank you. Dan Miner?
Yeah, I agree with everything he just said, but there are two things I would add and or emphasize. My biggest question about a Chinese drone is, can you trust them not to give the Russians a back door? And that's actually a fairly strong question to my mind. Although the Chinese seem to be distancing a little more from the Russians as they ever more conclusively lose this war. But the other thing, but with that large provision accepted, I would simply point out that there hasn't been a single drone they could get their hands on that Ukraine hasn't found a use for. I mean, there is some training involved. There is some this involved. You need the parts, logistics. I mean, there's boxes you got to check and work you got to do. But if this war has proved anything at all, it's that you can't have too many eyes in the sky. And drones are the kind that it doesn't hurt when someone shoots an S-300 at them, and they have 10 times the endurance. And you know, far less than a tenth the price usually. So you know, if they decide they can trust the Chinese not to fiddle with them, I don't think there's any such thing as a bad drone. And you know, it's always a question of which drone you use for what. You know, if the Chinese drone has lower performance, well, you can put them on the Belarus border and pull better drones off the Belarus border unless that turns into a hot part of the front, which hopefully it won't. If they're relatively cheap, and if they're really cheap but low performing, you just, you know, you put a 100-pound warhead on it and mail it at Sebastopol. And there's just the number of uses for drones in this war are more or less infinite. And even when you're not sending them out as intentional kamikazes, their lifespans don't seem to be long. So again, with that big provision about can you trust the Chinese electronics, I'm inclined to say there is no such thing as a bad drone. But, you know, details do matter, and I don't have the spec sheet in front of me.
Yeah, if I may respond, there was a big concern about the DJI Mavics, which both sides have been using, and that was that supposedly there was a piece of software that whoever has it can actually track down the position of the user. These are very small drones. These are the quad copters, and there was a big concern about using them, and if the other side used this software, that the operator of the Mavic DJI drone could be at risk of being located and then potentially hit with mortar fire or something like that. But that didn't turn out to have affected at least the Ukrainian operations of the small DJI drones. If anyone has heard more about this, I'd be interested also.
Months ago, I read of a few cases of that software or equipment or whatever the exact trick was being used to target a few Ukrainian drone operators. And it was a bit of a short-term crisis until somebody figured out a way around it. You know, it's like a lot of these things. It's like the contest never ends. But you know, I would have 1,000 times more faith in a Chinese drone if they could pull the electronics out and put in something they trusted, but that might completely obliterate the cost advantage. But I mean, the cost might not even be the biggest deal. I mean, it is my assumption that they're getting every single Bayraktar that they can get. I mean, like that the factory can physically produce. And, you know, more of a Bayraktar class, remotely Bayraktar class drone might be really, really, really useful. And a cheaper one might be really, really useful for someplace you don't particularly expect to get it back from the mission anyway. So, you know, all of that is a large consideration. And it would all have to be balanced by someone who has about 100 times more information than I have with me on this little dog walk. But those are the things I'd want. Those are the things I want somebody competent to think through. But just to reemphasize this one more time, people talk about drones like it's a piece of capital equipment you keep forever. Drones in this war are a sort of a medium to long-term piece of ammunition. Maybe you get 8 missions instead of 1 mission. But typically speaking, they don't live that long. They have rather difficult but dangerous lives. It's sort of their purpose. So what they cost matters, and sheer availability matters a lot.
Colby, I think you came up to add to this.
No, I don't have anything on drones. I have breaking news actually, so I'll defer to you on how you want to proceed.
Roy?
Oh, sorry. Hi, had trouble unmuting myself. Yeah, no, totally agree. And the I think the backdoor issue, as we said, it should have been adequately addressed now. As Dan mentioned, I believe the Ukrainians had figured out a workaround. And I think that was unique to the very popular DJI Mavic drones, and they have a GPS position capability, and the equipment of the software was a way to let the user of the software figure out the GPS position of the user. So that could have been a very serious problem until a workaround was put in. And yes, totally agree. Drones, you should really consider them as expendable, but there again, something like Bayraktar is very, very capable, and if you can help it, if you can just use them not as attacking platform and be in harm's way, they are a huge advantage. Being able to just stay aloft, for over 20 hours and use the very capable optics to just observe the battlefield, which is extremely helpful. And obviously, when the opportunities present themselves and they can use the laser guided miniature munitions to attack. That's also a very useful capability. But I believe in the middle of the war, the Russians were developing or actually getting the short and medium range anti-air missiles in the right places, and have been able to bring down a number of the Bayraktar TB2s. So yes, it's a cat and mouse game, and yeah, you should expect to lose them, but obviously try not to.
Thanks a lot. I just want to jump in here real quick, and then I'll go back to Colby. But we had to say goodbye to Anda. Anda, I hope you have a great day. It's been a pleasure co-hosting with you, as always. And we've got Joseph up here. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Charles, or good morning, I suppose, to you.
Thank you.
Good Morgan, I guess.
Sorry?
I said, or Good Morgan might be more accurate.
Yeah, Morgan. Yeah. Interesting drone conversation going on, but Colby, I don't know if you have more on drones, but you piqued my interest with the breaking news. Maybe we'll go to that.
Thank you. We have video of the Russians blowing up the Nova Kakhovka Dam. I have put that into the nest, and as our resident sapper, Charles, love to hear your opinion on that after you've had a moment to watch the video.
Yeah, looks like they did it the way it should be done, which is underneath those bridge spans. Yeah, we saw the three sections of the bridge. So it's a dam with the gates and then the bridge running across the top of it. So they've clearly placed. It looks like they've clearly placed everything underneath, because you'll see all of the road spans and everything blowing up as it should be. With those piers that are there supporting the gates, it shouldn't be an issue to place those explosives under there. You'll have areas on top of those piers between the girders that you can go ahead and place them. I'm interested to know the damage to the gates themselves, because when I saw the satellite photos, it looked like they were damaged slightly, but not completely blown open. So I wonder if the goal was to actually blow the gates open and the road at the same time, and they only got the road.
If I can poke in here real fast, it's a rather significant question, like how much water they're actually letting out. I don't know if we have any good way to get that before morning in Ukraine, but this is clearly it seems like they want to make it harder to cross downstream and harder for the Ukrainians to follow them. But how much harder they just made it, I don't have a good way to analyze.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, one thing. So the initial images that I saw didn't seem like a whole lot of water, and let's keep in mind, especially the time of year and all of that, the Russians have had gates open often to let water out of the reservoir to control the water level. Um, I must say, so the Russians did a bang up job on the Antonovsky Bridge. I mean, they really obliterated that thing, but they really didn't do a very good job on this dam, because the span that the Ukrainians would have to bridge to cross the river there is only about 50 meters long, and the debris crossing in the locks is still there. It's still intact. Um, I didn't think they would be able to blow that up anyway. They would need to use some cratering charges, and I haven't seen the Russians have too many of those. They haven't cratered a whole bunch of roads. Um, the demolitions you use for the dam um, are a bit different usually. But yeah, they didn't do a very good job on the dam, I must say, if they were trying to really destroy it. And even if they were just trying to make it much more difficult to cross, it's not a huge obstacle. Put in a Bailey and it's done. Does that make sense?
Oh yes, indeed. I was going to ask you exactly that question, given the short distances between over the sluice and the boat gates, whether it would be practical to just toss a Bailey bridge over to cover over the gap. So I guess you've answered that.
Yeah, exactly. I know that they got shipments of Bailey. I can't remember which country it was that gave it to them now off the top of my head. I know they have quite a bit of it. And this is standard kit. It exists in every military in the world at this point. I mean, it's very, very old stuff. And I mean, it may be a bit rusty, but it's easy stuff to get. So yeah, they didn't do a very good job on the dam, which was surprising, because I mean, we've been looking at bridges being blown, prior to the final fleeing across the river, and then of course on the Antonovsky, and I mean they really used a lot of demolitions on those bridges. I mean, they really went overboard on some of them for what they needed to do. Actually, they use so much on some of those bridges, like over the inlets, that it actually makes it easier to bridge it. Because one of the challenges that you can have if you blow a bridge is you'll have these large pieces of debris that are still kind of partially attached to the abutment. And it can be a very difficult to remove all that stuff. And some of those bridges over the inlets, they use so much demolitions that it's basically just abutment and abutment, and that you could use a broom to sweep off the debris and lay a Bailey over it. So they certainly had a lot of demo, but not a whole lot of know-how.
But I think the Antonovsky, they probably knocked down at least, as far as I can tell from the satellite photos, that they probably knocked down one of the supports, one of the what do you call them, the piers. So I would imagine it would be much harder to use the remaining structure because it's so tall and everything. But that pontoon bridge next to it is still has section intact. So would you if you were going to use that crossing, would you be focusing on just sort of repairing or adding sections to the pontoon?
Personally, I wouldn't. I wouldn't engage in any kind of stationary crossing with a pontoon until the Russian artillery has been suppressed and maybe there's some anti-drone air defense in that area. I thought that the Russian pontoon bridge was a pretty impressive engineering feat, but not the greatest, not the best decision to create a big stationary target for HIMARS. But I see Dan's got something to add. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I was just bringing up that, a lot of people seem fascinated by the idea of the Ukrainians punching straight across the Dnieper. But it just, they've got 100 kilometers of line between Donetsk and and the Dnieper that they already control. And there's just no reason to try to do in a major opposed amphibious landing. I mean, whatever the Russians have on that east-west line facing Zaporizhia, it's, there's not a kilometer-wide river in front of it. And there's just no sane reason to do that unless the Russians just come completely apart and you're just trying to intercept fleeing Russians before the neck and Crimea to round them up. But as long as they're a functioning military force trying to force a crossing of the Dnieper against artillery, it's just sort of nuts. And that's not a phrase I have once applied to the Ukrainian High Command.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I mean, in fact, they've just put on, the Ukrainian High Command's put on an 8-month-long masterclass so far.
Yeah, I took the question more of as a capability thing. I think you're right to highlight the operational decision making. Would they want to do it? But Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I thought Victoria might have had her hand up first, but a quick response to that. Yeah, I was also looking at it in that way, and obviously, you wouldn't want to do a post river crossing if you can help it, but we've heard some reports, maybe a little bit of wishful thinking that the Russians were pulling out of the Kakhovka, the Novokakhovka area. So the opportunity may actually present itself, but then we also see trenches being dug, around the area also. So yeah, don't know if there is an opportunity.
Yeah, I guess we will see in the coming days. The Ukrainians will answer our questions. Just a note about the barge bridge and pontooning it. I mean, so thanks to some of the listeners who a few days ago pointed out that back in 2016 the Ukrainians did have a training event where they did pontoon the Dnieper just downstream from the dam, where the main channel is relatively narrow. Well, relatively narrow. I think it was almost 600 meters, which is quite the pontooning operation. But my thought on the barge bridge by the Russians was this: I always thought, if they had that many barges, if they got all that stuff together, why weren't they just running them as ferries? Why build this big stationary target, which, as far as we could tell, didn't last very long? I think it was a day or maybe even 36 hours after it was built that the first barges were sunk, and then as long as it stood there, and even though they had a few extra, it appeared in one of the videos to repair it. But I mean, the Ukrainians just kept hitting it, and that bridge didn't appear to be in service for very long. So I thought it was kind of a waste of resources, but it was impressive. I will give them that. Let's go to Victoria.
Good morning, everyone. Mic check. Do you hear me?
All clear.
Okay. So regarding the dam, what we need to remember that the dam and the operation of the dam is directly linked to the safety and security of Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Because if it were damaged, then we would face major security issues with providing Zaporizhia nuclear power plant with cooling water, so that the level of the water in these pools that are used for cooling of the nuclear reactors will be depleted, and that would lead to a catastrophic implications. So I think what Russians were trying to achieve by blowing the dam, but not to the extent to completely damage it, is to show it's like an act that they can do it if they decide to do it. It's just
I think maybe we lost Victoria. Victoria, do you hear me? Mic check. Does anybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I do.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna bump Victoria down just temporarily. Hopefully we can get Victoria back. Okay, so Victoria was saying, and I think it makes sense, and Twitter's glitchy now. I'm like hearing Ghost Victoria. This is weird. Okay, I think it stopped. That was spooky. Victoria, I'm so sorry I had to bump you, but please do come back. You're just having some audio issues there. Twitter has been very peculiar as of late. So Victoria was saying, basically, as far as I understood, that so if everyone else woke up today or whatever time of day it was, when the Russians blew the Novokhovka dam, they didn't really do a very extensive job of it. They blew like one small section of it. It seems like they were able to sort of destroy the power generating potential of it. And as Victoria said, it's a little bit confusing why they didn't destroy it more. And I think that's kind of her theory. And I think it was a pretty good one, that they don't want to endanger the coolant potential of the nuclear power plant. And I assume also that there might be some concern about the Crimea Canal getting water there, but I don't know. So Charles, I don't know, any thoughts about this?
No, unfortunately not. So I don't know all the elevations involved, and this goes into way beyond my engineering level.
No problem, Charles. Colby, anything you wanted to add as Victoria was kind of up here giving some information on this update on Nova Kahovka? Oh, Colby's brushed his teeth. Dan, did you want to add something here?
Well, I'm completely out over my skis on this, just to say that I'm working with insufficient information, but I recall reading that they had put the intakes for the reactors right down at the natural river level. And it is also my current understanding that the reactors have basically been shut down and are cooling. I could be wrong about both of those things, but if I am correct about both of those things, then I would think the amount of water the reactors need would be declining over time as the reactors get generate less heat with the in a shutdown mode, because that heat will decline over time. And so this is an issue, but it's very unclear how big of one. Probably just made everybody more confused. I apologize.
Thanks, Dan. It's nuclear can be confusing, and we should definitely get some of our nuclear experts on, especially. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. We have him on every once. Mark Nelson. Oh, Colby, welcome back. Do you want to add something?
No, I'm not my area of expertise, but Victoria's explanation about the cooling pools and all that makes sense to me. But I couldn't offer any commentary. But yes, Mark Nelson at Energy Bants. I assume he's probably in bed right now, unless he's traveling the globe as he often is. Actually, he might even be in France right now. I will go see where he might be and whether he might be able to join us.
Yeah, that would be great, Colby. If we could get Mark Nelson up, great guy. Been on the show a few times. I would say he's friend of the show, carded guest. We've had up a few times just to discuss matters. He's a nuclear engineer, so he's very well versed in how this stuff actually works. And then he also writes a lot and works on sort of nuclear energy policies. A big advocate of nuclear energy as like a clean, safe alternative. Victoria, we're so sorry that you got cut off there. So we've been talking a little bit about your discussion of the idea that the Russians sort of didn't damage the dam very extensively because they're concerned about feeding the nuclear power plant with these coolant pools. So if you had anything to add, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just crossing the border with Poland right now. Just returned from Berlin, and now I'm driving back home. Well, not much to add. Rather, maybe just an addition that we need to watch this particular situation very carefully. We've seen that when Russians are losing big time, they become irritated, angry, and they start causing major problems to civilians, to the security of our cities, our citizens, businesses, etc. So that might be just one way of showing, again, as I was saying, that they can go this path. I know that they were considering the option of creating major nuclear disaster in Ukraine that would have negative impact on Ukrainians. And by the way, if I have time, it's an interesting point that I wanted to share with everyone from my advocacy trip this time to Berlin. I was really surprised to learn that the world is concerned about the escalation when we hear such definitions and such a narrative about the escalation and the use of nukes. The Germans, they are concerned that Russians will use nukes against Ukraine. not European Union, not Germans, not Polish people or anyone else. And when we've heard that, we said, well, we thank you, but if you don't want to give us heavy weapons, if you don't want to give us leopards because you're afraid that Putin is going to use nukes against us, let us deal with this issue ourselves, first of all. And second of all, frankly speaking, Putin doesn't have to use nukes to cause nuclear disaster. For that matter, he's keeping hostage the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And the fact that the Russians had blown not significantly but caused damage to the dam, again, I'm coming back to the point that I was making before the line got disconnected. I think it's a sign to the world and to Ukrainians that if worse comes to worse, then they are ready to go that road. So go ahead, you can ask me any questions, but these are the main comments that I wanted to make.
Yeah, thank you very much, Victoria. It's a difficult subject or a subject that it's not fun to contemplate, but as you said, I mean, it's not something that we should worry about on behalf of Ukrainians, right? We should just give Ukrainians what they need, support Ukraine during this time, and do our best to help Ukraine and combat any Russian narratives about fear and that type of thing. But Victoria, I wanted to ask while we had you on the line, you recently, if I understood correctly, you had a meeting with Ukraine's ambassador to Germany, if I understood that correctly, and you might have had some discussions, and I think you just sort of alluded to that a little bit. So could you just maybe talk to our audience a little bit about those discussions?
Yeah, it wasn't just a meeting with our new ambassador to Germany. There were lots of meetings with the representatives of German government, members of Bundestag, and the subjects that we were discussing with them, all of them were basically three main ones. It's the military assistance, and it's a question of getting the sorry, I'm just passing right now the border control, so I will need to take a little bit of a break, and then I will join you hopefully within half an hour, depending on how much time it will take. Okay?
No problem at all. Thank you very much, Victoria, for your time. We are
Thanks.
definitely looking forward to hearing about your explanation of what happened. So thank you. So we will, in the meantime, maybe start discussing some new topics. I'll just put out a general announcement at this time. If anyone does want to come up, we always appreciate the discussion. I think Colby might be able to, after brushing his teeth, tell us a little bit more about the situation on the ground in Kherson right now, near the Novokhovka area. It's definitely an interesting situation developing there. So if you do want to come up and ask our panel any questions about what's going on in Kherson or what's going on in Ukraine generally, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll bring you up here, and we'll do our absolute best to answer any questions you guys have. Of course, please do retweet the space. Let people know we exist. Let people know that we're always here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, talking about the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We do our best to bring you guys experts, and people stop in like Victoria, so gracious to donate her time to us and let us know what's going on with certain events happening on the ground in Ukraine or related directly to Ukraine, like these talks with the German government, for example. So it's always great to have input from our listeners, to have them come up. We always appreciate you guys retweeting the space, letting people know we exist, or just telling people by word of mouth or other means of communication on other social media, what have you. That we exist. We get a lot of people coming in because you guys spread the word. So thanks so much. And last but not least, we do, of course, here at the Maria Report support a charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine called MriyaAid.org. We at the Maria Report are run completely by volunteers. There's no administrative costs or overhead costs. There's no buy me or Colby a cup of coffee. There's no pay for any cell phone bills, anything like that. We do this completely voluntarily. There's no money involved, and we just point everyone who wants to support what we do to MriyaAid.org. They are a charity that focuses on getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine. They're also run completely by volunteers, just like us, no overhead costs, nothing like that. All the money goes directly to getting non-lethal aid and sending it directly to Ukraine. So if you're so able, so inclined, please do consider giving what you can. We know not everyone's able to give, but if you are in a position, we really do appreciate it. And it's one of the reasons we do this is to try to raise awareness of the ways that you can help support Ukraine, both materially and in the information space, where Russian disinformation is always being spread around. They're always trying to do what they can to discredit Ukrainian perspective on things and to make people in other governments try to believe that Ukraine is something that is not what it is, which is like a colonial war of conquest. I guess I'll put it that way, right? They just try to overcomplicate it. They throw all this spaghetti at the wall. They make all this stuff up about Nazis and NATO expansion and what have you, and dollar hegemony and BRICS and all this nonsense. And at the end of the day, they just want to colonize the country. They want to annex territory. They want to take the land. They want to take the territory and expand their so-called empire. And that's what this is about, right? I mean, Vladimir Putin said, "I'm Peter the Great." I mean, what more do you want to hear? Water's wet, right? So anyway, please do come up. Feel free to discuss any topics you would like. Press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Otherwise, I will just continue to rant like this, and I'm able to. I will check real quick because I have a little bit of a problem seeing people. So I'm going to see real quick with the host account if there is anyone requesting that I'm currently blind to. One moment. Okay, so Colby, I am wondering if there is any meaningful update you would want to give to the people, as you said, waking up in Europe who might be interested in what's going on the ground in Kherson right now, the province.
I mean, the latest news is that we're just getting this video being released now of CCTV footage recording at the dam of the bridge spans being blown up by the Russians. So that's new. As for other things that are happening on the ground, it's the overnight period is usually kind of quiet unless there's strikes happening somewhere, and I haven't seen any reporting on anything going boom as there sometimes is. So I think uneventful right now as far as I can tell, aside from the information that we had from the past 24 hours about Kherson being liberated. Pretty much the main question from the day was just whether there was any remaining Russian forces at all on the northwest side of the Dnipro, which it seems not, but that hasn't been definitively confirmed. I don't think we have definitive confirmation yet if Ukrainian forces have actually reached the dam or not. So that'll be something to look for as the sun comes up over there, if Ukrainian forces are in that area yet or not. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, just it's been sort of a day of celebration. We've seen a lot of videos of Ukrainian civilians, obviously very happy that they've been liberated by Ukrainian forces, but not a whole lot of new things to share as far as action on the ground. Certainly, there's a little bit of a lull as the Russians have made it back across the river, and we're waiting to see what the next steps are. I will say there has been more information about Russians preparing defensive fortifications on the other side of the river and as far away as Crimea as well. They've been digging trenches and preparing fighting positions at the entrances to the Crimean Peninsula. So that's something to watch for.
Yeah, thanks, Colby. So I know it was a little bit of a question, and maybe it still is an open question. I mean, was Russia able to organize a retreat that was relatively speaking effective? Were they able to get some equipment out? Were they able to get some guys out? Or, I mean, that's what it sounds like. Or is it the jury's still out. Is it still more chaotic than that, and we might see large amounts of Russian prisoners and large amounts of Russian equipment captured?
So the Russians said that they evacuated 5,000 pieces of equipment. That is extremely dubious. I don't know if they ever had 5,000 pieces of equipment on the north side. Maybe at peak levels of Russian operations and peak levels of Russian territorial expansion on the north side, they had that much, but progressively that would have been attrited and then progressively withdrawn as well, because the Russians have been moving things back and forth for some time now. So this didn't all happen all at once. They have withdrawn, large quantities of equipment over the river, but that said, they have also lost some fairly significant quantities of equipment. The extent of that is largely unknown right now. We have seen a lot of different pictures and video of different systems that have been captured. It is by no means exhaustive. I was asked about this yesterday. Now it's 1:30 in the morning where I am, so sometime yesterday I was asked about this, and my only response was that I could confirm that Oryx was in fact crying at the prospect of the amount of work they were going to have before them at categorizing all of the lost and captured Russian losses. So they had a daunting task in front of them. So we definitely do not have an exhaustive list of everything that has been lost. We've just sort of scratched the surface. We know that there was at least one T-90 Alpha captured. There was at least one OSA surface-to-air missile system captured, numerous BMPs, numerous other motorized vehicles, large quantities of ammunition. We're getting more and more pictures and video of large quantities of ammunition being captured. As for Russian POWs, I have yet to see really anything on that front. That may change. Actually, I think I saw one picture of some POWs, I think. But beyond that, not much. But again, just because we're not seeing it right now doesn't mean that it's not the case. And again, pictures and videos of POWs really should not be widely circulated anyway. But they do sometimes anyway. So right now, I haven't seen any indication that there was large numbers of POWs that have been captured, but time will tell on that, perhaps. So it seems like the Russians, were somewhat successful in evacuating their forces, less successful in getting all of the equipment out that they would have wanted to. So it's sort of a mixed bag, not as an orderly or as a effectively executed withdrawal as the withdrawal from Kyiv was. Certainly that was much cleaner by them. This was certainly much more chaotic and messy.
Thanks, Colby. I think that's a good comparison, and I think you pretty much nailed it. It's right. There's a lot of information still coming in, and it's maybe a mixed bag. It's not quite what the most optimistic predictions were of like thousands of Russian POWs, but it's definitely not what the Russians said, which is like, we got everything out, everything's fine, everything was moved in good order, and now we're all dug in on the other side of the Dnieper, ready to, trap the Ukrainians or whatever garbage they had planned. So thank you very much, Colby. I believe Ray has his hand up. Ray, if you had anything you want to add, please go ahead.
Yeah, just looking at some of the various different sources, Rebar, which seems to have been pretty reliable in the past, but more recently have been towing the Russian line a lot more. They were saying that the withdrawal was in good order, but they only, in one of the posts, claimed that there were only 2,000 pieces of equipment, heavy equipment, that were withdrawn, and that a large number of troops. They were talking. It's a little difficult to imagine, 20,000, which they were claiming. However, the Guardian, British newspaper, was quoting the deputy director of military intelligence, the Ukrainian deputy director, saying that there may be they estimate as many as 20,000 Russian troops still on the northern side of the Dnieper River. So and we're seeing all sorts of reports of Ukrainians calling on Russian troops to surrender. And I think they're reporting that there are a lot of Russian troops having changed into civilian clothes, but still retaining their small arms. And I believe there was at least one Russian soldier's a social media post saying that his commander had told him to change into civilian clothes, and it was every man for himself. So yeah, it sounds like maybe as much as half of the half of the personnel strength of the 49th Combined Arms Army may still be trapped. So would be interesting to see in the next few days whether there'll be more of these, I guess, evaders maybe rounded up. So at least we hope.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. I think Rybar, of course, not a super reliable source always, because as you said, definitely influenced by Russian narratives, basically a Russian mill blogger more or less. But we can sort of follow the criterion of embarrassment, right? I mean, the Russians don't like to. The fact that Russia has to withdraw from Kherson is an embarrassment, right? So the fact that they're admitting that would indicate that it's probably true. So. Yeah, we can definitely use Russian sources. We just have to be a little cautious, like how we use them. So I think you used it correctly in this case. So, yeah, good points. I would be inclined to agree broadly. I think this is arguably a real turning point militarily for the Russians, especially now that strategically in the south their position is greatly weakened. I think it's kind of an open question, maybe what the next stage of this is, but I think that the kind of conclusion of this stage has been pretty roundly in the favor of the Ukrainians. I'll put it that way. Even if Russia was able to get some of their equipment and their men out, it doesn't seem like they were able to get a lot of it out. The entire experience for them for the last several months on the Southern Front has basically been misery and losing their equipment and soldiers. Their ammunition depots have been exploding on average about 3 a day, about 1 HQ a day. They've been, facing Ukrainian strikes from the Ukrainian Air Force, sorties that have managed to slowly and methodically pick apart Russian air defense capabilities in the region, using first HARM missiles, anti-radiation missiles, to take out Russian radar systems, and then eventually take down S-300 batteries. And then once that was done, I assume the Ukrainian Air Force had a lot of fun going after, Russian targets. So the Russian soldiers in the south already. The reason the evacuation is taking place at all is because their military situation in the south was completely crazy already, and this is finally them coming to terms with reality, I think, to some extent, right? So it's to some degree, I'll put it this way, like, it's smarter, I think, for them to not be in Kherson than it is for them to be in Kherson. It was a big problem for them, but Ukraine getting Kherson back is a big military advantage, right? They've now got back a major city that was taken in the early days of the war, more or less through Ukraine having problems getting the military ready for the Russian invasion, right? We heard stories. I remember there was a girl here named Elisa who came and was from the city of Kherson. Her brother, really her cousin, but they're very close, so she called him her brother, was part of the military unit, the territorial defense unit that was tasked with defending the city. They weren't given the support, the heavy weapons and things they needed. They were basically gunned down by superior Russian firepower, and this her brother was taken basically into one of these prisoner torture camps, and she's been looking for him. So it was a really unfortunate way that the occupation of Kherson unfolded in the early days of the war, and it's a real. It really, to see images now of Kherson City being liberated after a really brutal occupation, right? Because now, and if we go back even further, right, or I should say, if we go back now to the early days of the occupation, the Ukrainians living there were very brave in resisting the Russian occupation administration. First, the Russians, because they were still trying to get further down. They still had Odessa, on their brains. They weren't really that worried about Kherson. They were headed straight for Odessa. They didn't really put a big military presence there in the early days, as far as I can understand. And what that meant was the Russians weren't even comfortable putting their flag up on the administration building for almost a month, at least a few weeks. And so the Russian, or I should say the Ukrainian residents, protested in large numbers. They demonstrated that they were loyal to Ukraine. They came out with flags. The Russians tried to bus residents in, their own people from Crimea, to take pictures of, like, to pretend that they were happy residents of Kherson being liberated from Nazis. The Ukrainians basically chased them away or demonstrated, in the areas where they tried to make these fake videos. The Russians fired tear gas at them. They did everything they could to break the resistance of the population of Kherson at both a civil administrative level and a civilian population level, like hearts and minds level. They forced people to get Russian passports. They forced people to get Russian SIM cards for cell phones. Again, if you didn't go along with any of this, they would usually, we're still finding evidence of Russian torture camps, places that they took people to be tortured for a couple days or indefinitely. I mean, a lot of people just went straight missing. We'll probably at some point find them either deported into Russia or maybe Luhansk or Donetsk area, or they were killed, unfortunately. And we will be, unfortunately, finding a lot of evidence of this in the Kherson region in the coming weeks, because this is what Russian occupation is. It's brutal, it's violent, it's oppressive. It involves the violent suppression of any kind of democratic or grassroots movement or popular movement against what they were trying to do. It also involved, kidnapping and torturing and murdering a lot of the civil administration in Kherson. They basically told people, "Hey, you work for us now," and if people said, "No, I don't," or "I will work for you, but I won't do it the way you say. I just want to protect my own people," they would, kidnap you, torture you. They would threaten your family. They would, do anything they needed to compel the civil administration to play along with this charade that they had annexed and taken the territory for themselves, right? That this was in any way legitimate. And all of this culminated, as we know, in a big fake referendum where they went around literally, I mean, we watched the CCTV videos, literally with guns, and said, "Hey, join Russia. It's time for you to vote to join Russia." And so, of course, their fake vote was a resounding success in with their fake numbers. It was a big fake success. And Russia, despite the entire world saying, "Hey, this is illegal. This goes against everything that the entire world has stood for since the horrors of World War II," where we all signed a big charter called the UN Charter that says, "Hey, countries are countries, and we're not just going to invade and annex each other anymore, because what with total war and nuclear weapons, it gets out of hand real quick." And so we decided, we're not going to play empire anymore. We're not going to play annexed territory anymore. We're all going to sign this big document and be part of this organization called the UN, where we respect borders. And it's as simple as that. And Russia's decided, no, we're going to have a fake vote where everyone pretends that they really want to be a part of us. And then we're going to spit on the UN and we're going to spit on the whole concept of international law and the whole concept of rules-based international order altogether, and show everyone, no, actually, that's all fake. Might makes right, and we do what we want. And if you don't like it, well, we'll just blow up the entire planet, because that's our prerogative as the centers of the universe that we are, the great mighty Russian Empire, right? So that's where we're at. These people have brutally invaded and occupied and then falsely annexed this territory into their so-called Russian Empire, their new Russia, whatever they want to call it. And the Ukrainian army has, in that time, been focused on the military situation. They've been destroying Russian ammunition depots. They've been destroying Russian command posts. They've been engaged in shaping operations to put Russian soldiers in positions where they're concentrated, and then they hammer them. They've been slowly and carefully dissecting Russian air defense capabilities. And as a result, they ultimately were successful in basically degrading the Russian army to the state where they had to leave Kherson in more or less in shambles. So it's a great day for Ukraine. It's a great day for people who understand what Russia's doing and understand that it's a great crime and that it will be answered by the Ukrainian people, who have the support of free people everywhere who don't want their countries invaded by some person who just decides that I want your backyard. I have my own backyard, but now I want your backyard. And then the neighbors come along and they say, oh, well, we'll just give them part of your backyard. We don't, everyone's being too loud and we're trying to sleep. Just give them part of your backyard and this will all go away. No, this doesn't go away until Russia goes away, right? Russia can end this the same way they started it. They invaded Ukraine illegally, and this will end the day that they withdraw their forces from Ukraine. And I think we all know that. I'm not saying anything new to anyone here, but for the love of God, please press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up here, and I can stop just talking into the void of the internet. I can do this for a very long time. I've talked into the void of the internet for a long time, for most of my life, but I feel like you would do the listeners a favor by coming up and talking to me. I'll put it that way. Colby, thank God. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, if Charles is still listening, I just wanted to ask him one thing before I head off to bed. Just if you watch the video, which I posted in the nest of the explosion of the dam closely, you can see there's a transmission lines are running across here as well, and you can see the tower in the background, and it looks like the explosion actually engulfs the transmission lines, and the tower doesn't come down. But I imagine those wires are probably fried now, and those are not operable after that explosion.
Yeah, sorry, I'm driving, so I can't look at the video again. But yeah, that would be a logical assumption with that kind of, and they may be hit by debris and all of that heat, of course. Yeah, that would be my assumption, is that they would be out.
Thank you very much, Colby and Charles. Next, we'll go to Ice T21. Go ahead, buddy.
Hi, good morning. Nice to speak to you again. Just wondering, what's the situation in the new area that Ukraine have took back? Because I've not really been on, I've not really been checking much. So just thought I'd come on quickly. Why I've just woke up and seen what the situation is. How's it going for Ukraine and stuff like that, please?
Oh my goodness gracious, Ice T21. It's been quite a day. I would say the vast majority of videos is of happy babusias, happy grandmas running up, and also like kids, like teenagers running up and greeting the Ukrainian forces with absolute joy. There's dozens and dozens of videos like this. There's literal celebration in the streets of Kherson. There's like dance parties and raves. Currently, the city was without power. They turned their cars on and like, you know, sirens and stuff on, and were like dancing around. So it was a real joyous occasion for both the soldiers and the citizens of Kherson City. In addition to that, I would say on the ground, if we think logistically, we have a friend of the show, or you know, a co-host on the show, Ryan. I think he's, I would say, former co-host at this point, but you know, a panelist. He still hangs out. He might even be listening right now. And he is currently in a different area of Ukraine, but I think kind of similar deal. He's currently working in recently liberated territories to bring humanitarian aid. So a lot of these places, they don't have power, they don't have food. The services, the municipal services, haven't been running correctly since Russia occupied it. So a lot of humanitarian organizations and the Ukrainian military and the government are working to go to these villages, check with the people there, make sure they've got food, make sure they've got enough heat, you know, and clothing and things to get through the winter, and to, you know, do their best to account for what happened, and like that, you know, the villages are all cleared and you know, safe, and if there's any unexploded ordnance or any equipment that the Russians left behind, I'm sure, you know, if they go to a village and if the villagers come out and say, hey, they left a BMP over here, you know, they're interested in that type of stuff. I found one where an old man came out of his yard and said, hey, they left a grenade launcher in this bush over here. And he went and he got it for him, and they were like, thanks, Grandpa. You know, so you know, there's a lot of that going on where they're just kind of checking in with the local population, seeing what they need, seeing what the Russians maybe left, seeing stuff like that. And then there's a lot of services. For example, we have Alexander Kamishin, who's the head of Ukral. Oh man, I hate this word. I'm so bad at saying it. Ukralazanitsia. It's the Ukrainian train service. Colby, do you want to correct me? Go ahead, buddy.
No, I can't do that one either. So I think I'm laughing at our struggling over the more difficult ones to pronounce. That's it's probably better than I could do. I was just gonna say on Ryan. Ryan is like, he's in the thick of things. Like he was in a town that was 15 kilometers from the front line. Like that's close. Like he said he could hear the artillery in the background. Like he's not just like hanging out in Lviv. Like he's in the middle of things. Like he's right up where the action is.
Absolutely right, Colby. It's a great point. Yeah, Ryan's really up there. He's with Renegade Relief Runners right now, doing great work. He's helping. He is occasionally, of course, going back and forth from Poland to get supplies and stuff. But as Colby said, he's bringing it right up to the front lines, and they're doing great work up there. So hats off to Ryan. Hopefully, we'll get him up shortly to, not shortly, but in the near future, I'll put it that way, to discuss what's going on in Ukraine with them. Great guy. I remember when I was just a caller, and Ryan was the co-host, and I was calling into Ryan and ranting about Russia and how evil it was and all that. But yeah, so it's great to have Ryan. And so I just wanted to mention oh man, the Ukrainian railways. I'll put it that way. Ukrainian railways.
Укрзалізниця.
Thank you, Victoria. Ukrazaliznytsia. Ukrazaliznytsia is restoring service to Kherson very shortly. And so a lot of different services, electrical services, municipal services, and especially train services and things like that will be restored to Kherson City. So I would say those are maybe the three things I would point out broadly is the local population, talking to and interfacing with the local population, making sure that people have humanitarian support. Of course, anyway, I've got Charles. Maybe Charles has some more stuff to add. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the trains because this was a topic that as the Kherson front was collapsing for the Russians and they were fleeing, one of the topics was okay, well, how long does it take the Ukrainian armed forces to do cleanup operations, and that's finding any residual Russian soldiers who may be in civilian clothes or may be holding out. That means processing POWs. That means bringing in supplies, getting main supply routes open, some basic demining, clearing of some booby traps and stuff like that. So how long would that take? Because the key question then was, of course, well, how many resources would they have to free up to other areas? And already yesterday, seeing initial signs that those cleanup and those humanitarian support and then the train, like you mentioned today, that was all prepared in advance is all a really, really good sign. And I'm looking forward to seeing more photos, more images of, we saw like war crimes investigators already on the scene. We saw a truck from a grocery store arriving in Kherson. These are all like great signals that this consolidation has been, as we should expect from the Ukrainians, extremely well planned, and that will allow them to maintain the initiative militarily as well. So hopefully today we see more of that.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. And just maybe one last thing I would add is maybe a symbolic thing is there's Russia put up a lot of billboards, like they sort of covered like normal Ukrainian billboards that would say like, this summer at the department store, 50% off shoes or whatever. They put like Russia is here forever, or Russia will be here forever, or Kherson is Russia, all this like propaganda garbage. So there's a lot of videos of them like taking down those images of like Russia's here forever, and revealing below them like normal like billboards with like cell phone plans on them and things like that. So IST21, I hope we painted a nice picture for you of what Kherson province kind of the cleanup operation looks like. Victoria might, as a Ukrainian though, have something to add here. Please go ahead.
Yes, it's a funny story I want to add is for the first time, the representative of Ukrainian retail chain ATB managed to win the race who is going to come to the liberated city, because they were competing with Ukrpochta. It's the state post service. So Ukrpochta would come first and start, for example, delivering pensions to the pensioners, and then the retail chains would come. But last night we saw that big truck carrying lots of food entering Kherson, and people were cheering, and it's like, okay, now it's ATB retail chain, the private retail chain that made the first entrance to the liberated city. So it's another nice story where businesses want to come back. People want to revive territories which were occupied as soon as possible. So the help is coming really fast from both the state and the private initiatives. And it's a great story.
Yeah, thank you very much, Victoria. It's interesting that you mentioned that, because I feel like I would be totally lost on that story if not for the fact that we on the MriyaReport interviewed, I believe Denise was his first name, I forget his surname, but the CEO of Ukrpochta. And we.
Yeah, he is a friend of Smilyansky. He is a great guy. Yeah.
Yes, Smilyansky. Thank you very much. And he's a great guy, as you said, very interesting guy, very like a real problem solver. And he kind of took on Ukrpochta. As Victoria said, there's like two companies in Ukraine. Ukrpochta is like the state-owned version, like it's sort of like UPS and USPS in the United States. I don't know what the European equivalents would be, but so anyway, and Constantine asked a question about this. He said, like, how do you feel about your rivalry with this other company that Victoria mentioned? And he said, oh no, I think it's great. We're happy to compete with them. We think it's fun, this rivalry, and just the he felt confident, like we're still going to be able to compete with them because we offer a lot of products and services that they don't, and more or less. But the point is, as Victoria mentioned, they have this very friendly rivalry about who can restore service and get mail and things more quickly to various regions that are liberated. And as you said, I think it's a really inspiring story about how quickly and energetically the government is reacting to restore the liberated areas to their as quickly as they can to reintegrate them back into Ukraine.
Yeah, it's very important to bring normality, or some feelings of normality back to people who suffered for months the terrible occupation of Russians. So it's really a very motivating and inspiring sign for people in Kherson and in the region itself. And when we talk about Ukrpochta and Smilyansky, the CEO, he has a very strong background working for private sector in the past. He has a foreign degree, and one piece of information during the time when Russia-sponsored politicians were having access to media, were getting the support from Russia. They were really trying their best to get rid of Smilyansky because he was really reforming, changing completely the Soviet time post services to the modern ones, and they didn't really want that to be achieved. So yeah, it's an interesting story, interesting background, and I'm glad that Smilyansky he stayed, and he's doing, and his team, absolutely amazing job, absolutely amazing job.
Yeah, thanks very much, Victoria. He's a great guy. Like I'll just say our brief impression of him, you know, the time he spent here with us, just really impressive, interesting guy to talk to. Like we talked to a lot of people on here, obviously, and just he really stuck out to me as someone that really thinks deeply about what he's doing and systematically, and just I don't know, like he's the kind of guy where he answers you ask him a question about like something very simple or very like straightforward, and the answer he gives you like could apply to so many things, and he's just like, you're just like, wow, that's so insightful. But anyway, very cool guy. I will now, I think we lost Colby, unfortunately. I think he's probably heading to bed. But we do have Mikhail here. So Mikhailo, if you had anything you wanted to say, please go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I just have to, it brings so much joy to me to see just the visual of the ATB truck kind of lighting the road and joining the party in Kherson. It's probably great advertising for them. It sort of reminds me of like a Coca-Cola commercial, or like the that they put out during Christmas in the States. But anyway, it's just such a stark contrast to the early part of the war, when during the Battle of Techno House, if anyone remembers that meme. If you haven't seen it, there's this Russian soldier trying to break down the door of a small electronics store, and I think it's even made it on the Wikipedia, so you can just search for Battle of Techno House 2022. I mean, it just shows the completely different worlds and the basically diametrically opposed priorities that each side has.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the stark contrast of images, right? We see of the Russian invasion and occupation, which was full of looting and kidnapping, and I mean, like the CCTV cameras don't lie, right? I mean, the CCTV's cameras have seen a lot of stuff, a lot of crazy stuff this war, and it saw all the stuff that happened in Kherson, and you know, we see Russians kidnapping people, we see systematic looting of people's homes, of cultural treasures of Ukraine, the museum, the library, like anything that wasn't nailed down that is considered of cultural or historical relevance. As far as I know, the Russians did their best to steal. Mikhailo, are you familiar? Could you maybe name some of the treasures that they took out of Kherson or damaged from the library and the museum and so forth?
Not specifically, unfortunately, probably as much as everyone else. I just saw the tractor trailer backed up at the art museum there, and several statues, and the corpse of Potyomkin was taken, I believe, which is sort of strange, but okay. That's about it, though.
Yeah, it's I think they can keep Potemkin, I guess, but everything else, obviously they shouldn't have stolen. And Of course, in addition to stealing things, things that were just downright Ukrainian, a lot of monuments and things were just destroyed. Right? This is, I mean, it was textbook genocide. They went in there and they said, okay, all the kids, you can't learn the Ukrainian language anymore. All the teachers, you got to teach them Russian, only Russian. Teach them how great Russia is, and if you try to teach them Ukrainian or anything about Ukraine, we're going to kidnap you and send you to a torture camp. Right? I mean, that's and then they said, okay, all the monuments that say, okay, this place is Ukrainian, Ukrainian people live here, this is what Ukrainians did in history, smash all that stuff and put Russia stuff up, right? I mean, there's no other word for that but genocide. They're trying to wipe out the Ukrainian nation, the concept of Ukrainian nationhood, the language of Ukraine, the children of Ukraine learning about their history. Mikhailo, go ahead.
The one thing they weren't able to steal was the spirit and the pride and frankly the dignity. Let's not forget that the Maidan is called the Revolution of Dignity, and they couldn't steal that no matter how much they looted and raped and tortured and murdered. It's just amazing. It's the people of Kherson. I'm so proud of them and so inspired by them. Frankly, I'll never forget their ability to protest under literal military occupation. And yeah, that's one thing they weren't able to loot.
Okay, so maybe I'll just jump in for Joseph. Looks like he's having a technical issue. But if you do have any questions or comments, unfortunately, we cannot bring you up at the moment because until we get Joseph back on as co-host. But I see you have another comment, Nikolai.
Yes, sure. I see Joseph is connecting again. Just sort of a question I've been pondering. It's maybe a frivolous question, but maybe sort of fun to think about. I know a lot of like famous generals through history have had nicknames, whether it was like Rommel as the Desert Fox or Stormin' Norman. I don't know how official that one is, and so on. I don't know. I don't know if Valeriy Zaluzhny, well, he certainly deserves a nickname. He deserves a lot more than that, quite honestly. But have there been, does he have a nickname, first of all? Does anyone know about that? And if we can just, if we could just talk about Zaluzhny in general, he seems like very, from what I can tell from the outside, he seems very pragmatic and resourceful, and it's just amazing. I mean, it's just amazing what the military can do, and of course, it is the military working together, and so many people will never know. Have led to all these amazing victories, and yeah, I'm just curious people's thoughts about this.
So I actually haven't heard anything myself about like Zaluzhny's like acumen or capability or like even so much about his personality. All I've seen is like the pictures and the memes and the just like his presence, I guess, on the Ukrainian internet. And I don't know, he's definitely a presence. I mean, his face always, he has such an expressive face, right? There's like a childlike joy on his face, but it belies a deep cunning, I would say. And he always seems to have the right expression for whatever moment, right? He seems like a very interesting guy. But again, I haven't really studied him as a person beyond that. I'm interested in Charles's opinion, then we'll go to Herm. Welcome up, Herm. Charles, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I agree. He needs a nickname. If he doesn't have one already, maybe Victoria knows if he has one already. But I go back to to August, and I asked Colonel Spencer about this a little bit from an officer point of view. But just the way that this whole campaign was done, these attacks on the flanks, and the way that they announced the offensive in Kherson, they lured in the last remaining vestiges of the semi-professional army that the Russians had. They got the VDV in there. They got the naval infantry units in there. They got the first Guards Army in there. And then they just hammered them. And they went at them really slowly, and they isolated them. They got within artillery range and HIMARS range of the bridges, and they just made them pay for being there. And at the same time, set up a surprise attack force in Kharkiv. And I mean, this is just an absolutely brilliant campaign, and I think it's going to be studied for many years to come.
Yeah, I mean, he just strikes me as a guy who, like, he was born for this or something. He just seems so, like, ready to do this when you look at the confidence in him. But again, that's just my surface level impression. Herman, welcome up, buddy. Oh, go ahead, Archibald. Sorry.
Just to add one thing, what he did is he got into the head of the Russians. He made it so that they had to make decisions based on what he wanted, which is truly impressive.
Absolutely, it's like Hannibal. Every good general does that. Herm, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, so Solution, he's been around for a long time. I believe he's been enlisted in the Ukraine army in the 90s, worked himself up there to the top, and he's just the commander-in-chief for about a little bit more than a year. Like last year, he became the commander-in-chief, and it was like the driving the final move of the Ukrainian military to Western standards. That was his main objective. That was around the same time the Ukrainians realized they're going to face the Russian attack. That was, summer last year when they saw the signs, when they understood the message. And he was prepared for that. He knew that was his job. And he trained for that. He has the same resolve as all the other Ukrainian soldiers. That's why he looks so determined. I mean, he knows what the fight is about. That's his thing. That's his mission of his life. And I think the nickname that he has is the Iron General. That's at least what the Western media called him.
I'll take it. So if anyone else wants to, if they have any fun Zaluzhny facts, I believe Zaluzhny did start a Twitter account. I haven't seen any spicy updates from it. I would say Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has if you follow that account, it's got very I don't know, entertaining videos and tweets and stuff, just very cheeky stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't followed closely Zaluzhny's Twitter account to see what type of stuff he's posting or if it's interesting or anything. So real quick, I will mention we have a few new people up. Please do, if you can, please raise your hand. You can do that by pressing the little heart icon in the center, and on the far right side, you can press the raise hand icon. That'll let me know that you have something you want to say to the panel, and that way I can kind of keep the order and everything, and then we won't have any problems. So I see Elizabeth has her hand up, so please go ahead, Elizabeth.
Hi, thanks for having me, inviting me to speak. Since it was kind of casual, we were talking about various and sundry anecdotal things about coming the welcome, the wild welcome into Kherson, and I had a weird observation, and I've observed this throughout this war as Ukrainian army has taken back or territory, and it's because I'm involved in agriculture, so I take note of certain things having to do with agriculture, and I noticed that it seems like even as small a village that it might be, or a town, or even a city that's been under occupation and maybe hasn't had electricity or water, the Ukrainians always have beautiful flowers. And in this case, in Kherson, they weren't as fancy as some of them, but they always seem to have them. So I'm wondering if there's a greenhouse industry, or some of them are hothouse flowers. They're very, I mean, in the ones when I've observed flowers in Kiev, they've been very elaborate and very, very gorgeous. But even in the villages, they're definitely hothouse flowers. So maybe Victoria knows if there's a thriving greenhouse or hothouse flower industry in Ukraine. I was just kind of curious because they definitely had flowers today, or the videos we were seeing today. Anyway, just a curiosity of mine because I have a curiosity about agriculture.
Herm, if you don't want to take that, we can maybe let Mikhailo feel it.
Yeah, I think Victoria dropped from the panel. Yeah, I don't know anything about the flower industry in Ukraine. All I know that there's many things do grow in Ukraine just because the soil qualities are good in general. The conditions are really good for farming, for growing many different things. Around this time of the year, I would consider the possibility that might be plastic flowers too. I don't know. They probably have other things to do these days than grow flowers in large scale.
Yeah, I just when it was summer, I thought, well, that was more conducive. But it's winter now. It's not been terribly cold, but anyway. Jumping back to
I can
the
comment.
Lucian
I can
theories.
give you comment on the flowers for sure.
Okay.
Well, the flowers that you've seen, I would expect most of them. It's the people who are growing them on their backyard or around their own private houses. And the November this year, especially, the weather is quite mild, so we still have lots of flowers blooming. When it comes to the industry itself, yes, we have lots of those.
I think we're losing Victoria.
Warm houses, we call them teplitsa. And
Oh, Victoria, you're breaking up pretty bad. Okay, so we got, I would say, about half of it. So
I've been to one
Victoria
of them,
mentioned, of course, that. Oh.
Located just nearby.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, sorry everyone for Twitter pox. We will hopefully get Victoria back as soon as the audio quality improves. But yeah, so Victoria mentioned that people grow, of course, flowers in their yards just as a hobby. It seems quite common in Ukraine, as far as I can tell. And if Mikhailo wanted to add anything while we maybe get Victoria back, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, sure. That sounded like a good answer from Victoria. So I look forward to hearing it when she gets back within range. The only thing I could add to this, it's sort of anecdotal. Well, a couple things. First of all, Kherson is the south of Ukraine, and in general, it's a big agricultural area. Maybe you remember videos from the summer of locals who were upset because they had to throw away a lot of vegetables. I think I saw either like cucumbers or cabbages just being thrown out because they didn't have anyone to sell it to. I live in Western Ukraine, and like around here, a lot of tomato, like if you go to the bazaar and ask like where are the tomatoes from, they'll pretty much always say Kherson, Zakarpattia a lot of times too. But yeah, so I mean, it could have been just from someone's business, someone's small business. And a second thought, which came to mind right away, this is from my my wife. She likes to go on Google Earth and just see like what what rural areas look like and what people's houses look like, and just like comparing different countries from Google Street View. And she noticed, like, comparing the Ukrainian countryside to the Russian countryside, that people have a lot more flowers planted. Like that's one thing that was salient in her mind, at least. And so it could very well be that these are just from people's backyards. I mean, life went on this summer, even during occupation. I assume people still had to make a living, and and so I think it's just it's very common to have like a bed of flowers near your house and a small orchard and things like that.
So I noticed some of the flower. I mean, again, it was just a curiosity of mine. It's not the first time I've observed flowers in some of these welcome greetings in these villages or in cities or towns, but some of them are cold weather flowers, like that they would tolerate a little bit more cold, not necessarily winter, but if it was mild, like chrysanthemums. But some flowers were hothouse flowers, so they were very lovely. They're very, very beautiful. So I just have noticed that throughout. That where are they getting these flowers? Because some of these could be in a colder weather flowers, or the summer I didn't think about it too much, but I did this time.
And I feel like Victoria was like right on the verge. She was like the Ukrainian word for greenhouse is this, and then like she started cutting out, and I was doing my best to wait to see if she'd come back in and we get the explanation. So hopefully we'll get the story of the Ukrainian greenhouses and kind of if that's a thing, Elizabeth, we'll get her back and we'll try to ask her about that. I also want to know she was in like Germany. They had a big meeting with like a major Ukrainian delegation, and we have to get the details from her on that. That's quite important. We should get that to our listeners. But I want to know about the greenhouses too. So we'll try to get that out of her as well. I noticed. Go ahead.
One final short comment. You could probably do an internet search. There was an article that was written about Valery Zaluzhny that gave his education. He was educated and went to military school under the Russian system, and then in 2014 when and I'm just I don't remember all of it, of course, but that he was part of a group that when the Western countries got together to offer training to Ukraine, military training, he was kind of an up and comer. There was I remember in the article there was a predecessor to his that promoted him and pushed him forward as the up and coming military leadership, and that he took part in that evolution that went on in the military. I'll try and find it if I can and forward it to you or DM it to you. But it was a very interesting article that came up maybe a month ago. So
Thank you, Elizabeth. So we got Victoria coming back up. We might be able to get the story of the Ukrainian greenhouses real quick. We'll see. I might be having trouble getting Victoria up. So until then, we'll go to Mikhailo. I will see if I can get her up on the back end.
One more thing. Even back during Soviet times, when Ukrainians would be sent to the Gulag in Siberia, a lot of people were astonished to see as soon as the Ukrainians were dropped off that they would start tending gardens and somehow like growing stuff and taking care of themselves. So I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that even under extreme severe conditions that Ukrainians will continue gardening, and that's pretty hard to drive out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was also astounded by videos of them like growing onions in the trenches and stuff. Right? I mean, it's pretty impressive stuff. Yeah, I think Ukrainians just they have a green thumb. They live in a very fertile area. It's pretty natural cultural inclination, I think, to make stuff grow and bloom and prosper and thrive and to care for nature and all that. I mean, we see Ukrainians caring for animals and stuff. Okay, great. We've got Victoria back up. Victoria, you were just talking about greenhouses.
Yeah.
We heard everything up to
Yeah,
that.
greenhouses. While I have a coverage, I visited one of them, for example, near Rivne nuclear power plant. They're growing gerbera. This is the flower, the name of the flower, and they're one of the biggest exporters to European market, and not just European market. And they're using the heat that is coming from the nuclear power plant. But we're also having lots of roses and other type of flowers grown and exported and used here internally. It's a big business in Ukraine. So yes, it's been quite well developed and been developing at least prior to full-scale invasion.
Yeah, very interesting, Victoria.
Did you hear what?
And
Yeah.
yes, we heard all of it.
Yes,
From
I did.
the pictures I've
Thank you so much.
seen, these are the flowers. Yeah. These are the flowers that people. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I think Victoria's cutting out at this point, unfortunately. I hope next time we'll be able to get Victoria long enough to talk about the conference that she attended with the Ukrainian delegation. But I think we got the gist of it. I think what she was going to say is these are the flowers that we see commonly when they're greeting people right now. Would be my guess, Elizabeth. But maybe you read something different. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, it's the flowers in Kherson today were, some of them might have been grown in a do-it-yourself hothouse. They were winter type, hardier type flowers. But I have noticed, like in I don't know, when soldiers are coming home and greeting their families, or when they're on break, very elaborate flowers that are very delicate and very difficult to grow. They have to be grown in hothouses. I mean, and they're gorgeous. So it brought to mind that they must have a nursery industry that's growing these beautiful flowers. Because here, I mean, I live in California, and we have a great climate and we grow a lot of stuff. But those type of flowers come from really fabulous greenhouses that are very carefully tended. So anyway, just something I've been observing for months now, because my eye is drawn to that. But I if there's ever an opportunity to learn more, if we have someone that knows about that, I'll listen in.
Yeah, thanks very much, Elizabeth. It's kind of one of those things you can't just look up on the internet easily, right? So it's something I think it's a fun kind of little detail to ask on the space, and hopefully we were able to give a reasonable answer. So Herm, unless you had anything you wanted to close out the topic of the Ukrainian greenhouse industry, then we can go on to Dr. Kathleen. Herm.
Well, they're greenhouse. They function all over the planet in the same way. But yeah, I'm sure the Ukrainians have those too. Dr. Kathleen, please.
Hi. Thanks. Actually, I'm Kathy's husband. I'm Roman. Kathy is sleeping next to me. Thanks for taking my question. I have a question, and it's slightly off topic, and it has to do with the Russian threat of using nuclear weapons, limited nuclear weapons. And it's kind of a very scary topic to me. It's like somebody telling me that I'm going to be a little bit dead. And my question is, has any of you guys heard anybody talking about or having thoughts about having sort of a pie in the sky, best case scenario options after the end of the war, if the Russia is totally defeated, the economy is in collapse, maybe Putin is out of power, of having some kind of a plan of denuclearizing Russia, of taking all the nuclear weapons away from Russia in exchange for something, money, dropping off of the sanctions, readmitting Russia to the world financial institutions, maybe even Marshall Plan, giving them money to rebuild their society, their economy, some kind of a way of totally taking that issue off the table and getting all the nuclear weapons out of Russia. Has anybody heard any thoughts about that?
Well, thank you. Oh, go ahead, Herm.
Yeah, I think I can take this, and you can chime in later, Joseph, and Charles, or somebody else too. Dr. Kathleen's husband, please do not be afraid. Okay, the Russians are not going to use a nuclear weapon. They're not going to use a dirty bomb. That is not going to happen. Okay, you understand that?
Yeah, yes, I understand that. And at the same time, I did grow up in a communist country, and I have a firsthand experience of how reckless and totally not taking any value in human lives the Russians and the sort of the communists can be. So, it's not some.
Yeah, that is understood, well understood. However, there is not a benefit that Russia would attain by using such a weapon. They can drop them somewhere in the front line and make a breach, a hole in the Ukrainian lines, and they are eventually going to fill that. That's going to be a tactic advantage for the Russians for a couple of weeks, and then it's gone. Then they would need to use another one. And every time they're going to use one, there will be international repercussions occurring. And there will be more than just pressure. There will be actions, not just from the West. The Chinese have they have a dog in that fight too. That's and Putin has been spoken to by not just the West, but also by the Chinese and also his internal people. That's an option that is simply not on the table. It's not about the loss of human lives. It's about whenever there's an action, there's an equal or greater opposing reaction. And Russia is currently not in the shape where it can withstand the reaction. And by Russia, I mean Putin's regime. I mean, he would literally not survive that politically, such an act. So that is completely off the table. And to answer the question that you had about the denuclearization of Russia, this is most definitely not going to happen. So after the war, when everything is over and Putin is gone, they will keep their nuclear arsenal, at least to some extent. They might get rid of those nuclear warheads they cannot maintain. They're already degraded because it's very expensive and they have more than they need. But they will maintain a nuclear capability for the most likely scenarios. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my opinion here.
Yeah, I mean, my thinking is that the amount of money that currently the world is investing in helping Ukraine fight Russia is pretty substantial. And the amount of increase in the security for all of the world would be tremendous if even a lot more money is invested in buying off Russians, in bribing them into getting rid of their nuclear weapons. I mean, Russia sold Alaska to U.S., so they are capable of, for money doing a lot of things. So I'm thinking it would be a great idea to invest a great deal of money to try to bribe Russia into denuclearization after, if it's in a really bad shape after the war.
Well, they sold Alaska because it was too costly to maintain as a colony, and they didn't produce enough revenue. So it was simply not profitable enough for them. So they got rid of it. And if you mention security, you also need to factor in that the Russians have their own version idea of what the security system is, and they just learned pretty brutally that their army is not going to be good enough to anything that NATO has currently in the arsenal. They are afraid that we, for whatever reason, want their country, which nobody wants Russia, I can assure you that, but and they're afraid of that. And they want to have a security guarantee. And the guarantee that they have are their own nuclear weapons, and that's why they're not going to give them up. It's fairly simple.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm sorry to hear that.
And that's fine. That's fine. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, all I would add to that, I guess, is that as far as I remember, I believe maybe yesterday or the day before, there was a little bit of discussion of Russia and the United States like reopening like nuclear reduction talks. I think that, you know, up until now, there has been a format for the US and Russia to have bilateral talks where they basically say, hey, I'll get rid of 300 missiles if you get rid of 300 missiles, right? And that's more or less worked. And I would imagine, you know, that Russia being in the financial position they're in now, assuming that they are still interested in these bilateral talks, they're going to want to reduce their nuclear arsenal because it's going to be costly, and the U.S. Will incentivize that by saying, "Okay, you reduce some, we reduce some." Right? I mean, that's been the way it's worked traditionally. Herm, did you have any comment on that? Otherwise, we can go to Hans.
Oh, well, yeah, those that agreements and the other reduction agreements, they were pretty successful. I don't know how many. What is the percentage of the nuclear weapons that have been destroyed or dismantled since the end of the Cold War? It was a substantial number. I don't know exactly how big it was, but those agreement works when both sides do that. I don't think that just giving Russia cash would be doing that. It would be more productive to really that offer both sides are going to be reducing, and I also believe that the West, especially the United States, would be interested in pursuing something like that. Yeah, but so it's the end of sanctions and things like that, and well, they're more a pressure tool, a leverage for Russia to concede a couple of other things that we want from them. Let's say security guarantees, the entry of Ukraine to NATO, the return of all the citizens that have been abducted, the payment of reparations. I mean, they cannot really pay reparations to Ukraine if the economy is broke, right? So we kind of like at one point need to remove those sanctions so their economy can finance the build up, the repair to the infrastructure for all the damage that's been done in Ukraine. So that's where I see that the end of the sanctions would come into play.
Yeah, I think we certainly all wish they would do a favor for the human race and just give up their nuclear arsenal because they've clearly used it extremely irresponsibly. But yeah, I think it's not going to happen. We can hope for maybe a reduction just because Russia's not, their military isn't, they're not going to be able to rebuild their military and maintain it to a meaningful degree after this. And so we might see a possibility that they will be willing to negotiate to reduce a nuclear arsenal. I doubt we'll see them be willing to negotiate to get rid of it. So I think we'll leave it there. It was a good discussion, I think, Herm. We can go to Hans.
Vishniakovsky, please, it's up to you.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on this topic, but before I do that, I want to say that the Ukrainian love for gardening and flowers is just unimaginable, amazing. Like first time I was in Kiev, there were flowers everywhere at the metro. You can buy them into deep winter, no matter how cold it is in Ukraine. At least in Kiev, no matter how cold, they have flowers, and I just love it. And it shows in their love for their women also. It's such an amazing culture that I picked up something from, right? Whenever you go to visit your in-law, your mother-in-law, or your girlfriend or women in general, you bring flowers in Ukraine. It's such a beautiful tradition, and there's just seas of flowers in the city. I just love it. It's amazing. And now to my question. I wanted to connect on the topic of nuclear disarmament and not touch really on the disarmament, but it kind of is connected to another topic, which is Russia going out of this war. What do you guys think is the likelihood that Russia will geographically or as a structure, as land, as a connection of the different republics survive this war without falling apart into individual power centers? Do you think there's a likelihood that it could disintegrate into, for instance, Chechnya, Dagestan, Dagestan?
I don't see any way Russia holds on to Chechnya forever. Personally, I think that the arrangement Putin managed was a temporary one of convenience for both Kadyrov and Putin himself. Personally, I don't really think that the Chechen nation and the Russian nation are, long term going to stay together because of the absolute abject, horrific, and brutal occupation that Russia inflicted on Chechnya. So basically, Russia up until now has been paying Chechnya off. On every province in the Russian Empire except for two, Crimea and Chechnya, pay in, right? They pay into the metropole. That's how the Russian Empire works. You live out in the periphery, you pay into the center. There's only two exceptions to that rule. Crimea, recent colonial conquest, and Putin's prestige project, and Chechnya. Because if they don't pay off the Chechens, they know exactly what will happen. There will be a third Chechen war. And because Chechnya has no interest in being part of a Russian empire that basically wants to exterminate them and has basically leveled their capital city more or less twice by brutally invading their country. Once Russia's not able to pay that money, and I think that day is, eventually approaching, they're going to have to choose. Do we, they're going to have real unrest in the Russian parts of the Russian Empire, more or less. They're going to have to choose, do we keep paying these guys off, or do we let them spin off? Because I don't think that third Chechen war, like Russia really isn't in a position to fight a third Chechen war. The first two were very costly to Russia, and on a military level, they lost both. So, they were only able to win the sort of second Chechen war, and that win is a difficult term, by sort of flipping and bribing the Kadyrovite faction, right? So that's kind of my hot take. Harm, if you had anything you wanted to add, and maybe Charles had something you wanted to add on this topic, and then we can go to Daniel.
No, you covered it fairly well, very complete. Thank you.
Actually, I just had kind of a follow up for you on that. Is when you're looking at this and ethnic strife and conflict within the Russian Empire. I mean, are there any signals that you're looking for, or that you see, in Tatarstan or in Chechnya, that this may be that? Yeah, how do I say, rumblings?
Yeah, it's a good question. It seems to me like in Chechnya itself, because they seem to have control of their armed forces independently of the Russian armed forces, and therefore I guess they assume they're kind of in safer positions. We've actually heard of them being used as like fire brigades, and if I understand that term correctly, Charles, it's like the people that stay behind in armies like the Russian army, where if your soldiers don't want to fight and they try to run away, they say, "Hey, Chechens, you like shooting Russians? Shoot that kid, that 18-year-old that we conscripted." So they're being used as sort of fire brigades. They're being used as sort of rear line guys. Every time they've gotten in frontline scraps that we've heard of, the so-called legendary Chechen fighters have gotten destroyed by the Ukrainians, as far as I know. But point being, there hasn't been a lot of unrest in Chechnya yet. That said, recently there've been some kind of weird things that Kadyrov has said that implies there's starting to be problems with casualties, where he said like, "Oh, these guys are all martyrs," and like the whole Chechen nation weeps for them, and like he's starting to say stuff like that, which indicates like maybe these casualties are becoming a problem, and he's got to start like rhetorically addressing it. But compare the situation in Chechnya to the other Caucasian republics. And as far as I've seen in videos there were real demonstrations and protests and, civil unrest as a result of the mobilization there. And it's quite obvious, I think, to anyone with eyes and a brain that this is a very racist mobilization policy that Russia's implemented. Right now, if you're basically a non-Russian, and especially if you're a non-Russian, you have you're 5 times more likely to, go be sent to die in Ukraine. And if you're a non-Russian living in Moscow, you're 20 times less likely to be, if you're a Russian living in Moscow, or I think St. Petersburg as well, you're like 20 times less likely to be sent to Ukraine, right? So, I mean, there's like this absolute discrepancy between who's being sent and why. And, I think we've seen some unrest, and I guess maybe on the other hand, we've seen like maybe a shocking amount of not that much unrest. It seems to me in the more Asian areas, the less populated areas, they emptied out a lot of villages, like literally depopulated them to the point where they probably won't be demographically sustainable anymore. And I didn't hear about any large-term, or large-scale unrest or things like that. That said, I mean, their capacity to do that is probably less, but we did hear about quite a bit of it in the Caucasus region surrounding Chechnya, Dagestan, and areas like that. So, Herm, if you had anything you wanted to add about just unrest in the ethnic republics of the Russian Federation, otherwise we can go to Daniel.
Just a quick amendment / correction to what you said. I mean, those people are all legally Russians, and we need to be careful to make distinctions is about ethnic Russians, because it's an ethno-Russian empire. So even if they have the same citizenhood, they do not have the same recognized rights by the government in Moscow because they belong to different ethnicity. I had a follow-up question to what you said about the different Caucasus republics. Did you hear anything by chance about Ingushetia? Were there any uprisings against mobilization? Because I know that the Ingushians are always good for an uprising against Moscow.
I have not heard anything specific. I will try to talk to somebody who is more aware of the situation in the Caucasus, and I will ask for maybe a brief summary of what's going on in that area, Herm.
That would be fantastic, because there's a great opportunity that the Russian Empire is starting to crumble from that corner of the empire. I see it happening.
Now to a different expert on the Caucasus, our good friend Daniel, Herm. Daniel, please go ahead. Thanks for your patience, buddy.
You cannot call me expert in Caucasus. It's too much. Not even close. I read a bit, but I'm not an expert. I hear you talking about Dagestani, Ichkeria, and Ingushetia, but these were present in our media because Chechen independence war, and after that huge repression and some extreme attacks in Russian land. But if you want to see unrest, in 2007, if I remember well, Tatarstan just put on the United Nations table their independence request, and everybody ignored. So Tatarstan, Bashakortan, Tuva, Irkutsk, these are areas where natives are very, 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 how I can say, under pressure. All what was before autonomous system, political, finance, everything was totally destroyed. And people in Tatarstan and Bashakortan are most watched by the Russians. And I will say something which Domen, for example, will not agree with me. First, I will never say that cannot happen. Tomorrow, Putin can fall on his bed, broke his neck, and die. Just that simple. Or something wrong with some extended family of some clan leader will become wary and say, we need to finish this guy. So never try to imagine this cannot happen. Because I hear about denuclearization of Russia. Wow, it's impossible. In the Soviet times, when Gorbachev and Reagan negotiated hard, until Yeltsin became president of Russian Federation, the START 1 and START 2 treaties were made it to reduce the nuclear arsenal. And they probably halved even more nuclear arsenal, especially the strategic missiles. And these were controlled. Both parties gone, United States, the Soviets, and Russians after, and Americans in Russia to monitor this destruction. That's why the Budapest Memorandum was in place. Was not just a betrayal of Ukraine, was not just a bad paper without necessary guarantees, because you can put any guarantees in a paper. If one party don't support it, or somebody imagined, we can break any treaties, doesn't matter. But about denuclearization of Russia, I'm not just an optimist, but I see precedent. And I see another thing, which any military will agree, not terrorist organization like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Al-Shabaab, or any other group which is fermenting now in Pakistan. Nuclear weapons are totally ineffective. And is not just wishful thinking. They look very cool in StarCraft. But in reality, even strategic weapons were delivered like a terror weapon to attack the big cities of your enemy. First with bombers, long-range bombers, then with ICBMs. But now, if you talk with any leader in any nuclear country about what does it mean to have nuclear weapons, what they have it, they will say probably something like, is a guarantee to not be invaded, is something to deter our enemies, things like that. They will never say something, we'll launch our huge Kinzhal, destroy the carrier group, and we win the war. Even in Cold War, this was not a very good idea, because military made a lot of tests with nuclear weapons, a lot of them. And all the conclusions were, they are ineffective. They are not so good to stop an enemy army. And this is very, very, very important. And I will take a step further in the future. Lockheed Martin, if I remember well, 3 years ago, they put a patent in United States about shields. I know this sounds very, very science fiction, but we are with our minds in the 90s, in the 80s, about what does it mean now, weapons, new type of seeing military. Look at HIMARS. We talk a lot of HIMARS, how developed, advanced, and powerful this weapon is. HIMARS is a old weapon, very old weapon. 30, 45 years. So back to nuclear weapons. if Russia lose the war badly, this is not the idea how they will lose, how the negotiation will look, but they will lose. And the political leaders of Russia will have a lot of things to answer, a lot of problems to manage. And we already talk about problems in Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Caucasus, Central Asia, a lot of sphere of influence crumbling. But imagine there will be talks, what they can negotiate, what they can offer. Because Konstantin, I think I talked with him yesterday or 2 days ago about how he see the future of Russian Federation, what they will do. And he said something similar. They don't have a leverage. They don't have a good cards in their hands to say, oh, but we can do this. In fact, they don't have almost anything. They can count on their economy to become closed, martial, very North Korea-like style, because it's a huge country, huge population, huge problems. Imagine before this war, they will look to the future, not like other countries, very preoccupied about climatic change, global warming. In fact, they were happy, saying, wow, Siberia will be much warmer. We can exploit Siberia. We can exploit Arctic Circle and use the Arctic Ocean like a new route for delivering trade. These things are so utopic, so disconnected. They will need to come to the table and say, okay, we can start a new treaty, a START 2, or some on intermediate weapons treaty, for cruise missiles, for ballistic missiles, for ICBMs, for demilitarization, opening the market, paying the reparations in energy, trying to reimburse. Imagine how many companies will put Russia on trial, Russian government, for losing billions because their business were confiscated in Russia. Do you think this is something easy to manage? Do you think a big corporation will say, okay, Russia, we forgive you, we open a new store in your cities? Things are very, 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 very bleak. And let's say Ukraine decide, we love Berdiansk, we want Melitopol free, but we go fast to Mariupol. The game is almost done if they go to Mariupol. Fighting in Lugansk, trying to get their army there, and just a strategic push 70 kilometers and take Mariupol. And this will change a lot.
Thank you, Daniel. I agree. I think as you pointed out, such weapons don't have a clear military purpose. They're not going to achieve any military objective on the ground that other weapons can't achieve. Like they're not some kind of secret sauce that get you a victory from a defeat. And in addition to your other points, I think they were all salient. But yeah, there was a lot there. So I think I would just agree, and we can go to Luis. Luis, go ahead, buddy.
I have not listened to Daniel intervention in full, but I think he portrayed quite right the dilemmas that Russia and Russian leadership will face in the post-war period, and what I fear is that probably this is hard to say, but probably a even more authoritarian dictatorship will have a more controlled answer to that than a democracy. I'm all for democracy, but if with all those problems, I fear that autocracy will prevail. Sorry to say that.
What is your argument? Autocracy will prevail. Look how many democracies and how rich they are, how prosperous they are. To an autocracy to become the dominant system. Don't look just that number. There are just 19 poor democracies, maybe 40 less, and 60 hybrid regimes, and the rest are autocracies. Look at the money. Look at the people who live well. Look at the people who emigrate in democracies. This is the best ever leverage you can see. Do you see people trying to go to China or India or Brazil?
Let me rephrase my point more carefully. As I say, you correctly portrayed the dilemmas that Russia and Russian leadership will have in a post-war world. I will rephrase what I said in a different manner. Before we have a democracy in Russia, we will need an interim period where a non-democratic regime will give the first answer to the dilemmas you have described. Because in a democracy, handle those dilemmas would be more chaotic. I'm not defending autocracy, but it's...
I understand better now. Sorry, I agree.
Nothing to be sorry. I did not explain my point correctly. That's fine.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point, Luis. I think I would agree with you, broadly speaking. If anyone wants to elaborate on like what that would look like, but I think we might be getting a little too deep into our crystal ball in terms of future Russian good.
No, Joseph. There are three people which are shown like next guys who will lead Russia. Three, Kirienko, which is perceived too liberal. Sobyanin, the mayor of Moscow, which is considered the best option because he's not too liberal, not too authoritarian, and Kozak, which don't appear in any clan, is a good diplomat in Russian standard, and is very, very independent, but this will make him harder to go to power. But these are the figure for transition period. Will happen this? When? How? No idea. And like many people say, we don't care too much about them. And I saw some images from Tula yesterday with young people, and I didn't like it. All the young people are very pro-Putin.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. I think it's a good point. Yeah, so I just want to maybe put out a call if anyone wants to come up and discuss anything with our panel. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll bring you up. Also, please do retweet the space. We got the European team coming up relatively shortly. We're going to let Herm go to bed. Herm, my friend, it was your day off today. You came in, you showed up to work anyway. I really appreciate it. You saw me up here alone.
Yeah, you were here alone by yourself fighting the cold seat. I just want to join the panel and see if we can help a little bit. If there's some things coming up and need to have some comments, but yeah, I got conscripted again. So yeah, I guess it's what happened when you come up on the panel. You are asked to do a little bit more. Okay, yeah, thank you everybody for listening to MriyaReport, and thanks Joseph and everybody here in the panel we talked to tonight. It was a great time with you again. I'm gonna get ready for bed now, and we're all happy that we have Domen back, who's gonna take over the European day shift. With that, good night, everybody.
Thank you, Herm, and good night. And I wanted to, of course, mention that we do have our regularly scheduled segment with Peter Doran today. That is going to be in, math, 7 hours. Is that right? Back end 7 hours. Did I do the math right? I believe it's in 7 hours. It's going to be 10 a.m. New York time, if that helps everyone. 10 a.m. New York time. We've got Peter Doran's segment. It's going to be Badge of Shame, America's new designation of the Russian economy. And so I assume he'll be discussing the different ways that the United States has recently and since the beginning of the invasion done their best to hold Russia accountable by making economic consequences for its disregard of international law. A very significant one happened, I want to say in the last 48 hours it happened. Russia's status as a market economy was revoked. This is quite significant because in the thinking of the United States, it's a very sort of classical liberal idea, right? Free market economy, good. That's a very basic premise of the current international system, is that we all work together to reduce concepts of trade barriers and tariffs and things, to ease the flow of goods, to kind of raise the boat for everyone and help everybody out by having economies that follow a certain set of basic rules and precepts, willing to cooperate by not having undue national barriers on trade that are predatory, right, or inefficient. And so what the United States has now done is they've decided Russia is no longer acting as a rational market economy. And in my understanding of what that means is that the United States is now has sort of a free hand to adopt policies when it comes to the United States economy that treats Russia as such, that they recognize that Russia is not like a normal acting economy, that giving it access to various investment tools and various means of competing and influencing with U.S. Goods and services around the world is no longer they're no longer competing with a fellow market economy. They're competing with, a hostile state actor, more or less, right? A command economy controlled by a dictatorship that is acting in the interests against the United States. So the United States is now saying, okay, we recognize that this is the path you've taken. You've loudly proclaimed it to the world that you're attempting to overthrow the international order. Well, part of that is you no longer consider yourself a market economy, and we're no longer going to treat you that way. And that means that we'll probably see, in addition to sanctions and other things, active laws and policies adopted by the United States to counteract any efforts by the Russian Federation in the future to make big moves in the world economy, because what it's trying to do is distort a relatively stable and functioning system that is getting a lot of goods and services around the world to people that are needed. And so, I think it's a positive move. But Peter Doran will be here in about 7 hours, if I understood correctly. Let me see if I was corrected at any point. No, I wasn't. So I'm going to roll with it. It's 10 a.m. Eastern time. So we look forward to Peter Doran coming and discussing the current status, economic status of Russia in the global economy, or the American designation of the Russian economy specifically. So we've got Doman coming up to join us now. I will implore anyone who wants to come say hi to Doman. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Good morning, Doman. How are you today?
Good morning, Joseph. I'm a bit miffed because Casper, who's supposed to make me a co-host, hasn't done so yet. Oh, now I get it. Okay, there we go. Just needed to hear my voice. I understand. Very good. So there are two things I would like to talk about. One is breaking 80K Russian KIA. I don't know if you've raised this yet.
Actually, Herm had the numbers. We did not read the numbers yet, Doman. If you wanted to just go through the numbers or any relevant ones, like ones you wanted to highlight, please go ahead.
The other one, I'll get to that in a second. The other one is the video from Izvestia. Therefore, it's clearly not news. And we know it's not news because we discussed this yesterday already. You know the old one, right? In Izvestia, there's no news, and in Pravda, there's no truth. There's no truth. Anyway, of
course, Doman, just for our listeners, Pravda meaning truth and Izvestia meaning news, right?
Yeah, the two big outlets, right? The two big old Soviet news outlets. Anyway, they published some videos of Russians demolishing bridges on retreat. They also published a video of them demolishing the crossing over the Novokakhovka Dam on retreat. Have you discussed this yet?
I don't know about the video. We've seen some. Oh yeah, actually, I think we discussed the video. Yeah, we saw the Max. I saw the Maxar for sure. I think Colby discussed the video before I came up, but I haven't really heard much specifically about it. But I think probably a lot of the Europeans waking up haven't heard anything about this either, Doman. So maybe let's just say that I haven't heard anything about it, and you can explain it to me. Go ahead.
Well, so after weeks of Russians saying no, the Ukrainians are going to blow the dam. The Ukrainians are going to blow the dam. They did. Well, they didn't blow the dam, first of all, which is something I was saying all along, right? They're going to blow up the roadway over the dam, which is exactly what they did, because that actually impedes the progress of Ukrainian forces. But they're not dumb enough to blow the dam, and they haven't, not yet, anyway. So fingers crossed it doesn't continue. Fingers crossed that what they did blow up didn't blow up anything else on top of it, or didn't damage anything else on top of it. That water pressure could gradually harm. But what I really like seeing in the video, is you can kind of see the water flow, because there's a big disturbance in the water downstream before the explosion. Then there's the explosions, and then the water just keeps flowing just as much as it was before, not anymore, which is good. Because this whole question and nonsense about them wanting to flood all manner of things downstream didn't come through, which is good. However, what I think is good to have an eye out for, right, is the long-term structure integrity of the dam. Not something that matters today, not something that probably matters next week, something that might matter in years to come, which might cost a lot to fix. And secondly, the integration of messaging and just how well aligned messaging is between various Russian propaganda channels. And this is kind of the point I keep raising all the time. They don't all have to say the same thing. They just know which team they're batting for, and it's fine if they say slightly different things, as long as the aim is correct and as long as the effect is correct. And the correct effect being giving those who listen domestically within Russia a sufficiently well aligned, a consistent but varied buffet of things to choose from to believe. And I think this is yet another case in point. So I wanted to raise that because I think it's a good illustration of Russian approaches to propaganda. It's a good illustration of how reality and their speech don't tend to coincide particularly, right? But nevertheless, I think it's a good thing to be looking at. Joseph, feel free to pick up on that.
Yeah, so Doman, I guess my question about the dam situation is, we definitely saw the video, or sorry, the satellite imagery. I think pretty much everyone's seen that at this point. Maybe less people have seen the video. Maybe we throw that up in the nest. It looks like you did already. No, we haven't thrown that up in the nest yet, but maybe we can throw that up in the nest at some point, and people can take a look at it. Point being, they got rid of a very small section of it, and as far as I understand, they got rid of the power generation potential, Doman. And is there anything else we could say meaningfully in terms of like what effect that will have on the dam? Go ahead. Oh, the road won't work. Okay, so it's like they've gotten rid of any crossings on the Dnieper to get across, and then the power generation won't work. Is that right?
I think that's what I understand of it as well. Yeah, it's infrastructural damage without massive appalling consequences downstream, right? It's a soft approach at destroying infrastructure, in the sense that they've actually done as much as benefits them, in the sense that it deprives Ukraine of electricity generation from the dam. I think probably, judging by what others have said, I'm not good enough at analyzing those images, and prevents Ukraine from easily using it as a crossing point, which is the other thing they really wanted to achieve. Now we go to combat engineers and questions of overbridging, right? That's really the big question here. What capacities and abilities Ukrainian engineers will have to cross nevertheless, but bridge sections over piers or pillars that might still be there, or straight on to the top of the dam, maybe. What they need to do to get infantry across, what they need to do to get light vehicles across, what they need to do to get armor across. If only Joseph, we had someone here who might have appropriate experience and training to be able to answer that. I mean, I guess we'll just never know, will we?
Yep, guess not. Moving on. Oh no, wait, we have Charles here, Doman. Maybe we can ask him.
Yeah, they didn't do a very good job, Doman, of really making that a really hard crossing. There's two piers still standing. The span that they blew is only about 50 meters.
Sorry, 1-5 or 5-0?
5-0. So that's not that far. It's too far for a scissor combat bridge like Beaver or AVLB or something like that. But it's a pretty simple Bailey bridge to put across there. And because of the way it's structured, I mean, the abutment is attacked on one side. The road section is still sitting what appears to be quite nicely on its pier. So they actually didn't do a very good job of making it a bridging challenge. Maybe to give you a little context here, it would take a company of engineers, or let's say 40 people, probably about 4 hours to put a Bailey in over that, and that's completely from scratch, so no prefab stuff.
Okay, so that sounds reasonable, except it sounds reasonable when you don't consider that you have a what was the thing to say? Right, an opposing force on the other side with artillery, right, and other guns. That makes it that's the tricky bit, right, Charles? It's not about doing it; it's doing it under fire.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the challenge. But I mean, you could do it at night, and I mean, the Russians would probably hear you doing it if they were nearby. But I mean, if they were just on the other side of the river, but you could do it at night. And CJ will tell you how accurate Russian artillery is at this point to be able to hit that one spot. But yeah, I mean, it's not. You would prefer to do it under fire. What was also interesting is that they. Where the locks are, how the Russians filled in the channel there with debris to make a crossing. They didn't destroy that part. That's still standing. So the only section that's damaged is just that 3 sections of roadway span.
Interesting. So they basically said, fine, they won't be able to get to here, so it's okay. right? That's kind of the logic here. They won't be able to get to the lock bit anyway. We've done enough to slow them down enough. We can't be. Also, it's hard to get rid of that debris quickly, right? That's the other part, I guess, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, they could use like a road cratering charge to do that. I don't know if they had road cratering charges. We haven't seen a whole bunch of them. I've seen some of the shape charges that they used as stage 1 for a road crater. I've seen some of those in images, but never big cratering charges. But it's kind of interesting because I mean we were talking a little bit earlier. They totally, for a lot of the bridges on the inlets, they totally overdid it with the demo. Like they just packed it with way more than they needed, and then when it came to the Nova Kahovka Dam, they didn't use nearly enough. They should have done the whole span, or a lot more of the spans, not just 3.
And Doman, real quick, I wanted to mention that our friend of the show, Victoria, came up. And first off, of course, she came up in her limited time. She of course attended a major conference between Ukrainian delegation and Germany. So of course, Doman, I asked her about, as you would assume, I asked her about how Ukrainian greenhouses work, and she explained it to us. It's very interesting. But anyways, she mentioned she came up actually to talk about that. Her theory is that maybe the dam wasn't blown all the way, partly because of the reservoirs for the nuclear power plant need to be fed to cool the nuclear power plant. I'm wondering, you know a little bit more about that than most people, because of your background in the hard sciences. Go ahead.
I mean, that's really difficult to say because, do you know what? I've never seen blueprints. Okay. But I can tell you that the nuclear power plant has a giant cooling pond outside it, which is just there, with a bunch of these sprinklers in it that make water in it cool down more quickly. Also, I think no reactors have been working there for a while. I might be wrong, but I don't think any reactors have been working there for quite a while now. So it's not like it's generating vast quantities of heat compared to when they're all operational. And that cooling pond is kind of like a pre-cooling pond, so they don't heat up the river as much. They heat up the air around it instead of heat up the river. It's a way to get the hot water that comes out of the power plant to cool off into the air before it's exchanged with the river. And my understanding is they can actually run it off of that for quite a while. It's not really it's not nearly as much of an issue. I think a bigger reason maybe is because the North Crimean Water Canal is fed just upstream from the dam, and that actually has kind of a high, it needs a relatively high water level to work. And they might still think that they'll get to hang on to the left bank of the Dnieper for a while. That's a much more practical thing. The other part
maybe you underestimate the superpower of incompetence.
Yeah, that's true. The other part is, and Charles can maybe speak a little bit more to this as well. If you look at where they put their first and second defensive lines, maybe not the third one, but definitely the first and the second, downstream around the city of Kherson, on the left bank, so around Oleshki, the first and second are definitely very much on the floodplain. So if they did break it, they would kind of destroy the first and second line of defenses anyway. Which, I mean, yeah, Daniel is just going to say what he just said again, right? The superpower of incompetence. But that's more reason why. It's also not that easy to do. It takes a lot of effort. You really need to be dedicated to destroy a dam like that. So anyway, Herm, you've had your hand up forever, and I know you need to go off. And Charles and I can talk about trenches and flooding for for donkey's years, really. Herm.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. As a quick add-on to what you just said about the Zaporizhzhia power plant, so those pre-cooling basins they're having, they are working a lot better in cold temperature in winter. So the water that comes out of the nuclear power plant, that is not that hot, and you have a very dilute heat that you can aerate, like give off to the surrounding cold air a lot better, especially since water has such a high heat capacity. And those reactor blocks, they're all offline. If I understood that correctly, they're not operational, so they're not required that much cooling. You know?
Yeah, exactly. They still require cooling, right? But it's I don't know,
Not that much.
a few percent as much as when they're running. So that's a big difference. And yeah, as you say, cold temperatures outside mean that the water-air heat exchange is a lot more effective because of a bigger temperature gradient. Welcome to not the usual MriyaReport STEM grad seminar. Welcome instead to like middle school physics section of the day, right, Herm?
Yes, physics 101, a little bit fluid dynamics, a little bit thermodynamics. I had a question for Charles, actually. That's why I raised my hand. Charles, so you spoke about the Novakhovka Dam and about those 3 spans that have been blown up. So you made it sound that it's actually much easier to repair that dam bridge than just, let's say, put a pontoon over the Dnieper at that same location?
Oh yeah, much easier. Yes, you can just overbridge it because the abutment is still in place, and the other section of road is sitting quite nicely. It appears, you know, I have to see it up close, but seems to be sitting quite nicely on its pier. So you really just put over a prefab bridge or an assembly set bridge, and it's only 50 meters, so it doesn't even have to be that strong. So yeah, it's pretty easy.
But you, as a combat engineer, wouldn't you prefer to have a more than one crossing? Like you would try to repair the bridge and, let's say, put 2 pontoons somewhere in the area too, right? So not to be reliant on one crossing option alone.
Yeah, I mean that's up to the operations. Whatever is needed. 1 is better than 0. 2 is better than 1. I really don't think we're going to see a pontoon across the Dnieper anytime soon. For 2 reasons. 1 is difficult, takes a lot of material, and 2, it's a stationary target, a pretty high value stationary target for artillery. There's a difference between getting your, you know, €1 Bailey Bridge blown up that you can just throw another one up in a couple of hours or repair it, versus losing one of your prefabricated pontoon segments that you've trucked across the country and you only have, you know, 100 of them in your arsenal.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Herm. You know, in my defense, Doman, you're right. It sounds simple, but you know, we're talking about a nuclear power plant here. I just wanted to, you know, do my due diligence on behalf of the listeners and talk to the smartest people I know about it to make sure everything was cool. But you know, it's fair enough. I've always said that to me, it's probably has more to do with, as you said, there might be some knock-on effects if they were to blow the dam. What it would wind up doing is flooding. The Russians seem to have adopted, or are saying they're going to try to adopt a defensive posture on the other side of the river, right? They're going to line up on the other side and try to use the river as an obstacle. That's what Ukraine's done. It's smart, you know, in theory at least. The thing would be, if they blew the dam, it would flood their side, right? Like their side is lower. It would flood them out. They basically have to run back to Crimea, as far as I can tell. And then also, as Doman mentioned, the Crimea Canal wouldn't function correctly. And so those 2 reasons are motivation enough, I think, for Russia to want to limit as much as they can the destruction of the dam. So I think, you know, that pretty much sums it up. Would you agree, Doman?
And even if they don't really care to limit it specifically, they just seem not to have actually destroyed it, which is the most important thing. Ikuda, good morning.
Good morning. I do want to point out that for a variety of reasons, I'm glad we're having this discussion, because I think it's important to point out some key points to our audience. The dam, so the Russians destroyed part of it, not all of it. They destroyed part of it, two locks or 2 gates. I'd like everyone, I think people forget as we go down, you know, as time progresses, we forget to point out all of the things that we've been discussing for months on end. You know, we talked at one point about the Russians kidnapping and quote unquote evacuating their own people who they transported to Kherson, kidnapping Ukrainians. There are about 60,000 Ukrainians in Kherson currently, so that's almost a depopulation of almost 75%. We don't know where all those people are, but it's another discussion. We heard the Russians and all the talking troublemakers online, or people who don't know anything about what they're talking about. And then, you know, we've heard them for weeks saying they're evacuating people. My goodness, it must be a dirty bomb. They're evacuating people. My goodness, the Russians say the Ukrainians are going to destroy the entire dam. We don't know if it's true. We don't know who's going to destroy it. We have to remember, this is the point where if anyone had any doubt of whatever the Russians or their supporters or acolytes say is wrong, in every instance we see it's wrong. In every example that you want to mention, we see it's wrong. They've left Kharkiv. That's because they're going to use a tactical nuclear weapon. That came out. They've done this or that because they're going to do this. We need to sometimes look at the easiest and most common sense solution or answer is the one that makes sense. This isn't 4D chess. They're not very organized. If the Russian game plan, you know, if they had made a decision, Putin's overthrown, and every single Russian leaves Ukraine, I could see them destroying everything in Ukraine. That would make sense to me. So if they weren't going to Crimea and they were going right back to Russia, they would destroy that dam completely. They would destroy a lot of things along the way because they'd figure punish them because we don't care. We've lost everything. But they still think they're going to keep Crimea. So the good thing for Ukraine is Russia is somewhat treating the situation as salvageable. So they're going to behave in a way that they'll limit certain destruction because I assume they think they're coming back. So the Novakovka Dam, why didn't they blow completely? Probably because they know, as Joseph just said, they're sitting in a floodplain right now. For some bizarre reason, all of the reports show and indicate that something like the equivalent of 10 to 20,000 troops, however many, their battalion tactical groups are very degraded. Their brigades aren't really brigades. Their regiments aren't really regiments, but they're all sat all within 5 kilometers of the river. Doesn't make any sense. They're going to get pummeled. They are getting pummeled. Could be that they're just getting too hammered by Ukrainian artillery to move. That's actually a possible answer. But either way, if they stick it out there, they will be destroyed in place. They will be so heavily attrited that it wouldn't take much for Ukrainians to sort them out. But bottom line, the Russians don't have any master stroke. There is no, amazing strategic act that they can conduct that will save them. And this is really, in their minds, I'm assuming anyone mid-level and down, commander side on the Russian side, commander-wise on the Russian side, is thinking about how to mitigate Ukrainian advances, how to mitigate their losses. Rather, they're not thinking. They're reacting. They don't have the momentum. They don't control the operational tempo of the battle. They are really on the back foot. They are reacting to Ukrainian actions, and the Ukrainians obviously they're calling all the shots. So it's funny, a lot of people here say, "Ooh, they're moving people. Oh, the dirty bomb, tactical nuclear weapon, nonsense." Don't listen to it in the future. Novaka, what I'm talking about, Zaporizhia power plant. They're not blowing it. The battalion of Russians there will be met by a brigade of Ukrainians. They will cut and run. They'll be. What are they going to do? Blow up a nuclear reactor while they're all there? Maybe someone in Russia wants them to do that, but no thinking person's going to say, "I want to sign my death warrant right now." It's the power plant is obviously constructed in such a way to protect itself from all sorts of bad things, very reinforced. So the Russians most likely will just be defeated. There's a huge Ukrainian force near Zaporizhia. Don't kid yourself. You haven't seen anything happen on that front for a reason. And it's not because the Ukrainians aren't there. They're waiting. What are they waiting for? Who knows? Maybe the fall of Kherson. But just remember, as we get to, there will be times all along this path, and if whoever's listening, and for those who stick around for it, there will be times that you will see Ukrainians about to take something big. Could be Crimea, could be all of the Donbass, and you're going to hear the same thing. Oh, the Russians, they're removing troops because they're going to do something really bad. And no, I'm not talking about those people who blame Ukraine for everything. The ones who say the Ukrainians are shelling their own nuclear power plant, or the ones that say that Ukraine will use a dirty bomb, which they don't have, or they'll use chemical weapons, or killer mosquitoes, or whatever nonsense. We're talking about the genuinely concerned people who in effect act like useful idiots for Russia by making all of these claims as to what Russia will do. I think it's time I'm not saying we be boastful and rest on laurels, but I think this is a time we have to recognize that all of those fears were nothing but that, just fears. They're irrational fears based on a misunderstanding, based on a lack of knowledge, frankly, of how Russia operates. Russia thinks they're keeping parts of Ukraine. There is no doubt in my mind. They think that the West will not let them get defeated in Ukraine. They think that even though they've lost this, they're going to be able to keep Crimea or Melitopol or parts of Donetsk. They're not. They're not. But they don't know that. So the good thing for Ukraine and Ukrainian citizens and the country of Ukraine is that Russia's still somewhat, very much actually invested in Ukraine. They think they're going to keep parts of it. As a result, they'll only do a certain amount of things. I think the scariest part is when Russia does come to the realization that they will not retain any terrain in Ukraine. And that'll probably be when they're the most dangerous, because they'll realize they have nothing to lose. I just wanted to point that out. We have been talking about it a long time, and just for everyone's awareness, I'm referring specifically to the threats of dirty bombs, tactical nukes, broken dams that would destroy the environment. They could have blown up the entire dam if they wanted to, but they realize they're sitting on the other side. So I just wanted to mention that. Thanks, gents.
Yehuda, I have a crystal ball type question for you. Ukraine crossing the Dnipro somewhere in Kherson Oblast sooner rather than later? Yes, no, why yes, why no?
It's funny you mention it, because I think they will. I know a lot of people think they won't. I don't know why. I want to say I think they will. I suspect they have bridging equipment. They also have bridging equipment that they've used all along the way to move down that trace towards Kherson. They have tons of Russian bridging equipment, Russian engineering assets, and Russian pontoons that never made it to the shore, or have it on one side and not the other. What's the benefit? Why now? I think the Russians are weak, obviously. I think the Ukrainians are going to want to exploit Russian weakness, vulnerabilities. It depends on how attrited Russian forces get, how dumb they are to stay that close to the river. They didn't end up going across the river because they were winning a battle, right? They didn't cross the Dnipro because their artillery was better and more in range. They did it for the exact opposite reason. So the river stops for it limits, it's an obstacle to those land forces, infantry, but it doesn't stop artillery. So there's no difference between what the Ukrainians were doing to the Russians west of Kherson city than there is today when they can hit them east of the Dnipro. So they stay and get attrited, or they move back 20 kilometers, and they're back 20 kilometers, and you have, at that point, you'd have Ukrainians going crazy with their ISTAR, their surveillance capabilities, tracking Russian movements, tracking Russian artillery, and that gives them a lot of time to start building bridges and pontoons and making a bridgehead, several of them on the east bank, going across Kakhovka where they can, bringing tanks and supply trucks and IFVs and APCs all over on the right, putting up an air defense shield. They can do it. They can do it. They can't have the Russians 5 kilometers away, but if they had them 20, 30, 40 kilometers away, why would they have them there? Well, did everyone see those HIMARS and Ukrainian rocket artillery, MLRSs, and regular artillery just pounding the snot out of Russians, all who made it over to the east side? You think that's stopping? You think they're going to let it go? So I suspect that that's not a lot of. I have heard from really smart and cautious generals on the television there on YouTube's say, you know what, they're gonna if they get to Kherson by Christmas before the snow falls, that's a great place to stop. I'm sure it is a great place to stop. So is a truck stop, and so is a Holiday Inn. I don't think they're going to stop there, though. I think there's a huge mass of forces, a huge forward passage of lines, of Ukrainian forces that are behind those brigade groups that just took Kherson City. And not only that, here's the other thing: the Ukrainians didn't lose much. They were able to. They had a choice. They could have been in hot pursuit of those Russian forces. They could have been really going at them hard. They could have tried everything they could to engage them, to kill more Russians there, but they didn't. And as a result, they didn't have to engage, and they let a lot of those Russians sneak out. So that means that those forward elements of the Ukrainian counteroffensive are relatively unscathed. So what does that mean? That means that normally you would think that, hey, they're done, they're exhausted, they fought hard battles, pitched battles for a week straight. They're out of the picture now. Send them to the rear. They're going to do a rearward passage of lines. Another couple, 3, 4 brigades. They're going to come flying up to the front, and they're going to take over. Well, I'm not saying they're not going to do a forward passage of lines. I'm not saying they're not going to be relieved in place. I am saying that I suspect that that you have a motivated, not weary forward element there, and they could be the reserve for the next, forward passage lines, which they wouldn't normally be, right? They'd be out of the mix. That force would have its own reserve force within it. But if they have what I think they have, which is a whole bunch of engineers and a division-sized strength engineers, not battle group and not brigade group, but divisional strength engineers, where you have squadron upon squadron upon squadron of engineers that can adopt a certain portion of the waterway there, and then start planning where they're going to breach, where they're going to bridge over, and then they're going to keep that in the back of their head. And as their artillery moves up and air defense moves up, and as they set up positions all along that river, pounding any Russian force dumb enough to get close to them, and they push those Russians back, maybe they'll conduct a demonstration near Zaporizhia. They'll start rolling out those brigades, scaring the bejesus out of the Russians that are there. There's only about 3 or 4 in one particular. There's about 7 or 8 Russian minus BTGs and brigades near Zaporizhia, spread out over about 100 kilometers. So if the Ukrainians were to do a demonstration, meaning they were to take a lot of their big guns out and start firing or start maneuvering and posturing, that might make the Russians think, holy sugar, the Ukrainians are going to hit us from the north. We're so far west at this river where we're getting beat up. We need to move back somewhere nicer, somewhere kind of like their defensive positions southwest of Melitopol on the advances to Crimea. And yeah, so the Russians have built these defensive positions, and I think the Ukrainians want them and would very much like them to go there. And then that would give them the ability to cross the river unopposed, and then relocate. And then those bridges being made, pontoon bridges, shuttling troops over, just like the Russians moved troops over. The Ukrainians can do the same thing. It's the heavy equipment that's important. So once they do that, you're going to have a huge Herculean effort of civilian engineers rebuilding bridges. Trying to, Tanivka, they'll do things. They'll get things done. So I don't think that a river crossing is out of the question. I don't think this is for the spring. It could be, but I think that this is the part where the enemy is having a vote on how fast or how effective the Ukrainians will be. If the Russians stick around long enough to get attrited, and then move, it's the best thing for the Ukrainians. A smart Russian general would move well away from that river. move so far away from the river. I mean, to stop them, to think that they can sit there that close within 5 clicks of that river and do it to harass or to limit the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians aren't going to cross that river yet, right? So what you're doing is you're wasting all of this manpower and material for something that's not even happening now. The Ukrainians need to clear the AO. They need to clear the city. They want to clear as much of the territory, make sure there are no pockets of Russians, no bypassed C debts, no bypassed B debts, battalion detachments, company-sized detachments. They want to clear all that. So to stick around is dumb. They should be further back. They should, harass the Ukrainians along along the river where they can, have recce screens out as close to the river, very mobile, and they can report to their Russian commanders as to what's going on at the river and hope that they can get artillery down on it. That's what a smart plan is. But having the bulkier force that close is it's not smart. It's just stupid. Very, very dumb. And it means that when they do decide to leave, they're going to have lost a whole bunch of stuff that they can't afford to lose, because the numbers are the Russians have lost about 50% of their heavy equipment on the west bank of the Dnipro. I'm saying it here. It is a very distinct possibility that the Ukrainians could continue to treat the Russians where they are. The Russians could, withdraw another 15, 20 kilometers, and that would give Ukrainian engineers ample time to deploy or to, at least plan for a crossing. So wait and see is what I can say, Domin. I don't know if you want to go to some hands.
Sure. I want to go to Charles first because we're talking about bridging, and he's built a bridge or two at some point.
Hey, Yehuda, as you were talking, it occurred to me, I mean, not only did they do engineering maneuvers down there in 2016, the Ukrainian forces, but obviously they have the advantage that it's their own river. I'm assuming that they would have all the engineer reconnaissance information that they would need about the left bank already, if they wanted to do, pontoon landing sites, bridgehead sites. But I guess the other question I had in this, what you're talking about here, we know the low-lying land on the left bank, and what you're saying, the Russians being right up against it is a bad idea. My question is does that potentially hamper Ukrainian movement if they do, if they were to do a bridgehead there? Would it be difficult for them to get to the dry land?
Sorry, if they do what? Would it be difficult for the Ukrainians to get to dry land if the Russians blow the dam completely?
No. So if they had a bridgehead, let's imagine they had a bridgehead or some kind of ferry crossings. They put a force across the river from Kherson. They'd have to basically push about 40 or 50 kilometers to the southeast to get to higher ground. They'd be in that swamp. Do you think they could overcome that?
Well, it depends what I doubt that would be the end state of that operation, meaning that there are different phases in operation. And presumably, if the Ukrainians were to, make that, they would want to not make that effort. They would not want to be in a position where they're stuck in the floodplains while the Russians have a sizable force, to their immediate east. The Russians would have to be further back, but also they don't have to go due east of Kherson, Novokhovka. They can go further up the river, which is higher terrain. If you look at a top map, for me, I wouldn't really be interested in the terrain east of Kherson because it looks like a poop sandwich, Charles. I don't know if you've seen, but if you do notice,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But if you do notice, it looks like someone's moved my map again. We have 8 million articles. Can we have 4, please? If you look at, I think it's the 1, 2, 3, the fifth thing in. Maybe you could just retweet it to get it.
I'll do that.
There. Just put it at the front. I like to use a satellite map on my pictures. I'm a visual person, so everyone see the map there, and you just look at the Kakhovka Dam. Does everyone see the picture? The map I made?
Yeah, it's now the frontmost in the nest.
Yeah, if you look at the map I made, You look at Kherson, my C symbol on Kahovka. I didn't increase the thickness of the line, so my apologies. There's a C symbol there, and there's a C, or secure symbol on Kherson and Kahovka. If you look, there's a reason why Russian forces are arrayed somewhat in a line in Kherson, because they have nowhere to go, and that's the road. The rest on the right and left, and that depression there, those are all bad places to be. Everyone see that? I don't know if you can see that. That's why I did that. Now, if you look at the Russian forces arrayed east or south, rather, of Kahovka, Nova Kahovka, those are spread out pretty, pretty evenly. They have a what I would call a more intelligent orientation as opposed to the other side. I suspect the reason why is because that's all solid, stable farmland that's got can support the vehicles on it, and they don't want the Ukrainians going there because that's where they're going to cause the most trouble. Ukrainians going into that depression just south and southeast of Kherson seems like bad news bears to me. There's a reason why those Russian forces, and just for the sake of the symbols, I put them like that. They're more like a straight line, because they're all just along a couple of roads, not good. So up in the north, you see those are 4 separate motorized rifle brigades. 3 of them really. One's a special purpose. No one knows what that means. Special purpose means to die less quickly. I'm not sure. They've got the naval infantry or the coastal infantry, which are their Marines, I guess. Then you've got a regiment of artillery. That's what those 3 dashes are. And then you've got a regiment, brigade of artillery. Don't know why they're on the right flanks. They should be in the rear. I'm not sure. Maybe they haven't looked at a map properly. I'm not sure what's wrong with the Russians. But it looks like that brigade's got a frontage of the river. I don't know if they realize that the Ukrainians can see them. So then you've got a rocket artillery brigade back over near Kherson, and that dude's been there for quite a while, for many months, not doing too much, believe it or not. So I suspect all of these in X's where their brigade strength units, what I'd like to say is I suspect they're minus. It means they're not full strength, like not even close. So if you notice though, but over at Kahovka, you're looking at Russian forces arrayed on a line, almost like someone went to a military college and realized that maybe you should spread out. Maybe that's a good idea, bud. But if they're there, the Ukrainians are going to bring a whole ton of fire down on them, and I suspect that they're happy to have them there because they're going to get schwacked, and then eventually you see the little dash lined arrow. They're going to go away, and if I was Ukrainian, I would very, very much like to be where those Russian brigades are right now, and not even that close. Obviously, the river. I'd like to be almost where the question mark is. I'd like them to be there, and they can support by fire Ukrainian advances across near Kherson, where the crappy area is, assuming there are no Russians there. So if it's a transit point and they're just getting in and getting across, I suspect that Ukrainians can do that. The reason why, you want to know why, Charles? Because the crossing is shorter down there, and the crossing is wider, as you know, higher up. So there is a sweet spot near Novokhovka. I don't know if anywhere further up it's worth crossing, but all along those areas where those blue arrows are pointing are nice places to get across. However, if you were to zoom in, you're going to see there's one road, and it's not a heavy duty road. It's not rated for super awesome, but just average. So I'm not going to get into the ratings, but if the Ukrainians could get across all along that strip from about Antonivka all the way to Nova Kahovka, and then make some really big crossings at Kahovka, and not be where that big old depression is there, the white like mole, let's call it, and then where those Russian brigades are to the south of Kherson. If they're not staying there, that's okay, right? They can hit and run and go somewhere else. But I hope that answers your question. That whole area though is people looking at that green, light green near Kherson and out to the sea. That's not a nice place to be. It's low depression. It's wet. When it's cold, it's going to be a little different, but it's also going to be icy. It's not going to be you're not going to be sinking in the ground, but you're going to have a lot of heavy equipment rolling over. Probably not the place to be. Hope that answers your question, Charles.
Excellent. Dave Gillespie, go ahead.
Hello, I had to find my mic. So I had a couple of questions. The first one is that do you
First
think
of all,
that they're
Dave,
going to?
Dave, we have to do a test. We get a lot of trolls, so we have to do a test. I see it says molecular biologist. It says you're a
What?
molecular biologist. So we're
Yes,
going
I
to do
am.
a confirmation test. How many ATP produce in the Krebs cycle?
Oh, Krebs cycle. 32.
It's not 33.
I don't know. It's been like 25 years since I studied the
Same
Krebs
for
cycle.
me. Same for me. I thought it was
And
33. Okay,
now,
that's fine. You passed. You passed the test. That's fine.
if you asked me about the TCA cycle instead of the Krebs cycle.
All right. Okay, what's the difference between aerobic or anaerobic?
Oh, that's my wheelhouse there. I work with hypoxia.
All right, never mind. Okay, I was just in referencing this the Krebs cycle. All right. Just kidding. Go ahead, Dave. I was just.
No, I understand.
I spent 8 years doing that once upon a time in a previous life. So go ahead.
Oh, I've spent about 30 now. So in looking at what's going to happen after Ukraine liberates all of Kherson, do you think that they're going to just hold Kherson and then more focus on the east towards Mariupol, and clear out that area before they attempt to go into Crimea? Because it seems to me that they've got a really good defensible position there. The Russians do. You've got the two bottlenecks going into it. Unless there's some areas along there that they can bridge or do amphibious landings on, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So it's kind of similar to what I was just saying. So I don't think they're going to stop. The question is, what's their goal? I said a long time ago, especially if the Kerch is destroyed or not passable, that Crimea is a dead end for both parties. Number one, if it was me and I was a junior general, I had pushed the Russians and destroyed a whole bunch of them on the east bank there. They're already really degraded. If I had degraded them even more and they started retreating towards Melitopol and then Mariupol, if they were dumb enough to go into Crimea, that'd be great too, because there's no resupply for them in Crimea. Okay, there's no way for them to get things. Oh yeah, sure. If they had a great navy, they could be resupplying nonstop, but they don't, and they won't. So a smart Russian would then withdraw their forces straight east to Mariupol so they can get into their land bridge and back into Russia, Rostov on Don area. So if it was me, I was a junior general and I had taken Kherson and I was able to push from Zaporizhia because I'm still not forgetting the divisions of Ukrainian soldiers there who haven't done much. They've just been blocking Russian forces. Then I wouldn't liberate rather. I wouldn't liberate Crimea at that point. I would put up guards. A guard is in this sense would be division size, so it's a very big forces of Ukrainians to cut off. They would serve as a cutoff and a guard. They'd cut off any Russians that were in Crimea trying to come into the underbelly of Ukraine, and then I would be pushing straight east to Mariupol, and I would be chopping up Russians there, and I would have the bulk of those forces from Zaporizhia. I'd be closing that circle. tightening that line between Ukrainian and Russian forces, and I'd be bringing those forces to bear into Donetsk and Bakhmut, to that area, to hit those Russians on their southern flank, and then all the while maintain a decent force posture, facing Crimea. As you said, there are two major approaches into Crimea. One is on the west side, and it's the route has a lot of there's estuaries it goes through, and lowlands and wet marshes, which will be frozen or cold at least in the winter, but they don't really react well to hundreds and hundreds of heavy trucks going over them. See what I mean, Dave? So I would contain it, if you know what I'm saying. I would want to make sure that whatever did go there isn't coming out, and then I would sort out the Russian troops in Mariupol and in Donbass. However, since I'm not a junior general, I'm also not a politician in Ukraine. I wonder if the play for Crimea would be accelerated, because imagine Ukraine kicks out all of the Russians in the land bridge and all of Donetsk, and they get all of Donbass back, and then some wily, if it was me and I was a politician now, I'd be concerned that France and Germany might turn on me and might say, yeah, well, you got literally everything except Crimea. I mean, come on, they're going bananas, just give them Crimea. Like, that would be, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying, if I was being a particularly paranoid guy, I might say, I'm going to have to make a play for Eastern Donetsk and Crimea at the same time, just in case, God forbid, some Western support dries up, because if this goes on for another 6 months, I don't know. So, in a purely military sense, I would say deal with the Russians that are there, because we know that the Ukrainians have the missile systems. There's still people that don't believe it. I find it so strange. I think that there's truck bombs on the Kerch. The Ukrainians have the ability to hit the Kerch again, and if they hit the Kerch again, then there is literally no way for Russians to resupply into Crimea. So whatever Russians got there, they're just sitting ducks, and they're not. As you know, there's no Black Sea fleet. There's a collection of Russian ships in the Black Sea. If you want to call it a fleet, you're being quite generous. And I suspect that cutting off Russian forces on those approaches is the right thing to do. Deal with the forces at Mariupol, and in Donbass, and then Bob's your uncle. But again, the other consideration, which Zaluzhny has to worry about, no one else in the army or the military has to worry, just Zaluzhny, because he's the one who reports to the president, or the minister of defense who reports to the president. He has to worry, will I have my legs cut out from under me? Maybe I need to do, secure everything up to Mariupol, and then as we push the Russians out of the rest of Donbass, we hit Crimea as well. I don't think, and here's another thing to remember: who's in Crimea now? Naval support units? Do they have 10,000? No, they don't have 10, 20,000 troops sitting in Crimea ready to go. I suspect they have thousands, but they're probably logistics. They're probably not door kickers. They're probably not infantry. They're probably not armor. All of those fellas are up in Kherson getting their, bottoms slapped. So, good question. I'm sorry, the roundabout answer is I don't know, but I hope I gave you some options.
Yeah, thanks. You really covered it, I thought.
Now your turn. Anaerobic respiration. And I'm like, is that no? All right.
Well, are you into brewing and making out? Do you want to ferment and get some alcohol, or do you
No.
just want sugar production?
No. I studied epileptogenesis, so I remember all my histology and organic chemistries and all that jazz from grad school, undergrad. Anyway, that's nerd talk. Let's go.
Daniel, go ahead. Daniel.
Yehuda, you almost answered all I want to ask about Mariupol. And I'm not a junior general, I'm a civilian without too much knowledge. But for me, that was obvious. It's the only route they use for supplying all the area until Crimea. And I watch it a bit around Mariupol. They will interdict the airport and they can keep Azov Sea out of ships. Because if you take Mariupol, Azov is no more. And I think that's so obvious for me, but you explain better than me. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not at Mariupol yet, to be honest with you, in my mind. So I haven't war gamed all of the approaches, terrain and understanding terrain. You know, I'm not saying I spend dozens of hours, but I spend a good amount of time looking at those maps. And at the end of the day, the terrain is the same for you as it is the enemy. So I don't want to speak too much about the terrain there because I honestly haven't really given it a whole lot of thought yet. Just because I'm moving with the map. However, yes, you're right about control of the sea. I'm not. I think those are considerations that the Ukrainians have in terms of what they can do or what how they can mitigate risk from Russian naval craft. But the real fight, as you know, is that land bridge, and I think Mariupol will be one of the last cities that will be reclaimed or liberated by Ukraine, and it is obviously very symbolic as well. And I would be more worried of artillery from the Russians and missiles if they had any left. But the truth is, they're almost down to none. By the time they get there, my fear would be in a different situation that the Russians would just want to punish every Ukrainian position in Ukraine, as they were kicked out of Russia, out of Ukraine completely. But I don't see that happening. I don't think they have it in them. And I just, have you heard of Mr. Putin lately? Nope. He's licking his wounds somewhere, right? He's let his stooges do all the announcing. So my fear is not will they take Mariupol? At what is the cost that Russia will inflict on Ukraine? And it's regardless of the cost, they will do it. But so I'm not saying, oh, don't do it because the Russians are going to do something bad. And I'm not referring to dirty bombs. I'm talking about conventional artillery. Again, just aiming for everything. We know the Russians don't care about civilians. They certainly don't care about Ukrainian civilians. They don't care about their own civilians. So, yeah, it's a good question. I don't know how the whole Mariupol thing will play out. I'd like to take a look at the ground and the avenues of approach and how people would get into Mariupol. But you're right. The control of it will allow the Ukrainians to interdict Russian forces in the Sea of Azov. Sorry, couldn't say more to that.
They will cut all the logistics for Crimea via sea, via land, and also if you talk before about political implication, I think falling Mariupol is even harder than Simferopol and Sevastopol.
I don't know. It's not a competition. I think at the end of the day, yes, they've been talking about Mariupol a lot, the Russians, but Crimea will be the toughest pill to swallow. I think by far it'll be the toughest pill because you have 8 years of Russians who are convinced it's Russia. Mariupol has been a new addition to the Forever Russia collection, but it'll go as well. But I'm pretty sure Crimea is going to make if it doesn't make them lose their go totally bananas, it'll end Putin for sure. I think the knives are coming out. The knives are coming out. I think we talked about Prigozhin going after the mayor of St. Petersburg, saying that he's supporting Ukrainian nationalists. You have Dugin going a little cuckoo, which he is a nut job anyway, but he's going nuts on Putin currently about how we accepted, a great dictator / autocrat, and we don't care that he craps on our rights as long as he provides for us. And now he's not providing for us, so why do we even have him? So the knives will come out. Kherson isn't a big deal. Like no one here goes, "Oh, Russians lost Kherson. They're going to lose their marbles because it's not their city anyway, and who cares?" But in their minds, they've built it up as a big deal. Like while we're observing reality here in the West and all over the world, The Russians are in like La La Land, you know. Yay, Kherson, the ancient Russian city of Kherson, is now back in Russian hands. So to them, it's really it's a great victory for Ukraine because they liberated the city. But to the Russians, I mean, this is like Armageddon. Like this is like they're it's like the United States lost Boston to Canada, and they're going bananas. It sounds insane, but it's true. And when it comes to Crimea, wow, are they gonna? I mean, mind blown.
When it comes to Crimea, there's this large body of water between much of Kherson Oblast and Crimea. It looks really big on a map, but it's very shallow. It's obviously very still. By very shallow, it's a few feet deep throughout. How does that affect, a planning procedure for crossing it? Because you don't need bridges, one presumes, right? Because various somewhat water tolerant.
You're talking about attacking Crimea from like across that large lagoon, you mean?
Well, my question is, how limited are you really to those crossing points? Because yes, it's a lot of water, but it's very shallow water. It's not. It's 2 feet deep or whatever. Not that it's very solid underneath, but with all of these IFVs and APCs that supposedly have some level of amphibious capability, this is the sort of place where they do actually have amphibious capability, right? Because it's shallow, it's still, it's...
No, it would be a hard no for me. Absolutely not. Not a chance.
Okay, so you're still having to stick to the 2 or 3 places where you can actually cross on land.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. What? That would be a colossally horrible idea. I would never recommend that to a commander as a staff officer. They're not amphibious vehicles. Yes, they show videos of them going through, but a 50-50 success rate isn't what I call, setting your troops up for success. I don't care if they do go over in training videos. I've also seen training videos where they fall apart and they sink, and you have no idea what's underneath that water. You might as well go and do an amphibious assault with the landing craft that have a low draft. But I can't imagine. Hold on, some jerk is driving fast with no muffler. I look at people like that, like those birds that make weird noises to attract mates. I don't know why you took your muffler off your car. You're a weirdo, and why you're driving through a residential area at 4 in the morning to do it. Please go away.
Whoa! You're talking trash on tracksuits?
Yeah, I don't know. I just find those to be strange lot. So, yeah, I know. I mean, listen, one of the hardest things to plan if you're an Army operations planner is an amphibious landing. There's so many things that could go wrong. Very rarely are they done successfully on a big scale. Look at Canadians. I wish we had Major Giroux here. Look at the Canadians in Italy and tanks that were supposed to float and all this crazy stuff. Just let it go. Let the soldiers, the infantry run on the land, on the ground. Let the Navy roll in the sea. But that would be an absolutely horrible idea, and it's not required either. There aren't a whole lot of things in Crimea at the moment because they're all fighting in southern Ukraine, but they could get there, right? However, the same way the Ukrainians can make advances, they can do it down those roads and bridges into Crimea. They can, it might be a Russian play to damage mobility, access to Crimea while they hide there and not get resupplied. And in that case, Ukrainians would have to do other things, but they don't have lots of landing craft, and they don't have the, that training. I know they have marine infantry like the Russians have. I don't know what they're doing. But yeah, super not cool, not a cool idea at all. That's just me. Maybe it's because I'm not very good at planning amphibious operations. I never really planned one, so I don't know. It's not something I would feel comfortable with, and I definitely know that that hoping that the water is 2 feet and the ground can support it is not a consideration that it's not a risk I would want to assume. So and those BMPs, I mean, yeah, they float, they don't float. They depends if Bob is sitting on the left side and Steve on the right's really fat, so it makes it uneven. It's nuts. Not a risk I'd take. And I don't know of any. I mean, I know people who've driven them, like from the good guy side, and they're like, "Holy cow, these are horrible. I wouldn't want to be in the water with this." So, yeah, no dice for me there, or no die, Toro.
All right, Troy.
Hey, Doman and Yehuda. Good to see everybody. Did you see that the Maria report here was mentioned in the New York Times today?
What?
Yeah, it was it's actually cool because it was a tweet from Chuck Fair and mentioning his time in the space, and it was kind of underwriting the argument for why Ukraine is gonna push forward, keep on the gas, and do anything but try and get to the negotiating table with someone while they're kicking ass and taking names. So yeah, I'll put it in the nest if you want.
Send it to me. I'll do it.
All right, I'll send it to you right now.
Thank you, Troy. Oh, that is fantastic. Excellent.
Stop acting so surprised, Dylan. We're kind of a big deal now. You're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it. Oh my gosh, potatoes." Of course, we're in the New York Times.
I'm
Troy.
mostly shocked, Yehuda, that nobody's sent it to me yet, because that usually happens.
It's more like, duh. Of course, we're in the New York. I'm just kidding. That's great, and great for Chuck. Yeah, I know. We are also in the Kiev Post, and we're in a few places. Check it out. We're doing good work, sharing with the world what's going on, and I think that more good things will come of it, because when there's nothing people could say. We don't like them. They're too pro-Ukraine, or they keep telling the truth about Ukrainian advances. Nuts to them. So we're just doing. And by the way, hi Ryan. I didn't realize you were there, and I just remembered I heard your voice. Ryan is one of our co-hosts who got so sick of my dad jokes he decided to go to a war zone. That's how bad they are. He just said, "I'm going to Ukraine. I'd rather risk life and limb than tolerate any more Yehuda dad jokes," and that's fine too. We hope he stays safe. He's volunteering, delivering humanitarian supplies to little villages where people have nothing, and he's doing great work. And he was going to go volunteer as a volunteer firefighter because he has that experience in the United States. He's a civilian. He's not a gunslinger. He's not there to shoot him up. He's doing the work that he thinks he's the best at doing, and that's great. And we do support that all day, every day. We obviously can't support telling you to go and fight for Ukraine. Personally, I think Ukrainians are fighting for themselves, and that's great. And if I was there, I would, be volunteering to do things to help in the rear, because that's where I'd probably fit in the best. You have really good Ukrainian units who have cohesion, who've been fighting together before the war, who have been fighting for 8 months now during the war, and it's a finely oiled vehicle wheel or whatever wheel, and they need our support anyway. Thanks so much for that, Ryan. Let's go over to, I don't know, Smarty, then Juana.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Greetings from Berlin. I have a question regarding Crimea. Like, it's been 8 years that it's been occupied. Are there still Ukrainians living there under Russian occupation, or have they been deported? Did they leave? What's the story over there? Same for Luhansk.
So I'll answer it briefly, but I think Doman has better numbers. There are 1 million tons of grain leaving Crimea every month. That's a joke, Doman. No, so listen, there are Ukrainians there. Did a lot, get kicked out, 100%. Will they go back? Sure. What happens to the Russians in Crimea? That's a very good question. I don't know. But I can tell you one thing. If every Ukrainian was ethnically cleansed from Crimea in the last 8 years, a difference it would not make. Ukraine will retake it. There are hundreds of thousands that I don't personally know, but I know those numbers, possibly millions of Ukrainians that have been either forced to flee Crimea or have left under abuse and threats and intimidation. But they will go back. These are people that own homes there. In fact, Russians were selling Crimean homes for, I don't know who was selling them, how they got them, but like for several thousands of dollars. And so Russians were just moving to Crimea. You saw those videos of crying Karen, Russian Karen Karanovsky there, about how she wanted to leave her home because she got it for so cheap, and then how sad she is. I bet you she's in Siberia right now. I don't think that Putin likes her too much. Showed weakness to the enemy. Yeah, so good point. I mean, it'd be very delicate. If I was Ukrainian junior president, I would be, once it took Crimea back, I would say, yeah, let's bring in international observers. Let them see that we're not doing, because the Russians will just lie and say, hey, if you're here as a Russian, you've been here for 8 years, you know what? You're allowed to stay, but you have to be Ukrainian, and you have to get rid of your Russian passports, and you can't be, a spy. Or I think that'd be the smartest play that the Ukrainians could do, and I would internationalize it, and I would do that not because I'm doubting Ukrainian sovereignty, but I would do that to check the Russians, right? To cut them off at the path where they want to say that the Ukrainians are bad. I would want them
Great.
to, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. That cleared it up. A second question. Just you mentioned there might be an international look over for the situation after the war. Do you think that UN troops will go into and just oversee the situation over there? Because Russia still has the right of veto, so it's quite a tricky one, I would say.
Well, I didn't say there would be. I'm saying if I was, a Ukrainian leader, I would recommend that, because not because I doubt Ukraine, not because I think Ukrainian soldiers would hurt Russian civilians, not at all. I just think that would be a way to show complete transparency and say it's our country. We're cognizant of the fact the Russians have they've ethnically cleansed our people from this land, but on top of it, they've imported millions or hundreds of thousands of Russians into all parts of Ukrainian occupied land. We don't want this to look like revenge. But then again, if there are 100,000 Ukrainians that have deeds to their house that they paid for, and someone else has been living in it for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, or let's say 8, I doubt the majority of these places were inhabited for 8 years, but let's just say Ukrainian homes have been pilfered and squatted in for 5 years, and some clown from whatever, some Ekaterinburg is sitting in some Ukrainian dude's house for the last 5 years laughing because he paid $4,000 US for it. I don't think that should stand. I don't think the Ukrainians say, "Oh, you can have it, bud," and this guy's just going to go live in a hovel somewhere because you've stolen his house. I think that all of those property rights will eventually, they'll obviously have to be restored. But does that mean that, let's just say this happens in the middle of the winter, are you going to see Ukrainians throwing out Russian mom and dads and 3 kids into the snow because they moved there because their country illegally annexed it? No, they're going to try to find ways to mitigate it. I would highly recommend that, here's some money, go back to your country. Here's some of this reconstruction money. Here's your $4,000 back that you gave. Now you've lived rent free for the last 5 years. Beat it. There are ways to deal with it in a way that is ecumenical. Ukraine's in the right. Now, when it comes to international observers, I didn't say UN. I said international community. Could be NATO. Could be the EU. Who knows? Invite the African Union forces to come in. Troll the Russians right back at them. Internationalizing it is to Ukraine's advantage, because they're not doing anything wrong. Like, they don't have to. Their troops everywhere. Ukrainian troops have liberated. You don't see them. You don't see Russian collaborators murdered in the streets. At the beginning of the war, there was a lot of negative publicity on Ukrainian civilians for tying looters to posts, and they weren't even Russian; they were just thieves. And what did the Russian press pick up on? Oh my gosh, look at what Ukrainians are doing. They're murdering Russians, and they're tying them with saran wrap to posts with their pants down, which is horrible. Vigilantism is ridiculous. That's why the rule of law exists. So don't do it. It's ridiculous. It's humiliating, not just to the victim of the vigilantism, but also to the nation itself, because it paints a picture of barbarity and incivility. That's why courts of law are created. So don't be Don't do that. That would be my recommendation. And no matter how angry you are, let Ukrainian courts deal with it. Let war crimes tribunals deal with it. You need these people to face justice properly, not street justice. But at any rate, you know, the Ukrainians are in the right, and they have a right to ask for international. So you're right. The Russians can veto things at the Security Council level. So I don't see UN peacekeepers going in. But I do see, you know, you can ask the United Nations, you know, once the borders are secure, you can say, hey, EU, there's a whole bunch of Russians. Maybe they want to leave Russia altogether. Maybe they want to emigrate to other countries. They've realized that their dream of empire is a stupid, crazy one. There are many options. And I'm just saying that I think the Ukrainians would say, I haven't even asked them, but I'm sure they'd say all options are on the table, except for Ukrainians not getting their property back. So those Ukrainians who have had their home stolen would have to get their property back. I'm sure that's a condition. But what happens to the Russians who have been imported there or have been lured there with cheap homes? Well, you can stay in, you know, you want to go and buy a house in Crimea with your own money, you can do that, but you'd have to be Ukrainian. If you want to go back to Russia, we'll even help you. Here's your $4,000 for the house that you stole, and now get out. Right? You know, you're illegally in Ukraine. You know, where's your passport? Where's your stamp? You don't have a visa. Go away, just like you would anyone else. But the way you do it is important. You don't, you know, we wouldn't round them up and put them on trucks and drop them off at the border in the middle of the night. That would be bad, and it wouldn't be in the spirit of what Ukraine has fought so hard for. And that's all I have to say about that, Smarty.
I'll just add a little bit to this. You know, to the initial question, there's still Ukrainians left in Crimea. Yeah, there's tens of thousands of Crimean Tatars still left in Crimea who didn't flee and who have been persecuted for the past 8 years by the occupation authorities in Crimea. There's many other Ukrainians as well. Yes, many have fled at various points following 2014 because they didn't want to be persecuted anymore. But as Yehuda said, you know, their real estate, their rightful place is back in Crimea, and that should be reinstated. And that's what Ukraine's going to work towards.
Great. Thanks a lot. Keep up the good work. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava. And the other good illustration, just to say, right, there's some Russian Telegram channels kind of panicking over it. But they told us 87% of those in Kherson, you know, voted to join Russia, and look at them yesterday. They were awaiting with flags, and they didn't want to be evacuated ahead of time. We offered it. We're going to send them to, you know, seaside resorts, to live in seaside resorts temporarily, and they refused, and they wanted to stay in Kherson instead. And look, the flags, and they awaited them. Were we lied to? It was a moment of realization for some Russian no bloggers yesterday as well. Right. I know, shocking.
Honestly, I don't think there is any moments of realization in their minds.
Delusion abounds, I would say, but we'll never know.
No, indeed. Yehuda, I put that thing that Troy mentioned up in the nest. You're going to check it out. It's pretty cool. And Joanna, go ahead.
Thank you, Doman. And Yehuda, it's an honor to talk to you, sir. I have 3 connected points. I'll try to be brief. The first one is that Russia, by illegally annexing the 4 oblasts, practically stripped Crimea of the special status, even if it was the first illegally annexed territory. So it's not recognized internationally, and even by Russian law, there is no difference now between the 4 oblasts that Russian proved that they cannot keep and Crimea. Second, after supporting Ukraine, the West, and after talking about sovereignty and independence and Western values and democracy and everything, it will be a major failure for the West if Russia keeps Crimea. No Western leader could sign such an agreement after all the effort that they put in this war, and they did well to do this, and they should continue, of course. And my third point is, yesterday it was the Armistice Day. Armistice was a peace agreement with a total capitulation of Germany in 1918. So let's go forward by several months. Ukrainians will continue to fight during the winter. Maybe they'll have a breakthrough from north to south, west of Zaporozhye to Melitopol, or west of Donetsk to Mariupol, or they will continue to retreat and target the supply lines. Anyway, they will continue to gain back their territory, and maybe they will manage to get everything back but Crimea. But the Russians proved that Crimea is possible. There is a possibility to take Crimea because they are digging trenches now and they are preparing to the fight. So what if Crimea would be the point of the final negotiation and retreat for this war without fight? Because Ukrainians proved they are smart and they took everything west of the Dnipro by treating the Russian forces. So what if the Crimea could be negotiated? A long convoy of military Russians and civilian Russians going back to Russia will be the final epic scene of this war. Do you think this is possible?
No, I don't. I think Russians won't, especially with Putin in power. I think that the only play right now is a military liberation. I think the comparison between Kherson is not an accurate one. They moved 20,000 in total troops or whatever, a large portion of them, because they were going to die there, and they need them in the Donbass. Um, and so the fact that the Ukrainians acquiesced to this, evacuation plan, in the sense that they saw them leaving, so they figured, what's the risk? The risk of fighting them in the city is to destroy the city, and there are 60,000 Ukrainians waiting there for those Ukrainian soldiers to come. So I think it was an amazing, actually, it's probably one of the smartest moves. Kherson itself, the liberation of Kherson will be, go down to one of the smartest tactical moves that the Ukrainian military has conducted. They were able to get their city mostly intact back. They were able to preserve. We're not hearing anything about tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians in the last few days being shot by Russians. The Russians knew to get out. They were in a bad place. There was no win for them at all. They made the right choice for them, even in terms of self-preservation. So they left mostly. The Ukrainians, for their part, didn't incur big losses taking it back, and they also didn't have to witness tens of thousands of civilians being rounded up and shot, or just casually injured or murdered, or killed in crossfire. So it's a huge win. So that's a totally different situation. When it comes to Crimea, if Putin was gone, I could possibly see negotiations, but we can't talk about what ifs, right? You have to, if you want to be honest with the assessment, we have to talk about what is, not what if. So what is Putin is there, and they have, in 8 years of their propaganda machine, Crimea is as Russian as Moscow. I mean, it's Russia times it's Russia to them. So for them to lose it, they're going to have to lose it militarily, or there's going to have to be a huge paradigm shift in Russian, public thinking, and in Kremlinology understanding. So would it be great? Yes. Would evacuating Russians by train, or getting them on convoys and getting them out with a big surrender? I think that would be a shame. That's too great for Russia to bear. I think that the dealing with the couple million, I think it's almost 2 million Russians that have now occupied Crimea. I think that the solution to that will take years. It'll take negotiations of, hey, you're in other people's homes, you got to get out. But I don't want to leave Crimea, and Ukraine is going to look bad no matter what they do there. So to say, okay, well, you have to either be Ukrainian, we have to offer general amnesty, you have to recognize that you're here illegally, you have to apply through a process, maybe a truth and reconciliation process. We've heard that before in South Africa. And maybe we could do this truth and reconciliation where, you sign off on that you're wrong, you have no right to be here, but because we are so nice and kind and a great nation of Ukraine, we're going to let you be Ukrainian, because your home country is a crap hole. So that could be something the Ukrainians do. I suspect that's something that would be years in the making, years in the conclusion. But an exodus of 2 million or 1 million Russian civilians, even though they're there illegally, is just a bad look that I don't think Ukraine needs, frankly. They should be gaining more and more support from the world, not having people who are ignorant of the situation feel bad about it, because the way those that support terror and even illegal annexations, the way they'll look at it is big bad Ukraine. doing exactly what Putin said they were doing, discriminating against those poor Russians. So it's a problem that Russia created. Unfortunately, it's a problem that Ukraine has to solve, and I think they're going to solve it in a delicate fashion, because it's to their interest. Frankly, it's if the world didn't care, if these Russians had just got there in the last 6 months and Ukraine said, "Hey, in the revolving door, out you go," it's different. But a lot of these people are going to claim that they've been there for 5 years, their kids go to school there, they love being on the beach or whatever. It's going to be a bad look. So I think that militarily, that would be the best option. If the Russians did do it, if I'm sure the Ukrainians are looking at all options. If there was an appetite for it, sure, but I don't think there's an appetite whatsoever. They are absolutely convinced that Crimea is a part of Russia. So unfortunately, I wish the answer was yes, Ioana, but I just don't think it is. I don't know if Doman or anyone wants to jump in.
Thank you. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess it's the sort of thing that might happen if, Crimea is like 2/3 taken back by military force, and then Russians have like a little bit pointing east left, and at that point give up, but not the whole thing. No. Maybe at that point there could be some negotiation kind of approach, but it's going to be a mess one way or another. It's almost certainly not going to be clean, just as you could have described. It's too complicated an issue. But the one good thing, right, that's coming out of first Liman and now Kherson is that the whole Russian talk of, oh, this is all now Russia, we will treat it doctrinally as though this is all Russia, has just kind of fallen flat on its face. Russia has now lost, 7,000 square kilometers of what they said was Russia.
And remember, Doman, that goes to the whole thing about disinformation. Remember,
exactly.
A lot of the people who claim to support Ukraine or are anti-Russian invasion said, well, you just can't take that back because that's part of Russia. They're just going to start dropping nukes everywhere. They're going to bomb London. They're going to drop a bomb on Berlin. No, they're not. They know it's not true. We know it's not true. Let's stop pretending.
Exactly. That's my point exactly, right? It's that whole narrative is done for. Thank God. Let's keep it that way, and let's support ZSU liberating ever more swaths of Ukraine. There's a lot still to be done. 100,000 square kilometers still to go. Kati, go ahead.
Mic check.
Good. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. So when Crimea is Ukraine again, and let's say there's still a lot of Russians living there that moved there after it was annexed. I'm obviously I think you should, and I'm going to support whatever solution Ukraine decides to do. But I'm just thinking that, or wondering, maybe it sets a bad example for to let Russians who came there after it was annexed to let them stay, because I mean, in my head they're like war criminals because they took part in what is an ethnic cleansing, and they have basically stolen homes that belongs to Ukrainian people, and I mean they know it used to belong to Ukrainians. They're not stupid. They know how they became available for them. So, and it is Ukraine, and they don't have like any visas. So I'm just thinking that it sets a bad example, letting people who actively takes part in an occupation and ethnic cleansing and stealing someone's home to stay. Like in my head, I feel like if it was my country, I would want my government to treat them like, okay, either you to tell these Russians, like either you accept that we're going to prosecute you for this, for like stealing this home and ethnic cleansing, or you can go back. But I don't know. I'm just thinking it might be a bad example.
Can I
in
jump a
way.
bit? Yehuda Domen, about
Let
this
me,
topic.
Daniel, just one little thing, right? Kati, I would suggest that most of those, vast majority of those who will have come after 2014 will probably realize that maybe it's time for them to go before Ukraine, gets there all the way. So I don't think this will be a very common problem. There might be a few hundreds, a few thousands. There won't be the vast majority of those who settled won't be staying and waiting.
I gotta be honest, I'll push back on that, Doman. I don't think that's true because they can't leave. Because by the time Ukrainians get to the mouth of Crimea, there is no escape. They can't even, they're not crossing the Kerch. I suspect the Kerch will be unavailable for passage at some point again. So you will have a large chunk of Ukrainians that are Russians that are still occupying Ukraine. I think it is a big problem, to be honest with you. I think that they're not going to be able to just say will hope the problem away, and that the Russians will leave. If there are still 1 million Russians, put it this way: imagine this: Ukraine moves across the Trace, and they move east across southern Ukraine to the mouth of those. They block off, they cut off the. They remember I told you put up big guards of forces and cut off forces into Crimea, and then deal with Mariupol and deal with the Donbass. So what's the term? What's the play there? Where those? Let's say it's 1 million. Let's say 1 million leave and 1 million are there. Where are they leaving? Are they jumping on boats? Maybe, but are there going to be hundreds of thousands? I suspect that by the time the Ukrainians take Crimea militarily, there'll be at least 500,000 Russians still there, civilians at least, and that's being, I think, conservative. So, to Kathy's point, I think, as I said earlier to the previous speaker, there will have to be a negotiated removal, some kind of compensation. Is it fair? No, it's not. But you know what the cameras are going to do? They're going to show Igor, or they're going to show Boris and Natasha from St. Petersburg, who bought from a third party a house for $10,000 that person stole from a Ukrainian and sold to them for 10,000. That's their life savings. And then the cameras are going to come out. It's going to show their 3 kids, Yuri, Shmurry, and Duri, and they're going to be running in the backyard without clothes on, just diapers. And they're going to say, "I have to leave now." And I'm just saying, they're not there legally. Got it, right? But their argument is going to be, well, my country told me we owned this land. Under the courts in my country, I bought the property fair and square. It doesn't mean it's fair and square. It doesn't mean it's right. I'm just saying that the Ukrainians are quite brilliant, and I suspect they're going to create schemes to either naturalize Russians that live there, or create a scheme to say, well, you got to get your money back. Here's your funds. Here, go back to your country. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I suspect that these are options the Ukrainians have. And I think it would be remiss to ignore it. If there was the Kerch Bridge still active, and it didn't get destroyed, which I don't think is true, I think the Ukrainians will have to destroy large sections of the Kerch Bridge if they're going to militarily, liberate Crimea. And if that's the case, that will mean that no one can leave that peninsula. That means that whoever's inside is staying there unless they're fleeing to the east to small ports and taking boats across, which is an option, Doman. But I don't think it's going to account for the vast majority. And even if it does account for the vast majority, that would leave 500,000 Russians. So, food for thought. I don't know if you want to follow up, or Danny wanted to go in.
I'll just say there's lots that already left right after the initial strikes. More will be leaving as time goes on. There's a reason why so many properties are on the market, because the those occupying them aren't there anymore.
How many?
I don't know, but there's going to be an outflow, not an inflow. Maybe, yeah.
I heard 100,000 max, and if there are something like 1.8 million of them, I'm just saying we're not far from Ukrainians right at Crimea's door. We really aren't. They're already 200 kilometers away. So the next tactical bound for the Ukrainians is cutting off Crimea. So by virtue of the next tactical bound, the Ukrainian armed forces, Crimea will effectively be an island. So I'm not complaining. I think it's great. I'm just saying, would it be best for those who occupied Crimea to leave? Sure. I'd love to be wrong. If they all decide to pack up and leave, maybe that's a good play. But as we know, and we've talked about it, Doman, it's a delusional culture. They think they're going to win. They think that this is a temporary setback, right? That they're, it's
Think
Russia
it's but a
forever.
flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound. Anyway, sorry, Daniel wanted to jump in, then we'll go back to Caddy.
Okay, I want to say something like this. In Romanian constitution, you don't say just about integrity, independence of the territory. There are a lot of chapters, but I imagine in Romanian constitution and probably in Ukrainian constitution, it's forbidden to colonize foreign populations. Forbidden. So it's not just about humanitarian things for TV stunts and other things like that. It's very, very simple. You don't have the right to colonize foreign population on your territory without state approval. And the case is closed legally.
Caddy?
Yes, I'm just thinking that the Russians are going to like make some weird propaganda about it either way. So I don't know. I'm just thinking that they're going to be like, yeah, they're kicking us out, or they're doing something bad towards us, the Russians, either way. So
No,
yeah,
you're right.
Undoubtedly.
And that's why the Ukrainians, I suspect, will employ every mechanism to make this as equitable and fair as possible. The Ukrainians will only look like superstars for doing it, even if they don't mean it. Even if they don't mean it. If they say to that couple, Boris and Natasha, look, you came here on a lie, but if you want to be Ukrainian and contribute to Ukrainian society, away you go. No problem. If they did that, now many of those people might not take it, but if they're offered, an opportunity to pack up with dignity and grab their stuff and phase out and find a new home in Russia and get a bit of money for what they spent there, that might be the solution. That cuts off the Russian propaganda. But at that point, I'm not sure the Russian propaganda matters anymore, because by the time that Ukraine takes Crimea, Russia will be on the verge of being a failed state. Whether we like it or not, there will be a new leader. They might just say, hey, listen, Putin lied to us. He invaded Crimea. It's part of Ukraine. He's an idiot. We need to get our people back. Help support getting our people back. They might do that too. It's too far down the road to tell, but I just think that fairness and kindness and justice from the Ukrainian side, even though they're not obliged to show it, I think it would be in their best interest to demonstrate that behavior. And that's all I can add to that, Kathy. And please don't be concerned about Thatcherism. She's been dead a while, and that was a long time ago. I just noticed that in your profile.
no, I just don't like privatization and on important structures that and profit on wealth, healthcare. Yeah. From our taxes.
I hear you, but it's just Thatcher is just a weird fruit, low-hanging fruit to go for. But okay.
No, yeah.
Plenty of more
but thank
modern
you.
examples. Right,
Yeah,
no
it's the ideology I don't like. But
right.
thank you.
Well, she had nice hair though.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Nina.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to ask this. What do you think about the next step of the Ukrainian counteroffensive could be? I mean, does it make more sense moving on the east side of Dnipro River and coming down, maybe reaching the Azov Sea also? And what could happen to those Russian ships if, when the Ukrainians reach the Azov Sea? Because the only way out there is going down, and Ukrainians will be waiting with all the the new weapons that they have, the missiles and the new boats that they're making. So does it make more sense to go over Dnipro and go down, or does it make more sense to try to pass the river and attack from that side?
Sorry, go ahead, Jovan. I'm gonna have to drop off soon.
All right. You could have touched upon this previously, and I guess the answer comes down to why not both at the same time? Because if you're pushing down from Zaporizhia, trying to get a bridgehead across, and this is something you could have suggesting earlier, that it's quite a good chance that Ukraine will try to get a bridgehead across somewhere between the right and the left bank of the Dnipro in Kherson Oblast. No, unlike him, I'm no military planner, so I can't give you a whole lot more. But at the end of the day, if they're pushing down from Zaporizhia, why would that be the only effort?
And what about the Russian ships in Sevastopol? What would happen when they reach the Azov Sea? How could these guys run away?
Wait. So you say Russian ships in Sevastopol and then Azov Sea, not the same thing. So the Russian ships in Sevastopol have a pretty easy way out of the Novorossiysk. That's relatively straightforward. The ones in the Sea of Azov, right now they can still sail under the Kerch Bridge and down to Novorossiysk if they want to. They might be well advised to do so if Ukraine is pushing down towards the Sea of Azov, right? If Ukraine is pushing down towards Berdyansk, why would the Russian ships hang about where they're more vulnerable as opposed to, hightail it down to Novorossiysk, unless they think they can get sufficient fire support from them somehow, which seems unlikely. Then there's not much reason or point in them doing so. So I wouldn't worry too much about the Russian ships in the Sea of Azov. If Ukraine gets there while they're still there, they won't be there anymore. And then there will be a lot of Russian submarines in the Sea of Azov. But if they're wise and they remove them, which they can, right? You can still sail under the Kerch Bridge. The tall spans weren't the ones that were hit by whatever mystery explosion happened there, by whatever smoking accident that was. So that's fine as well. So it's really not too much of an issue. No, this is kind of a 6 hour, 12-hour, 1 day kind of operation to get them out if they really need to. It's not something they need to plan for now exactly.
But could the Neptune system work, and then when they were leaving, they would be in reach, right?
Well, so that's the thing, right? Things like Neptunes and Harpoons, you want to shoot them right from the coast. You don't want to shoot them from a long distance inland because they're sea skimming missiles, I believe all of them, and they don't deal very well with hills, basically, right? So Ukraine would kind of need to bring them very close to the coast first. That's what I'm saying. If Ukraine gets to within 10 kilometers of the coast of the Sea of Azov, I think the Russian sailors are going to be like, why are we still here? Let's maybe go now. And then they'll go, probably. I mean, unless they're really silly. And then if they are, great, they will just turn into submarines, which is fine as well. So it's not much of an issue one way or another. And if Ukraine gets there first, well, fine. Then Russia gets a bunch of new submarines, which is fine as well. It's really not an issue for anyone.
Okay, thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. They'll have ample warning. Is it Gary or Jerry? I think I've asked you this before.
It's Jerry.
Yeah, go ahead. Jerry, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so couple things. I mean, just commentary on the crossing the Dnipro. That's I don't see that happening unless the front coming down from Zaporizhia is already starting to overwhelm the area near the Dnipro River. It's let's face it. If the Ukrainians tried to do it, well, the Russians would just do turnabout as a fair play. They've got plenty of artillery. They have plenty of aviation that can fire missiles at any pontoon bridges. It's just a bad idea. I remember the front coming down from the Zaporizhia would have to be a two-sided front because it would have to be attacking or at least defending east and as well as attacking west. So after it comes down, it's going to have two sides to that front, and so it's going to be a big operation. They're going to need a lot of material in that attack, and it's going to be a slow grind. But obviously, if they get the fire control over that supply lines, then a nice missile on the railroad bridge, the Kerch Bridge, that would cut off almost all the supplies to the south, and Russians would be in big trouble.
So I'll just say
Go ahead.
one little thing here, right? It's what, a 250 kilometer, maybe a little bit more, riverbank that Russia is now on the left bank of the Dnipro, between somewhere around Vasilivka, all the way around Enerhodar, Zolota Balka, down to Kakhovka, Nova Kakhovka, Oleshki, Kholapristan, right?
Right.
I think that if need be, and Ukraine needs to insert a force of some hundreds infantry on the other bank to support an effort going south across the Zaporizhia front. That's something they can plausibly do, right? If they,
a few hundred, yes.
Yeah,
but not like a whole frontal force with armor
20,000, no, right? 20,000 is a different story. We agree, but I'm just saying, in the case where we're looking at a big push south across the Zaporizhia front towards Berdyansk or Melitopol, right?
Right.
And if they need to put in a force of some hundreds, maybe 1,000, right? Light infantry, non-mechanized infantry, that should be relatively easy for them to do if they really need to, without Russians being able to actually control the 250 plus kilometers of riverbank.
Right. If we're
So
talking about a
that's,
small force, certainly, or you could go across that reservoir. For that matter, you don't even have to go across the river.
exactly, yeah. I think of all of that as the river, because it kind of is, right? But I agree that some bits are wider because it's a accumulation lake. Some bits are narrower because it's just the river.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, if you're talking about a small force for variety of reasons, for raiding or whatnot, to capture some key feature, then sure. But yeah, if you're talking about like armor and artillery and 20,000 soldiers, that's just I don't think people should be planning on that happening. So the other thing is just talking about Crimea again and the folks living there. A couple of things to think about too is that there's probably a good chunk of those folks who are family members of Russian military folks, Navy and Air Force and all that. So that's another group of folks who will likely leave if when Ukraine retakes Crimea. The other thing is just kind of thinking about, like, I don't know, I guess this is just a crazy idea, but I wonder if the Ukraine, when this is all over, might think about I guess I can think of the similar way to the Israel thinks of itself as being the place where any Jews can come to Israel. I kind of wonder about, like, if Ukraine and slash Crimea would be a place where they'd invite any Tartars or ethnic Ukrainians who are living in Russia could come to Ukraine if they want to, just because this isn't the first time that Russia has forced whole populations out of Crimea, or obviously Ukraine as a whole. That's just kind of a natural thing that the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union did. They, moved populations around to try to make sure there's not a large concentration of population that would be rebellious in any location. And so there are millions of ethnic Ukrainians and Tartars who are living in Russia, who their families were forced to move. May have been 100 years ago or 80 years ago, but I don't know. Just an idea that they could have that option available. Say, hey, look, if you're ethnic Ukrainian or Tartar, and your and your family wants to come to Ukraine, we'll give you a green card. Just
there's lots of options, absolutely. What I will note is when talking about Tatars, it's good to remember that Tatar is a very general designation for the Russian Empire used for lots of different groups, and Crimean Tatars and say Tatars of Tatarstan or Bashkortostan aren't particularly closely related. So it's good to specify things there. Now, Crimean Tatars, there aren't that many left in Russia and Central Asia, I don't think, because most of them probably went back. I forget exactly the history. We could ask someone else about the details of the movements post 1989. But I think they already have a right to return. I think there was already a thing that was specific for Crimean Tatars that were deported under Stalin and their descendants, that there is a right to return specifically. But
okay,
as
cool.
you
I
said,
didn't know that.
the other thing that that's why so many came back after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, right? One thing that I think is good that you mentioned, that a lot of those who are settlers in Crimea are families of Russian service personnel, be it soldiers, sailors, and that they're likely to leave. This is kind of what I was thinking as well, right? Many that will have come since. Crimea was for privileged folk in a way within under the Russian occupation, and I think those people will have a motivation to leave. I think that Russia, when Ukraine comes within a few tens of kilometers off the Crimean Peninsula, they might start a little bit of an evacuation like they did in Kherson, where they suggest to the civilians to leave. And really what happens is those who have come after occupation, after the initial occupation of the area, are the ones that are much more likely to be the ones leaving. I suppose that similar will happen for a lot of the families of Russian service personnel that are based in Crimea, because they'll be like, we don't want to really be here. That's why I think it won't be a huge problem, or at least that a large proportion of those, a significant proportion, or more than half for sure, of those who came in afterwards will be minded to make their way out. That's just kind of what I was thinking, and that kind of gels with what you were saying as well. That,
yep.
Those people are more likely to go out.
Yep, sounds good. I agree. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Jerry. Anyone else wants to hop up? Just click that request button and we'll bring you right up. Leonardo, I see that you've seen the same Israeli MRAPs that I've seen. I was going to ask you Huda about those, but then, he didn't. He had to go. I am very curious who sent those Israeli MRAPs.
Yeah,
that we've been seeing in Kherson the last few days. There are other countries that operate these, though, right? It's not just Israel. Israel does export these, so it could be from somewhere else, or somebody bought them brand new or used from Israel or elsewhere, and maybe that's how they got them. But I see we've got Ryan up. Ryan, if you can speak, depending on how good your connection is, how are you doing?
Hello.
Yes, we don't quite have Ryan, but we do have Eric.
Hey guys, good evening. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the first time I curiosity got the best of me, and I took a look at RT on my cell phone earlier this morning, and there's no mention of Kyrgyzstan. And one of their lead stories is Biden getting heckled at the climate conference or something. And I can just, I pity the average Russian that is subjected to this. It reminds me of Fox News in the United States. It's so bad. But I was also worried about, it said it wants to send you notifications, and I blocked that. But they don't have any way to hack your phone or any way if you go to their site, right?
I don't know, but I don't think that's the biggest worry here. It's more about them hacking your mind more than hacking your phone, I think.
Oh, that's not going to happen.
No, but just as a general approach of what they're trying to do, that's what I meant.
Sure. But yeah, I mean, that was the first and last time. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Cheers, Eric. Yeah, I think their website comes with a public health warning, or it should anyway. Bad for your mental health. That's for sure. No, they don't want to advertise their failures, right? Because Russia's strong. I don't know what else to say. Cheers, Eric. Good to hear that. Ryan, how are you doing? Let's see how your reception's doing today. Ryan, maybe yes, maybe no. No, guess not quite yet.
No, Ryan.
Yeah, and also no, Mr. M. Yes, some MRAPs came from Germany. Those are the dingoes. Those are different MRAPs from what Bionade and I were talking about. What Bionade and I were talking about were the Amir Gaia, which are Israeli manufactured, not the dingoes, not the German ones, different ones. There's a bunch of different kinds of MRAPs currently in Ukraine, including the Turkish ones and the American ones and the Australian ones. There's a bunch of different types. They're not all the same. And it's interesting that the Israeli ones have been spotted because all the other ones have been announced at some point, and the Israeli type were not. Nina.
Since we're talking about weapons, about the last military package from Germany to Ukraine, do we know details? Because on the website, I think, if understood correctly, it was the aid that has come all year, passing year. So what was the last military package? Do you
Well,
guys
if you go
know?
to the website,
I did go.
Dude, if you're not using headphones, you need to mute your mic because otherwise there's feedback. You don't hear it, everybody else hears it. Stop unmuting. If you go to their website, goodness, if you go to their website, the stuff that's new is in bold on top. It's very easy to tell because it's in bold and it says changes compared to the previous week are in bold. If you don't stop unmuting yourself, I will throw you off because it's very difficult to speak when you hear yourself speaking. Okay. If I can hear myself, I know you're not. So on top it says, in bold, 30 MRAP vehicles Dingo, IRIS-T SLM missiles, which is misspelled on the English version, 18 anti-drone sensors and jammers, before 14, so I'm guessing 4 new ones, 18 recon drones, 5 tank transporter tractors, M1070 Oshkosh, and I guess 1 lift truck on top. So it does specify specifically what came in the last week's batch. Easy, straightforward. Timo, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the area in the Crimea, that the area between the Crimea and Kherson is called Syvas. It is quite swampy. I think it's one of the, or Australian Institute of Military Geography or something like that, put out a mud season map. So basically the area between Crimea and Kherson, the lakes and their beaches, they are very muddy. So even if you had good amphibious vehicles, I think it would be hard to pass through them because of the mud. I retweeted the mud season map if anybody is interested on that. It is spring season mud map. They also have they have quite interesting pink lakes in that area of Kherson. So they are quite stunning looking pictures if you Google pink lakes Ukraine. Thanks.
Thank you, Timo. Yeah, that's a really good map. I remember looking at that months ago when it first came out. It really shows you what the problems are there. The red means bad. Just don't go in the red. That includes the Sivash Lake, as you noted. I will, however, say back in 1920, the Red Army and the Makhnovshchina did attack the whites across the lake. So if they managed it 102 years ago, 103 years ago, whatever it was, then they might, the modern Ukrainian military might just be able to do it now, which is something people keep bringing up to me. And I'm like, well, I don't know. But Yehuda says no, and Yehuda would be the one to know, not me. So I will stick with whatever Yehuda said. And yeah, of course it's difficult. I was thinking more in terms of, almost like a noisy laissez kind of crossing. Could that be done? But I guess it's still difficult, even though it's very, very shallow. So I guess the biggest problem is it's not water over hard ground. No, if it's a water over a nice riverbed that's just gravel, then you can probably drive on that more easily if it's 2 feet deep. But here it's just endless mud, right? It's 2 feet of water and 20 feet of mud. Charles, thoughts?
Yeah, I think you've hit upon it. Yeah, it's also the bottom. That's kind of the main thing. And like Yehuda said, so I don't know about the BMP's amphibious capabilities. I mean, I spent a lot of time in an M113, which was supposedly amphibious, and just fording rivers was a real challenge. I would not want to try to swim that thing. Even with bilge pumps and all that stuff, it's always on the verge of being washed out. I assume it's very similar with the BMPs, but I think you're right. It's really slow, and then you really start to you have problems when you're with the bottom and all that stuff. Yeah, it's just a big mess.
What I was more thinking about isn't the BMPs, but like the Patria Sisu, which we actually saw drive across rivers and along rivers and various bits in eastern Kharkiv Oblast. I was more thinking of those if they could make it across there.
Yeah, I mean, fording a river with those kinds of things, you can do it once, but it really depends on the bottom. Riverbeds, I don't know how the lake is on the bottom of that lake, but
mud,
I assume it's
endless
really soft.
mud, very soft.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen how like tanks and tracked vehicles can get stuck in the mud just on dry land.
There's no grip on anything. It would just keep spinning if it would have to drive on the bottom, right? It would have to. That's what I'm saying. It would have to be like the Sisu, for example, that actually floats and drives along, rather than trying to be driving on the bottom. Absolutely. Do you know that's kind of the that's kind of the difference between a lake and a river, right? In a lake, it keeps just accumulating, mostly organic matter on the bottom and whatever else. So it silts up a lot more, whereas a river keeps washing those away if it's remotely fast flowing. Because that's the big difference between one set and another. But Charles, is it any easier to be constructing, say, no, just as a general question, let's forget about Crimea because it's not going to happen on those. It's going to happen on solid ground, like you just said. But is a general engineering question. Putting a pontoon bridge over still water is a lot easier than over running water, right? Because you don't need to have the tugs provide counter flow, counter force, whatever you call it.
Exactly. It's also, it would be a bit easier to get the segments together as well. I mean, it depends on the current of the river, but yeah, you're right. Still water is easier. Yeah.
Just suggesting that might have a little bit of an advantage in there.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Back to Crimea specifically. I don't actually. I'm interested to see how it works out, because I mean the Russians are building the trenches. They're actually using materials this time, not just digging holes in the ground. So they're at least using like some wood and some steel planking and things like that. But yeah, I assume it's mostly just big causeways. But as you referred to in the Russian Civil War, or the Reds and the Whites, uh, 2 times in the 20th century that there was, or the 3 times in the 20th century that there was attacks across that, they weren't actually that difficult.
What's the biggest determining factor? Is it how much fire the other side can lay down on it, or is it something else?
Yeah, I mean, it's like all of these. It's artillery. It kind of be like, you know what it'd be really similar to, Doman? It's almost the same thing as if you were attacking through a forest with just 2 major roads through it. It's kind of similar to that if you look at it from a mobilized army point of view.
That's an interesting comparison, because naively it would look like exactly the opposite situation, but I guess that kind of makes sense why it would indeed look, well, why it would work kind of the same.
Yeah, because the tanks and the APCs and the infantry fighting vehicles can't get off of these causeways, just like they can't really escape into the forest. So the dangers, like you're talking about, remember our discussion about the Finnish Winter War, similar to that. Let's say that, but a lot wetter.
One thing we've not actually looked at yet is the casualty figures from last night, from this, from yesterday rather, and they got published this morning. Shall we have a little look at that? So the magic number of 80,000, but it's not a magic number, just a round number. The round number of 80,000 Russian KIA has been breached, now at 80,210. There's a question, will it happen by the weekend? It happened early in the weekend. 24 tanks, 34 APCs, 12 tubed artillery systems. Again, just ridiculously large numbers yet again. Not that it's particularly surprising, but I'm guessing some of those would be the early, the last bits of the attempted retreat by the Russians across the river. Others, one would presume, further east in Ukraine. Maybe more is happening around Svatovo than is thought by most. But again, 24 tanks, 34 APCs, that's about a third of a small European country's army's total equipment stocks. It's a lot to lose in a day.
Indeed, Omen, indeed. So it looks like we have Ryan up. Ryan, can you talk now?
Yeah, I'm here. Radio check.
Oh, now we can hear you.
Amazing.
Certainly.
Ryan, what are you up to?
I am sitting here biding my time, waiting for a call from the folks at Ripley's Heroes so I can go pick up some desperately needed equipment that will be very useful on the front line in returning Russians to their homeland, either in whole or in parts.
You've been praised widely on the internet for your painting skills and painting work that you've done in that basement.
I wouldn't call that skills. was really just a hatchet job.
I think it was more of a brush job.
We used rollers exclusively, actually. The gentleman who went and bought the supplies did not get any brushes, so the corners were particularly hard to handle.
That's probably where the skill came in. Axel, good morning.
Hello there.
Top of the morning.
I wouldn't call it this way. No, this is the time after gardening.
All right. Domin,
So,
please.
Ryan, how long have they made you wait there? Are you sitting there idle for hours? Have you at least made an interview or some nice photos?
Actually, I've been holed up at the house yesterday. I was trying to get some things done around here, which is particularly difficult without power in the basement. My intentions were to prepare some more food kits so we could expedite delivery once the other guys and gals from 3XR got back here. I have been informed this morning that there was an accident in Poland, so they're going to be delayed, but I am expecting a call from the folks with Ripley's Heroes today, so I can go and pick up some electronic devices that are badly in need of forward observers on the front lines. Really, my intentions were to go to Poland and caravan some vehicles and aid back here, but we only had 3 seats in the van, and there were 3 other gentlemen willing to go, so I hung back here in anticipation of meeting up with some of the people on the ground from Ripley's Heroes here in Kyiv. I'm still waiting on that call, but cell signal is notoriously bad when the power is out, and it seems like power interruptions are getting longer and longer as the days go by. I don't know if that's increased demand on the power grid or what specifically the problem is, but I'm basically getting stir crazy because I've been in this house for about 2 days now, so I will be getting out later today and exploring in and around the Bucha area, presumably receiving a call at some point and traveling into Kyiv proper to pick up some tablets.
Yep, that's how it happens. Hurry up and wait, but thank you very much for sticking it out.
I have heard that phrase all my life, the whole hurry up and wait thing, which is the plight of an enlisted person. I've never served in the military myself, but I now intimately understand the hurry up and wait mantra. I'm itching to get back out and do something useful. I feel like sitting here twiddling my thumbs is probably the worst anxiety inducer I've ever experienced, just because I know I'm here and I'm close and can do some good, but you know, time or your schedule isn't dictated by you when you're working with so many moving parts.
How's the language coming?
Not so great, but I do have good translation tools. So I would need a little more immersion with some Ukrainians. I spent my first few days here exclusively with Ukrainians, and my last few days have been spent with a couple of American volunteers and very jovial Irishmen.
So that's language deterioration for you.
Exactly. Chris has been here on the ground since, I believe, March or April, and he's picked up the language pretty quickly. I'm a little more challenged linguistically speaking, so I know a very few words, but I'm working on it. I guess if I had a better internet connection, I would be on Duolingo trying to get myself at least minimally proficient.
Well, as you said, you'll walk about Bucha now. So um, you might be able to just ask people.
Yeah. Luckily for me, there are a number of people with moderately proficient English skills. And as I've learned, as long as I have Google Translate, I can get by. I downloaded the offline language libraries, both in Ukrainian and Russian. So I can scrape by as needed. I'm not a real high maintenance person anyway. So between charades and Google Translate, I can usually get my point across.
How's the food coming?
I haven't had any bad food here yet. Some of it wasn't personally to my liking. There was one dish, some kind of fish covered in a red sauce on top that I will not be trying again. But Victoria's brother, Jinya, likes it quite a bit, so I didn't want to offend him by telling him I found it absolutely repulsive.
I think I know what you mean.
To be quite honest, I was expecting something sweet with a bit of sugar in it. It looked like a dish that my mother used to make for Thanksgiving. So I don't know that it was actually repulsive. I just had an expectation of what I was going to taste when I put it in my mouth. And it was exactly the opposite of what I was expecting. So it was a bit of a shock. If I were hungry, I would probably eat it anyway. I'm a bit of a garbage disposal back home.
Okay, we'll make it the Oki Food Adventures.
I have absolutely no complaints about anything Georgian. I haven't put anything Georgian in my mouth yet that I didn't absolutely love.
If only Kaftelli were here to hear it.
Yeah, I'm coming to Alex's house next year for Thanksgiving. I'm not sure if I'm invited, but I'll be knocking on the door.
Just remember, he's in Canada. Thanksgiving is a bit earlier. Lennart, go ahead.
So you're saying I get 2 Thanksgivings?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Lennart. All right, Lennart left us. Abdallah.
Hey, thanks, Doman. Good afternoon, Ryan. Thank you so much for the great work. Just wanted to ask, what's the mood like in Kiev? Were you able to go out and join in on the celebrations last night?
I was not. The only vehicle still here in Poland, or excuse me, the only vehicle still here in Ukraine right now at my disposal is currently in the shop with the mechanic. So we can make some minor repairs and ensure that it's road ready when we're traveling on the roads that are much further east. Obviously, if we break down out there, there aren't any tow trucks nearby, so it would be quite a problem if we broke down mid-trip. Once I saw that Kherson had been liberated and saw a few of the tweets last night that people were partying in the Maidan Square, it was already past curfew, and me being a foreigner and not having sufficient language skills, I didn't think good idea for me and try and venture out. I'm not going to bend any rules as far as curfew is concerned, even if there is cause for transportation. I have around would be a couple of local contacts who actually live in Kyiv proper. That the ride app companies actually turn off their
Is Ryan cutting out just for me?
Yep. It's
You too.
Sadly, it's cutting off.
It's probably on my
Ryan?
Mic check.
No, we hear you. Go ahead.
I'm
You're
not
saying rideshare apps observe curfew.
Yeah, exactly. As best I can tell, they observed curfew. The night I downloaded them, it was after curfew, and I had horrible problems trying to confirm that the app was working properly. And then when I got up the next morning, everything worked without any issues at all. So,
Hey, makes sense. Makes sense. It's an easy way to make sure that you don't get into trouble, right? If you code it straight in.
exactly.
Just wanted to ask Doman, if I may, just wanted to ask Ryan one more question. How, in terms of strikes on the city, has it been quiet last few nights?
I have only heard what I thought was an explosion one day, and I believe I've been here for 4 now. I don't know for certain that that was even an explosion that I heard. I think it was day before last or possibly yesterday morning. But luckily, I do hear planes in the air occasionally. It sounds like they are taking off and heading towards the front, which is, a little bit heartwarming. I don't want to sound bloodthirsty, but I know anytime I hear a plane flying over the Kyiv metro area, they're probably headed towards the front to do some good in liberating their country and help out the guys on the ground. There are obviously no commercial flights coming in and out of Kyiv, so it's a pretty short list on what's flying around in the air when I hear a plane. I back home live near an airport, so I'm accustomed to hearing jets taking off and landing all the time, and it was a bit eerie the first time I heard a plane here, just because it dawned on me that I hadn't heard any air traffic for the last week or so since I'd arrived. But it's a bit of a welcome surprise to know that the supposedly non-existent Ukrainian Air Force is very much alive and still in the fight.
Yeah, don't believe every rumor you hear, right?
Exactly.
Very much alive.
I to that personally. I did not see the planes the first day they appeared in the skies. I heard them very much. I think they were circling in and around this area, probably waiting on the other planes to take off. But Chris from Renegade Relief Runners said he did see them, and it was a fighter jet. They were hovering between the ceiling created by the cloud cover, because that was an overcast day, but he said he saw them between the tree line and the cloud ceiling. I didn't see them. We walked out on the back porch to see if we could see anything, but a few of the houses around us are 2 or 3 stories tall, so it kind of limits your ability to observe anything in the air.
All right.
I was talking to a muted mic, wasn't I? Okay, Ryan, yep. I've sent you something. Tell me if this is the thing you didn't like. And Charles, go ahead.
Well, Ryan is reliving that nightmare. I just wanted to ask you, Ryan, status on water, hot water heating systems. A lot of these places use centralized or block heating systems. Got any ideas?
Our heating system here in the house is radiant floor heater, and there are radiators in a few of the common areas. I don't think.
Yeah, but Ryan, where does the heat come from?
I believe it runs off of a natural gas system. Our hot water tank is a tankless system, but it requires electricity in order to make the igniter and the temp sensor operate. So if we need hot water and we don't have electricity, we can run a generator on the back porch, which will also operate a microwave. Other than that, we're pretty much at the mercy of the elements. So some nights we go to bed and it's somewhat warm in the house, and you wake up and it's freezing cold. We also have an ample supply of firewood here, so we have warmed the house with the fireplace on more than one occasion. I didn't start a fire last night. I was actually listening in to the MriyaReport for a couple of hours, and the power went out about 9 p.m. So I didn't have much to do but listen, and as soon as my ability to listen dropped away, I went to bed early. Woke up at 2 in the morning and the power was on. Listened for a couple of hours and started a load of laundry that had not finished while the power dropped. And I fell back asleep, and when I woke up again this morning, the power was out, and it's been out all day long. So I've got roughly 4 hours of daylight left before the sun sets today. And in order for me to get a good enough signal here in the Bucha area, I don't know if they just don't have enough cell towers out in this area because it's not as densely populated as Kyiv proper. But my cell signal is so bad in this house, it might be a function of the concrete walls as well. Either way, I may hop off here in the next half hour or so and try to go explore a little bit around Bucha. I'm going to have to find a local barber because my horseshoe hairdo is becoming impossible to hide. And I didn't bring my own electric clippers.
You remember that Union soldiers in the Civil War all ended up quite bearded, right?
Indeed, I do. My facial hair doesn't annoy me as much as my bald spot on top of my head. So if I keep my head shaved, it makes me look about 10 years younger.
Are you there for a beauty contest?
No. I'm just looking a little haggard, and I don't want to scare any of these people that we're going to deliver food and humanitarian supplies to.
I think they're not that picky. It's okay.
I usually have a hat on too, so that kind of hides my bald spot. But yeah, I don't think they're near as concerned with my physical appearance as they are with the warm blankets and the calories that we're delivering to them.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. I really do.
Honestly, I have a bit of additional time here, and I was looking for something to do, so I figured a haircut might not be a bad idea.
All right.
It's an easy way for me to support the local economy. And like I said, if I tried to shave this with the razor I brought, I would probably be in more pain than receive any improvements in my appearance. So I'd rather pay a professional to shave my head pretty quick. They can make it easy and painless.
You just need to find the local sheep shearer.
Indeed, I do.
Don't think he has that much hair to clip off. I think it's yeah. Anyway, I know Tim's not here, but should we have a quick look at the UK MOD DI update? Because I think it's very interesting today. Very interesting indeed. Because you know how yesterday the Russians said that they evacuated everyone in 2 days? Well, the UK MOD takes issue with that, saying that the withdrawal process actually started more than 2 weeks ago. And that's how long it took them to actually get everyone out, not just a couple of days. I think it's very interesting to have such very different accounts of what the Russians have done. Could it be possible? And maybe let's just allow for this possibility that maybe for the first time ever, Russians didn't actually tell the truth. I know everybody's shocked into silence now, aren't you?
Quite shocking indeed, Domin. Russia not telling the truth. It's like a gesture of goodwill, I guess.
Probably. No, it's just really fascinating, you know. One thing they did get correct, I'll just briefly note, and then go to Vishnikovsky. One thing they did get correct: no Russian equipment is left behind on the right bank of the Dnieper. Yeah, that's tautologically correct. It's not theirs anymore, is it? So it's not Russian equipment that's left at the right bank of the Dnieper. It's just, you know, various bits of now Ukrainian equipment. So they didn't lie about that one. We can be sure of that. It's a definitional thing. They definitely didn't lie about that one. Oh, Ryan, I'm glad we identified the thing that you ate that you didn't like. It's called a shuba salad. I guess you don't like herring. Very well. It's up to you. Really.
When I'm expecting a sweet cranberry casserole and I get that instead, no. If I had been warned salty fish taste instead of, you know, sweet fruit flavor, I may have been a little more receptive. But that is the one Ukrainian cuisine that I do not approve of.
Very well.
Isn't it also the fact that it's about that it's awfully sour and not just salty? Because I mean, I'm from an area where herring is one of your base nutritions, and I love it absolutely. But if you make it sour, with like milk sour, and then put some reddish color on top of that, that's yucky.
Well, I had prepared myself for a sweet flavor. I thought it was like a dessert dish, and it was anything but. So I think just the surprise of expectation versus reality is probably what threw me off the most.
But Axel, herring and sour cream, you're not a fan of that?
Sour cream is different than sour. I mean, really sour,
Okay.
like milk sour. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see the difference. Fair enough.
Kefir like plus whatever. That makes it really tricky. And there's some stuff in Sweden where they do it like that as well, and it makes you feel as you know this small little thin layer of space and time which you have before you think you need to throw up. That's what it is.
So I will have today to my dinner a good German potato salad. Axel knows what I'm talking about, and some fish to this. I think it's with dill and cream, and I will absolutely add some beetroots when I'm seeing this picture because this looks amazing. Ah, nice.
Excellent. Vishnikovsky, save us away from this, you know, saltwater fish.
Yeah, like if you don't like fish, you can eat, for instance, pickled tomatoes in Ukraine. Those are also some funny experience, which I tried last week. It was quite interesting. Anyways, Doman, you talked
the stuff that Dugin was writing blown up eventually. I mean, they got his.
No, I missed that while it's in the garden. But National Bolshevism is as far out right as it goes. I mean, that is so far right that it turns into dark brown red.
Yeah, it's just one of the more, as I said, the crazies that even the biggest crazies stay away from. So what Dugin wrote yesterday was a Russian city was surrendered, the capital of one of the regions of Russia, same as Belgorod, Kursk, Donetsk, or Simferopol. If you don't care, then you are not Russian. And then he actually says that we give the ruler absolute fullness of power, and he's saving us all, people, state, people, citizens, at a critical moment. So why isn't he saving us? Autocracy also has a downside: completeness of power in the case of success, but also completeness of responsibility for failure. That's pretty strong words to be using. He also notes that no PR will save this anymore. This is specifically referring to Putin. And that this is not just the betrayal, this is the step towards Armageddon. He really can't help himself, the old codger, from saying ridiculous things. But he is actually calling out Putin explicitly in this one, which is new. He doesn't tend to do that an awful lot. It's interesting that he considered doing that. I guess let's wait and see what comes of it. But that's news.
One more question, Roman, if I might add to this. In this text, is he not also referring to some example leader from the past who has been killed? I think that was interesting to me. I just can't recall the exact phrase. So
Isn't it? Doesn't he refer to one of the Ivans who was then taken to the woodshed?
Something like that.
Yeah, because Dugin spoke about the responsibility of the leader to his flock before, and he always used in those instances how a Tsar was killed, and I think there's only one of the Ivans who was, right?
Yeah, I think that is the reference he makes again.
So it's essentially nothing new, just cooked up yet again at the wrong time. Because if he really wants to be reintegrated into the food chain, that's what he should do now, right?
The question is it going to be a 7th, 8th, or 9th floor window?
1 second before you go to other hands, I found it really hilarious, the reintegration in the food chain. Speaking about food chain, maybe Dugin wants himself to be integrated in the food chain of catfish in the Dnipro.
Oh man, as long as right.
Actually, there's one more interesting the last sentence in Dmitri's translation there is: the war must become a people's war in full measure, but the state should become popular, Russian too, not like it is now. So genuinely calling out the autocratic system, and it's very it's fascinating. It's almost like he's writing a suicide letter, isn't it?
Well, he's writing for a Bolshevik revolution.
Actually, he's writing for a national Bolshevik
of
revolution.
course, but still, if he put the sentence up, I mean, this is so clearly the same stuff they had before. I mean, you couldn't. Technically, this is where he reverts back to an old monarchist who then wrote for Stalin, meaning Lenin.
Well, there we go. That covers it. I see we have Leonard back. Hey, Leonard, you dropped earlier when I called on you, and I'm guessing you might have something for Ryan. So if you want to go with some serious stuff, go ahead, and then we can always revert back to looking at absurdist writings coming out of Russia. Leonard, no. Okay, very well. Then we can go. Let's go to Sparkles and then to decoding. Sparkles.
Yeah, I never knew that that Dugin was referred to as Putin's brain. And I was curious about we have like obviously Putin chef, right? Do we know where that comes from? And it was just so weird. I sent you that article. It was like Putin's brain writes a letter in opposition to Putin, which seemed like a double negative. I don't know. It was very
Well, it's not the worst, but it is what it is. I think this for a long do the ideologue. Oh, my connection was lost. I don't know. Interesting. The ideologue
Yeah,
of the
start
regime.
again. Start again.
Okay, so I think this comes from Dugin often being thought of as the ideologue of the regime, as though the regime really needed an ideology to continue the stuff it does. It's not really meaningful in itself. That's just what he was thought of. The one that develops the underpinnings of the regime and the propaganda. Okay, actually, let's do this. Let's get Dr. Hall up, who's had to study these things for a while, and maybe he can give us a helping hand here with explaining why they're being called, why he's being called that. But I really don't think it's particularly meaningful. Stephen, good morning.
Good morning. No, it's not meaningful. It's Dugin is given far more prominence in the West and in academia, possibly, than he actually deserves. He's almost a non-entity in Russia. I remember when his daughter, was killed. A number of Russian people contacted me and said, "Wow, Dugin's still alive." Which I think epitomizes quite how he's viewed in Russia. He's a non-entity. The idea that he's Putin's brain is completely incorrect. He doesn't have access to Putin. He is close friends to Konstantin Malafiev, a prominent Orthodox monarchist businessman who doesn't himself have much access to Putin. So Dugin would have to go through Malafiev or Chemezov, and even then he's likely to get told that Putin really is quite busy. So as far as I can see, yes, this idea that he's Putin's brain is completely rubbish. Putin doesn't really have, or historically doesn't like ideology because it doesn't allow him flexibility. He's pragmatic. Yes, Ilyin, a far right person, philosopher from the 1900s, is probably more prominent, but Dugin is esoteric and a bit of a, to put it kindly, a bit of a freak. So I think it's massively overblown.
Thank you, Stephen. Much appreciated. Well summarized. I always find it so, and it's good that you highlighted that it's predominantly academics and journals in the West who, for some odd reason, fell for Dugin. Completely denying the influence some people like Patrushev and others have assigned to Ilyin. But then again, that's just by the by.
It almost seems like they were searching for something to hang to, something that would explain things, and this was something. Therefore, it explains things, right?
Yeah, post hoc ergo propter hoc. But the funny part is, of course, what you said, Stephen, is absolutely correct. Putin likes his flexibility as an authoritarian. He doesn't need a straightforward ideology for his thuggery.
Agreed. And he's probably not well, I don't know, but he grew up on the mean streets of Leningrad as a street fighter, if you read his own biography. Whether that's true is another matter. But I can't imagine that he would actually bother to sit down and read a book like the Communist Manifesto or something along those lines to actually give him an ideology. He is about pragmatism. He's about flexibility. He, will
about violence.
Pick and choose history, pick and choose ideologies when he needs it, but they'll change by the day.
100%.
Right, thank you very much. So, see, this now really clarified things to know, and for everyone listening, I think that it's a big pile of nothing. As you said, people were surprised. Oh, he's still alive, because nobody's really heard of him in quite some time, because he's not really important, not even to the regime. All right, decoding. Decoding.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My working assumption, my default assumption is this is allowed speech, ALOOEWED, allowed, permitted speech. The content of what he said is not very different from the content of many of Surkov or Putin's long discourses on history. I read recently that since Dugin's daughter's death, he has met Putin, and Putin has, the exact words were, Putin has taken an interest in Dugin for the first time. I may even have read he received some semblance of a medal, but I can't find the source for this now, but I'll pay attention to it now. So either this is permitted speech and part of a restructuring, a perestroika, if you like, of Putin's positioning. So remember what Putin said 2 days ago on television. This bears repetition and accuracy. So let me just get it. I don't know how many people noticed these words from the Führer. No. So he's gone from Ukraine is the creation of Russia to let's consider to the goal is to restore. This is Putin speaking live on TV with his two Madonna Vogue breastplates in front of him, those weird speakers. And Putin said, the goal is to restore full-scale cooperation with our Ukrainian partners. So that's Putin 2 days ago, live on TV. So that for me is a restructuring, a repositioning of Putin in the middle. It's an attempt to relocate Putin back to where he was in 2012, for instance, in the perception of some who were trolled by him and his central thing. And in that context, Dugin's permitted speech is a pressure valve, and he's using words and language Putin uses and Surkov has used before. We're of course projecting different interpretations into them according to our want, but it's a pressure valve for those extremist forces. That's one possibility. My other possibility, and I'm looking, I'm constantly scanning for data to do this, is Dugin now, like Strelkov has always been, part of the Prigozhin, part of the enfant terrible, the pretenders to the regime, and he is speaking from that perspective. So that's how I'm looking at this. But I do appreciate you reading the exact words he said there. That was very helpful because I hadn't seen them before.
I will send you a link to those. At the end of the day, what I find the most interesting here and the most meaningful of everything, I'll pass it to Stephen in a second, is just the physical non-response to losing the city of Kherson. It just really puts to a lie all the stuff that they claimed they would do now that they declared all of these places parts of Russia. That's the most meaningful thing at the end of the day. That they themselves know that what they've been saying doesn't actually hold, and that they've walked back, their doctrine, not just as regards Liman, but now as regards a oblast capital as well, and that's a good thing because keep them coming, or keep leaving them either way. Stephen.
Yes, I just want to say that I think decoding is referring to the meeting between Putin and Dugin on August 22nd, when Putin did present Dugin with a medal, but it was a medal for Dugin's daughter, Daria, who just passed away. So technically, Dugin didn't receive a medal, but unless something has changed, that's the one that I think is happening. Certainly, Dugin and Prigozhin seem to have built up some sort of relationship, although that is fairly new. Daria was editor of the United World International, I think, which was part of Prigozhin's project Lacta, which was the project to intervene in the 2016 presidential elections in America. So I think Prigozhin and Dugin have only just forged a new relationship, but certainly, again, I agree with Decoding that the speech was very much something that we've seen before from various other groups. So the fact that it was allowed, I think, also is significant. But I'll drop off here.
Thank you. Russia has a tendency of allowing certain types of speech because it makes Putin seem sensible, right? It has a tendency of allowing people who push for more often because it's more useful than people who push for less. More requires effort, and then it's more reasonable. The center of power comes out looking more reasonable when they do more but a little bit less more than the much more some push for. It really comes to that a lot of the time, I reckon. Which this is, I think, decoding what you were referring to with this being permitted speech. Again, I'll just draw attention once more. Now, there's a lot of things said, but what is done, or rather is not done, is, I think, the most important thing as we look to how this Russian invasion of Ukraine will continue, in the sense that how this Russian invasion of Ukraine will recede. There was no big problem about them leaving Kherson in the end. The propagandists explained it away as being the sensible thing to do. And now, as long as they don't have to explain away another big thing too soon, the inertia will ensure that it's forgotten anyway. And then again for the next one, and again for the next one. At least areas more recently occupied should be relatively straightforward in that respect, which is a great thing. The more willingly they leave, the better for Ukraine. Decoding?
Yeah, I was just going to thank Stephen for those data points. Very, very helpful for my machine learning algorithm in my brain running around. Because like most serious people, I don't pay much attention to Dugin because we've heard it all before. So I just read all of that en passant about the medal. So it's good to know all that. And of course, that makes perfect sense about Dugin's daughter. That footage of her giving her propaganda speech on the boat off the coast of Mariupol and stuff. That was all with that American guy interviewing her a few weeks before her death, her untimely death. That all has the footprints of Prigozhin's machine stuff. So yeah, thank you, Stephen. Have a good Saturday.
Excellent. It's propagandists as propagandists. Simple as that. Smarty.
Oh, thanks for having me again. I wanted to steer to a different direction, if that is possible.
Yeah, as we've established, Dugin is a nobody really, and doesn't deserve too much attention anyway. So go right ahead and steer us off to maybe saner waters.
Judy, you referred to the casualty numbers before, and I was wondering how much of material is actually left with the Russians, because there was signs of less missiles being shot at territory of the Ukraine. So I was wondering if they might be short on some stuff.
So they didn't. I think for the first this Monday, right? They didn't launch a massive salvo against Ukrainian infrastructure. after having done so several Mondays in a row. Someone can correct me if I forgot another Monday in between. But I suspect they maybe decided against it because it takes them a lot of effort and time to prepare for one. And they knew that they would be retreating from Kherson and that they would need to launch a big one at some point going forward as a sign of retaliation, because that's what they usually do when they lose a large swath of territory. They go out onto an indiscriminate bombing campaign. So that was kind of a thought that maybe that's why. But then on the other hand, maybe they are indeed short, because at some point they will have run out, right? That's just how things work. If you can't replace munitions and you're expending large quantities of munitions, you end up you end up running out of said munitions. So fingers crossed that's actually happened. But I don't think we'll really know, Smarty. As to other things that Russians have or might not have, we know that they don't have an awful lot left in terms of their better tanks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dragged T-62s out of storage. Otherwise, they wouldn't be taking T-72s from Belarus. What they have of their T-72 and newer tanks still in Russia, the vast majority probably need quite extensive refits before they can be useful useful in the battlefield, and that's probably quite significant. And this is when now Ukraine could gain a massive technological advantage if only the Leopards were freed, right? And this is where this would make a particularly big difference at this juncture, as Russia is much lower on anything remotely newer tanks. Not to mention that those tanks are far better than anything Russia has in the first place, right? All the Leopards are way better than all the Russian tanks, including T-90Ms. And that would by default give them a technological advantage, let alone when facing against barely modernized T-72s or indeed T-62s. So that's where this would be particularly useful. So please, dear Chancellor, my daily appeal to you, please free the Leopards. All right, Lennart, I see you're back. We keep missing you, but I think you have something for Ryan while we still have him here.
Yeah, sorry, bad internet connection. Basically wanted to give a shout out what we're doing. We basically tried to arrange another convoy of armored cars going to Ukraine next weekend. So if there's number one, equipment which needs to be transported, I'm trying to accommodate what needs to be transported. And number two, if somebody is available as a driver, then I'll be very happy to get in contact. We cover the expenses, so it's basically anyone needs to go to Ukraine, maybe to the front, then you have a free ride, plus you need to drive a car. So that's basically what happens next weekend. So anyone, just contact me and we can try to arrange it. If last time I managed to get a couple of generators, so if there's someone specific who needs a generator, then I can maybe, let's say, finance it or facilitate it, buying it and delivering it. So that is the topic for this week.
Ryan?
Questions from anyone?
Depending on what my schedule looks like in the coming days, because it changes from moment to moment, I may be able to help facilitate delivery.
Excellent.
Friendly refunders are working on that same effort right now, and I believe they ran into some trouble today. But I know Constantine from the space here mentioned, I guess, with 92nd lost to enemy fire or an accident, and that they were in need of a vehicle specifically. So if you don't have homes for all those vehicles already, I know Constantine, who's a former service member with the Ukrainian military, and knows a lot of people here. Mentioned explicitly to me that if anybody mentioned having a vehicle to donate, he knew some guys on the front who could make good use of it.
Not, it's basically blue and yellow is they're paying for the vehicles and they go directly to Haidai. So
Perfect.
the vehicles in itself, they are basically booked and paid, and they have their home.
They just need a delivery. Well, we can probably help with that as well. We're making trips constantly to the east to newly liberated areas.
Yep.
So presumably we would load it up with some food aid and take it that direction, empty the vehicle, and then drop it off to its new owners.
I'm basically doing the same. I'm basically loading every piece of budget I have left over. I buy generators and warm clothes and lamps and everything else to load the vehicles. But there's always space for more. So I've never driven a vehicles which are absolutely packed yet. So basically, I can also. I'm based in Switzerland, Germany, which means that it's good places to buy generators. Although it's really hard to get hold of them, but I can always find a couple of extra.
Ryan, I'll get you in touch with Leonard.
Perfect. One thing that has been nearly impossible to find here is candles and cheap flashlights. Cheap flashlights aren't really good if you don't have batteries to go with them. I've noticed that flashlights, especially the tactical kind, are abundantly available in and around Kyiv. But the further east you go, the harder it is to find light-emitting devices. There were people in a couple of the communities we went to who were trying to get around with like an old 90s model cell phone that just has a basic LCD screen and emits almost no light. And they were desperate for something to keep the lights on after the sun goes down.
Call me straight away. Call me straight away after this. I find a USB charged lithium flashlights, headlamps, so you have hands free, and they are like 2, 3, 4 euro per piece.
Yeah, that's perfect. I was searching around on the internet to try to find some bulk cheap flashlights that could be recharged by hand, but sounds like you've already got something.
And what needs to be delivered inside Ukraine, we post at Nova Posta inside Ukraine. It's cheap and it's efficient, and that goes directly to the different, say, recipients.
Perfect. Axel just added me to a group on Signal, so I'll be in touch.
Perfect.
Cheers,
Thanks
guys.
a lot. Then over and out.
And that's how community support for Ukraine is done, folks. Word of mouth and everyday people doing what they can. And I can assure you that every bit of aid that is provided to these communities and these people that have presumably lost everything is very much appreciated. I've never seen such overwhelming gratitude from people in my life. And, you know, we weren't really doing anything. We brought them some rice and some tomato sauce and some pasta. And you would have thought we had shown up with a Publishers Clearinghouse check for $1 million.
1,000 candles cost 50 euro.
Exactly. I know we have already secured, I think, 1,000 candles that are coming back with us now, but anything and everything helps. When I was at the Kharkiv Press Center the other day, they had shown me some improvised candles they made with empty soup cans, and they poured some paraffin wax in them with a wick, and they were making those just so people had something. Any source of heat and light is better than nothing at all.
Actually, IKEA, although I'm a Swede, I hate IKEA, but they are really good with selling candles. Basically, 1,000 candles cost 50 euro because that's what I bought last week. So it's not that hard. So let's see. Okay.
I guess now we know why you're not in Sweden, right? You got kicked out for statements like that.
30 years ago.
Oh, already! Wow, that's yeah, they're really really applying themselves for any IKEA against any IKEA slander. Can't be accepted, right? All right.
Doman, I'm going to hop off here in just a couple of minutes so I can make the most use of what daylight I have left. I presume I will have power at the house this evening just because it's been off all day, but that's not a certainty. Whatever the case, when I make it back here, I will come up to the top window. I seem to have decent cell coverage right now, so hopefully I can just hang out in the top window this evening and get updates from you guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Ryan. Keep us posted. Let us know what you see, what you find, especially for now, while you still have daylight, which is ever more important right now.
Well, after Axel's admonishing for not getting out and talking to the people here in Bucha, I feel like I'm remiss in my responsibilities.
I did not admonish you. I cajoled you.
I'm joking. Whatever the case, I would like people to know that there are people from outside of Ukraine here who support them wholeheartedly. And even if I can act as a one-man band goodwill ambassador, I'm happy to do it.
Wasn't there a musical?
We're not going into Rodgers and Hammerstein today. I presume you're talking about The Music Man.
Oklahoma.
I know that one too. I will not be singing on the space. I promise.
Only once you've learned enough Ukrainian. Sparkle.
Yeah, just speaking about musicals, it made me think about some of the different theater productions that I've seen in Russia. Have you all seen some of these theater productions? They seem to be very, very violent.
Well, it's what sells, right? It's what befits the beliefs and the behavior of those who are there, who are likely to wish to watch it, and it seems to be wanting to legitimize the behavior of the country and the military and the government. So it makes perfect sense, really. I mean, once you start dressing 6-year-olds as tanks and fighter planes, then is it surprising? Don't think so.
Yeah, no, it's not surprising. The other thing that I was thinking about while you gentlemen were speaking there is, I'm assuming you all saw the United 24's recent fundraiser for the unmanned drone boats. And I'm just a brain dead dog, but for NAFO. But I was thinking, I wonder if there's a way that we could get a NAFO one. It's $250,000, but that's basically the price point where you can actually get your name on one of these drone boats. And I really want to see a NAFO one. So yeah, I mean, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how the hell a brain dead dog like me can raise $250,000.
I think you have to talk to the Lithuanians.
Is that it? Okay. Well, my family and I are going to do a $5,000 donation. And I did find a matching donor. So we're at 10,000. But yeah, I mean, that's a big lift for a NAFO drone boat. But if anybody has any ideas, yeah, just let me know. I don't know how we could do it, but there's got to be a way that people that are smarter than me.
Yeah. One thing that's really good to see of those is that they are genuinely a domestic production, and that gives them all manner of flexibility in with those, right? So I presume that we will see them a whole lot more, or rather, Russians will see a lot less of their vessels, the surface kind of type of vessels going forward, as more of those are around. All right, Decoding, go ahead.
I found that discussion about the details of what you're bringing to Ukraine fascinating. Just in the simplicity of the items which all of us pass each day. But the fact that you need them, candles and that stuff, is very interesting. It'd be great to hear a live discussion between all of. I really enjoyed hearing that, like a fly on the wall, about the logistics and the things we don't value that much in our lives, which are really suddenly really important value there. Also, so someone from Bucha is in Bucha at the moment. I bought a water filter the other day, a very amazing one, and it's made in Irpin, and Pokrovsky Street, Irpin, which of course is in Bucha. I think that's in Bucha district. I wonder, are they still going? It was manufactured on the 11th of November 2021, so I almost want to put it in an altar and kind of say, you're from before the war, before the deluge. But that really interested me as kind of a trivia kind of point of view. I presume I hope they're still working and they weren't raided or whatever. So I just want to throw that in there.
All right, thank you, Decoding. Ryan, maybe if you go to Irpin, you can see if they're still functioning, or rather functioning again, as opposed to still functioning. Abdallah.
Hey, thank you, Doman. Is Ryan still with us?
I don't know, Ryan, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Hey, Ryan, just quick before you go, just wanted to ask you about the quality of Ukrainian roads during this war. How good are they in terms of compared to prior to start the war, the full-scale invasion? Thanks.
The roads further west are mostly well maintained and easily passable. You can drive at high speeds on the highway from Kharkiv to Kyiv. You can drive fairly high speeds even from Kyiv down to Dnipro, but once you cross the Dnipro River or the Dnieper, things get noticeably less well maintained. There are, countless numbers of potholes and road hazards, also checkpoints that slow you down. But when we were in and around the Bakhmut area specifically, the roads are absolutely atrocious. Any roads outside of Kharkiv into the areas east in the Kharkiv Oblast are extremely bad and hazardous. There are probably unexploded ordnance all over the place. There was one spot where we drove by and witnessed a rocket embedded in the roadway. I don't think it was an explosion hazard so much as it was a tire killer, because there was some very sharp metal sticking up out of the ground. So if you had driven over that in the night, it would shred a tire. When we crossed the Oskil, the specific bridge crossing that we attempted to go over was actually a blown out bridge and had been improvised with a military temporary bridge. But I was told by some of the other folks with Renegade Relief Runners that specific location was being shelled almost daily by the Russians. Fortunately for the road crossing, they are horrible at sighting in their artillery, or their aim is just piss poor. Unfortunately for the community around that bridge, every one of those shells that hit on a daily basis that wasn't striking the bridge was landing somewhere on someone's house. So it's a small valley in that area. We drove down as we crested the hill, and I could see the valley that we were looking on into. It was just complete and utter destruction. I'm accustomed to natural disasters and tornadoes, and it looked like something had blown through there and taken out nearly every house. I don't know that there was a single structure that wasn't damaged. I'm trying to think of the name of the town or the larger city that we went through there that also had similar damage to nearly every building. Needless to say, there aren't a lot of road maintenance crews out in and around that area that are able to make repairs. And just a couple of days ago, I think it was the first day after we arrived back from that area, there was a tweet. I shared it into the nest when I saw it, but it was approximately 3 miles from the church and the school that was used by the Russians. And there were some road maintenance crews there trying to make repairs to a major highway. And they ran over a landmine with the rolling equipment that basically compacts the roadway. And I believe 2 people were at least injured, if not killed. So West Ukraine isn't so bad. East Ukraine, that's been occupied by the Russians, is horrible. We have to slow down. We can't make near as much ground just for fear of damaging one of our vehicles or getting into an accident. And it definitely turns a 2-hour, what would normally be a 2-hour trip, into a 4-hour trip.
Thank you, Ryan. Stay safe, bud. Stay safe.
Well, depending on what area I'm in, I'm very cautious about stepping off any paved roadways, and I take care to make sure I look where I'm putting my feet.
It's always good advice, Ryan. Juana, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Initially, I wanted to talk about how many things Russians still have, but I think the discussion about how to supply things to Ukraine would be more interesting. I was thinking because we have IKEA here and we can buy candles, and there are some mechanical lanterns that we can buy, and maybe some other things. And if we have a contact in Chisinau, we can send them by train from Bucharest to Chisinau, and then they could be loaded in the train from Chisinau to Kiev, and they can arrive in Kiev like in 36 hours, maybe even less. So I don't know, maybe this is an idea for us Romanians to come together and buy some stuff which is not very expensive, and then have a contact in Chisinau and send some stuff to Kiev as soon as possible.
Domen?
I will leave it. I mean, as you said, maybe. I don't know. I don't know anything about the logistics running like that. Might honestly be just as easy to, get it to Galatz and then over from there to Reni and onward by Nova Posta.
That's another idea, yes, but Kiev would be kind of far away. It's easier to go to Odessa by that route. But yes, we have somebody in Galatz, and that's another idea.
Exactly. Maybe. I don't know. I will leave it to others for others to comment on that, how that works. All right. Thank you, Anna. French Flair.
Hi guys, and thank you for allowing me to speak. First of all, big thanks to Domen, Bionade, and Maria for providing us with all the information who are maybe not on the nearest way in Ukraine or around Ukraine. And I just wanted to give a quick comment on fundraisers, and the idea with the NOV drone boat. And I wanted to encourage everybody to just start with the fundraiser. I mean, having 10,000 euros or $10,000 as a start for a fundraiser is a great way. And the internet is incredible. I don't know how to say it in English. The positive emotions toward Ukraine and the cause are there, and I'm pretty sure that whatever we need or whatever is needed to be fundraised will be there, or the money will be there really, really quick time. So just keep it going and be courage about this. And all will be Ukraine in the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, French.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you listen to MriyaReport. Sorry, MriyaReport. We are volunteer space 24/7 since the start of the war in Ukraine. Online, we support the volunteer organization MriyaAid.org. Yeah, if you have something left over and you want to support the good cause, support MriyaAid.org. Non-lethal aid, humanitarian help, and such things. Also, visit our website, MriyaReport.org. There are a couple of links to other sites and also to Spotify, where you can listen to our previous interviews. Interviews, Domen. Do we have any interviews scheduled?
Well, very soon, in just a few hours, we'll be joined by a longtime friend of the space, very close friend of the space, Peter Doran. He'll be here with us in, what shall we call it, 3.5 hours for his weekly segment, Stories of Freedom. And today, he'll be talking about the badge of shame that America has affixed to Russia. What effect is it going to have that Russia is no longer considered a market economy by the US? Now, it seems like a little bit of a legal speak, little bit of a legal distinction, but it has a whole lot more of an effect than just being a little bit of legalese. So that will be in about 3.5 hours time, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing from Peter then.
All right, sounds amazing. And I remember we talked earlier about Crimea, and I think Peter mentioned it, that there were like over 200 different kind of how we call it, indigenous people there in Crimea.
Yes, his first edition of Stories of Freedom focused very much on that and the history of Ukraine. How Ukraine came to be, as well as a number of elements to do with Crimea. And I think today will be maybe turning a little bit of a different course there. A little bit more to do with limiting Russia's ability to continue this war, not stopping it in its own right. However, the more limited it is, the better. It's really all about that at some point. Massaging the probabilities, getting those percentages to work more in favor of Ukraine rather than less. John, welcome. I've heard an awfully little from you yesterday as right bank of Kherson was being liberated. I trust that you wish to speak to that some more. John.
Hello, mate. No, I was in listening mode yesterday because I'm trying to follow it the same as everybody else, and that wasn't what I came to speak about. It was actually some tweets that have been going around for about 12 hours attributed to Arestovich, saying that the Iranians had suspended weapon shipments to Russia. I just wondered if there's any more credible sources than him on this. Thank you.
I was wondering the same not very long ago, literally about 5 minutes ago. I think, have we even touched upon this yet? I don't really know. The funny thing is, how for a very long time Iran denied that it had ever shipped anything to Russia, right? And then they came out about a week ago saying, yes, no, well, actually we did send some stuff, but it was very limited, and leave us alone. So I'm wondering if there is indeed, just as you said, any other source saying likewise that Iran will no longer be shipping stuff to Russia. Indeed, if they don't, that's obviously a good thing, right? The fewer things that Russians have, the fewer standoff weapons Russians have, the better it is for Ukraine, especially right now as regards Ukrainian infrastructure. So I guess fingers crossed. But I really haven't seen anything more than on that than you have, anything, John.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
John, any thoughts with the liberation of the right bank of Kherson Oblast?
I mean, nothing enlightening that hasn't already been said 100 times by other people, to be honest. I suppose I'm hugeful that they'll be able to establish a bridgehead very quickly across the river. I think that's hugely important now, just because what that would do to the assumptions of the Russians in terms of their defense planning for the remainder of Kherson Oblast and Zaporizhzhia Oblast. I think that would be, if they can get a bridgehead across there effectively into the rear of the Russians, that causes them all kinds of problems, and it also eliminates their new narrative immediately that the Dnieper is their new primary defense line, because if that's breached immediately, then they can't say that. And if they then felt compelled to try and eliminate that bridgehead, it would provide a very, very good opportunity for Ukrainian artillery and light infantry with ATGMs to massively attrit the forces that are on the other side. Whether they're in a position to do that or not, whether that would be their intention, I obviously have no idea at all. But that's what I would hope would happen next.
Russians have effectively what, a 250 kilometer, 300 kilometer frontage coastline on the left bank of the Dnieper. Can they control all of that effectively, or do you think that it's relatively straightforward for, as you said, light infantry insertion across there?
I mean, you could air assault across. You could do it with helicopters. But it's establishing a position that's sustainable. That's the important thing, and that's why being able to take a larger than a village size urban area would give you defensive cover, and as we saw in Severodonetsk and other places, the Ukrainians are pretty expert when it comes to defending urban terrain. So I think it limits it in that sense, because you want to move across into a position that actually makes sense and that you can defend. Otherwise, you're doing it for the sake of it.
So when Russians say their new front is on the Dnieper, what do you think that means in terms of? Do you think they actually think of it as a front or just a safe flank for the Zaporizhzhia front?
No, I mean, I think that it is de facto it's the dividing line between the Ukrainian forces in Kherson and the Russian forces in Kherson. So Kherson Oblast. So I mean, it is a front line in that sense. I don't think it's as defensible as they think it is. And I mean, I was just backwards and forwards with a few people in DMs yesterday evening. Apparently, there was reports of Russian forces moving out of the Novokakhovka and the surrounding area back down towards Crimea. So I mean, it's possible that even the Russians don't think that side is defensible. But before they get themselves into some sort of order on that side, it would taking advantage of chaos in war is something that you absolutely want to be doing. But obviously, it's easy for me to sit here in the UK and gob off about what the Ukrainians should and shouldn't do. They know exactly what they're doing. So just for me, just sit back and observe. But if I was to take a stab at what I thought they might do next, I'd be looking for something around that, I think.
Charles.
Yeah, I think it would be a pretty big mistake of the Russians to not keep Overwatch on the dam, which means they probably won't keep Overwatch over the dam. Is there any more conversation? I've been driving most of the day and night, but is there any more confirmation about that news about the Russians potentially withdrawing from Novokakhovka on the left bank?
I didn't see anything, John.
Yeah, I didn't see original source. It was another contributor on here who messaged me and said that they'd seen. I think it was in the order of over 10 BTGs, remnants of that had been seen withdrawing from the Kakhovka area and heading south towards Amiens, towards sort of Crimea direction. So yeah, I can't confirm that one way or the other.
Okay, I think I saw something, another one of the missing flag posts. I didn't know if there was more to it than that.
That's an old picture, apparently.
Yeah, plus, I mean, we know these flags appearing and flags disappearing is usually not a good, not usually a reliable way.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I mean, the information that was sent to me wasn't about flags. It was about, you know, equipment and troops being observed moving location.
Right. Thanks.
What I heard a little bit more, you know, seriously sourced, was that they're trying to evacuate the families of collaborators, families of possibly Russian troops that have squatted in Novokakhovka since the invasion. So if they're only doing that today, then they haven't really, or maybe yesterday, then I would presume that means they're not yet moving the military away quite yet, all of it anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, strange that there would still be collaborators and families of Russian soldiers even that far after everything that's happened over the last 72 hours. They'd still be there.
So, John, the dam stands, right? The dam has not broken. Bits of the stuff on top of the dam have broken, but the dam itself is still holding back all that water. Are you surprised at all that the Russians didn't blow it?
Not really, mate, because it would have done them more harm than good. I don't think that there was a military purpose to it, a military advantage to be gained from it. So I'm not surprised that they didn't. Although the video I've seen of them blowing the road, those two spans of the bridge at the sort of adjacent to the West Bank was pretty spectacular. I mean, who knows? Did they try and blow it and screw up? Who can tell with these people?
Now, destroying the roadway makes sense for them, right? Because it slows down any possible Ukrainian advance following the Russian retreat. But as you said, and I was constantly in agreement for you regarding this one, it's just not worth to them to demolish the dam in its entirety. It was really aimed at fear mongering while they were still there, much more so than anything else.
Dolan, do you know the construction of those gates? Are they steel gates? I assume, right?
I think so. I'm not entirely sure, but I reckon as much, yeah.
I mean, I don't think it would be that difficult to actually destroy the gates if they wanted to.
But
so
the thing is, the gates are high up, right? So what difference does it really make? It's only a small proportion of additional water that gets released if the gates go, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's why. I mean, I don't think they tried to destroy the dam. I think if they had wanted to, I think they could have done a better job. I think they actually just destroyed what they tried to destroy, and I just don't think it was enough of it to cause a major obstacle. The span is not wide enough They should have, if they really wanted to make an obstacle, then they should have destroyed many more spans of that roadway than just the 2 or 3 that are gone.
It's more of an immediate thing, isn't it? It's more of a, you can't just go there straight away. You can't just go and cross straight away. It won't be easy. You will have to stop. You will have to think about this. You will have to possibly under fire construct something, as opposed to being able to just walk over. Right? That's really what they did with it. Is that a 85% fair assessment?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I think it's, we've got other engineers here, but I mean, they can talk about, I think as well, how the further the span gets, the more difficult it becomes, almost exponentially, in terms of what kind of construction you need to be able to span it with the load class that you need. So this little short 50-meter span is, I mean, that's nothing. Just doubling it would make it more than doubly difficult.
John?
Sorry, not on the bridge. I went back to dig out that message that I received last night, and it did actually name a location. Said Russian forces were observed passing through from north to south and not stopping at Chaplinka, which is a small sort of settlement about 20 miles north of northwest of Amiansk. So that was where that sighting report was from. But again, it wasn't sourced to any article on the internet.
And now Chaplinka is the helicopter base that Russians have slowly been building up after February, right? That's I think that is possibly where a lot of those Ka-52s that were turning into handbags, a few a day, were taking off from as well.
Okay. Well, again, it wasn't referenced that. It was the southward movement of equipment and troops moving from the Kakovka direction south through Chaplinka, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Sorry.
Yeah, Chaplinka, that's fine. It's either Chaplinka or Chaplinka, and I don't know where the stress is and anything, so I can do all the syllables, can't do the stresses. That's my affliction. Bionade.
Short question to John. Did you say 20 miles?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, because maybe it's another Chaplinka, because I think Chaplinka was like 70 miles away or something like this. At least the airbase, if I remember correctly.
No, I'm talking about 20 miles northwest of Amiansk.
So
Okay,
north of the Crimean border. You're talking about the
okay,
same Chaplinka.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. The other thing I wanted to ask Charles about the bridge. How far was the gap they blown up? Do we know this?
Yeah, I mean, I just did like a semi-truck trailer measurement, and I think we also knew the width of the spans. It's right about 50 meters.
50, 15.
50.
50.
50. Okay. Can you combine multiple beavers?
Not to that distance.
All right.
I think you can combine 2 AVLBs together, but you don't like double them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because I think the beaver has 20 meters, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's standard for an AVL, for all the AVLBs, is somewhere between 19 and 23 meters. Yeah.
All right, but there was, if I see it correctly, this was two spans they blown up, and in the middle is the basement where the span was laying on.
I think I see what you're getting at here, where you'd lay one beaver from the abutment to the span, and then the next beaver or the next AVLB.
But it needs construction, absolutely, I think, because
Yeah.
so with the rubber and everything, but with some constructions, maybe.
Yeah, it's not impossible. You have to do some extra work.
Charles,
Charles,
think you are
wherever you're
breaking up.
driving right now, it's not good.
Charles, you're still breaking up. But we have David coming up, and
Yeah, we-
Exxon. And now it gets interesting.
David.
Yeah, so I heard the bit about joining two Bieber's together. Right, so where are you talking about?
So, Sie Nova Kakovka
Oh, right,
if
okay,
I'm correct.
right, okay, yeah. So listen, I was saying, I've been saying this for a couple of days now, but not on the space. So between the supports, it's about 15 meters, right? So in whatever you're using to overbridge that, all you need to do is go between the 15. Those supports will provide you support. So I would have expected that the Ukraine has would have foreseen that something like this might have happened, and that they've either made some custom overbridges or pieces, or they've worked out what they're going to do. As an example, the way those supports work, because they support the weight, right? All you need to do is put something on top of it. Obviously, the shorter distance between the two supports, the more weight something can take, right? So in the UK, we've got this stuff that's called MGB, medium girder bridge. Charles talks about Bailey all the time, but it's incredibly heavy stuff, right? And is relatively unwieldy. You could put Bailey over it, but MGB that comes in, it's an aluminium magnesium alloy that's supposed to be light, and it's all lifted in place. So you could use a single span of that, and you would literally just push it over. So it works on a cantilever basis, and you get it to the other side, and then you would just make sure that you've got some sort of leveling system on the supports that take the weight, and that would work. There's loads of ways of doing this, right? It depends on how you could do it. I'm not aware of whether you can double up with the Bieber or the rest of it, but I know some of them they can, and I think some of the Russian equipment you can. There's an unlimited distance between them, right? So if they're able to put those together and then they use the supports, that would also work. Does that make sense?
Yeah, this was where I'm getting at. That you
So
could use the supports with a little bit of construction, maybe, or some help, and yeah.
Yeah. So you're exactly right. The real problem, I say problem, I mean, it's not a problem. It's just something to be solved, isn't it? Right? Is ensuring where the support is, that's level, and the footing is level, right? So the bit where on the edge is where it's going, and the other piece are there level. Because obviously, if they're not level, then there's a distinct chance that when you put something heavy over it, it'll slip off into the water, which would be a bit of a disaster, right? So, but you can do that. I mean, that's relatively easy to do. You could, you just get in some way in there with some very large angle grinders and make it nice and level and easy, right? Once you've done that, then you can put blocks on it to raise bits up if you need to, or something like that. That the blocks will take lots of weight, right? And that would work because the point is as John was saying, the deal for the Ukrainians is to get over quickly, right, and to get people around quickly, right? So they don't have time to be spending making things look, neat and tidy. They just need to get something working whilst they've got something else running. I mean, and there are other ways they could do this. They could just do as I've been saying, is those, pontoon ferries, just get many of them, right? If you've got 10 of them operating around the Nova Kahovka, small ones, right? You could push people over very quickly that way, get some people in boats. It's just about getting people over the other side. And then obviously then you've got the supply issue, right? But these things can happen at the same time. You don't have to have everyone watching and waiting while someone puts the bridge in. They could be doing things on the other direction as well. As to whether you would pontoon the Dnipro, I'm not so sure if that's such a wise thing, given that you could be doing something like a ferry basis quite happily, and you would have some benefits for that. Because you've got, if you had several ferries, you could be operating from slightly different positions, which means that you don't have everyone queuing up on the same piece of road.
And they have ferry capacity still in Mykolaiv, which hasn't been scuttled. So they just don't need to move it.
Yeah, and I suspect there's probably Russian ferry capacities hanging around as well.
So, but yet again, so
really
as
good.
we discussed yesterday, these three segments which they dropped, as it seems, at the beginning are the interesting ones because the pylons are standing. The question is, have they dropped anything else? Has anything else been impaired? And then it's just a matter of overbridging.
Yeah, exactly. And it would be really easy, but you would just get someone. I mean, you would just get someone on a rope, abseil down the side of it, check it out, see if there's any damage to the bottom, and then job done, really.
So, David, what are you doing in the next 2 weeks?
I'm not abseiling anywhere. I know that. There isn't a rope strong enough for me.
Well, you can stand at the side, tell them what to do and how to, rappel down.
Yeah, there is that to it, right? The standing there and telling people what to do is infinitely better nowadays than actually being the person told what to do, right?
It comes with age for some.
Yeah, I think my legs tweaked when you went, "What are you doing?" I went, "Oh," they actually felt, they started feeling the pain of history.
Charles is a young man, if I'm not quite mistaken.
I'll do it. I love rappelling.
David, there's your volunteer.
Well, there you are, Charles. So good job. So you need to set yourself down, get yourself a train ticket, and then a moped, and you'll be there very quickly.
I mean, he's been driving all night and all day, right? We can only guess as to where.
Yeah, no, exactly.
You wouldn't believe it, but I'm actually not too far away. I'm just near the Romanian border now.
Chernivtsi, okay.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, thanks for correcting me on the Bailey thing. I think in the U.S. Army we just called all that stuff Bailey, even though it's not the stuff from the 40s. But I didn't know yours were made out of aluminum. Even the transoms, the bottom part.
It's all so. The thing is that the way it works, it's just very large Meccano, as you know. MGB is Ali magnesium. It fits together, and the way it's designed. So depending on how much weight and how far you're trying to go, so you have a thing called single story and double story, right? And depending on how far you need to go and how much weight. Depends on whether you need a double. So all of it, except for the pins that pin it in, they're made out of steel. It used to be a quick process, but nowadays it's much slower now because we have a much more diverse people in the engineers, right? And if you can't lift something that's 100 kilos, then you've got a problem.
Yeah, when we built them in training, so we built the double. We called everything Bailey, regardless. I don't know what the actual acronym of it was, but we had to build a double single. I think it was a 50-meter gap, just like the one we're talking here. Double single took us about 4 hours. The transoms were like an 8-man lift, though. They were quite heavy, but because they were made out of steel. But It was a pretty quick job, and I'm totally with you. Run a MGB or something like that over the top of that, and job done. It's so simple.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I did make a distinction is because Bailey's a World War II thing. They've got a thing which was called HGB, which is heavy girder bridge, which was similar to Bailey. And then there's MGB, the medium girder bridge. There isn't a light version. And I think they've got something else out now. This is all, obviously, I left in '93, so things may have changed. But I do know that certainly the time frames of the records for when they were built, they've all come from the 1980s when they had engineer regiments that were just made out of people who were just very big.
Yeah. Well, we'll catch up offline. I got a bunch more questions for you about when the engineers were big. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, roger that, and be safe.
Genau.
Okay. Axel, earlier when you were off for a little bit, we had John Howarth asking, and have you heard anything more about Iran now saying that they will no longer, sorry, Arestovich saying that Iran will no longer be providing weaponry to Russia? Have you seen another source other than Arestovich say it?
None. Absolutely none. I was on a couple of calls in between. I apologize. I've not seen anything pertaining to Iran supposedly seizing deliveries, deferring deliveries, not honoring delivery commitments, all that. None of this. Yeah, but we'll see. If something comes up, I'm sure that we will report it here.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Axel. See, I was just curious because I hope that this means that nothing going forward will be successfully arriving in Russia. I hope that that's really what that statement was being aimed at, right? That would suggest that Ukraine has capability to interdict whatever Iran might be sending before it gets used, and that would probably be the best option for Ukraine. Trusting Iran with anything one way or another is a lot less reliable than if you know that you can reliably dispense with whatever you can with whatever they might be sending. David, yesterday the Russians said that they didn't leave behind a single piece of Russian equipment. Not a single piece of Russian equipment remains on the right bank of the Dnieper in Kherson. Do you know what piece of formerly Russian equipment, which is now Ukrainian equipment, they apparently managed to leave behind?
Let me guess. One of their ferries or several of their ferries?
Possibly, but this one's even more interesting. Apparently, they left behind an S-300 system.
Did they? That's very nice of them.
I apologize. They definitely didn't leave it behind because it's not theirs. But it's not theirs anymore anyway. So, and that's on top of the helicopters as well.
But the helicopter was Ukrainian, if I remember correctly. But they recaptured it basically.
Indeed, that's correct.
So that was one of them, and then CJ said, "No, there's like 6 or 7 helicopters that were actually left behind," which is particularly fascinating. I don't know where he got that one from. I didn't see the baseline for that one. I only saw the video of the one helicopter that was allegedly Ukrainian previously, and then was taken by the Russians somewhere. I don't know the story. I'd be very curious to know the story, in fact. But goodness, really an S-300 system. Although helicopters are maybe even a little bit more offensive in the sense that if they were actually helicopters, unless they were in a particularly bad way, you know, they have kind of self-evacuation capacity, don't they? That's kind of the point of helicopters, that they can just fly away if need be.
Domen, I will put on my bingo card for Crimea absolutely a fixed wing aircraft fighter. So I think this will be possible.
Oh, sure. I think maybe Chaplinka already. There might be some left. You know, but for those again, you know, if the runway is out, it's easier to conceive of why they might have to be left behind. You know, normally they'd be destroyed, of course, but nevertheless, right? What I'm thinking is helicopters, unless the helicopter itself is damaged, surely, obviously, one would presume that the helicopter could have actually been flown away, unless there were other people who knew how to fly them.
Yeah,
That's the other variable.
This is the other variable, Domen. You need actually someone who can fly the damn thing. And I think after we saw how many pilots were going down, maybe they need some more possibly.
Could be. Abdallah.
Hey, Doman, thanks again. Let's entertain the idea that the mullahs have decided after Kherson disaster for the Russians that they're stopping the shipment. Okay, no further shipments. Do the Russians have the capability at the moment to re-engineer the stuff they got from the Iranians already? You know, the smaller drones, and I'm just wondering, and how long it will take them. I'm sure they have the capability to re-engineer the Shahed drones, but I don't know how long it will take their production facilities. Yeah.
There we go. That's the thing. It's not about knowing how to do it. It's about being able to do it. Right? Those are two very different things. If you want to just, if you want to know how to make one, you know, they probably can. If you want to know how to make hundreds effectively, how to supply, you know, how to get supplies in to make hundreds, that's the more difficult thing. So can they do it? Maybe they can get the Chinese engines or whatever it is. Maybe, but at the end of the day, I really think that is. That's the most difficult bit. Again, it wasn't the Iranians saying they weren't going to do it anymore. It was just them. It was Arestovich saying in his broadcast yesterday that Iran will no longer be supplying Russia, and I forget what exactly the phrasing was. But you know, this is why I'm saying possibly that means that Ukraine has figured out a way to interdict supplies reliably, and maybe that's why they can, you know, so reliably say that they won't be resupplying Russia. That would honestly probably be the best outcome of all of these, right? But let's wait and see. Let's see if there's some more reporting on this from other sources that maybe give a little bit more insights as to mechanism, not just conduct. Could be that, you know, Iran said, well, you know, we sold you what we could and we need the rest for ourselves. That's possible. Anyway, would you like to hear, David, would you like to hear the head of your former employer commenting on the Russian withdrawal from the right bank in Kherson?
I would love to hear.
Right, from the Right Honourable Ben Wallace, Defence Secretary of the United Kingdom. Russia's announced withdrawal from Kherson marks another strategic failure for them. In February, Russia failed to take any of its major objectives except Kherson. Now, with that also being surrendered, ordinary people of Russia must surely ask themselves, what was it all for? The Russian army has suffered a huge loss of life as a result of their illegal invasion and have only achieved international isolationism, actually international isolation. Goodness, somebody should have proofread this. And humiliation. Ukraine will press on. The UK and the international community will continue to support them. And while the withdrawal is welcome, no one is going to underestimate the continuing threat posed by the Russian Federation. In other words, Russia lost their only oblast-level city that they had occupied since February. And they left it because the situation was untenable. I do wonder where they're going to lose next. Will there be a push south from Zaporizhia? Or will it be Northern Luhansk Oblast that falls first? I'm very curious to see that.
So my bet's on Zaporizhia.
Interesting. Yeah, fair enough. I would, I'm thinking they're so close to Svatov at this point. Maybe that's the next push, but no. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens first. I do wonder also if what Yehuda and John have been noting about the establishing a bridgehead across the Dnipro being very helpful for Ukraine. If they manage to do that, before they start to push south from Zaporizhia as well, it's obviously that would be very interesting. It'd be very beneficial as they've discussed. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. There has been an awful lot of stuff that is popping up all over the right bank in Kherson Oblast now. Clearly not Russian things. We've established that because Russians took all of their stuff with them. So it's definitely no Russian things. But for some reason, ammunition caches, just piles of shells or boxes full of shells, lots of mortar shells just stacked up. Quite a number of vehicles as well. Just for some reason, the Russians didn't want to take them, I guess, and I guess they weren't theirs in the first place. That's probably why they left them behind, right? I mean, David, we have to believe the Russians when they say that they crossed with all of their equipment and without losing a single soldier in the course of just 2 days. We have to believe them at their word, surely.
Yes, no, absolutely right. We should always believe them. I mean, the old adage is, how do you know a Russian is lying? It's because they're talking, right?
All right. Going on another note, I don't know if you noticed it yesterday. Banksy was in Ukraine, and there are 2 murals. One which was already confirmed from Banksy from his Instagram account. That's the woman. At the house. On her hands. Looks like someone autistic, and the other one is
Gymnastic.
yeah, thank you. And the other one is the child judoka, the boy which is throwing the old man, and that's not confirmed now, but it looks like, and I think it's a really powerful picture, both of them.
Oh, I have to agree. A friend of mine has a street art gallery, right? But some of the Banksy stuff that make proper statements, don't they? And these are incredibly powerful, aren't they?
Absolutely. We had one in my city too, and I was engaged there. And Yeah, but it's really a cultural thing, and I think it's will be really helpful for the rebuild of Ukraine. Not only in the monetary way. This will most likely get some people and tourists and something like this after the rebuild, but also it's really a powerful message, and it's boosting the morale.
No, exactly. It pushes it into the media. But I think you could probably cue someone who's going to complain and say, but they've stopped them replacing the house now.
Possibly. But I remember, I think it was in England, Great Britain, somewhere, that the town spent or the village spent really much money to preserve these pictures which are there from him, and I guess Ukraine will so too. But yeah, this is because it's really valuable. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. I mean, some of the places where he's put them, they spent extraordinary amounts of money just putting security in, right, and covering it to make sure that some idiot doesn't come along with a can of paint and then spray over it, because that's what people do. In fact, that's probably what the Russians do, right? Here's the thing: can we link back genetically all vandalism to Russians?
No, I think at least etymologically you'd have to link it to Vandals, who were Germanic peoples that ended up in sort of the Iberian Peninsula and in North Africa afterwards, after the fall of the first realm.
All right. So we have a couple of speakers up. If you want to join us in the panel, if you have any questions, if you have any comments, please request the microphone button on the downside of your phone. You will find a heart symbol. You press it, and on the right side you will find a hand, and then we will go after the order. Domen.
Well, you know how about half an hour ago we were joined here by John Howard, long time friend of the space, asking about, have you seen anything about Nova Kakhovka having been evacuated by the Russians already? Well, this will come as no news whatsoever, because it's coming from Izvestia, therefore it cannot possibly be news by definition. However, apparently there is Ukrainian shelling of Nova Kakhovka being done at the moment, according to Izvestia. Again, it's Izvestia. Let's take it with a grain of salt so big to to liken the annual production of Soledar. But nevertheless, it would suggest that at least the Russians still claim that there is some sort of activity, as far as they're concerned, still in Nova Kakhovka, including a chap with a Russian flag on his sleeve. So seems like there is at least some some Russians probably still there, or at least they're saying that they're still there, at the very least.
Domen, there is some shelling going on Nova Kakhovka.
That's literally what I just said. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was okay. Thank you.
Literally in this past sentence. Yes. No, and the Ukrainian military is spending all day today, thus far it seems, going into ever more towns and villages on the right bank of the Dnieper and Kherson. Kind of, there's more videos coming out of Ukrainians, let's say, liberating various towns and villages on the right bank in Kherson. Although quite plausibly, these might have been recorded yesterday and simply haven't leaked out until today, which again would, likewise probably make sense. Not many of the soldiers might not have been in signal range yesterday as they were recording these, and it just takes a little while for them to percolate out. Not that it's particularly meaningful one way or another. Oana.
Yeah, so I wanted to comment on this fact that there is shelling at Nova Kakhovka. This is the right thing to do, right? Because now they are concentrated in some areas there after the retreat. They may go to establish the line of defense farther from the river. So it's the right moment to target this. And if I'm not mistaken, there were some other instances when Ukrainians shelled the left bank of the river. One position towards the south, I believe it was settlement with R, that begins with R. I have to find it, and some other places, so they could
If you
target.
tell me where it is, it begins with an R. Can you tell me geographically where it is, and I can probably guess its name.
Towards the south, but I will Radensk or something like this. I have to find it. Just a moment. They shelled it some days ago, and I think they shelled already some other points in the left bank. I have to find it. I hope I made a print screen.
And honestly, it makes perfect sense, right? Because that is now where the Russian artillery is.
Yes, exactly.
So it's good. I mean, Radensk is between sort of Oleshki and Oleshki Sands, so that would make sense if they were hitting there, because that seems like a sensible place for the Russian artillery to set up, about 15 kilometers from the river or so.
Yes, exactly. So it's very good that they are shelling the left bank right now. It's the good thing to do from a military perspective. I'm not a military one, but anyway, it seems reasonable.
David?
No, I was going to add, it said, well, it was a reasonable place to set up prior to the Ukrainian artillery getting into range, right? Or not into range for the Russians, but getting into range to hit the Russians, right? So the Oleshki Sands, I would suggest, is not a great place to be for them now, especially with counterfire, etc. So I would expect those Russian artillery positions to start disappearing. Or you would hope they would start disappearing, right?
Well, the positions can stay there. It's just that the artillery on top of them will hopefully get somewhat rearranged.
Exactly.
Joanna? Sorry, it's just a silly question in a way, but I know that there are zebras in Kherson. If I'm not mistaken, there is a reservation with zebras, and I really hope that they will not be bothered by the Russians. And you talked yesterday about the animal life in Crimea region and so on, and the fact that there are some leopards there. But I know that there are zebras in Kherson. Am I right?
In Askania Nova, there's a nature reserve in sort of the center, the center of Kherson Oblast. I remember reading off it many months ago, sometimes in the summer, that the Russians were doing something with one of the research institutes there, but I honestly don't know entirely what that was. Also, it was about 4 months ago when I read about it. So, but they are definitely there. Let's say, and they definitely did something untoward. But that could have gone completely unsaid, and it wouldn't have changed anything really.
Yeah, thank you. I really hope. Well, we know the Russians have no respect for nature and anything else. I really hope that those reservations stay untouched. But well, again, we don't know. So the best is for the Russians to get out of there the sooner possible.
Absolutely. Right. Thank you, Anna. Donna, good morning.
Good evening, actually, here in Hanoi.
Apologies. Good evening.
Just wondering. I hadn't thought about the zebras actually, but yeah, the Russians probably aren't going to be terribly nice to them. My question was, what do we know? I was reading somewhere that the Russians seem to be moving on the left bank, some of the locations where they had their helicopter bases, because they were now in range of the longer range weapons that the Ukrainians have. I'm not going to even pretend I know which ones they are. And then the other question I had was, at various times we've had a lot of conversations about logistics and the logistics routes and the rail routes. And with the amount of forward movement that they've had right up to the bank of the Dnipro, on the right bank, what does that do in terms of their fire control of the rail routes, the railway routes that they had for logistics, and the road routes that they had that they're using?
Right. I think those are excellent questions. So let's scroll back about a month, just over a month, to that fateful day when the Kerch Bridge suffered a smoking accident. Because that thoroughly rearranged Russians' logistics capacity in occupied territories into 2 occupied territories. Now, to the best of my understanding, they can't take anything heavy across the Kerch Bridge. Luckily for the Russians, David, and you can help me out with this, but artillery shells that Russians seemingly need a vast quantity of, that doesn't qualify as heavy loads, right?
No.
Artillery shells are famously very light. I mean, they
Yes.
fly through the air. They have to be, right?
Incredibly, people make paper planes out of them.
Right. So that's fine. They can still get those because they're very light. And obviously, anything that flies through the air has to be exceedingly light. Otherwise, it just falls down. Because as we all know, heavy things fall down quicker than lighter things. Or was that disproven sometimes in the early
That was
Renaissance?
disproven.
I forget. Right. Sorry. Yes, it's the other way around. Right. Artillery shells are very heavy, especially when you have many thousands of artillery shells. Awfully heavy. Same goes for a lot of other military equipment. For some reason, they're intent on going around in vehicles that are many tens of tons. Wholly incomprehensible why you'd want something with such a poor fuel economy. I'm sure there's reasons for it. The point is, the Kerch Bridge isn't really useful for transporting heavy loads. Thus, it's not very useful for transporting military equipment across or supplies. Similarly, it can be noted that an average soldier, if you think of any large military unit, an average member of said military unit, if you average out all of the supplies necessary for the military unit, consumes a whole lot more stuff on a daily basis than, say, a civilian does in normal life, right? Because a civilian in normal life doesn't literally throw away many hundreds of kilograms of stuff into the air, because that's a lot of effort. And nobody tends to do this, except artillery does exactly that. And as do tanks, as do other things. Not to mention the fuel consumption for all of those really heavy gas guzzlers that they're intent on using, right? So that means that they need a lot of supplies to reach them, but they can't really do it across the Kerch Bridge anymore. All the supplies into Crimea, and then from Crimea into southern Kherson Oblast, thus have to go on ferries. And the problem with ferries across the Kerch Strait, apparently, is that when there's a little bit of wind, they can't really go anymore. Now, I don't completely understand how the Southern Sea of Azov works and how the Kerch Strait works and what the currents there are and what the factors regarding wind are. And I understand there's quite a lot of rocks underwater that can hamper transit. Either way, it's just a point, right? That it's difficult for them to get anything like as many things into Crimea, and then from then onwards as they did before. So they're kind of limited to a couple of roads that run east to west in occupied Donetsk and Zaporizhia oblasts, as well as one railway. However, that railway isn't particularly useful because it runs awfully close to the front line, that east-west front line in Zaporizhia Oblast, right? So it's relatively easy for Ukrainians to deny the use of that railway to the Russians with, again, artillery. We keep going back to this artillery thing for some reason. So that makes it a whole lot more difficult. On top of that, Now we come to what has changed with Russians evacuating from the right bank in Kherson. Now HIMARS can reach to all three or four, depending on how you count them. Two are really close together. Crossing points from Crimea from occupied Crimea into occupied Kherson Oblast. So even things that are transited from Crimea, even things that are that perhaps are already in Crimea and are being moved northwards into occupied Kherson Oblast, and then possibly from there into occupied Zaporizhia Oblast, can now be reached using Ukrainian long-range precision fires. And at the very least, the things that they run on, be they rail or road, can be destroyed. And then all those heavy things that can't really go in the mud and around can't move very well there anymore. So, as you noted quite rightly, Russians leaving the right bank of occupied Kherson Oblast has made it a whole lot easier for Ukraine to further deny their logistics routinely and relatively cheaply. And that might make an awful lot of a difference.
Thanks. Do you know anything about that, the helicopter base at all?
Yeah, Chaplinka, that's now in range as well, if I understand correctly. Now, it's been hit before. It's been hit before at some point, or at least there was a smoking accident there during the summer. But hopefully this means that now it's going to get hit an awful lot. And whatever few alligators say that they're still there might turn into handbags still within occupied territories, as opposed to when they're overflying the front lines.
Yeah, alligator boots are really nice too. Last question. I'm just looking at the map, and the place that you were saying the zebras were at, is that north east of Chaplinka?
Guess so. It's pretty close to Chaplinka, I'd say. It's slightly north of where the occupied Crimea meets occupied Kherson Oblast. It's called Askania. It's called Askania Nova.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I found it on the map then. Okay. Thanks.
Happy to help. I hope that you didn't mind my silliness when it came to artillery shells and weight and the like. Hope that was not too bad.
Not at all. Not at all.
I'm glad to hear that. No, but it really is, right? At the end of the day, and this is why Craig likes to go on about this endlessly. And I do miss Craig. I hope Craig shows up sometime soon. Today perhaps, because logistics is really important, especially for a military like the Russian military that relies so heavily on mass artillery fire. Those shells are heavy. You need to actually be able to get them to the front lines. And if you can't, they're no good. So it is really important that Ukraine manages to interdict them, and that it manages to interdict them, more often rather than less. So quite right to focus on that quite heavily. All right. Thank you very much, Donna. Abdallah.
Hey, thanks again, Donna. Donna, I'm not sure if those zebras are still with us. Russian troops have been known to steal food that belongs to the animals. So I just wanted to say also, I would like to thank some of the Western media for sending their reporters. I've seen some reports live from Kherson region. The people of Kherson welcoming the people, some media personnel. Really, that's really good. This will show a lot of those Kremlin appeasers like Elon Musk, all those who are saying that they should have a referendum. The people of Kherson have spoken, and as you can see, the jubilation that's going on in the region. So I gotta give kudos. Usually I don't, to the Western media, because they haven't been broadcasting ever since the start of the war. Their interests have gone down by huge margin. But I really, especially, I think it was CNN and Sky News, BBC. They've sent their top reporters to the area, which is really a welcome development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdallah. Yeah, it's great to see that there are several media houses already in what was until recently occupied city of Kherson and is now the liberated city of Kherson. Great to see that, and great to see the responses from the local population as well, who are very glad to see them indeed. Anna?
Yes, so about these celebrations, I don't have Telegram because, well, it's kind of difficult
Because you don't hate
follow.
yourself, yes.
Yeah, and I wonder if people who have Telegram can tell what the Russians say about it, because they've seen, destruction and atrocities, and that left them indifferent to what's happening in Ukraine. But maybe seeing this joy, this genuine joy, will move something in, I don't know, in them. So are they saying something about this or not? Because there were the elections, the forced elections, well, not elections, voting polls, whatever, and they said that the Russians claim that I don't know, 90 and plus % of the population voted for joining Russia, which of course is not the truth and it was illegal and so on. But maybe seeing now that the people are genuinely happy and so exhilarated about being back in, well, Ukraine being back in control of those regions, maybe that says something to the Russians. Sorry for not expressing myself very well. Thank you.
Yeah, Joanna, I saw some Russians expressing their dismay for the withdrawal, and they were mocking it, as you said, the referendum results. Was it almost 90%? So they were actually mocking that. So they are, some of them are really, they're bewildered that because some of them have access to Western media, because Russian media is not reporting the jubilant celebrations that we're seeing. It was funny because I was watching RT Arabic, and I think their producers are gonna get fired. They accidentally showed images from Kherson as it was liberated. It wasn't that long, but I think that guy's not gonna. He won't be in his job. What's her name? That lady, the Armenian lady who's in charge of
Simonian.
Simonian, that's it. Yeah, she's gonna. I don't think she's gonna be happy with that. It was about 10 seconds of a video from Kherson, and it wasn't from. It was just what do you call Ukrainian people welcoming their troops, and I'm 100% sure that was not supposed to be on RT, and it was really nice to see that.
No, there was a little bit that came out, and I think we're going to get some help from the Emerald Isle for this. But there was a little bit, Anna, and I've sent you a link to it, courtesy of Dmitry, who looks at Telegram, so we don't have to. Where who was it? It was some sort of a Russian blogger basically saying, "What, They told us 87% of them voted to be a part of Russia, and what are they doing now? No, they didn't want to evacuate. They were awaiting the ZSU with flags and stuff. And did they lie to us?" So there is a little bit. A few are getting a little bit of a realization at the very least. A few.
Thank you, Domin. And I guess it's the time for the questions. Question: Are we the baddies to come out more often?
Yeah, I wonder who will take the role of David Mitchell on the Russian side. Decoding. Peter House?
Yeah, I on that issue, some of those pictures are great. And when you look at them from the perspective of the special forces, because they're special forces, as I understand it, who were, according to President Zelensky yesterday, the only Ukrainian troops yesterday in Kherson were special forces. And you look at their cameras as they're, driving into the crowd, and you think from their perspective, and in one of the really brilliant ones I saw in Pravda, you see the gun barrel on the desktop of the car. and then all these people come, you know, as we were promised, the Iraqis would greet the Americans, and with literal bunches of flowers, and you know, children, men crying, these hardened men crying, and just joy. And so yeah, so my fantasy world, I imagine, you know, Prigozhin's outfit, and in all of the things, there's banging of desks, and they're saying, why can't you do footage like this? I want to see things like this. These Ukrainians are brilliant at this fake footage. So I'm imagining all of that going on, and straight away they're, you know, trying to fake their own propaganda pieces. But yeah, it's really, really powerful footage. And as someone said here last night, we should all do our best to make sure all of the people we know who you know aren't really tuned into any of this see this footage on our WhatsApp groups or whatever, without obviously bowling them over. But I'm trying to drip feed it to people who, tankies and what have you, who don't pay much attention to stuff, because it's really moving on a human level, but from a propaganda level, it's just really important to move hearts and minds. And on the journalist bit, I mean, I follow them and I try to amplify their work as well. There's a group of unbelievable journalists. Beltrou from the London Independent, which is owned by a Russian oligarch. Yaroslav Timofeyev in the Wall Street Journal. Luke Harding in the Guardian. All the main papers have, even the Times has the London Times, New York Times, Washington Post, just doing unbelievably amazing work. AP, Reuters as well. And I expect them, you know, you couldn't keep them out. It's not a matter of people in London or in New York saying, go get in there. I mean, these are people who have lived through it even more seriously than we have. And they've documented in each of the liberated places the most horrific crimes. And for them, it's, you know, I can imagine they're there straight away, and you couldn't keep them away from it. And hopefully now, as the person who just spoke said, there will be a ready audience for this human interest story element of liberated people, and we'll see over the coming weeks. Obviously, we're going to also hear about the horrors and all of those stories, which again, I think it's important that we all amplify and try and make sure that people in our lives who don't pay much attention to this stuff see and understand, so that they understand the personal aspects of these this terrible occupation. I mean, there's a great one actually yesterday. I just blogged it. It was in the Post, Washington Post, on by a Ukrainian. She used to be an advisor to President Poroshenko, and she described speaking to her aunt in a village in Kherson. And the aunt says, "Yeah, they were Buryats. They told us with a smile that they had come to liberate us. We said, liberate from what? But we were afraid to argue against us." And there's this great vignette in it where the aunt says, the Buryat says, "Oh, we are going to be here for a very long time. This is a really nice city." And then the aunt says to her niece, who's writing this article in the Washington Post, you know, we Ukrainians understand the difference between a city and a village, and this is a village, but to these Buryats, this is a city. So there's just these little vignettes which reveal so much that these journalists are turning up, and it's wonderful to see. And I'm really looking forward to the next few weeks in the Post, Associated Press. All of them are going to be full of these really interesting stories that we can all amplify.
And since we're talking about the legacy press, big name press, if you check the second tweet from the left in the nest, it's a tweet out by Troy. Some screenshots from the New York Times where the MriyaReport got a little bit of a mention today. So I'm just, if you want to see MriyaReport reference in the New York Times, knowing that we are for real here and you're not just dreaming it all, or maybe this will make you think that you're dreaming it all, do check it up in the nest. Oana.
Yeah, so two things. First of all, we can notice the genuine love for beauty that Ukrainians have, and this says something about Ukrainian souls. There was earlier this morning a person that was speaking about Kiev and the flowers that could be found at any season, and the people that buy flowers for their loved ones. And we have seen so many videos. I believe Gerashenko is posting many of them, with soldiers that come back from the front line to their families, and they always have flowers with them. And those people coming to meet the soldiers with flowers, and that girl that was playing the national anthem on the violin. This is really a beautiful people. And the second thing I wanted to say is that those people in those villages and even in Kherson lived for 8 months under occupation, and they maybe have no supplies, no electricity, no water, but they still have flowers in their garden, and they give the flowers to the soldiers, and that's beautiful.
There is this myth, let's say, there's this false impression of, and obviously not with you, Anna, because you're from way too physically close to there to have such a false impression, but of all of what used to be Warsaw Pact Europe as some sort of a grey, forever boring landscape of awful Soviet apartment blocks and nothing else. And what is what's forgotten is that Kherson Oblast, specifically in this case, is incredibly fertile, incredibly productive farmland. So, of course, just as well as watermelons and many other things, flowers grow very happily in people's gardens. So much so, it's difficult to stop them from growing. It's also a relatively warm part of Ukraine. It's quite far south. Even now, still, yes, it's November, but temperatures are still sufficiently well above freezing that the flowers still persist. Good timing, I'd say. And it was beautiful to see the sights yesterday, and with much more footage still coming out today of just how beautiful and how touching these receptions were all across the right bank, as it was being, as about 2/3 of what was under occupation a few months ago, they were still under occupation, as of a few days ago, was being liberated, and how with what emotion the liberators were received, right, Joanna?
Yes, and I just wanted to say that those are chrysanthema, late autumn flowers. We have plenty in Romania. I have some on my table. And yeah, very humble flowers. They flower late in the autumn, and it's still the time for them. So yeah, in this kind of latitude, they grow at that time. It's okay for them. And by the way, here in Romania is 18 degrees right now.
And the city of Kherson looks like about 11 Celsius at the moment. For anybody listening from the Western Hemisphere, a particular country in the Western Hemisphere, that's well above freezing, not 11, not like 11 Fahrenheit. We're talking about 50 or so Fahrenheit still. Donna.
Yeah, I was going to ask about temperatures and climate. I know earlier we were talking, at some point there was a pause in terms of the Ukrainian moving forward because it was the wet season and they were waiting for the ground to freeze. But then, okay, I'm from northern Canada originally. I live in Hanoi right now, but like the
It's basically the
temperatures
same. I mean, northern Canada is famously subtropical.
Northern Canada, Hanoi, yeah, minus 50, plus 50, same. But it doesn't seem like it gets cold enough for the ground to actually freeze. Am I missing something? Is that only in the northern part? Does northern Ukraine get a little bit colder? The only time I've been to Ukraine, it was stinking hot and in August. So don't have anything to really compare it to.
So there's different levels of ground freezing, right? You can, if you're from northern Canada, what you're thinking of frozen ground, can take literally any load you can imagine and be completely unshaken by it, right? What you're likely going to get in southern Ukraine, in Kherson and Zaporizhia Oblast, in the middle of winter, it's going to be like anywhere in temperate Europe, where mud turns into sort of harder, semi-frozen mud. But it's not deep frozen ground like you get in northern Canada that goes a foot or 2 feet deep, right? It basically is an ice block. You don't get that. Also, the south of Ukraine doesn't have that much precipitation either, so don't expect 3 feet of snow anywhere anytime soon, because that's very unlikely to happen. It's not impossible. It does snow a little bit, but not in vast quantities. It can get very cold. Occasionally, the Dnipro in Kherson Oblast has frozen, but again, it hasn't frozen solid. Right? There might be a layer of ice on top that can be very less than permanent, just for a little while. Certainly, nothing that could support heavy vehicles ever. Right? So occasionally it does get extremely cold, but it only gets extremely cold for a little while. On average, the average daily temperatures, not the average daily highs, but the average daily temperatures in say the city of Kherson in the depths of winter hover around the freezing point. So whatever it is in your preferred scale, whatever the freezing point of water is in your preferred scale, they'll hover around the freezing point. They can dip well below that because it's a highly continental climate. Not highly. It's pretty, for European standards, it's highly continental. For North American standards, it's not highly continental. But that's kind of the sort of situation you're in. When you are farther in the east of Ukraine, or maybe the northeast, but really that northeast doesn't really matter as much anymore, right? Because they're not going to be fighting there again. But if you're, say, in northern Luhansk Oblast, it's a much more continental climate still. It is markedly colder than it is down south. The moderating effect of the Black Sea helps down south as well a little bit. Donna, I hope that helps in just very general terms of geography.
Canada uses Celsius, and that's what my world has revolved around. Fahrenheit does not make sense to me anymore.
But I also know that we have a couple hundred Americans listening at any point, so I try my best to reach out to those using a perversion of the Rankine degree system.
Okay, so my takeaway from this is that they're moving really heavy equipment over the ground is if there's any kind of dampness, and that is going to probably not work unless it's a vehicle designed for off-road at any point.
Yes, it can get even worse than that sometimes, and especially in the east of Ukraine, it's likely to get quite a bit worse than that. Some places, soils are quite heavy clay, and that is particularly water absorbent, as you might know, particularly heavy cold soils. And that spells bad if you are any sort of heavy vehicle, because you just, even on tracks, you can end up just digging down instead of going forward. So that can be a limiting factor. Knowing your terrain well makes a big difference. Knowing the details of your terrain well makes a big difference. And this is something that Ukraine has a home field advantage, home mud advantage.
Definitely. I know when you're out in the fields, it really matters if you know where that low spot is or that wet spot is. So thanks.
Absolutely. Oana?
Yes, I just wanted to make a comparison between the Danube and the Dnipro River because it's almost the same latitude, almost the same climate. Danube is also a very large river, especially from Brela to Galat and then to the sea. And when it is exceptionally cold, it freezes from shore to shore. That happens very rarely, I think twice in my lifetime. So it is freezed from shore to shore, but you cannot cross it because it's a river, not a lake. So underneath the ice, there is still water flowing, and there are cracks in the ice, and the ice is not smooth. It's like blocks of ice merged together. And if you attempt to cross it, even a person, not a car or something even heavier, those blocks break apart, and you can fall in the river. So I really think that Dnipro River cannot freeze so that an army could cross over it. It's very unlikely. Maybe if it's -40 for a month or something, but that won't happen.
It's like it has happened in the past, right? But also the Thames in London froze before in the past, so that they held the market on the ice. It's just incredibly unlikely that it would happen this year. So it's that sort of thing. Also, further upstream, if you're behind the dam, if it's still water, then it's more likely to freeze, a little bit more likely than it is to when it's flowing water as well. That's the other component to it all. But yeah, it's not anything useful to cross with vehicles, not even on foot. I certainly wouldn't be wanting to do so. Axel, that was incredibly faint. I know that you spoke, but I have no idea what you said.
I said, can you hear me now?
No.
Very faintly. I heard, can you hear me now? I couldn't understand it, but it's exceptionally faint. Yeah, I suspect that's some sort of an error, possibly with his what do you call it, headset. Probably a less than favorable interaction, but I'm sure Axel will be back momentarily. Decoding.
Just like a context of Ukraine provokes this little factoid, which is that very sadly and tragically, Yanukovych's, who is as we know, the exiled, impeached president of Ukraine, his son died in a mysterious accident somewhere in the Tigra, I think in about 2016, something like that, where his 4x4 fell through the ice on a river or a lake. And I always, along with the mysterious mushroom poisoning of Plotnitsky's parents, Plotnitsky was the first so-called prime minister of so-called LPR, I put down to Muscovy's kind of folkloric fairy tale-esque ways in dispatching people, because the idea that locals wouldn't know proper mushrooms to eat and which lakes or rivers to drive their armored plate vehicle across in the middle of winter is quite surprising to me. But yeah, no, I just wanted to throw that in there.
And it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Don't be silly enough to try to drive on ice, especially over waters that you're not very familiar with. If you're somewhere in northern Finland, probably go for it. Ukraine, not so much. Not so much. David, did you ever have to think about ice thicknesses and exercises and what you can safely put across it or not?
Yeah, so actually, so when I was in Berlin, we used to drive Land Rovers over quite regularly. In actual fact, so one of the jobs of the diving teams, these in the early 80s, at the time, was still trying to find ammunition and explosives that had been dumped in the Berlin lakes, and the best time to do that was in the winter. So we used to drive onto a lake, cut a hole in it with a chainsaw, and then go down. Because of course, under the ice, it's it's pretty cold, right? But because the currents aren't the same, it's a lot easier to do your searches. So yeah, used to do it all the time.
Interesting. So what are the rules for driving a Land Rover on ice?
we basically used to cut a hole in it and go, does this seem a little bit deep enough? Yeah, that'll be okay. And then we hoped. And in general, we were okay. I'm not so sure we would be doing it now. I mean, I don't even know if Berlin gets as cold as it used to. The 1980s, it was regularly -20s. There, they used to have icebreakers in the Havel that used to keep the area, the section close where the boats used to go. But you could drive 100 meters, 200 meters out into the lake, and in general, it would be okay.
It all depends on the thickness of the ice.
Yeah, of course. Right.
If the ice is more than, well, half 30 centimeters thick, there is a possibility you can drive over with a vehicle. But I wouldn't drive over it with a tank or some loaded lorry or else.
Well, exactly, right. It's just not. It's not going to be something that is probably going to be taken, exercised, attempted. So it's all good.
Doman, if I may say, when I was going to school in the States in university, we went up north.
I was gonna say Dubai famously doesn't get frozen over.
No, we went up north in a city called Duluth in Minnesota, and we were able to drive.
Oh yeah, that is cool.
We were able to drive on a lake with the SUV, and it was so scary. But I wasn't the one driving, but I was ready to jump off if something went wrong. But we did it for about 5 minutes and we just got off. But the locals told us it was safe to do so. There were some people who were ice fishing and all that.
Yeah, they know their lake, right? And they know when it's okay, and they've tried it before and they know how it works. So all good. Again, not a situation that they'll have to particularly face. Hey, David, I keep asking people this, but I'd love your commentary on it, actually. So, I don't know if you've heard, but apparently, Russia is going to be getting some winter uniforms from North Korea, and I'm really wondering, what's wrong with their 1.5 million, high tech, highly experimental, specially designed winter uniforms that they got made out of marble and teak wood. I understand they stashed them all in some big house next to a lake in the north of Italy, Como, I think it's called. But I don't understand why they put them there in the first place. But do you think these North Korean cold weather uniforms are going to be? I mean, they're going to be better than whatever the Norwegians and the Finns and the Canadians sent to Ukrainians, surely, right? That's for sure.
Well, I was thinking it's probably better than their winter uniforms, right? But that might be about it. Who knows, right? I mean, it does get cold in North Korea, but I'm just thinking that the idea that they're relying on another country, which is just astonishing, really, isn't it? It's just how low they've dropped. I say dropped, they were already very low, but it's just an indication to us of just how useless they are and have been for a very long time. At the point they went to war, they didn't have enough kit. It's astonishing, isn't it?
Well, when you plan for a 3-day special operation and 258 days later, you're still systematically retreating while Ukrainians run after you panickedly. I think it gets kind of difficult, doesn't it? Then, John.
Yes, Doman. On the note with the North Korean winter uniforms. Well, I don't know. I used to live in Japan, which is not that far away, and average height of a person is less than in Europe. And I can tell you, Excel is not the same in Japan as in Europe. I don't know if it's the same in North Korea, but I assume we will see lots of men with very short pants and sleeves on their jackets, and it will be fun to watch.
Exactly, Dan, John. That was what I wanted to mention also. The average North Korean is not as big as a Russian, or there should be very small Russians inside it, but the size is matters.
I'm sure they can, make slightly bigger ones if need be. I think that's the least of the problem. I'm just more wondering, what technological level they're at. So even if they do make them, just how much of an advantage that will still give the Ukrainians. I'm just guessing the North Korean technology doesn't tend to be quite as advanced as, that of Finnish, Norwegian, Canadian, American, British, German, Danish, Swedish manufacturers of winter equipment.
I totally agree on that with you, Doman.
Yeah,
no, but then you assume that they're going to get new uniforms. Yeah, maybe they will.
I mean, that's what they claim, right? That's what the suggestion here is. I mean, when you have allies like Iran and North Korea, you couldn't possibly go wrong. Donna?
Just wondering, North Korea is kind of a sad joke, but what's the possibility that North Korea is just being used by China to funnel things in to Russia so that China can stand by and say, hey, it's not us, it's not us?
Could be. So this has been speculated for a little while. The trains will come across the Yalu River going one way and then across the Tumen going the other, right? That is to say, from China to North Korea and then from North Korea to Russia. This is particularly speculated around munitions, around artillery shells, that maybe the North Koreans are just rebranding Chinese artillery shells and then passing them on to Russia. But a week ago, or maybe a few days ago, there was some evidence of trains leaving again from North Korea into Russia as well across the Tumen River. So it's plausible, but also I would still suggest that Russia isn't going to go out and get the best possible stuff for its soldiers. Looking at the flurry of recent videos where especially newly mobilized Russian soldiers were complaining at the equipment that they were receiving because everything just fell apart in their hands, pretty much. It's quite impressive, to be honest. Quite impressive just how poor quality stuff they were being sent.
All right, mic check.
Yeah, we're good. And I think we have an Apple Klaus. Klaus, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. It's delighted. I'm delighted to see that Kherson and other areas are being liberated, and this space gives comfort when there seems to be little progress on the battlefield, because I know that there's a reason why it may be moving slowly forward. And it's also nice to listen to voices from Europe, US, Africa regarding support for Ukraine, and get in-depth information from people in Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Poland, Finland, etc. So there's so much more that we have in common than sets us apart, and that's this space is a good place to be in such a scenario. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Klaus. Yeah, we try to be here all the time. I mean, we are all the time. Thus far, we've succeeded in our attempts to be here all the time for the past many months, indeed. And very much, hopefully, we will not have to be here for many more months. And very much, hopefully, Russians will come to their senses and vacate occupied territories so that Ukraine can, well, rightfully, as it should, control them. So that'd be a great idea. I'd be very happy if that happens sooner rather than later, so that I can go and do other things instead of talking on the internet 24/7. Not that I'm here myself 24/7, but it's just a bit extensive. Sadly, it does seem that Russians are awfully intent on doing the silly thing and slowly persisting and relatively consistently persisting in staying in various parts of occupied territories. So it will have to be down to the hard work of the men and women of Ukrainian armed forces to go ahead and dislodge them from areas where Russian soldiers do not belong, period. But thank you very much, Klaus. Decoding.
Yeah, I can echo what the last speaker said. I mean, yesterday, a couple of Ukrainians I know, I seem to be the first person to tell them. I mean, now they're refugees, and I assumed they'd be, totally watching as all of us are doing, all the Telegram groups and all of that stuff. And I sent those pictures, the first pictures of Kherson with the EU flag and from two people who were in Western Europe. They're like, "Where is this?" And it was clear in our interactions during the day that they just weren't aware. Not only were they not aware on the day that Kherson was deoccupied, but they, like normal civilians, whereas I don't count us on this space as normal civilians, they have no idea of the meta picture here. They have no idea of the, for instance, that what we all know, that the last month and a half has been about softening the Russia's troops. They have no idea. They just maybe hear every now and again a fuel depot blowing up somewhere, but they don't see this as part of a whole strategy, as part of a whole book, of a novel, of a film. They just see these as incidents. And I was speaking to someone yesterday. I was trying to well, I didn't actually try to convince them, but I was buying my vegetables, and this person, they have a Ukrainian flag outside their shop, although it actually turned out to be a local football team which has the same colors. But anyway, and their boss didn't tell me that when I congratulated her a few weeks ago on the Ukrainian flag, but this shop assistant did. And their mental model, they said they're not tuned in at all to what's going on in Ukraine. And so I thought that was quite typical. But then they came out with extremely strong views about, because I just mentioned today is a really important day because of the fall of Kherson. And then they came out with extremely strong views about how Muscovy is, perfectly pitched for the winter. And then it turned out her grandfather was from Belarus. So you have these very persistent, and I have them also in former colleagues, mental models, which even given the last 8 months have not changed at all. They're so dug in. Their mental model is Muscovy will always prevail. It's a great power, all of this stuff, which some of us may have begun on February 24th, believing it, but certainly by February 27th, we grasped that we're going to have to revise our mental model. And going back to what one of the speakers last night, who was the Aspen Institute guy, Alex, or not Alex, I can't remember his name, a Ukrainian, very interesting speaker last night, was saying about one of the key difficulties. Someone, maybe it was you, Dom, and asked, what can we do as Westerners to help you more? And they talked about something which is my project and many of our project here, which is it's so complicated in terms of communications and psychology and arguments and how you pitch it to communicate the essential point that Muscovy already has been beaten, and that we need to transform our mental model of the world and of Muscovy's place within the world, and of course of Ukraine's place within the world. And it struck me that that's still the case even with some Ukrainians who, of course, not all Ukrainians are tuned in the same way we are. They just have this feeling of, like he was saying, of his wife, just this dread and this pain that they don't want to read anything more about it. So yeah, that's my little speech.
This thing about mental models, Dakota, that's an interesting one to put forward. An important one, no less, as well. It seems like it's difficult for many people to adjust their priors when more information comes in. This isn't isolated at all. This isn't an isolated case at all when it comes to Russia. But for someone to still persist in their previous thoughts of, oh yes, this is some sort of a highly technologically advanced army, as opposed to just a very large army with a lot of people in it. This is almost as good as what the US and Western allies can put together. Now, that sort of prior, if you're still holding on to that after all that has been seen thus far, and this doesn't make them any less brutal or any less populous, but certainly with just thinking of the capabilities of the technology underpinning it, if you've not adjusted those priors, you really simply have not been paying attention. Cody?
Yeah, exactly. And something I used this morning on a one of my friends who turns out to be a tankie. And in fairness, there was elements of tankiness in me until around 2008, so I can empathize with it. But again, it's like, you've got loads of new data points now. You've got to apply them. You've got to upload them into your mental model, and watch the quality of your mental model transform. And there, one of the millions of infinite arguments that one can use, I think, which is a very important one, is Muscovy's self-declared comparator as the USA or China or Europe or NATO, which drives me nuts because it's a category error. Whereas what they, and I use this in a tweet or a Mastodon, whatever they call them, this morning, which is really, they should be, if their comparator is Belgium or Ireland, and they cut their cloth according to, the quality of their tailoring, then they'd be really happy. But they keep on comparing themselves to like 27 countries or America and stuff like that. And so this is going to be one of my many campaigns now, which is try and transform people's comparator for Muscovy. And they should be doing it internally in Muscovy and comparing themselves, I don't know, to Belgium. I think that's a pretty good one, or Ireland, rather than these things. And there's parts of it with Brexit, with England comparing itself to 27 states, but it's just it's so anyway. That's people. That's one massive thing that people can hopefully change if they're persuaded of it. But yeah.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. Marcus, go ahead.
Good morning, Doman. I'm going to be popping off in a few minutes, but I just wanted to relate a couple of stories very quickly to you. Yesterday was Remembrance Day here in Canada, as it is in much of the Commonwealth, and I was up at the National Cenotaph in Ottawa. And who do I bump into? But one of our co-founders of MriyaAid, Lieutenant Colonel Melanie Lake, who is actually sanctioned by Russia. We had a fantastic chat, and of course, we spoke about Kherson and how wonderful it was to hear that. So we chatted. Really, yes, it's liberated now, and we can't slow down in what we're doing in terms of MriyaAid and the support that we're giving to Ukraine. So, just a shout out to everybody who's listening in on MriyaReport, getting the word out to everyone you know. So important that we keep the pressure on and that we keep supplying Ukraine with what it needs to get this job done. Second quick story is this morning I was running a conversational English class, which is something I've sort of fallen into over my months in Ukraine, everyone said, "Oh, you're a native speaker. Can you help us?" So this morning, and I'm back in Canada now, and so this morning I had a session with a group of folks from Kyiv, and it was my first session with them. So they asked me who I was. I told them my history, and I spoke about MriyaAid, and they were just over the world, over the moon about the support that is being provided from people worldwide to help Ukraine. So all I want to say is keep it up, folks. This is absolutely wonderful, absolutely vital. And that's all I have, Doman. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Marcus. That's wonderful to hear. And I think that's a great idea as well. Just talking to people a little bit more. And I guess you both get to benefit from it quite a bit, don't you?
It's a mutual thing. Yeah, they learn about Canada, and we develop stronger relationships with individuals. And as a result of that, I know I'm going to be getting messages from people saying, "Listen, I have people up at the front. They need X, Y, and Z. Can you help us?" I just sent a package through Meast yesterday that's going over to Lviv for a soldier who couldn't get what he needed out of the States. I've got it, sent it to him, and he said, "I'll pay you back." And I said to him, "I don't want your money. I honestly don't want your money. This is not MriyaAid stuff. It's just I'm doing it myself. These guys are out defending the country. The last thing I'll ever ask them for is, yeah, you owe me X amount of dollars for the kit that I bought." It's just, I'm sorry. As the next soldier, I can't do that. It's just impossible.
Marcus, I have a personal question for you. Over the last 36 hours, as you've seen, video after video of people all across the right bank of Kherson Oblast and the city and the villages around it, receiving members of the Ukrainian armed forces with flowers, with hugs, with flags. How did that make you feel, Marcus?
My wife is Ukrainian, so I am 100% behind the Ukrainian people and behind the ZSU to liberate that country from the Russian oppression that is there. It was overjoying to see the outpouring of happiness from these people about seeing their own soldiers. There was one a number of weeks ago in another previously liberated area where the old babusias were running out, and I think one of them was surprised, and she said, "It's our own," meaning it wasn't Russians, and other people came out to hug them as well. It's just so heartwarming. These guys have liberated these towns, and they bring hope back to the civilian population that are there. And the civilians have suffered so much under Russian occupation, with the tortures, with killings, with the thefts of everything that they have. So to see this, it makes my heart glow. And I know we're going to see more and more and more of these over the coming months. Winter is going to be tough. There's no question about that. But, dislodging the Russians from the positions as they did leading up to getting into Kherson is the way to do this. And it was overjoying. It brought out a lot of pride. And I wish that I was there on the ground with them to actually experience it.
It was really great to see, and the only thing that maybe might just rival it was the Russian mill bloggers then saying, I don't know if you saw this one, because I know it's early still in Canada, it just came out a few hours ago, saying something along the lines of, but they told us that 87% voted to be a part of Russia, and now look at what they're doing. They didn't want to evacuate, and now they're waiting for the Ukrainians with open arms and flags. Were we lied to?
Finally, they're waking up. But the sad part is that most of the Russian population is still, still being, as we used to say, belt-fed crap from their propagandists. It's interesting to see on some of the Russian channels the slight change in tone, how they're trying to justify the withdrawal from Kherson. We're there, we're saving our troops. they don't care about their troops in the first place, but now we're saving our troops. And so it's this dichotomy of nonsense that comes out from them. But sadly, the Russian population are still supporting this. You know, any logical individual, any rational human being would be able to discern that these referendums were nonsense. They were rigged. They were contrived. When you see pictures of soldiers standing at apartment doors with the vote taker, you know, vote yes or no. You know, vote no at your own peril. It's all nonsense. So let's hope they're slowly waking up to the fact that they need to overthrow their regime in Russia, and but the Ukrainians are not going to stop the pressure on them now. It's I think, you know, they've tasted so much of victory over the months since the invasion in February that I think there's this insatiable appetite now. Let's finish this job. Let's get them out of the country once and for all, and let's keep them out. So the Western world is going to have to maintain the sanctions on Russia and isolate them and make them a pariah state. And God forbid that when the war is over, the Western world starts to cozy up to whoever the new regime will be in Moscow. They need to be isolated for years and treated as a pariah state. So yeah, I'm happy today. I'm very happy.
Excellent, as you should be, as should everyone. Now, this really makes a difference, right? There is a large swath of land where a lot of Ukrainians live that Russians had under occupation a couple of days ago, and they no longer do. A few thousand square kilometers more that aren't suffering the occupation anymore. Not to mention Ukrainians moving their firing positions so they can control or they can affect with their long-range precision fires a whole lot more of Russian logistics, a whole lot more of Russian capacity to bring more weaponry in and to hurt more Ukrainians with it. Right? And all that together, I'd argue, is making a whole lot of a difference. 100,000 square kilometers to go still, but it will get done, won't it? Pianade.
Yeah. What have you also seen is the persistence of the people, of the civilians in Ukraine. I mean, I've seen multiple videos now over the months of war from liberated areas or old people picking up guns, shooting down drones with shotguns. Yesterday, I saw a video from a liberated area of an old grandpa coming out and saying, "Oh, I have two." He calls them Suzukis. I have two RPGs here hidden. I stole them from the Russians, and just now I saw a video with a grandma. And she said, "Oh, I hid some ammunition and gave them the soldiers." So it's really everyone is staying behind the Ukrainian
Hello.
armed forces, and it's really great to see. It's amazing
It
how this
is.
community is holding together, and I think we had it in the interview with Valeria, or was it Victoria? I'm not sure.
Valeria Hatsovska.
Yeah, Valeria. How the people supported each other, and the neighbors still helped her parents out, and still they had to care of their own children and their own family, and still shared their food and their reserves, and it's really amazing.
As I noted at the time, when we were talking to her a couple of days ago, it's really an indication of a healthy society, right? And there's a big difference between those going in to invade, to occupy, to take over, to oppress, to commit endless acts of violence against, versus those who, stand together in resistance, trying to survive, helping others survive, and helping others get through this, get through this assault, violence, occupation. No, it was wonderful with the grandma this morning. Hey soldier, at least have a drink or something, or how about this ammunition belt for your machine gun? At least take this. It's a wonderful, wonderful sight. Decoding, hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, whenever I hear this word community now, that I've worked out, some of you will know some of the project I've been working on for quite some time. But it's the element, element within community. It's also in munitions, muni, M-U-N-I, and it's cognate with Mana, who's the first man in India, in Indian the Vedas, Manu. And there's a whole system of signifiers and signifieds which are related to this, and because of what I understand now of the spread of the first Indo-European language from Eastern Ukraine to India, to Ireland, I can confirm that this Muni element, linguistic element, which appears in this whole system of words in different ways and different forms, but generally always is related to power. Mana in English is power. And it's in emanate, immanent. And when I hear the word community in relation, like the last speaker, it's just so wonderful to me that the Rushists have provoked this enhanced sense of community. But as many of us here know, it was there already. It's a networked society which had institutional expression and decentralization of its military and its local governance structures and other elements in its government, which is very characteristic Ukrainian element and goes back millennia and is still an artifact in our everyday language. Almost every sentence we speak has one of this word element, muni, mana, manu, mane, and it appears across all of the Indo-European languages, all 73 of them. But it's so apt that what we see on these videos, this sense of community, we use the word to describe it, which comes from ancient Ukraine, which is millennia old, and not that many people have worked it out. That the signified, which is the power of people working together in a non-hierarchical way, communism is part of it as well, comes from this place, and also that now we have this modern folk tale since the 24th of February, which is teaching our world, to the extent it wants to listen, about the power of community and network society and commitment. It's beautiful.
A little bit more, shorter period of etymology, but munire, to fortify, to secure. Right? That's where munition comes from. Triple opening parens, PERR. Sorry, I can't see the rest of it. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. You guys, well, I can't read you guys. Okay, decoding and Doman. I was wondering if you guys see, not to be I know you guys don't like to speculate, but if you could give me some of your brain cycles on sort of looking at the future of Russia. And this is because, well, I started doing Russian 40-something years ago, university, and kept going back about 6 or 7 times. And I've just been thinking about what it is after this war, maybe you guys have, the past 7 months I've been listening to you, maybe I missed it, maybe you've already talked about this, but I'm just sort of thinking about what it's going to look like, a frustrated state, a state which has a strong, Ukraine's going to be there on alert. It's going to be a very strong part of NATO. Wondering if you guys would give us some brain cycles on that this morning.
Yeah, I can pick up on that very gladly. So my crystal ball still under the couch, as regular listeners will be aware. I don't think I'll bother to fish it out anytime soon. But within that, right, you said brain cycles. It largely depends on what the Russian government, the regime in power, and the Russian people decide going forward. If they want to normalize themselves, if, like Marcus said, they're put into isolation after they've departed from Ukraine, and they're limited sufficiently to that they decide for themselves that they wish to change and wish to be a normal country, then maybe there is a path forward where Russia can be what it was long wrongfully assumed to be. I don't think that's particularly likely, at least not in the short run. Eventually, in a sufficient number of decades down the road, perhaps. In the short run, probably no. The other possibility is that there isn't really a Russian Federation within quite the borders within which it existed for the past 30-odd years going forward. What do I mean by that? Not that anybody would be silly enough to try to invade Russia. No. Most remotely sensible people have learned better than to think that, because the last few times somebody tried to invade Russia, it didn't really end up well for them. It's much easier to just leave them to their own devices and nothing else, right? However, a breakup from within, and this is something that I believe it was General Hodges who first brought it out into proper light at the highest levels some months ago, a couple months ago maybe, saying, this is something that we as a collective West, we as NATO perhaps have to prepare for, because it is a possibility. Is it very likely? Depends on who you ask, but it's definitely a reasonable possibility. It's not a completely out there scenario. So it's quite possible that something along those lines happens. Maybe just a little bit around the edges, maybe to a greater extent. Hard to tell, but it's quite likely that in a generation's time, maybe already in a few years, but at the latest in a generation's time, there won't be enough willingness for many that are a part of the Russian Federation to still want to be a part of it. Remember, for all their talk about decolonization, right, and for how they claimed they were supporting in the previous incarnation of the Duchy of Moscow in the Soviet Union days, how they were supporting the liberation, decolonization of various nations, various continents. What they keep forgetting about themselves is the true prison of nations right now is indeed the Russian Federation, right? It is a fundamentally imperial vestige in its entirety that exists because it has imprisoned within it many dozens of nations. And there's a chance that maybe if they see the central state is weak, they decide to leave, especially as many were particularly strongly called upon to further the imperial ambitions of the current incarnation of the empire. Who was sent in greatest proportion out to the front lines? It was those from Tuva and Dagestan and Kalmykia and other parts that where there are very few people who look like those in power, beside the defense minister, that is. But it's clear why the defense minister was picked, whom it was, because he's not a danger to those truly in power, right? Because he wouldn't be accepted as one to be genuinely in power. So there you go. So what's going to happen? I don't know what's going to happen. Again, my crystal ball under the couch, probably going to stay there for quite a while still. What could happen? Various things, and should be quite would be quite interesting to see what indeed does end up happening. I know Decoding has thoughts on this. I think Alex coming up will have as well. Decoding.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I think, and I know Domen probably, Domen, don't forget your nomenclature also comes from this same system of signifiers and signified. But anyway, would agree with this perhaps as well, is that so President Zelensky's stock answer on this, and we've seen it a few times, and I totally agree with it, and I've got the screenshot and I often surface it, is I don't care. I don't care. It's
exactly.
it's like President Trump. It's it's always the narcissist, always it's all about me. And in fact, a friend of mine said it to me the other day, said, oh, and what are we going to do about Russia? And I'm like, I don't care. But I know but it is an interesting question. You're asking a question. And in the light of this this great piece that we were alerted to yesterday by one of our speakers, in which it argued that when we talk about the Russiast army, where we actually probably need to revise that and update our mental model of the Russiast army on the basis of what we have seen so far. And the argument that this person made was that ordinarily an army.
Decoding, I think Björn accidentally muted you, but I'll take the opportunity and just say very, very briefly, I agree. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is getting them out of Ukraine. I completely agree with that. We need to be prepared as a collective West for what happens afterwards, but should we care? No, not particularly, because we can't really affect it anyway. Right? Decoding?
Well, it does matter because they are going to be a threat. They're going to be a frustrated threat. They're going to basically make Ukraine be this super Israel.
That's what I said, right? So if you heard what I just said, it doesn't matter in the sense that we can't affect which way it goes. As I noted, it's important. And this is something that General Hodges spoke to as well. It's important for the collective West, for NATO, etc., to prepare for the various possible outcomes. Completely agree with that.
I'm sorry. I see what you. I'm sorry. I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. I'm just sort of looking to the dirty deeds that can be done. Yeah. Okay. You're right. Okay. I got you.
Right. The priority right now is kick Russia out of Ukraine, and then everything else comes later on. And then, yes, it's important for the collective West, for NATO, etc., to be prepared for the various possible outcomes, to the east. But it doesn't matter in the sense that right now prioritization demands that we focus on.
Oh no, priorities. Yeah, right. We just got our sponsored family this week from Kiev. We're right there with you on the present course. I just have done Russian for 40-something years and trying to, I used to go back to my university, and they always wanted me to speak to the undergrads and encourage them to study Russian. And I'm like, I have to totally change my view. I'll never go back there.
Encourage them to maybe study Ukrainian instead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the way. Hey, appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Cheers. Decoding, you were cut off quite unexpectedly. Go right ahead. Decoding?
Great. Yes. So I was going to extrapolate, if it's not too early in the day for a word like that, from this argument that we we now revise our view of what we call the Russiast army in inverted commas. And in fact, what the Russiast army is, in essence, it has all the characteristics of a set of warlords. And obviously, as we know, Shoigu has his own private army in Tuva, about 300 souls. That Chechen guy has one, and Prigozhin has his private army. So it's not, and then we consider the supposedly formal Russiast army as itself, which is, as we see with the Mobics, it's the responsibility of the governors to give them this rubbish and uniforms, etc. So we reconceptualize the whole Russiast army as actually an aggregation of lots of different warlords, and it does not have the substance of what we think of as the French army or the British army or the American US army. but we and so if we can extrapolate from this onto the Russia state and reconceptualize the Russia state itself and Russia, the idea of Russia, and it's early days, so I haven't got any conclusions on it, but that's where I'm sort of thinking. So obviously we have all the different republics. We have this now. The constitution is, I mean, it's just such a joke when they have they've now lost Harrison and stuff. So they're using the language of state and of states, and we're projecting into that our idea of the state from whatever country we're from Slovenia or Romania or
Ireland,
or,
even.
or Ireland even, and it's even trickier. I mean, it's the same, and obviously the English state and the Welsh state. You know, it's very tricky in northwestern Europe, but in the context of Muscovy, it's incredibly tricky. But then I give my stock answer to that question is, Tatarstan, I'm convinced, will be one of the first to secede, and Ishkaria, hopefully, God willing, and the dominoes will hopefully fall, and we'll be left with this rump state of Muscovy. And as someone, maybe it was Doman himself, who said recently, given that in my memory, that even if we're left with a rump state of Muscovy, whose bailiwick hardly runs over, 1 million square kilometers, they'll still find some way. There'll still be a Dugan there to come up with some bogus ideology to project this as a state power. So if you're going to ask me today, what's going to happen to Muscovy, I would say, with all of those qualifications, I'd say, and partly because I'm a propagandist as well, definitely we're going to see its dissolution. The past is not the guide to the present in this sense, and Tatarstan and other places will start to secede, and this is where Prigozhin and his, the thing announced today comes in about training civilians and all. This is all part of their civil war, which is going on in slow motion at the moment. And obviously I'm saying that because I believe it, but also because I want to promote that, because as long as they're self-occupied, they'll stop occupying other countries, and especially Ukraine, and just messing everything up and let them collapse in on themselves.
And that is what's important for Ukraine, right? To circle back, what's important for Ukraine is that Russia stops being a danger to those around it, crucially, much more so than anything else. I'll just additionally note that CIPA, Center for European Policy Analysis, good think tank out of DC, noting that there are now fears, apparently, of what will happen when all of these soldiers come back to Russia, disappointed after a loss, because that doesn't tend to end very well. And I'm thinking, well, what makes them think that so many are actually going to come back? Because at current ever accelerating rates of loss, no, that's maybe under question somewhat. All right, Alex.
Can I just say that I'm with you on that? It's just that we saw what happened with the breakup of Yugoslavia, and I guess if that's the future, that's going to be a heck of a lot of violence over there. I mean, I'm with you guys on this stuff, but man, we're looking at a lot of violence over there once that place starts breaking up.
But I will honestly note that is not too different from how it was until now. Anyway, I guess that's the other relevant component here.
I mean, and we still have to. Resettle a lot. Like we had to resettle a lot of Bosnians and that. I mean, it won't. Even if we don't care what happens to Russia, I mean, in the next 40 years, there's going to be a cost to us.
The thing is, I wouldn't worry too much about it at this point, right? Again, bridges, crossing them when you get to them, not too much need in doing it too much ahead of time, because you might be constructing a bridge that will eventually be completely useless because the river will have taken a different course.
No, we
so
just
that's
have the budget for it.
yes, quite.
another Balkans war. Anyway, thank you so much.
Well, yeah. Either way, I wouldn't be too specific in comparisons so far out. Bionade, go ahead, and then we'll go to our favorite Georgian, and so on. Bionade.
Yeah, I also wouldn't worry too much about it because of the fact. I mean, sure, the Soviet Union was more than Russia, were different countries, but Russia existed before the Soviet Union, and it existed again after the Soviet Union. So there was no breakup internally in Russia. So this is why I wouldn't worry so much that Russia will absolutely fall into chaos or something like this.
Quite. Alex, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, interesting question, future of Russia. And I understand why people are concerned about this. To a large extent, Russia is still upper water with rockets. This is definition of Margaret Thatcher, which is one of her most favorite, but yeah, very accurate, Now, what is known, like for upper water piece, it's up to them. They can be whatever they want to be. But with rockets, it's definitely something to be concerned, and definitely will have to do something about it, about their rockets. So the problem with Russia is, honestly, the notion of what it means to be Russian is not well defined. There is Dugin with his idiocy. He needs to get into essentially Dugin and the likes. There are not too many of them. They are I don't know why they are called philosophers. Just
And Alex, the funny thing is nobody cares about him in Russia, right? Barely anyone except for the crazies really care about him.
That's right.
It's outside. Yeah. You have a bunch of journalists and academics that say, "Oh, look, he's the ideologue." There's no need for an ideology. Right, yes. The regime doesn't need an ideology, right?
Yeah, those people will kind of promote it, and frankly, to a large extent, all that might that Russia got was due to West, because almost at the very first day of his coming to power, Putin was meeting with different people, trying to define what Russia is, and he came to a very weird definition that Russia can only exist as empire. This is one of his earliest remarks. Russia can only exist as empire and nothing else, which means now that we see that it cannot, well, they pretty much pulled the rug under the foundation of their own country. They will have to reinvent themselves, what Russia is. And I would suggest to pay attention to people, their oppositions. One of them is Ilya Ponomaryov, Fagin, I think Piontkovsky is one of them. Also Andrei Ilarionov. So there are different names. They recently had a forum in Warsaw, Poland, where they were discussing very similar things, and they do understand they need to reinvent. Now, one of their earliest kind of memorandum is that they will pretty much deny access to anything, any kind of job to anybody who was supporting this regime, which is a good thing. And I think
lustration,
restrictions, yes. They
not
teachers,
restrictions.
They can't be policemen. They
Alex,
can't be yes.
Lustration, not restrictions.
Lustration, yes.
Lustration.
Yes. Lustration, but also they will be restricted. Those who were cooperating with the Putin's regime will be denied even basic jobs like they can't be a teacher, they can't be a policeman, they can't be this, or they can't be that.
But realistically, do you think they stand a chance? This decade?
Again, all these things about Russia, Putin manipulating whole Russia, all these things, and dictators, having the grip over their people, all these things, they work until they don't. And once all these so-called chmobiki will return to Russia, angry, hated by everybody else, themselves hating everybody, it won't end up nicely for Putin, and he knows it. And the reason Prigozhin is suddenly becoming their, I don't know, superhero or whatever, is not because Prigozhin can do anything when Tatarstan decides to become independent. His army is almost useless, but his army is powerful. It's like Praetorian Guards. So those Prigozhins, they raise to power. I mean, under Soviet Union, or when Soviet Union was kind of a state, you would not, this is unimaginable to some, warlord giving orders to, Minister of Defense and whatnot. This is not a state anymore. But the reason he is getting so much power is not because Putin is afraid of Tatarstan leaving Russia. Putin is afraid of his own people. That's where Prigozhin will be, or where he hopes Prigozhin will be useful. So, interesting time ahead. Just let's keep an eye on the rockets, because that's the only thing they have. Everything else was, and even that so-called Putin's empire was built with money, because again, Russia can, once he decided Russia can only exist as empire, well, his advisors advised him, well, we don't have money. Well, and he figured out, you know what? The West will give us the money. We'll give them our gas. They'll give us the money, and we'll spend this money to build the most powerful army in the world, and so forth. So it's kind of, yeah. I mean, in a very simplistic way, that's the whole concept or idea of Russian state invented by Putin. Obviously, this doesn't work. It worked for some time, but it stopped. And Ukraine revealed all this craziness. What will happen? Again, interesting time ahead, but I do believe this won't end up nicely for Putin. He will be either destroyed by his own fascists, because he is the easiest scapegoat. They will say, "Hey, we got rid of this Putin, which was the biggest threat to the humanity. Now, please give us some money." Or it will be some kind of events similar to 1917, where there will be a lot of armed, angry people who do not care and see all this wellness, all this wealth. Like these guys, will have weapon, will be very angry, will have no money at all. And on the other hand, they see all this, wealth from people who, well, essentially were servicing the old regime. What do you think they will do? They will, even if there is no idea of revolution in Russia, they will invent some. They will find the reason why they should take all that money to themselves. There will be a redistribution of wealth based on violence and based who has more arms. At this point, and sooner Ukraine wins. I mean, can Russia continue this war for a few more months? They certainly can, but it will be even worse. The outcome of this in the end will be even worse for Russian ruling regime, because they are all plutocrats. all that money is stolen, illegal. Anybody can go and take it and find legitimization to that. So I don't think it will end up nicely.
There you go. No, they still have they stand a chance. They stand a better chance, the regime there, that is, than most others in this sort of circumstances, because they've set it up so that it's very difficult to do anything else. But nevertheless, bad times ahead. On the point of bad times, let's think of some good times. In just 1 hour from now, we'll be joined by Peter Dorn for his weekly Stories of Freedom. So do hang about. He will actually be talking about what does it mean that the U.S. I think it was State Department, maybe someone in the U.S. government declaring Russia no longer a market economy. Now, it seems like a little bit of legalese, but it's a whole lot more than that. And if you want to understand what it means, stay with us for at least another hour, a little bit longer, and we'll have Peter explain it to all of us. All right, excellent. Let's go to Marcus and then to our friends from Eastern Balkans. Marcus.
I will be very quick here. Russia is going to have a number of things a number of possible outcomes here. Putin is removed, and people, then become mass apologists. The Federation itself starts to crumble, and the point that was made earlier about the stand countries, I would be keeping my eye on them as being the first ones to split off. Kazakhstan's already, voiced opposition to what's going on. The other ones that I am very interested in watching, once Ukraine regains its sovereign territory, we'll have the Russian Federation to the east, we'll have Belarus to the north, and watching what happens with Lukashenko. But the other one that bothers me is in Transnistria, and whether Moldova is going to actually do something about that or not. Having these little Russian enclaves surrounding Ukraine, probably not going to be, in the long term, a good thing. And then, of course, Kaliningrad, when are the Czechs going to go up there and say, we want that back? So,
well, I think I understand they're already constructing the pipeline, the beer pipeline up north.
Right,
Marcus.
I don't care what happens to Russia in the end. All I care about is what's happening to Ukraine. Russia will sort itself out. Either the people will sort it out, or the pressure from the West will sort it out. But yes, obviously the nukes are an issue, as they were in Ukraine when Ukraine became independent and signed treaties that guaranteed their sovereign territory, which turned out to be worthless. So they have the nukes, but they also have a military that can't operate squat these days. Let them have their internal battles and bloodlettings and all that good stuff. And we in the Ukrainians and we in Europe and in North America, we will embrace Ukraine into NATO and into EU. And that puts a stop right then and there to anything that the Russians are going to do. That's it from me, and I've got to run away. I will be back for the next speaker. Thanks.
But Marcus, you just said Kaliningrad.
Did I?
You did. It's Königsberg.
Ah,
and
Königsberg.
There's a piece of land. There's a piece of land I wish to lay claim to because it's ours, and I would really, really enjoy going there at some point in time to make sure that it's tilled right.
Yeah, we will have a beer there together, Axel.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
Beyond that, I think what Marcus laid out is the correct attitude. I don't think that Transnistria will be tenable for them for very long. Not at all. Once they're kicked out of Ukraine, eventually, though, whatever remnants they have will depart Transnistria one way or another. But interestingly, I don't know. Did we comment on this enough yesterday, Axel, on what the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, I think it was, suggested to any Belarusian soldiers that might be told to cross into Ukraine from the north? Did you see that one? It was a wonderful.
Absolutely. Well, let's put it this way. Turn this around, Doman. What will happen when this Belarusian Legion contingent has been successfully fighting to help Ukraine free itself is battle-hardened, tactically astute, well-led, and superbly equipped.
I think that Ukraine might forget some heavy weaponry suspiciously close to the northern border, and leave it somewhat unattended someday.
Aye.
So reckless.
I find it terrible. How could you do that? I mean, this is gross negligence, outright willful conduct.
With so many calls on everybody's time as they'll have to rebuild the country, it's difficult to make sure that everything is properly secured and everything has guards standing next to it all the time, and that all the locks are always locked. And it's difficult. Accidents happen, right?
And
It
it's
always
a long
happen.
border. It's a bloody long border.
Awfully long. Very, very permeable as well. A green border.
Well, let's hope that Sir Humphrey has the keys.
Let's. Anna.
Thank you, Doman. Axel, I wanted to comment on what Decoding said and then Marcus, but well, the discussion went alone. I just want to make one point. For those who claim that negotiations can be a thing, or for those who think that after the end of the world, Russia will change or something good will happen. Look at the laws that they are changing now, and the changes in the education system. They practically made even more powerful laws for the role of the central government over the other government, the federation government. They restricted even more the right to assembly or to speech. They are changing history, or at least they are changing the history books. They are introducing patriotic studies in schools. They are introducing military training in schools. So Russia really doesn't want to stop. So it must be stopped, and the change must come one way or another, because it's clear that the path that they are heading to, it's not a good one. So I had some more things to say about the mindset and the difference between that type of mindset and the Western type of mindset, but maybe when this issue arises again. Thank you.
Thank you. Axel, Anna says that something needs to be done externally to assure that Russia's put on the right path. What kind of thing do you think would be the easiest to do, say, by a big government of a big country with a high total GDP, with maybe some nice warehouses that are keeping some excellent vehicles? What could be done by such a country? Maybe one that's quite close to Ukraine, only a couple of borders away, to really expedite the process by which Russians are strongly suggested to make the correct decisions.
Yeah, if only. Maybe they should just release all the forest animals they have at hand, and preferably some zoologically more, say, predator-like animals, possibly, maybe, just maybe.
Good morning, everyone.
I think that sounds like a great idea.
My name is Mark. I just wanted to say to everybody who's listening out loud, because I don't have anybody to talk to about this that's interested, congratulations to the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian army, on their victory in Kherson. It made me very happy to hear that news, and hopefully this is a trend that will continue. And I did have a question about the future of Russia, but it's been answered by Marcus and Axel and the experts here. And, because my concern is, what if something even worse than Putin's regime rises in its place? That's my concern. But thank you, everybody, for your information. It's been very enjoyable.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Mark. That can be affected very minimally and very with great difficulty. Simply put, the reckoning will have to come from within. But for the reckoning to come from within, the one way that can be affected externally is, as Axel said, to promote animal rights and to free the leopards. That's really the easiest way to affect positive change from outside without having to actually traverse the borders of the current incarnation of the Duchy of Muscovy.
I believe the Russian people are interested in positive change. I just don't think. I think they're too fearful of the people involved in their politics to actually try to affect the change. Is my concern.
You see, the Russian information warriors would tell you that Russians have a low protest potential. They're not sufficiently interested to make a difference. They haven't made themselves out to be sufficiently interested to make a difference. Which, fine, we have to just take as fact and move along. What they might want deep inside, who knows, because they fail to express whatever it is. Anyway, Laughing Tommy.
Hi, Doman. I just, since we're covering one of my favorite topics, which is the eventual dissolution of Russia as a state in its current borders, I just wanted to point out what I've been saying all along. Since this began, I have basically been reading up on the demographics of each of the regions, and it's not looking good for the Russians, especially when it comes to the Northern Caucasus, what used to be Northern Mongolia. Basically, I don't think that there's a need for the Russian regime to fall apart in the way that we think, because if you think about it, even the 2 or 3 years of instability and the following economic internal pressures that originated at the end of the Soviet Union were enough to basically get so many countries away from the sphere of influence. And I think that a bunch of problems that we think of politically and a bunch of problem regimes will crumble just by the fact that Russia will not be able to project all the economic power that it has been projecting. And you can see that already, like what we're discussing about Transnistria. Transnistria is absolutely untenable without cheap Russian energy, because Transnistria relies entirely on cheap Russian energy and exports to the EU. So through Moldova.
And Bitcoin mining.
Yeah. So if the energy goes away from Russia, there's nothing tethering them apart from their sort of crazy government, which is only sponsored by Russia. So that's one. If the support for Serbia goes away, that's half the Balkans inherently sorted. Nationalistic movements in Bulgaria get, and the ones in Macedonia get their support yanked. The pressures between Bulgaria and Macedonia practically go away. No more morons arguing that we're going to have to take back Macedonia and Bessarabia, Bulgaria, stuff like that. I think that we're heading to a very bright spot in history if the landing of the current regime is externally controlled to some degree, just like it was after the Soviet Union, where it was because I have, as I've said, I have a tanky mother and a nationalistic father, which is basically being semi-tanky. And what happened was I never knew, but like the Americans were the ones that they were basically giving huge amounts of money to Russia just so that Russia could take care of its arsenal, the nuclear arsenal, because one of the biggest fears was basically suitcase bombs and stuff like that popping up all over the world. And now it's going to have to be essentially the same. But all these countries like that are relying on Russia, you know, the huge regional powers of Venezuela, Syria, etc., that are currently the only allies that it has left, are now going to wane as regimes. And what happens there is going to be more in the hands of the people. And that gives me great hope, because if you see, like, the people of Yakutia, they are now about to be classified as an endangered people, people that's about to disappear just because of the ethnic, economic, and now during the war, mobilization policies of Russia. So all of that is about to stop to a degree. Countries like Belarus, like Kazakhstan, are now going to be able to free themselves of that vector of influence. And that gives me also hope for the future, like China. We've had Jingu talk so much about China and the problems of Eastern Turkestan, Eastern Mongolia. All of that can have hope now, which is something that wouldn't happen. And that's not even mentioning all the countries in Africa that are being torn apart by juntas sponsored by Russia, you know, Mali, Burkina Faso,
They
Nigeria.
already quit Mali.
Sorry?
They quit Mali.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. They've been transferring soldiers out of Syria. Now, of course, if we remove the Russian sphere of influence from the Middle East, there's still the irredentist policies of Erdogan and his Turkey, who think that they basically have to unify all the Turkic peoples from West China to the Bosphorus Strait. But he also thinks that the Ottoman Empire should restore its historical borders, which, as a Bulgarian, makes me feel very uncomfortable, because we were part of those historical borders for like 500 years. And the word for slaves comes from Slav, so you can connect those two.
I just want to add one little thing to it. The earliest one I remember, the earliest one I can recall, the first attempt of a previous incarnation of Duchy of Muscovy to use the protest potential of a population in its favor was when they were fighting the Ottomans back in late 18th century in Wallachia, right, in what is today Romania, and they were inciting both Greek and Bulgarian protests against the Ottomans, so that the Ottoman military would be distracted. That's the one little historical connection I think that you can hold on to there, laughing Tommy. Axel, I've got a couple of very serious questions for you. Sorry to say, but if you have a minute,
shoot.
All right.
Yeah,
Question number one: Israeli
I can't promise
MRAPs.
relevant answers.
Israeli MRAPs showing up in Kherson yesterday.
Yes.
Did we hear of these before? Because I've not heard of. I've not heard of them before yesterday. Any thoughts?
Heard as what as deliveries or
as deliveries? Yeah.
No, there were no confirmed deliveries or any notes before, and as Yehuda would tell you, why should there be?
Also, these are exported, right? These aren't just in use by Israel; they're also exported to other countries. So, who knows where they could have come from?
I would have said that those would have been donations by Moldova.
Makes sense to me. The other one, even more interesting, Natalia Humeniuk, the spokesperson of Operational Command South, says the Kinburn Peninsula, the last unliberated part of Mykolaiv Oblast, currently has combat work underway.
When did she say that? The last interview, half an hour ago?
Something like that, yeah.
Good.
Amphibious landing.
Yes.
Or maybe air assault.
Well.
So when Yehuda earlier today,
79s.
When Yehuda earlier today was saying, yeah, I don't think they're going to be crossing the Dnipro for a little while, Does this count as crossing the Dnipro when you cross the deep estuary? Does, right?
What did we say in the last 48 hours? Where they might actually do something? South,
They
south,
might
west.
just.
Yeah, as I said, I like the 79th from Nikolaev. I really like them. Good people. On a completely unrelated matter, of course.
Completely unrelated. I find this rather astounding myself. I'll just leave it at that. Oh my! Laughing Tommy, sorry if I cut you off. Go ahead. Finish up before you go to Alex and Ilya. I just really wanted to bring those out because wow.
Yes, given what we were talking about yesterday evening about the only really properly looking fortifications being north of Crimea, this is excellent news. Anyway, I wanted to ask actually Alex a question as a Georgian, because I have been trying to get a handle of how things might break if Russia has no more ability to influence things in Georgia. And I wanted to ask Alex if Georgia has an outlook and a plan on how to reintegrate their regions of Abkhazia and of South Ossetia.
May I answer?
Please do, Alex. I was going to go to you next anyway, so it's absolutely perfect timing.
Okay, how are we going to reintegrate Abkhazia and South Ossetia? So, they are Russia's puppet, obviously, puppets. Having said that, it is, well, Russia is showing a perfect example how not to do this. At the same time, it's like the task is, if we are talking about military means, it's I don't think there is appetite for another, bloody war, because yeah, we will be looking for other means. If you remove Russia, or if Russia is for next few years totally in its own problems, I think there is the way will be much clearer. And maybe I do not have a ready recipe right now, but the people there, they still need basic things which they lack. Any kind of healthcare, any ability to travel. Look, they cannot go anywhere without Georgian passports. They cannot get any treatment except for Georgian hospital. They cannot get any jobs except for, like they can have plenty of jobs trying to or willing to rebuild their own country, but this only will come if they have like legal status, because no investor will invest a dime in a place which is pretty much a pit. Like there are no laws there. What they are coming up with has no legitimization whatsoever. So they will have and still have an offer to be an autonomous republic within Georgia. And that's the line supported by actually most of the countries, because if you look at any country, like pick anyone, except Russia is the only one that has tried to change the borders. Otherwise, countries unanimously support territorial integrity. So it's, trying to, And again, nobody's killing them. There is no such thing, even though they try to create such an image of being, victimized of Georgian aggressors. But this is all bullshit. Like, if you look at Ossetians, there are about 20,000 Ossetians living in so-called South Ossetia district, and about 100,000 Ossetians living inside other Georgia. They are very well integrated. A lot of them are serving in the Georgian army. And like I said, there is no jobs there. You can go and serve Russian military in a military camp, or essentially go to Russia to find some odd jobs in construction. Like, there is no economy in any of these two places. They are just too small to sustain any kind of economy. So,
and let's remind everyone, Alex, as well, right? Georgia, the country, is hardly a mono-ethnic country in the first place, right? Even
no,
those
it's
who
not. We had like over 100 different nationalities living in
exactly.
Georgia. So again, initially those two places were creating as mines against Georgians' independence, because Georgia fought for its independence. It was not very successful, but some of prominent Georgians, they were in the West. Some of them became heroes of French resistance. Some of them, like we had a 4-star American general, John Shalikashvili, who was like descendant of Georgian immigrants from that time. And we have Georgian Legion, and we have quite a NATO-trained army. I mean, militarily we will be fine. I just don't see how you can easily invade people and then integrate them. It will be almost unsurmountable tasks. Now, having said that, people who, because there were ethnic cleansings, Georgians were ethnically cleansed in those regions. So there are people who have criminal past. They still need to be brought to justice. But I do believe that those communities, they will find out themselves. It won't be easy. Like, it's not easy for Serbia to, integrate to Europe without
a reckoning.
Yeah, there will be some kind of things, but again, Georgia has a lot of patience, or should have, and will have, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it will take generation, but again, once the real problem is Russia. There were maybe a few dozen, maybe 100, maybe even 1,000 people who were fooled by their propaganda. But, counter propaganda will take care of that. Again, those who need to be brought to justice, they have to be brought to justice. But I think with time, you'll find less and less people who are still alive, and still need to be. So it's, we have time.
It will not be easy.
Georgia should press hard to these things, because again, it will be, war is ugly business.
And this is something.
Not pacifist at all.
And this is something where there's a strong parallel with what Ukraine will be dealing with in just a few months' time, right? When it comes to the liberation of the long-occupied Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk. Not all of Donetsk and Luhansk, but the long-occupied.
The exact same problems. It's like they have the same language, but even the language thing, like Abkhazians, even between themselves, they speak Russian. A funny thing, they claim independence, but they reduce number of their own language in their schools. It's in other Georgias that you can find people who are still learning Abkhazians because the government is still sponsoring it. Like, again, Georgia is trying to have its soft tools. And again, like we have successful, like Georgia has over 100 nationalities, and we are trying to be friendly with everyone. Because we have to also, and and we are trying to get into Europe. I can hardly imagine EU will, support anything like special military operation in any of these places. But again, if again, we'll have plenty of time. If you remove Russia with its imperialistic appetites, it will be. Now, Abkhazians also have ties with Turkey, which like Georgia has stories similar to Bulgaria, except for it was not just Turkey for us; it was Turkey and Iran who were fighting between each other, and that is one of the reasons Georgia still survived, and retained its if not sovereignty, then its uniqueness. Because some other ethnical Georgians, they are like some of them live in modern Turkey, others live in Iran. Yeah, that's all. Again, no country has appetite to change borders with wars. It's just this is not the way to go in 21st century. Thanks.
Couldn't agree more, Alex. And this is what, as you said, Georgia will have to deal with when it eventually regains control over its rightful territories in Abkhazia, South Ossetia. What Ukraine will have to deal with very soon, right? Those areas in Luhansk, Donetsk, Crimea, they weren't occupied for nearly as long as say Abkhazia was in Georgia, but nevertheless, under the strong influence of Russian propaganda, it can be difficult, and they will have to tread carefully. However, what I want to stress is Ukrainians knew this. Ukrainians know this. They have been preparing. They have a whole ministry set up for the reintegration of occupied territories, right? Will it be easy? No. But will it be done, and will it be done well as it can be? Yes, with the support of partners from around the world, as well as with endless preparation and driven by the endless preparation that they've been doing for the last 6 or 7 years. This will be possible, and it will be done, and especially it will be done because it has to be done, because they don't really have a choice. They have to go ahead with this. They do have to do this, right? It's not that they want to. This is being imposed upon them by the Russians who have occupied the territory in the first place. However, it will be done, and it will be done as best it can. That we can trust them. All right, Bionade, bit of news. Apparently, that video is from early days in Kyiv, not new. I'm very sorry.
So yeah, I totally understand. So this is possibly why it was delayed.
Probably. Ilya, go ahead.
Hello and good evening from Shanghai, and good morning to everyone else. Thanks everyone for your contribution and for your thoughts. I share your hope that upon the fall of the Putin regime, the things will go rather to the more optimistic scenario. Okay, here I would like to address firstly to the question of Mark. So because he's afraid that after Putin dismissed, there might be some people who might be even more aggressive. So this I do not believe. I'm following the Russian opposition movement already for around 20 years, and they do not have, like, whatever whoever you're thinking of, the Kadyrov or Prigozhin or pushes. They do not have that much support and this kind of like belief, or they do not have like the support of the people. So this is unstable system. Whatever, whichever, like Rogozin or you name it, yeah? Like all of them, this will not be in the same direction. So I in this way I'm optimistic. So that's the first command. Second command is about like the list which Marcus provided, yeah, called Transnistrian and Königsberg. And of course, I wanted also to talk about the Georgian occupied territories, as well as like we can think about Karelia, yeah. So about the Finland, because you remember this what happened in 1939. That could be also something to look at, because if you go there just 5 kilometers across the border and see like what a difference, what a like it's incredible how advanced is Finland compared to like how what a horrible state is there in Karelia. Okay, and now coming to Crimea, because that's also one of the points which Ukraine won't have it easy to integrate. And I'm trying to convince my friends, my relatives there, because the majority are, as I said, so they are so well brainwashed, like really well brainwashed, that it's really difficult to talk to them. But I'm trying to convince them that they should not fear. That since Ukraine is committed to join NATO at some point and join EU, hopefully even earlier than that, so they will be enforced to treat the minorities. Or I don't think the Russian-speaking community in Ukraine actually could be treated as minority. But okay, let's say like that. So they will be forced to reintegrate them. So I'm saying that, like, guys, you will be in the EU. Yeah, you have your passport now. So if you have not served in those governments or military or kind of law making business or whatever, if you didn't commit any crimes against Ukraine, then you should be happy, because like Crimea was like completely abandoned in terms of the international legislation. Like they cannot travel anywhere. They cannot get some. They cannot even have any bank account. Yeah, in some banks which can work with some like transfers worldwide or whatever, and so on and so on. So, but I'm sure it won't be easy. So that's also the problem which was just discussed by Alex. This is not going to be easy for sure. Yeah, and I'm looking forward how it will happen and how it will go, and like seeing how civilized in so much civilized way the Ukrainians are proceeding in this war compared to like this horrible act which we see from the Russians. I'm also like, I'm really optimistic that there will be kind of no revenge or whatever, because that's what the people are fearing there in the Crimea. Yeah. So I wanted to talk about those
Thank you.
points. So what do you think about that?
Well, so this is it, right? It won't be easy, but it will be done. Just because something isn't trivial, just because something isn't easy, many things aren't easy. Many things that ZSU have achieved, the Ukrainian armed forces have achieved over the past weeks and months, were not easy, yet they were done. Many things that the Ukrainian state has achieved, that the Ukrainian various ministries, agencies have achieved over the recent weeks or months weren't easy, yet they were done. Many things that Ukrainian logistics companies, be it Poshta, be it Ukrzaliznytsia, have achieved over recent weeks and months were not easy, yet they were done because they had to be done. There's only one morally just, morally correct conclusion of this Russian invasion of Ukraine, and that end will be achieved. Will it be easy? No. But will it be done? Yes, absolutely. The thing that
I agree.
matters much more than anything else right now from the outside is that Ukrainian armed forces, Ukrainian government, ministries, those responsible for electrical infrastructure, right, Ukrenergo and all their engineers, are afforded the best possible situation, and the best possible conditions to achieve that. And for that, no, that's where we say, free the leopards, dear Bundeskanzler Scholz. That's why it's important for countries where these are made to make sure that transformers, whatever other equipment, whatever other parts are provided so that Ukrenergo can fix the infrastructure of Ukraine before the deepest, darkest, coldest days of winter come upon Ukraine. This is why we ask for CV90s. Sweden, please. You have a new government. They know they'll be in power for a while. Please send over a few hundred CV90s. Just a few hundred. And then maybe we can cobble together another 100 from other countries that operate. Maybe even another 200. Wouldn't that be just wonderful? Wouldn't that be a wonderful gesture? Not just a gesture. A wonderful action. A wonderful act to do. Help Ukrainian armed forces liberate parts of Ukraine under Russian occupation with things that they're not really using. Axel, how many CV90s does Sweden have in storage that they're not really touching?
294 was the number we were given when talking to people. I understand that Alena Hanushka has been in discussion with the Swedes just about 3 weeks ago. And well, the numbers are the numbers. It's a large scale thereof. Now, they don't have to give necessarily the ones which are in storage, of course. They could just backfill themselves, meaning use those which are currently actively in service, fully upgraded. I mean, as I said before, there's very, very low levels of very low threat levels to the Swedish armed forces and the Swedish nation at this point in time. I doubt that the Danes are currently about to cross over to Malmö.
Who's a Skåne?
So that's not happening. The Norwegians are completely content with the border trade despite a few hiccups here and there. The Finns are happily, shall we say, segregated by a large body of water. And, well, who else would want to come there to dispute the friendly Swedes their land? Nobody. So there you go.
The Estonians, of course.
Yeah, sure, of course. No, but we hold a grudge here, given the fact that how Swedbank in the financial crisis and right after the financial crisis of 2008 behaved a little bit. Then again, all of this has been forgiven in the meantime by working together and collaborating since then. But having said all that, and without further ado, it's very straightforward and simple. The Swedes can provide substantial and significant amounts of aid by means of delivering the CV90s. They can even sell them. Ukraine will muster the funds for that with its partners. But then again, Sweden is willing to assist anyway. So this is more a matter of what happens next week. And what is next week, Domen?
Hamstein 7.
Exactly. The Coalition of the Willing meets yet again, virtually this time, in the Ramstein format. The Ukraine Contact Group meets. And wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity for, say, a call from the White House having been effected, say, 48 hours beforehand, to the Chancellery, and a few people having lined up their commitments so that they can be reported on and acted upon.
Actually, I have a very silly question to ask you, but a 40mm Bofors cannon, what good is that?
Yeah, you can punch some holes.
Some holes in the back of a T-72, maybe?
Well, as it seems, the Ukrainians have already, with their own gunnery skills and even lower caliber guns, made some serious dents into some T-72s. And yes, from what we're being told by our friends, any one of those guns, even the guns of the Gepard, could pierce with their proper ammunition anything and everything a T-72 could bring to bear.
And this is why we ask very kindly Mr. Christensen, Mr. Jönsson, if you would be so kind as to send over a couple hundred, maybe 250, 294. That sounds like an excellent number, perfect number, of those CV9040s off to Ukraine. They could really put them some excellent use.
Just
I mean,
imagine,
what were the
what they could
CV90s designed for in the first place? Actually, Axel, what were they meant for?
They're very good infantry fighting vehicles. Obviously, the Swedes want to play games with the Norwegians, Danes, and Finns, because other than that, why would you transport troops with such good gunnery on top? Oh, sorry, no, they were actually developed so the Finns could have them to defend themselves against whom? Let me think, who's the natural enemy of Finnish independence since 840 years?
Turnips.
Turnips, yes, the turnips.
If only we had a Swede who might want to comment on this a little bit. Oh, then John, there you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me tell you what they were developed for. To kill Russian infantry and tanks. That's what. There's no other purpose. No other purpose. That's the sole purpose. Nothing else. No Danes, no Estonians, Lithuanians, Norwegians, Finns. No, the Russians.
Well then, so you designed them for, and they are fit for purpose, as we understand. They tend to be those IFVs of the last generation, which are considered to be most advanced, even. I mean,
yeah.
Why would you want to? Why would you want to store them to gather dust?
Now, I said this, I think maybe earlier in the week, or maybe it was last week, because frustrated and disappointed on the government. But I wasn't aware of next week's event. So I strongly believe that the new government wants to go in with a big bang, at least I really, really, really hope it, because again, the defense minister said that we have to provide more advanced systems to Ukraine, and I mean, what else do we have? So
some crossbowmen, are they called? What is it?
Sorry, some.
Is it crossbowmen that they're called?
Crossbowmen. Sorry.
No, archers.
Yeah,
right. Sorry, archers. Right, the other side of the Dashenko. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the longbow archers. So let's see. No, but I'm cautiously optimistic.
I think Swedish people across the aisle, left and right, have one thing in common. They have a good bullshit detector. Maybe not as radical as sometimes my Finnish friends, but they know exactly what they see at this point in time, both in the West and in Russia. And they can't stick. They simply can't stick that vile authoritarian behavior by Russia.
No, and Axel, I mean, here it's in the news every day, actually. Maybe not on TV every day. I don't watch TV every day, but in the newspapers, every day there's something about Ukraine. And for a long time it's been kind of bad news. But now, since yesterday, it's good news. So a lot of anger and despair probably built up, and now some momentum. I mean, the government has probably 80% of the population behind them, but 70%, I don't know, but strong support to do whatever we can. I'm convinced of that.
Wouldn't it be funny if the formerly neutral nation of Sweden would finally entice its former off-taker, Germany, to then actually release more? Because when Sweden gives CV90s and more Bofors guns, and says, and by the way, we'd be very, very happy to give some Strinswagen. What kind of excuse could be left there in Germany?
Yeah, and another thing to add to that, Axel, is that yes, we've been neutral for a long period, and then free of alliance for well, since the 90s, 80s, 90s. Not really neutral, but at least free of alliance since we joined the EU. But I mean, during the war, we were not really neutral because we allowed certain traffic to transit, which so we also have something that we could be 100% on the right side this time.
As I said, there were some Swedish deliveries to some nation, right?
Yeah, there were both deliveries and also transports allowed from through Sweden to Norway. And some heavy steel going south.
Well, maybe, just maybe, when Sweden decides to be on the right side of history now, maybe they could lead the Germans to do the same for the first time in 105 years.
Will that be a good thing? But again, I'm optimistic. I'm really optimistic. With all the, how should I say, bolstering, not bolstering, all the sort of pompous talk before the election. I mean, they can't back down, and even after the election, they have said that we have the capability and we must do more. So, and I don't see what more we can do. Of course, it could be limited to the Archer or the CV90, but preferably both.
I think Sweden should just tell Germany to go pound sand, and that they're very willing to send the Strinswagen because the amount of local content from Sweden is so high that they consider the other stuff as IP being written off anyway, and just force it.
Yeah, that's another option, but we have less of those. But I mean, that could be a dam breaker. But yes. And I don't mean
Sweden just needs a bit of coverage from Sweden just needs a bit of coverage from the White House, as in, sure, go ahead, say it, we'll help you.
Yeah, let's see. Let's hope we're not disappointed next week. I mean, not only from Sweden, but also other places. But yeah, let's see.
Then, John, do you remember what I said after the Swedish election a couple months ago?
Yeah, I remember many things, but maybe you can guide me.
I said, maybe this is because I'm getting questioned. Could it be the Sverige Demokraterna that the reason why things are moving slowly with respect to Archers and CV90s and whatever else? And you remember what I said was, wouldn't it be maybe a good idea for the Swedes to start experimenting with that whole cross aisle coalitions that you've seen in some other countries, and then ironically, who's testing that out possibly now as a theory. This is just of my personal interest. The Danes, who just had elections a few weeks ago, and they're for the first time considering working instead of within a block, working cross block, which I thought was just very curious and very amusing. One of our Swedish listeners just reminded me of the irony.
I get the point, but the thing is that they are actually, I mean, the current government has just passed the budget, meaning, and that's a major hurdle for the first, for a new government to pass the first budget, right? So that's done. That's now in law, meaning for this decision, they don't need Sverigedemokraternas approval. Well, I guess maybe they don't want to break with them if they reject, but they don't need it for this. They can't be held ransom on the budget.
Well, there you go. I've been asking, I'm being asked by a Norwegian, John, to deliver a comment, because he can't speak at the moment, that during the Second World War, Sweden took the role of Belarus in relation to Norway.
I knew this was coming.
Did you? I didn't know there was an outright assault from Sweden. I thought it was all amphibious.
Yeah.
I didn't read that bit of
Yeah,
the books very well, I have to admit.
No, it was not. It was not as bad as Belarus, but I mean, how do you measure bad? I don't think there were any. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe it is as bad, but again, it's difficult to measure bad. I mean, if you let troops pass through a territory into another territory, then I mean that's bad. And if you add letting planes take off from your territory and bomb the other country, that's also bad. But both are bad. So yeah, it's not that far off, to be honest.
All right. Yeah, we're eagerly awaiting Peter in just a few minutes' time. Ilya, go ahead. And then I think we'll slowly transition into what it means. What happened yesterday in one of the agencies, I forgot which one, of the US government. I'm sure Peter will tell us all about it anyway. So, Ilya.
Yes, since we are talking now about the shipment of weapons, I have one question. As far as I know, regarding the howitzers which are delivered to Ukraine, there are only the newest, like more fancy modifications, like more precise and more controlled howitzers M777, which are delivered. However, those ones which are the old ones, M198, and which were produced in really crazy amounts, and they are like in many countries, they are even not used anymore. They are probably in some storages, and but they are probably somewhere in including America. So I'm as far as I know,
so
there were no
Ilya,
delivered. I don't know, maybe I don't know about that. Yeah.
We have discussed this with CJ, our resident artillery officer. No worries, no worries. I'm just trying to answer the question that is buried under your description there.
Yeah. And was like to flood Ukraine with those ones, with the old ones, which would help.
Yes. So please let me explain this because you have awful feedback. CJ basically says that they're not particularly useful. It is better to have a somewhat smaller numbers, or far better 155 millimeter tubes, to put the shells that Ukraine is getting through, than it is to have a much larger number of tubes but the same number of shells. Because that larger number of tubes isn't helping you nearly as much, because the accuracy is down, as is the range with those older howitzer models, as well as that they're far heavier than the howitzers that Ukraine is using now, especially the towed howitzers. I forget what 198, I think, is the older designation. They are simply much less useful for Ukraine than a smaller number of, say, M777s or FH70s is. So that's why the heavier stuff, the older stuff, wasn't delivered, because it would provide less utility to Ukraine than the current arrangement does. That doesn't mean that Ukraine has enough tubes. No. It's important for more artillery to come to Ukraine. Italy specifically seems to be poised to deliver some dozens of self-propelled howitzers of M109 type, as do several other countries. Archers, hopefully soon, as a top-end kind of delivery. I think Italy's sending some Panzerhaubitze as well. But sending the M198s, I think that's what they're called. I forget exactly the designation. That wouldn't be nearly as useful.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, very happy to. I just know this because we've gotten this question several times before.
Yeah.
Right, excellent. John.
Just assuming those M198 were at least better than those which they get from Russians, from when they get shot.
That's true, but they eat different shells, right? So the ones that the Russian Lend-Lease provides, eat the Russian shells, the 152s, the 122s, as opposed to the 155. So it's not, you know, it's not useful one way or another. That's why. John Howard, go ahead.
Thanks, Damon. Quick question for Peter, please, when he's up, because I may not be around to ask it. There's been some reporting about conversations between Milley and Biden and Sullivan, and apparently General Milley suggesting that Ukraine might actually want to look to go to the negotiating table now. Don't know if any of that's true, but I'd be really interested on his take on what's happening, that dynamic in Washington. Thank you.
Right, thank you, John. Yeah, we'll keep that in mind for when Peter comes up in the next few minutes. Thank you, John. Lise, go ahead.
Hi there. Mic check, first of all.
It's all right.
Can I be heard? I'm okay. As long as I can be heard. I know sometimes there's an issue technologically, but I just wanted to
Yes.
sort of,
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to make a comment and invite any answers. When we were talking earlier, or you were talking earlier, sorry, about Sweden behaving in the same way, sort of as Belarus, and I think it was World War II. I didn't catch the whole phrase. I know that this space really wants not to talk about politics, and I don't intend to talk about politics. However, it is it's not that a country per se decides whether or not they're going to give military aid or not, or whether they're going to provide military personnel cross borders or anything like that. It's the actual political it's politicians who make those decisions. So for instance, in World War II, I don't know this, but I would be curious about who was in power in Sweden and what the political alliances were sort of globally, because it's those human beings who make the decisions about whether to offer assistance or not. And I'm just, as opposed to saying Sweden did this, absolutely, it's part of Sweden's history. Every action that any country makes is part of their history, but it does. I think it, and I realize this wants to stay a politics-free place, but politics are in fact part of that mix.
So
anyway, that's
it's very simple. It's very simple at the end of the day, right? Because one knows when something happens, therefore one can look up which particular humans took a choice, but the choice is being made on behalf of a country.
Yes.
Whenever you're looking at international relations or some such, the choice is made on behalf of a country as a whole. Foreign policy is made on behalf of countries, not just on behalf of governments. Hence, the country is what is named. Bionade, Axel, can you possibly get Peter up? It seems to be glitching for me, and I'll do a quick restart as well so that I'm stable when we start.
Will do. All right, we'll do a bit of swappity-doo now. Let's try to get Peter installed and then also Domen back up in just about a second. Hold on. Hold on to your seats, people. And there we have Peter.
Trying a new audio setup that might be better. How's the sound?
It sounds okay. It has a bit of a Hall effect, but it's not bad at all. On the contrary, it's significantly better than what we had to endure once when you were.
I know. Well, I apologize for the acoustics. I'll put up some sound foam this week. Wink, wink. But yeah, okay. I always don't like it when the sound of a speaker is bad, especially if they're saying something that I want to hear. So I wanted to hopefully improve on my sound there.
No worries, all good. So Stories of freedom.
Stories of freedom.
Peter, welcome.
Thank you. Hey, Axel, before we get started, because this week I actually got a lot of questions from the community, people asking me, hey, what about this issue or that issue? I heard John previously popped in and he asked a question. And what I thought I would do is maybe weave some of these together. But let me ask you, because I haven't seen it yet, has anyone in our community here at the Maria Report put watermelon on a pizza this week? I know there's some brave talk about such a thing.
Peter. Oh, Peter.
Yeah, I know. I got to tell you, just to everyone.
We have a lot of Italian listeners.
Hey, just to everyone listening, I have been loving the talk about pizza, as well as the pizza party that many people in our community held last night to celebrate the liberation of Kherson. So that was all very great to hear. And I was keeping an eye on Twitter to see if someone would post a photo of watermelon on their pizza.
I haven't seen it, but I did hear from Konstantin that he was about to try something like it. Given the fact that we haven't heard from Konstantin quite yet, he may or may not have actually survived that experiment.
Oh, goodness. All right, we'll keep an eye out for Konstantin. Okay, so Axel, what I wanted to do maybe with you here as well, also, it's great to hear you back in this space, but I've gotten a lot of questions, especially in the last 24 hours, over this new policy change from America's Department of Commerce related to the Russian economy. And there's also been a lot of discussion about this big negotiation question. Again, we've got a couple angles here we could go at, but I thought because we have these stories of freedom, because this time of the week is, I've got my coffee here, is a great opportunity to roll up our sleeves and really dive deep into those stories behind the stories, or the background to the big events that we watch in the news. I thought I might tackle this question about, hey, what's going on with the Russian economy and the US government? How do I understand this? Because it can be a bit wonky. And then at the end, I thought I would contextualize it in a conversation that you and I have been having perhaps since the start of the war, certainly since spring, this issue of the time for choosing and how different countries are lining up in different blocs and alliances, and the Ukraine war is the trigger for that. So that's what I thought we would do. Without any other questions from you, were there other questions earlier in the day that I might want to think about as we talk? I just, again, heard John pop up and ask that question about the negotiating table.
Yeah, I think we can go back to the Jake Sullivan press schedule maybe at the end of it, because there is an interesting development in terms of messaging and change of tune, which I actually quite like, as opposed to what you and I discussed that we dreaded. But there you go. Let's give it a go.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I think Samantha Powell's tweet there was very good for you to share. I appreciate that. Excellent. Okay, so over the last 24 hours, there have been a lot of questions flying around about this designation by America's Department of Commerce on the Russian economy. So for everyone who's been following, the U.S. Department of Commerce changed their bureaucratic designation of Russia's status as an economy. The United States government has now declared that Russia is no longer a market economy. They refer to it as a non-market economy. And so a lot of people are asking, hey, what does this mean? Is this the same as a state-sponsored terror designation, a little less? Where does it rank on the power level of punishments or actions by the US government? And so I just thought it would be a great opportunity to do what we do on Saturday mornings and take our coffee and take that deep dive into the story behind the story. So I've got my coffee right now. I just encourage everyone to tweet out and retweet this space. And if you want, tweet out a photo of your coffee as well as we dive into this. All right, so now the big question on everyone's mind, and like I said, I've been getting a lot of internet traffic on this. How does the USG designation impact Russia's trade status and its ability to wage its war against Ukraine? So this policy change is related to a designation that the Department of Commerce makes on how free market friendly a country in the world is. So for me, the way I view this change is that, yes, it is a significant development. And if we think back to our stories of freedom from last week, You might recall how we took that deep dive into the redeployment of the arsenal of economic warfare by the United States against Russia. This is a process that is currently unfolding here in the United States. It's a process whereby the US government has started to relearn that muscle memory of economic warfare. Those muscles, they were atrophied for many years, and they've grown weak because we've spent decades not using them. What's true in athletics is also true in policy. If you don't use it, you lose it. You lose the ability to affect change, or you lose that strength. So when we think about this new big development over the last, I think, 48 hours at this point, Russia has now been designated by the US government, by the Department of Commerce, as a non-market economy. And that's part of, I believe, the larger process of slowly tightening the economic screws on the Russian economy. It's another card, if you want to think about it, coming off the deck. And by the United States, showing another card. It hurts Putin, it hurts the Russian economy, and it shows that the US government is taking very seriously its challenge. How do we deny Russia the ability to wage its war against Ukraine? So good for commerce, but what does all this mean, right? So how do we understand it? All right, so we're seeing this emerge as, again, let me step back. The Department of Commerce is not normally the department inside the U.S. government you think of when you think, we're in a war. We need to utilize our national security toolkit, but bully for commerce. So here's what's happened. All right, so we have to go back in time once again. We have to go back to, I'd say, the early 2000s, the millennium, and this was the moment when we saw the rise of this borderless, free trade, globalized economy. China was just stepping up and entering in a large way into that economy. And as new countries entered into this globalized economy, people started asking a very good but basic question. And it was, hey, what happens if a country like, say, China or Russia could subsidize the production of their goods and then dump them onto our US economy? If they did, they could sell those goods at a lower cost, and that would be cheating because the government is, in Russia or China, essentially putting their thumb on the scale, assisting domestic producers in their countries, and our factories couldn't compete with those subsidies. That's not fair, right? And the answer of the World Trade Organization and everyone who was starting to conduct large-scale free trade in the world said, yeah, you're right, that is cheating. So what we did was we created this designation here in the United States. It evolved over time for sure, but it essentially allows the Department of Commerce to issue what I like to think of as a badge of shame. A badge of shame that designates a country as a non-market economy. So under US law, a non-market economy, that badge of shame, means that a foreign country is, oh boy, here we go, I have to quote it because it's wonky bureaucratic language, but it's important. A country is operating on is not operating on market principles of cost or pricing structures so that the sale of their merchandise does not reflect the fair value of the merchandise. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Basically, if a country starts cheating, they get the badge of shame. So now some might be asking, okay, well, who else has the badge of shame? And the answer is, up until this week, there were 11 countries. They were not countries you really wanted to be associated with, frankly, except for one. We're looking at countries like Belarus, Uzbekistan, also some countries in the middle, countries like Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, China, Azerbaijan, Moldova, and Vietnam. And as of this week, Russia is added to that list. But this list is not set in stone, right? So it's a fluid list. It can change from time to time. So for example, back in 1993, the US government upgraded Poland's status to that of a market economy. In 2002, the US government upgraded Russia's status. And in 2006, it upgraded Ukraine's status. They would no longer have that badge of shame. They would be designated as market economies. These upgrades and sometimes downgrades are made on the basis of 6 factors, and they all kind of make sense. Questions like, can you convert a country's foreign currency into the currency of other countries? Are wages in that country determined by free bargaining between labor and management? What about government joint ventures with private firms? How much of the economy is owned by the government versus private companies? And finally, there's this, oh, well, you've got, price allocation of resources. Is the government micromanaging the economy like a command economy? But then there's this last very ambiguous factor, and I call it the X factor, because it just means, yeah, how much does the US government really think cheating is going on? Once they pile up all these questions, if they come to this answer, this is a non-market economy, they get that badge of shame. And that's what's happened. So the US government has now downgraded Russia and reapplied the badge of shame to the Russian economy. Russia has failed that test that commerce has set up. It will no longer qualify as a market economy when it comes to the tariffs that the US government applies to goods that are still being imported from Russia into the United States. So I guess we should all ask ourselves, all right, well, what does that mean for us? What does it mean for Russia? Well, I think that's a good question. Well, when we look at this announcement, my very first thought was, wait a minute, how much are we still importing from Russia? I mean, to me, the answer should be zero. However, I could understand if there was still some residual import of goods to the United States. But let's recall that most of the Russian economy is now either it's under either direct primary sanctions, or it faces some other regulatory gate or hurdle that makes it hard to trade with Russia. And I was like, wait, are we really doing a lot of trade still with Russia? And the answer is yes, but it's falling. So when we could look at the baseline, this is important for the future. It's important for the role that Russia will play in the future global economy and its future economic relations with the West and the East. When we look at the baseline, say right before the war, Russia was America's 26th largest trading partner. Total trade, for the nerds in the audience, was about $28 billion. All right, so that's our baseline. The United States was also running this gigantic trade deficit with Russia. So we were only exporting about $6 billion in goods and services to Russia. In exchange, we were importing about $22 billion of the same. So the bottom line here is that Russia was, prior to the war, gaining more in dollars from trade with us than we were gaining from them. Russians were benefiting from their relationship with us. Okay, so let's go just a little bit deeper, because the next question is, all right, well, what is it we were buying from Russia prior to the war and even after? And here, again, the numbers, they make a lot of sense. So each year, the US was importing about $13 billion worth of fuel from Russia, about $2 billion in metals, a lot of platinum, $1.4 billion in iron and steel, a lot in fertilizers, and a lot in chemicals. What's changed since the war is that every month since about February, total trade with Russia has just gone lower and lower and lower. Right before the invasion in February, the United States was importing around $1 billion a month from Russia, again, mainly in the form of those products we just talked about. Now, after every single month since the war has started, the total trade has gone lower and lower and lower. As of last month, we were only importing around $300 million of products. So now that Russia has this badge of shame, it means that the Department of Commerce can apply additional tariffs to this residual $300 million in trade that we're doing with Russia. That's a good thing, actually, because it shows that the Department of Commerce has taken its marching orders and asked itself a very important question. What can we do to help achieve the president's stated policy goal of denying Russia the ability to wage its war against Ukraine? And they found this brilliant designation, this non-market economy designation, but they're not making it up out of whole cloth. We have seen the Russian economy contract and centralize around the government. Russia has long, I believe, been violating WTO rules, and now Simply Commerce is recognizing the facts on the ground. Russia is not a market economy, and if any goods still come into the United States, they're going to have hefty tariffs placed on those products so that we can level the playing field with other products that are, competing products that are being sold here in the United States. And as a final thought, I really wanted to encourage everyone. Again, sometimes we use a thought experiment. We use our imaginations to understand bigger problems. I think we really need to use our imaginations to get a lot of altitude on this problem and take the long view to understand what's really going on here. Because I think we are seeing the world breaking up into different chunks and blocks. We are seeing that time for choosing that is occurring. Democratic countries are merging together and locking shields with each other. And we're also simultaneously seeing the despotic, kleptocratic, authoritarian, and totalitarian regimes clumping together and doing the same based on their self-interests. So this new designation by the Department of Commerce does draw a very clear line that begins to set the Russian economy apart from ours, apart from those other market economies that just want to prosper peacefully by conducting trade with each other. I think this designation also does an additional thing. It starts to harden the emergent divisions between free countries of the world and the bad countries of the world that are governed by kleptocratic despots. Not all countries with this designation are authoritarian. Let's be very clear about that. Let's go Georgia, let's go Moldova. But at the same time, we are seeing this emergent fissure get wider and wider. So the Department of Commerce's step over the last 48 hours at this point is important. It will continue to isolate and minimize Russia's role in the global economy in its trade with us. And it will, it's not a first down in football terms. It's not a big, huge play. It's a 1 or 2 yard play here, a 1 or 2 yard gain by the Department of Commerce that is absolutely necessary and justified given the facts. Axel, was that exciting enough for global trade? Sometimes it can get a little boring.
So far, so good. Domen?
Thank you, Peter.
I'm just being overwhelmed by 3 poodles here. I apologize.
Peter, could I ask you to maybe move your mic ever so slightly away from yourself, I guess, from wherever it is now, because it's occasionally slightly overmodulating, and I think it will make for slightly better audio. As to content, Peter, I think this was absolutely fantastic, because I myself have been wondering for the past day or so, what exactly did it mean that, it seemed like a bit of legalese that I didn't really understand. What does it mean that Russia was made no longer to be considered a free market by the US? And now I think I kind of understand. I presume Moldova was the one country that you excluded from the list, or did you isolate it from the rest of the list that you would be happy to associate yourself with? Am I right on that one? Peter?
There is an audio issue, as it seems. Peter Doran will be back with us in a second. Peter, if you could try to modulate your microphone. It seems that he can't unmute himself.
Our friend Tom says that for him, Peter looks as a listener, and now he does to me as well.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yeah, he will come back right up in a second. But in the meantime, of course, what Peter has so kindly highlighted is a key decision which makes it significantly more challenging for Russia to do business in future, which we quite like. And in the meantime, that looks like a full restart, as I can see from him.
Which is fine. Axel, shall we
second.
outline the
Yes,
Russian
please.
economy, the Russian export economy,
Peter's
real
on.
brief?
Peter's on. Peter's on.
Yes. Well, it's being sorted out. So, what does Russia export? Russia exports food, right? Grain, especially some other food items. It exports fertilizer, thing that's easy to make.
Oh, sorry.
Peter, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry about that. You were about to ask a question. I was like, that's it. I can't listen to Domen anymore. I'm out of here. So yeah, just kidding. You were going to ask something though, Domen.
Yes. So of the list of the countries that you said you'd rather not be associated with any of these, bar one, I presume Moldova was the one that you were happier with than all the rest.
Georgia's on the list as well. So again, I don't want to say it's a badge of shame in the sense of economic competition, but not all of these countries are terrible despots. But you do start to see an emergent bloc here. We've got a lot of Central Asian states, Russia, China. It shows that these countries aren't playing fair. So that's what I wanted to point out.
Peter, do you happen to know when Georgia was made part of the list? Just my curiosity, and you might actually know this off the top of your head.
Yeah, sometimes I actually will know answers to questions like that. I don't know. I was focused mainly on questions like Ukraine, Russia, what's a corollary in Central Europe like Poland. I can find out for you if you're really interested. But again, we're starting to see this bigger conversation about the return of autarky, the return of government control, government ownership, or government management of economies. That process was emergent, but I believe it has accelerated as a result of the war in Ukraine, as countries are putting themselves on war footings. And if you're talking about the most efficient way of providing goods and services to the most amount of consumers at the lowest cost, autarky is not an efficient economic model, obviously. And we are, however, seeing countries flirt with autarky. And that's a bigger story. And so this designation of Russia as a non-market economy is an important piece in the puzzle that we can now put down and fit into place in this trend towards autarky and away from free market goods and services flowing across borderless frontiers, et cetera. The world that we thought we were going to inhabit in this century is not turning out the way people thought maybe 2 decades ago.
Thank you, Peter. What I wanted to maybe suggest is maybe let's outline Russian exports. What export types are particularly common, relevant for Russia to maybe better understand how this is going to impact Russia. So very briefly, right? Russia exports food, especially grain. It exports fertilizer because it's easy to make. It mostly takes energy, but it's a technologically easy thing to produce. They export energy in the form primarily of crude oil and natural gas. Natural gas is a little bit more complicated because you either need pipelines or LNG infrastructure. And they export stuff that they dig out of the ground, metals mostly, lightly processed, right? And they also export military technology and anything to do with the nuclear sector. Is that about right? Are there any other big things that Russia really exports beyond those?
No, and so you nailed it on the head. When I sort of was listing off those things like fuel, metals, platinum, iron and steel, fertilizer, chemicals, those are the largest products of trade that Russia exports to the U.S. economy. That was the baseline prior to the war, but you mentioned a lot of other things that Russia exports as well. I note particularly the arms trade. Obviously, the United States is not buying a lot of weapons from Russia, but the arms trade is a big moneymaker. Obviously, fertilizer, big moneymaker. The fertilizers are basically based on petrochemical inputs. Methane, for example, is one example. So the Russian energy economy feeds the money that comes back into the current account of the overall Russian economy.
So, Peter, this restriction, this new classification by the U.S. Department of Commerce, does it have an effect beyond the Russian trade with the U.S.? Does it have any sort of an automatism to do with Russia's trade with any other country? Or is it just specifically with the U.S.? Any secondary effects at the very least?
So here I'd point out there is an element of American leadership involved. because the United States has designated Russia as a non-market economy, we can slap them around with a lot of punitive tariffs, and they can't go crying to the World Trade Organization to complain about it. That could be a marker for other countries to ask themselves, oh, well, if the United States has made this designation, maybe we too should apply tariffs to Russia, the Russian economy, or to goods that we buy from Russia, in order to level the playing field in our own domestic economy. This designation by the Department of Commerce is specific to the US economy, the largest economy in the world, and that's the primary impact. And then I would see a secondary impact being a signaling mechanism to other countries saying, hey, you too might want to ask yourself, should we apply tariffs as well to the goods we buy from Russia?
And Peter, maybe more of a general question, right? Protectionist measures tend to be worse for the economy overall, just as a general rule. Not always, but overall. At least this is usually the reason why protectionist measures, mercantilist measures are not being applied, right? In this case, however, we're not looking just at the economy. We're not looking just at economics. We're looking at something much broader, right? We're also looking at the Russian ability to continue waging war. We're also looking at the moral case at the end of the day for what enables Russia to continue waging this highly immoral invasion of its neighbor. So this is why, I'm just guessing, but you usually probably wouldn't be advocating for measures that are effectively, kind of at least can be construed as protectionist. This difference that we're not just talking about money, we're talking about things far more important than money alone. This is why you applaud this when you wouldn't applaud many other measures that might have similar outcomes, at least as a part of them.
Yes, and I think that is an excellent clarification. Also, thank you for really teeing up the question so perfectly. I'm a free trader. You can run the numbers. I mean, the free trade equation is a very basic equation. Every Econ 102 student has to learn it. I have a friend of mine, he's actually a PhD in economics. He actually had it tattooed onto his arm. The equation that basically says when countries tear down their tariffs and they specialize in production of product X and product Y, everybody has more goods at lower costs. I'm a free trader, bar none. But we have to go back again to this fatal flaw, I think, that was made, not on the economic side, but on the political side. So there was this argument back in the day. Let's take China. This would have been around the 1998, 99. We were having this debate, should we bring China into our globalized free trading world? And the idea at the time was, yes, we should, because if we can trade with countries like China or countries like Russia, our trade, our economic interactions with them will make them more like us. That was the theory. There were many people who cautioned against that argument, but that's what happened. And in the end, we've seen the results. It wasn't so much that we made countries like Russia more like us. In the end, Russia made some of our political systems more like theirs. And that's where we have the problems that we've talked about previously, last week on The Space, when we talked about economic warfare. That's when we have the problems of strategic corruption, using energy as a weapon. The Russians have manipulated the system to their advantage. And it's sad to say, but they have, in many regards, made some of our political systems, or parts of our political systems, more resembling of Russia and less resembling of our own. So I think that's the meta issue we're dealing with. By applying these tariffs to goods that Russia is importing or sending over to the US economy, it's a small step, it's a significant step, but it does take that important moral line, and it is part of a bigger picture. So I'm not arguing that we do away with free trade, like I said, Domen, but I do believe it is necessary in the case of a country like Russia to throw everything and the kitchen sink at the Russian economy in order to deny them that ability.
And I think at this juncture, right, the reason why I pointed it out is because I didn't want anyone listening to think that, you know, you're just for any such measure anyway. So of course you would be for this one as well. No, it's particularly meaningful exactly because you generally wouldn't be advocating for measures of this type.
Yeah, I'm the biggest free trader you're ever going to find when it comes to policy, but that's why my support for this approach to isolate Russia and deny it the ability to wage war against Ukraine is so significant.
And at this point, I'd really like to bounce this off of Axel, who I hope is free of poodle trouble. Change through trade, Axel. The Germans wouldn't happen to have a nice, catchy phrase to go with that.
Handel durch Wandel, Wandel durch Handel. It's terrible. It's the worst ever approach. You only change by deterrence, by force, and making sure that the other side creates institutions. Only then you trade.
And we're getting Peter back. Axel, shall we bounce it off of some of the good people with their hands up? Some of them for quite a long while now. Once we get Peter up in stable. Peter, are you up? I think you
Peter
are.
should be there.
Yep, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry
Peter,
about that.
isn't it true that institutions should be built first? I mean, we made the mistake. Sorry, not we. The West, led by a specific government, and one specific administration, allowed China to join the WTO before the institutions were ready. Peter?
Yeah, I got you. Axel, repeat the question because I think you're onto something. So you were talking about you have to build the institutions.
Highlighted that. Yeah, we have to make sure that partners or wannabe partners who wish to trade with us should be trading in good faith and on the basis of having institutions already at hand. Whereas not just the Germans, but the Germans were definitely ultimately sinning at that, starting at a very early time with trading with the Soviets. And this Wandel durch Handel, change through trade and trade through change, is a very slippery slope, and it allows the other side to essentially arbitrage you out. Whereas we would like to make sure that these institutions are there first, but then again, one US administration allowed China to join the WTO.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, and that's why I wanted to highlight it. But let's look at Germany. Axel, this talking point. How many times did German officials say we only want cheap Russian gas, and our energy relationships with Russia are simply just that? They're just a commercial relationship. We're paying them money in exchange for hydrocarbons. That's all that's happening here. There are no political strings attached. It's Nord Stream 2 is just a commercial deal. And what we are seeing is that when you trade with countries that have intentionally malign interests targeted at you, trade doesn't become that bountiful, magical tool that can make everyone peaceful and prosperous in the world. Trade becomes a vector of attack that some countries, like Russia, can use against you. We saw that emerge very prominently in the German debate over Nord Stream 2. The Germans ultimately were proven wrong. Relationships with Russia were not just a commercial deal. Nord Stream 2 is not just a commercial deal. And so that's why in this trend towards autarky and this trend towards clumping together, we're starting to see countries pick sides. And I want to see countries in the democratic West lock shields together in a way that resists these malign vectors of economic influence that ultimately undercut our peace and our prosperity.
There's an interesting statement of an interview yesterday of the leader of the Social Democratic Party in the German parliament, Rolf Mützenich, who has been one of the leading advocates of appeasement and diplomacy over deterrence and the likes. And he, apart from many other things which would make your gills stand up, Peter, trust me, he then said, with a view, and I quote from an article read by, written by a friend of mine, with a view to the debate in the SPD about the earlier Russia policy. This is the one of, change through trade. About the earlier Russia policy, the faction leader, meaning the party faction leader, warned against exaggerated self-flagellation. The SPD's policy of détente was, now it comes, an important door opener for the peaceful establishment of sovereignty in formerly oppressed states in Eastern Europe.
They're not learning any of the correct lessons.
Exactly. If ever there was someone with tone deafness and blindness to the statements of those in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania who had to fight for their freedom, sing, protest, march for their freedom, be still by the same people these Germans like to trade and negotiate with, be tortured, raped, incarcerated, and deported until the very last few days of, for example, Soviet Russian occupation in Estonia, or the authoritarian regime in Romania, or the last days of the Jaruzelski oppression in Poland. At no point in time did these politicians and their policies contribute to anything. It was the stationing of Pershing II rockets and American pressure which made the Russian Empire fall. It was a Pope supporting Lech Walesa, and it was definitely the people themselves, but not a policy of appeasement and détente. That is astonishing. But please, Peter, what do you say?
Well, it sounds, like I said, it sounds like, unfortunately, people are drawing all the wrong lessons. The reason I talk about the energy debate, and I talk about this fight over Nord Stream 2 and this discussion within German society and between allies about making your country so dependent on Russia. The reason I flag it is because it was an intense debate. Ben Schmidt, who we've had on the space, senior advisor at the State Department, was a one-man mission to move the hashtag not just a commercial deal, because American friends of Germany, time and time again, were told our relationships with Russia are simply commercial. It's just based on trade, and there are no political strings. And a large part, not all, but a large part of the German political elite was immune to all reason or facts to the contrary. And in the end, I think they have suffered from that mistake. I don't want to lay blame. I just want to learn the right lessons and move forward. But if there's one lesson we can draw from this terrible episode, it's that relationships with countries like Russia that have malign intent against us are not just commercial relationships. And we have to be very clear and open-eyed about that and not sweep the bad things under the rug.
There you go. Much appreciated, and thank you for that. Dolan, shall we go to a couple of questions from our audience?
Let's. I think Rusty was waiting for a ridiculously long time, followed by Alex and then Tom. Rusty.
He has the patience of an elephant.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm afraid that my question could have been spoken to exhaustion about, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I'm curious, because I haven't been able to be as much in this forum the last week. So
you just like us to be exhausted.
Yeah, if you're exhausted, be exhausted with the power of something. Okay, so Peter, I've been seeing a lot of news stories in more official or more less informed news channels that are more state governed in Norway and others, saying that the United States, certain elements in the United States are pushing for Ukraine to be less denying of negotiations with Russia. I'm curious, what's in that, and what forces are actually pushing for Ukraine to not to say we're not going to negotiate, and what's behind it?
Rusty, I think that's a great question. Axel, this might be a good time to pivot to this negotiation issue. Do you want to maybe share with the space a little bit of what Samantha Powell was tweeting about earlier today, and I'll pick up from there?
Sure, of course. It was an important change in tune because, as it seems on Air Force One, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor to the White House, was caught in a press gaggle in which he highlighted in very clear messaging for the first time in such concise fashion that what has been said before, that the Ukrainian government would only negotiate on the basis of its requirements, meaning territorial integrity, sovereignty unimpaired, therefore Russian forces leaving Ukraine and the likes, that this would be the same language the United States subscribed to, and that they would see no good faith in the negotiation approach and the communication by the Russian side, which is interesting because there was no opening whatsoever in any of the statements he was quoted as having made that there could be some kind of an opening for the Russian side. On the contrary, he also stressed in that format that the White House and this administration would pursue a policy of, let me paraphrase and summarize it, of continuous and increased support, as stated, in terms of military aid to Ukraine. There was absolutely no doubt in none of these statements made by Sullivan. There was no doubt that the United States would see it through, or as CJ and Colonel Spencer have highlighted, in it to win it. It was the first time I've heard any kind of a statement by Mr. Sullivan in such precise, clear, and absolutely consistent with what President Zelensky had requested and stated by himself nature. So that's a good change in tune, and it bodes well for the coming week.
Yeah, I think that's right, Axel. I think you're correct to point that out. Also, I think Sullivan probably took the opportunity to have that gap to lay out his 4 points, and Powell was very good to amplify them. So well done, tip of the hat. Rusty. She is very accomplished. Yes, correct. But Rusty, I mean, here was the concern. The last time the Ukrainians sat down or were pushed to the negotiating table by Germany and France under the Minsk I and Minsk II formats, this was earlier in 2014 and 2015. The last time they were pushed to the negotiating table, the Russians ran circles around them, and the agreements that emerged were very bad agreements, things that would fundamentally sacrifice Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. These were not the kinds of things that you wanted to see, even at the price of peace. So, you know, a lot of people were concerned that the administration wasn't so much leading the charge to force Ukraine to the negotiating table, but backing into it, moonwalking into the policy, whereby the message could have been, hey, you know, we are supplying a lot of military equipment, a lot of money to you indirectly, et cetera, but you're going to have to sit down and hammer out a bad peace with the Russians. That got a lot of people's attention. The Washington Post had an editorial by their editorial board saying, this is a bad idea. And I'd also point out that the Biden administration at home has a significant portion of its voting bloc is very pro-Ukraine. So if the Biden administration would have been seen by its own voters as being as forcing the Ukrainians to accept a bad peace, there would have been political consequences at home. All of this, I believe, has prompted a clarification on the part of Jake Sullivan, which is a good thing. And Axel, as you and I maybe talked about, you know, some of the messaging here is that, hey, we don't want to create divisions within the alliance. We don't want Ukraine to be this sore spot, this fracture point where, you know, allies start rubbing shoulders and there's friction against each other. But you pointed out that even inside a country as complex as Germany, there is not a consensus. There is not a uniform opinion about forcing the Ukrainians to come up with a quick peace now and make this war go away.
Yeah, I think it is a very good and timely notice to both the domestic audience as well as to the allies, that it has an impact on how Russians perceive it. But I would think so. But France and Germany will feel somebody breathing down their neck now. I like that.
Gentlemen, you want to get a couple more questions? Or Rusty, did that answer your question? Let me ask you that. Did that answer your question?
I actually don't think it answered my question, because I was actually wondering what forces are pushing for this and who's behind it. Not, I believe that Ukraine will see this to the end, and I support Ukraine to stand through this and fight it to the end, because I don't believe anyone in this forum really can trust that Russia will hold any agreements they make, and they're not. To me, they're not a reliable diplomatic partner for anyone. So I can't see us, I can't see Ukraine coming out with any sort of agreements with them, where Russian troops are still in Ukraine, that serves them in any way, because it's. Yeah, but my question was more about who's behind it and why is it being pushed? Is it due to the elections? Is it what forces are pushing for this?
Well, so first of all, there is no dark cabal inside the U.S. government or inside the alliance that is pushing for a bad outcome. I think there's a one-word answer: China. We have seen over the past several weeks senior military officials once again raising the storm flags, pointing out that America is not ready for a large conflict with China. So there is this concern inside the USG that the longer this war goes on in Ukraine, the more that the United States stays focused on Ukraine, the less preparation we are able to do to deter a catastrophic fight with China. So that's the meta. Now, obviously, the answer to that issue is, well, we're a big country. We're a powerful country. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. This isn't a binary choice between Europe or Asia. We can and should do both simultaneously. So that's the deeper answer. There is a unresolved policy debate right now in the United States. Where should our focus be? And my answer is, I don't actually believe we have to choose. I don't believe we have to make that either or decision.
I think it was a very, very bad approach by some so-called realists on the left and some so-called populist realists on the right to push for this agenda to at least position themselves towards China and the Pacific, following in the veins of the pivot, following in the veins of the reset, but also following in the veins of a pure China strategy, as evidenced, for example, in the last administration, meaning dealing with China, yes, but then sacrificing a strong posture towards Russia at some point in time. As you said, walk and chew gum. It's the United States of America. It is the West with the United States of America. If that coalition of the willing, which we see now, can continue to work together thereafter for liberty, freedom, democracy, and the institutional values which we assign to what people actually subscribe to, build to, demonstrate for, work for, if that can be held up, we can see significant momentum coming out of the victory of Ukraine for the purpose of saving the world from authoritarians. So Ukraine,
I couldn't agree more,
is the
Axel.
crucible. Ukraine is the crucible for this.
Can I just so there's no clear groups you would pinpoint as the pusher for a more so I've been reading a lot of articles on different sites. I don't have them in front of me now because I wasn't expecting to ask you a question, but I like how you talk and what you say and the deepness of your thoughts. So I asked the question, and I'm just curious about what's the groupings that are pushing for possibility of negotiations, and you then said that it could be due to the focus of China, and they wanted to be clear for a conflict with China. But is there certain groups in America that are more defeatists in just wanting to cut losses and make a peace now? And yeah, what's your opinions?
Yeah, and I'd love to take some other hands as well. Here's, if I could, so there's two answers. There's a very sharp fellow. His name's Bridge Colby. I've known Bridge for many years. I think he's a very nice guy, a man of high integrity. Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under the Trump administration. Bridge has written extensively about this, debated other conservatives publicly about this question. Should we cut bait in Europe, hand Europe over to the Europeans, and focus all of our efforts on China? I'm not going to speak ill of Bridge because, I think he's a man of high integrity, and Pete puts out his ideas and he writes about them. So you could look there. That's a voice on the right. I wouldn't call Bridge a defeatist, though, but there is this underlying and unresolved debate about either or. And I just say we take the sword, we cut the Gordian knot, and we say we're a big country. We don't have to make that decision. And I think there's a compelling argument to defend that. As for the other side of the debate, there's folks who just don't want forever wars in America, and you're seeing that on both sides. And there is a concern, perhaps, that Ukraine could become a forever war. But I think the victory in Kherson is a ringing example of how the Ukrainians are winning, how the Ukrainians can win, and how the Ukrainians can win, and how the Ukrainians will win. So on the heels of this great victory in Kherson, now is not the time to push the Ukrainians to make a bad peace with the Russians. Let's let them retake all of their territory, and then have a negotiation about how many war criminals are going to be brought in for justice. What is the extent of the demilitarized zone? We're going to push into Russian territory so they can never threaten Ukraine again. How much money is Russia going to have to provide to Ukraine to rebuild the country? You break it, you bought it. They trashed that country, and they're going to have to actually pay for the reconstruction of it. We'll have to find a way to do that. Those are the questions we should be negotiating, not the kind of Minsk I and Minsk II format that proved so disastrous for Ukraine.
Exactly.
Thank you,
very much, Peter. Right, let's go off on to Canada, then the US, and then finally Sweden. Alex, then Shovel, and then John. Alex.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question to Peter, but I'll probably ask it in a form of hypothesis. So it looks like this Department of Commerce was not on international stage until recently. The main focus was WTO, but since both China and Russia are now in WTO, US decided to pull this lever and put international content into it. Which I gladly support. I think it's a brilliant idea. But with regards to Georgia, I think if I ask you when it was declared as non-country with no free market, I think it was never defined. And honestly, I think it was just after breakup of Soviet Union, people did not really bother to look at the map and see, and find some new countries there, because I can hardly imagine country being declared beacon of democracy. And actually, US was twisting at some point Georgia to accept Russia into WTO. So this is probably a new lever which US is pulling, which is great, I think. And one reason could be they don't see much benefit of declaring it terrorist state, which it is. So that's kind of my hypothesis. If you could briefly comment on that.
Yes, and thank you, Alex. So Commerce doesn't have the power to make that designation about state sponsor of terror, but what they are doing is looking at their toolkit and applying policies that they can utilize. All of this, again, you could say it's in a vacuum. You could say, oh, look, Commerce just made this designation. They have their 6 questions they have to go through, and on the basis of that pre-existing set of questions, they made the correct determination. Russia is a non-market economy. So on one hand, yeah, this could be seen as an action in a vacuum, but step back. Look at what the president has declared. Look at the official policy. We are going to deny Russia the ability to wage its war, and commerce is doing its part. And that's why I think they should be congratulated for doing their part, for finding this, making this determination. And again, it sets Russia back. It isolates Russia. These are the outcomes we want to see if we are going to help our friends in Ukraine win this war.
Thank you, Peter. Shovel Fella, go ahead.
Shovel Fella. Hi, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. For my first point is, so Rusty was asking about what groups may be behind this break in U.S. policy towards Ukraine negotiating with Russia. And as far as I can tell, it's not a group per se. It's more of an individual. General Milley, that's the only source of Discord I can find so far. And I actually linked in the comments down below a long thread by Alexander Vindman, the Ukrainian American who testified in the first impeachment trial against Trump. He just basically trashes Milley's opinion about Ukraine and how this is very an inappropriate time. And he's also a carryover from the Trump administration, so I can't imagine Biden being very happy with it. But I encourage you guys to read it. I'm sure you guys could have more insight than I would about it. But the other thing I wanted to ask Peter, so in terms of the Department of Commerce's change in status for Russia's market not being a free market society anymore, what effect would that have on businesses if they're already doing business with Russia, and then if they were thinking about doing business with Russia?
Yeah, thank you so much, Shovel Girl. The answer, well, there's two answers to the question. One, if you are importing goods from Russia, those goods are going to have an extra tax on them when you bring them into the United States. So if you were thinking maybe you could buy low and sell high and have a big profit margin by importing goods from Russia into the US, the tariffs would actually take that margin away from you, and the goods you ended up selling would be theoretically on par, on the level with other competing goods or services. So that's basically the issue. If you're going to do an import-export trade, you're going to have to pay more tariffs bringing it into the U.S. But the bigger issue, and I like that question, and it's a good one. Well, how does this affect the meta? How does this affect the attitude of companies that are doing business in Russia? And the answer is, it's yet another example of why nobody should be doing business in Russia right now. It is one of the reasons why we have seen more than 1,000 companies either suspend or permanently end their business operations inside the Russian Federation. That process had really got going in the spring. It continued through the summer. The corporate retreat, as it's been called, the retreat of companies from Russia, is real, and there's no direct trigger for that. There's no direct policy that has told companies you must leave. They've made that decision on their own, mainly because they don't want to run afoul of current or potentially future sanctions on the Russian economy. So we are seeing corporate flight. It is hurting the Russian economy. We talked previously in this space a couple weeks ago about the negative economic impact that sanctions have had. Consumer spending in Russia has fallen off a cliff. Industrial production has fallen off a cliff. So there are meaningful and negative consequences for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but still the war goes on. And I think that should be the big takeaway here. Russia continues to wage its war, which means that we haven't done enough yet in order to deny Putin and the Kremlin the sinews of war, the muscles of war, which is ultimately money.
Thank you so much. It'll be interesting to see how it affects businesses' presence there in the future. and I'll let myself down. Bye, guys.
Shovel Girl, just or Shovel Fella. I don't know what to say to take it. The new image, which, by the way, the new image is really cool. If I may say, we've been discussing the topic of General Milley many times over. He is a highly qualified individual, and it has very little to do with the previous administration, why he got into that job. Because he is a very well-respected military man. There are things, there are people who have criticized him for many, many reasons. There was criticism about how the communication between the White House and, for example, the task force chartered with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, let's put it this way, was tasked and communicated. And there have been discussions about this, which I feel we should not go into, but we should know that they are in the background and that criticism has been around for quite some time. If the White House and Lloyd Austin and the National Security Council were to deem the services of General Milley to be inconsistent with their strategy, then the law says that the president has the possibility to appoint the vice chairman, which is Admiral Grady, a very, very highly respected man who is intricately familiar with the European theater and everything else one would need to have. He is one of the most respected senior officers of the United States. And Craig will be happy, a Navy man, of course. He could simply, for the remainder of the term of the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, appoint Admiral Grady. That's a possibility, but the White House needs to make these decisions or simply work with the current Joint Chiefs of Staff, because ultimately it's the White House making that decision, not the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It's not for the NSC even to make that decision. The decision would be made in the DoD by Lloyd Austin with a proposal to the White House. And that's where the buck stops, at the Resolute desk.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, I'll look forward to listening to the conversation.
Thank you very much, Shovel Fellerina. Sweden, then John.
Thanks, Tom. And hi, Peter. So actually, Shovel Fellow actually asked my question about who who would have this position. Because I read the same thing and I also heard about it here. But I need to ask something. So isn't it true that the US is supposed to have, I mean, I'm not saying you have to have it now, but supposed to have a capability of fighting two near-peer opponents at the same time. So meaning that if Russia is now utterly defeated, then there's only one left to deal with later on. Am I completely wrong?
Well, that's the way it used to be, and it's the way it should be. You know, we've really been underspending on our defense for many decades here in the United States. The war in Ukraine has revealed many deficiencies in our defense industrial manufacturing capabilities. Just look at artillery manufacturing capabilities. Look at how many HIMARS we can produce annually, javelins, tanks, you name it. So the war has revealed some deficiencies. The good news here is that the support that Congress is allocating to help Ukraine is actually going to build up, as we speak, our defense industrial capacity here in the United States and replace a lot of the old stocks that we sent over to the Ukrainians. So all of this is very good. It is a wake-up call, though. Again, there is this question. It is an unresolved debate in the United States. And the question is, should we let the Europeans handle the European portfolio and allow the United States to focus all of our efforts on China? There are voices which really advocate for that strategy. I think it's a mistake. I think that Europe without the Americans is weaker. We are as the NATO saying goes, stronger together. Europe is more effective when it has the United States act as a European power, as it were. I'm a strong believer in maintaining those Atlanticist bonds that have maintained peace in the past. Russia has ruptured that peace, and if we're going to repair the peace to Ukraine's advantage, we have to have the United States involved in both the diplomatic and, importantly, the military arenas.
Thank you, Peter. M, then Marcus, Craig, Armadillo, and Abdallah. M.
Thank you, Dome, and thank you, Peter, for joining us. Good evening from Cairo. This is a bit of a parallel history question. How could the West have managed the privatization program to prevent the Russians from creating the oligarchy and taking us to where we are today right now?
So there was a brief pause. How could the United States have better managed the Russian economic transition from communism to, at the time, a free market?
Affirmative.
The mistake was in not ending the rent seeking as quickly as possible. All right, so rent seeking is, let me give you a great example. Khodorkovsky. Mikhail Khodorkovsky, we know him. Created Yukos. We know his history. So he made his money by arbitraging the difference between the communist era price for oil and the global market price. There was a wide gap simply because for 2 years, the Russian economic wizards did not end the communist era subsidies on the price of oil. So Khodorkovsky had access to a Russian oil terminal. He would buy low and then sell high on the global market. That's one example. That's how he made his money. That's how Yukos was created. That's rent seeking. There are many other examples that you can point out where you have this statist economy that has lots of subsidies, and as it makes the leap into a free market economy, as long as those subsidies exist, you can have arbitrage. You can have people who seek rents, as we call it. So the mistake we made was in not pushing for an end to rent seeking as fast as possible. We've talked about it previously in this space. I find that issue fascinating. It's not the only thing, but ending rent seeking is the most important. And secondly, you must have political churn. You have to have free and fair elections that throw the bums out over and over again. That prevents corrupt practices from being institutionalized inside the political system. So end the rent seeking and guarantee rapid churn of political parties and leaders. Those are the two best things you could possibly do in order to make that transition. And look at what happened. Poland, the Baltic states, the Czech Republic and Slovakia, more to the Czech Republic. These were all countries that did that, and they reaped the benefits. Countries like Ukraine, they allowed, unfortunately, the rent-seeking to persist. Russia allowed the rent-seeking to persist, and they veered off in different economic directions from Poland and the Baltic states, for example. So I think those are two of the most important things that could have been done, and in the case of Ukraine and Russia, they weren't.
So in a dark philosophical poetic way, can we say that we've come full circle? It started by Russians robbing Russians of their natural resources and their future, to the point where they managed to secure funds to finance their delusions, to rob Russians of their lives and their future once again.
Yes, but that's why I have so much hope here. I mean, I hear this in our own political debate a lot here in the United States. Well, isn't Ukraine just a corrupt country? Why are we spending all of this time on this so-called corrupt country in Ukraine? And I see the opposite. I see the creation of a new Western-orientated state that plays by the European rules, where every Ukrainian wants to be part of that European system. And every Ukrainian understands if we're going to be a European country, if we're going to be in the EU, we have to do things the correct way. That alone is a significant change. I see corruption, arguments made about the corrupt nature of Ukraine. Notice they all predate Zelensky. They all date to some bad episodes in the past. Ukraine is moving away from that, and that's the big divergence you're talking about. Ukraine is breaking from that Eastern kleptocratic, despotic way of Russian governance. It is fully embracing European governance, and we're finally seeing the conclusion of a decades-long struggle by the Ukrainian people to fully integrate into the West and become part of our system. That's why I started by saying the time for choosing.
And just to really put a point on that, Peter, yesterday, when the city of Kherson was, let's say, not formally liberated yet, because Ukrainian forces have not yet arrived in the downtown, what two flags were flying in front of the state house in Kherson? The Ukrainian flag and
the
flag
EU
of the
flag.
European
Yep.
Union. Because those who have been oppressed by Ruski Mir for the past 8.5 months know where they want their future to be. That sort of dedication, that sort of choice, having already clearly been made by not just the leaders, but the people of Ukraine, those who many thought would welcome the Russian world's arrival on their doorstep, those who have suffered for the past 8.5 months at the hand of the Russian world, they have made their choice. It's not just a time for choosing. The choices have been made.
Hello?
And the Ukrainians have chosen the West. Absolutely. So, Em, I see your hand up. Did I engage your question correctly?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you, Domin. After you, Dom.
Thank you very much. Peter, quick request. Could we do a breakdown of the Czech Republic one of these Saturdays, in the 90s, how their transition happened and the lessons we can learn from that, perhaps?
I would love that. Absolutely. In fact, I've been talking with a couple other people in the space about a few other Czech-related angles we can explore in these conversations. I would be happy to do it. The Czech Republic is one of those countries I studied transition and obviously spent a lot of time there, and I'm a big fan of the Czechs.
Love it. Thank you so much, Peter. I thought you'd be up for this. Okay, let's go to Marcus, followed by Craig, Armadillo-Fella, and then Abdallah. Marcus.
Yeah, thank you for the freedom format, gentlemen, and also, Peter, it's great to hear you in such a clarity. Listen, going into the trade and change topic briefly again, how do you guys see that taking the lessons from this current war, we will adapt our relation to the cracks in our Western alliance system, nations that are part of the EU, part of the NATO, part of our alliance system in the Near East, that are not aligned with us in foreign policy, and even aided Russia in forming cracks in our alliance system and answer to the war in Ukraine. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the point. This is going to be the big discussion. There are a lot of very prominent voices who argue that we're going to have to come to. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
There was a little feedback there. Look, there are a lot of prominent voices in the U.S. and European policy debate right now who are arguing, okay, look, this war is going to come to an end. Eventually, we're going to have to get back to business as usual with Russia and return to the status quo ante. So the way the world was before February 22nd. I don't see that as the best path. I don't see that as the best option. I actually think we need to come to terms with what has happened. We need to carefully and clearly identify the weaknesses in our deterrence structures, those weaknesses in the system that allowed Putin to make the catastrophic mistake of invading Ukraine, breaking the post-Cold War peace. And I think if we do anything, we should drop this facade, drop this argument that doing business with malign actors like Russia is just a commercial relationship. That must change. And we need to have long-standing permanent structures that minimize Russia's role in the international system, that actually put a stigma on war criminals. It should be a bad thing to do business with war criminals. It should be a bad thing to have war criminals appear in international forum and be treated like every other country, because they're not. That's I think the big takeaway, and I think you hit the nail on the head with your question and your comment.
Thank you very much. Do you think of any concrete steps towards autocracies, which are currently part of our alliance system, like Turkey or even Azerbaijan, which is closing into our system currently? And I hope the peace process will be successful.
Big question, long answer. I'll tell you what. Let me take a look at it, and we might table that for a follow-on conversation one Saturday morning. Is that fair?
That's very grateful and fair, and I'm really grateful. Thank you. Dropping down.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you so much, Peter. Craig.
Yeah, first, good morning, everybody. Can anybody hear me okay? I'm on the road here in Texas.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. So first of all, again, thank you, Peter, for joining us. I do have a question regarding the professionalism of foreign stations and staff and bureaucracies. So one of the things that I learned, I spent some time at the George Bush School for Government, Texas A&M, and one of the things that struck me was the inexperience of those that have been abroad. Obviously, every school, every university has a study abroad program, like say for a semester, et cetera, et cetera. But I think one of the reasons why we might be running into the difficulties you're running in is the inexperience of our diplomatic corps, our graduate students, our doctoral students, and what this world looks like. Because remember, they grew up in the Iraq War. They grew up in an omnipresent United States that was everywhere at all times without really having to really do anything. And now, of course, they have to do something, those in the green zone and stuff like that. But now that we've kind of changed the political atmosphere from this, docile world where the United States just kind of waves its finger to regional superpowers committing military aggression, do you feel like there's some room there to kind of professionalize and re-imbibe our foreign corps, whether it's the CIA, whether it's the embassy staff, whether it's grad students or doctoral students, about what this world actually looks like, rather than just saying, let's give peace a chance? Because I feel like that will help the United States far more than some of the things that might have been proposed by the White House.
100%, Craig. 20 years ago, a little bit more than 20 years ago, I made a terrible mistake with my career when I chose to devote my life's work to studying and understanding the part of Europe that no one thought was cool, studying Central and Eastern Europe, studying Russia. This was a dead end for my career. I was warned. I was warned by some mentors. Hey, if you're going to focus on Russia, if you're going to focus on the East, you should know there's not going to be a lot of work for you. Learn Farsi, learn Arabic, focus on the Middle East, or even Central Asia to some extent. But the real focus was the Middle East. The real focus was on the war on terror. And so 20 years ago, there were just a handful of folks entering into the pipeline of the Eastern world, becoming experts in that part of the world. I was one of them. There's a handful of others who did the same, but we were kind of unique in that. Fast forward to today, Craig, you're correct. There are a lot of folks in government, good public servants, but they've focused on Asia, they've focused on the Middle East, and they're having to learn all of this knowledge very quickly while they're simultaneously making policy. Last week, we talked about losing that muscle memory of economic warfare. After the Cold War ended, we lost the institutional knowledge of Russia, how Russia works, how Russia views the world. We lost that institutional knowledge at the human level, and I think it has hurt us. So if I am anything, I'm optimistic because I see the change now occurring. People are trying to get smart on Russia very quickly, but there is a cost for losing that cadre of expertise and that institutional memory about Russia. We have paid that cost, and now we're rebuilding.
And I think that for those that are wondering, what the heck me and Peter are talking about, remember that the United States has conversations every hour of every day with every country in the world. And you don't see the United States having to put aircraft carriers at the border or on the shore, as it were, of every nation in the world to get them to do what it is that we would like them or prefer to do, which is not to support Russia. That's soft power. That's diplomacy. That's foreign relations. That's relationship building. And one of the problems that hopefully I'm wrong, but one of the things that I see is that this idea, what Peter said is absolutely correct. I don't think I need to say that for it to be true, but I'll just go ahead and say that for once, Peter is 100% correct. That this muscle memory of economic sanctions doesn't just come with an aircraft carrier and a B-2 bomber. It comes with understanding people, understanding cultures, and understanding different places, but having the mindset to be open to that experience to begin with. To have that drive is a completely other set of skills besides just letting the DoD do its thing, and then the foreign the services kind of follow that up. But we need to lead. We need to swap that around. And part of that, in regards to China and Europe, is teaching younger generations, is teaching the diplomatic corps, and taking the lessons that we're learning now and putting them into our learning institutions, into our training courses today, because you need that knowledge. Just like I said, when this war is over, we as the United States military need to be very humble, and we have to sit down and we have to let the Ukrainians teach us what they have learned. And this same thing goes for foreign policy in regards to the new generation. So I'm glad. I'm sorry I missed the conversation last weekend, but looks like I'm about a week short and $1 late.
You would have loved it, Craig. We were doing economic warfare front and center. But on this point, I do want to underscore, we do have a lot of dedicated, patriotic public servants who just do heroic work day in and day out, and no one hears about it or notices what they do. And that deserves a lot of commendation. That deserves a lot of respect. However, the U.S. government is ultimately a finite entity. It seems big, but let me bring this conversation down to the personal level. Over the summer, I had a very good conversation with a public servant who was in a very important role inside the USG covering Russia. This individual had been reassigned from the Asia portfolio. They had spent their career in Asia. They spoke multiple languages that were common throughout Asia. They knew a lot about Asia. And now they were thrown into this task of handling an issue that was vital to our policy on Russia. And they were open about it. They said, I'm not a Russia expert, but I'm here to do what needs to be done. And I respected that. And I was also encouraged by the openness to outside inputs that I saw in this conversation. So, the US government is not a monolith. It's made up of people. It's made up of patriotic public servants, but many of them were not prepared to become Russia experts overnight. And so they do need some assistance. And I think if we do see some missteps in our policy from time to time, I take 2 good points away. One, there is a self-correcting mechanism. This administration, for some of its faults and many of its strengths, does seem to have a self-correcting mechanism. When it makes a mistake, it changes course and corrects. That's good. And there does seem to be an openness to Russian experts to listen to them if that expertise doesn't exist from the get-go.
Thank you, Peter. Sorry, I didn't speak for a while. That was odd. Let's stay in Texas and go on to Armadillo Fella.
I can't hear if our speaker is speaking. I can't hear.
I think it took him a while. Armadillo Fella, try again.
Who's up?
You are Armadillo Fella. You are up. Speak.
Hello.
Maybe he just can't hear me. Peter, can you tell Armadillo Fella to please go ahead?
Armadillo Fella, I can hear you. I don't know if Doman can. I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was my turn. Sorry about that. The app's been a little quirky this morning, and so it was cutting in and out on audio. But yeah, thank you for responding to so many of the questions. I know, you know, one of the points you were making earlier about support for Ukraine, and conversely, the lack of support for Ukraine. There is strong support, bipartisan, in a bipartisan way. There seems to be lesser support as you approach, and I think you mentioned this as well, as you approach the far left or you approach the far right, that's where the support seems to weaken. There was, you know, one of the things along those lines I was very curious about, and I sat down at my computer and started trying to look through this, but there was a letter sometime back written October 24th. It was a letter that many Congress people signed, you know, that was insistent, you know, that it's time to negotiate, right? Which, I mean, I don't agree with that. I
believe the letter was signed in July, right, and then leaked by
David, please.
Well, as I online, what I'm seeing as I pull it up online, it says the date on it is October 24th. So maybe
right,
it
that's
started
the story.
to be.
The letter was signed in July. The letter was signed in July and kept quiet. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. That's my job, David, not yours. And David is correct. Letter was signed beforehand and then released later for whatever inexplicable reason, but that's beside the point. Armadillo fella, that has been resolved weeks ago. We had discussed this weeks ago. Do you have a thing that's a little bit more, you know, now? He still can't hear me, can he?
Armadillo, by the way, I think it's like an armadillo fellow. That's kind of cute. If you can't hear Doman, if you just want to update, basically we want to move beyond the issue of the letter, which we hashed out extensively in the space. Do you have any quick follow-up to that?
No, I mean, that was my main question, is if you knew how many of those people had won election or not, of the ones that were up for election. That's what I was curious about.
Okay. Well, look, I mean, again, I want to pivot away from some of the sort of pokier partisan topics that tend to derail our conversation about helping our friends in Ukraine. But I'll say this, you know, Axel loves to talk about the center must hold. We do have a coalition in this space of people from different political backgrounds and national identities. We've all come together in a community like this to help our friends. I do see a strong center holding. It continues to hold. I think you are right. There are voices on either side of the political spectrum that are dead wrong, in my opinion. But you know, we have that coalition here in this space, and I think we are a microcosm for the larger coalition, both in the United States and Europe, that has come together and said, look, we may not agree with each other on this political issue or that political issue, but we absolutely agree we must help our friends in Ukraine win this war. And I see that as the path forward, and I don't see that fundamentally changing in the near or midterm.
Yep. Excellent. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And I love your fellow. It's pretty cool.
Thank you. Needless to say, I'm also from Texas. So.
Oh, the pleasures of Twitter glitches. Thank you so much, Peter. Let's go to M, then Abdallah, David, and then Jagro. M.
Right. So I was here when the whole drive to better understand the Middle East, learn Arabic really quickly, and provide expertise to support the Great War on Terrorism happened. And I saw it, and there was this nexus of the fixer, the academic, and the journalist that actually led to the U.S. government developing a little bit of a poor understanding of what's going on in the Middle East. Not criticizing the U.S. government, not criticizing the U.S. Intelligence community. It was done in good intentions. The effort was huge. A lot of people at some point at the American University in Cairo, the foreign exchange program, the 1 or 2 semesters fulfilled by foreign students coming into the country. It was Egyptian students, then American students, then Norwegian students. These were the top 3 nationalities doing the Middle East history, politics, global security courses. Are you seeing the same happening right now when it comes to Russian studies, Peter, in the United States, and how, building on the experience of knowing that there are certain jobs and certain career paths that can affect collection and analysis and therefore reporting or producing products that actually can shape policy and shape options? In your opinion, how we can prevent this, or how can the United States government or the West prevent this from happening when they kickstart or awaken their focus on Russian history, Russian politics, Russian military affairs, etc., etc.?
So I think the answer is twofold. One is the cockpit, and the other is the pipeline. Right now, the individuals who are in the cockpit, many of them have been re-tasked from Asian portfolios. And now they have a Russian portfolio, and they're trying to learn Russian and learn about as much as they can on the job. And I'd give it overall a B grade. I think, again, I'm encouraged by the fact that when the administration seems to be leaning in the wrong direction, there does appear to be a self-correcting mechanism that keeps folks from making terrible decisions about Russia and undercutting our overall policy objectives. But I think you're right. The parachute expert, I like that. That's kind of cool. The expert that parachutes in and says, "Hey, let me tell you what your region is like, or let me tell you what's really happening." When the United States does that, we make mistakes. So I really do see the deficiency of not building up this cadre of Russian experts over decades in the past. But then we switch to the pipeline. Learning Russian is cool again. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had in the last year or so with grad students or undergrads who are actually committing to having a career studying Russian. They're interested in this part of the world. They're learning Russian. They're learning Ukrainian. They're learning other languages. They're developing that expertise that we will need in the future. But again, that's going to take 20 years of building up your career and learning about this part of the world. It is a complex part of the world. And if there's one fundamental flaw we always make as Americans, we always assume that the Russians are like us. We always assume that the Russians have fundamentally the same interests or objectives that we as Americans have. And the sad fact is, many Russian leaders over the decades have exploited that naivete to their advantage and our disadvantage. So if there's one quick lesson everyone should learn very rapidly, it's that the Russians don't share some of the fundamental, the Russian government, let me be clear, the Russian government does not share many of the fundamental assumptions about peace, prosperity, coexistence. They don't share those assumptions, and they use our assumptions and our objectives against us time and time again. And I think we can point to some very badly run negotiations in the Minsk I and Minsk II peace process, quote unquote, that underscore the mistakes that can be made if you don't know who you're dealing with in the case of the Russian government.
Well, thank you so much, Peter, for 2 reasons. First of all, that's the answer I wanted to hear, not because I wanted to hear, but actually it's what I believe in. And secondly, for highlighting the parachutists, whether they are journalists or pundits or whatever. Thank you so much, Peter. Off to you, Dom.
As always,
Thank you, Peter.
Pleasure.
Okay, we go to Abdallah, then we go to Devin, then Jacker. Abdallah.
Hey, thank you, Roman, again. Good evening, Peter. Thank you again for this segment. I just have a quick question that I would like to gauge your opinion on. As you know, the Russians have been a malign actor in Africa and the Middle East. How will the region be? Those 2 regions. And what effect will it have on a defeated Russia on the battlefield? Not through negotiations. Thank you so much.
I'm trying to get a clear understanding of your question so I can answer it accurately. Could you just restate?
Yes. A defeated Russia on the battlefield. What effects will it have on the Middle East and Africa?
Well, Russia's stock is certainly at an all-time low, geopolitically speaking. I do believe that it will. Let me say this: I am not one of those thinkers who says, well, all right, Russia's over. We don't have to worry about Russia anymore. Long term, let's imagine a future where the Ukrainians have taken back all of their territory. We have tried the war criminals. We've achieved all of the policy goals we've discussed this morning and in previous weeks. Okay, what then? Russia would be able to reconstitute its military. Russia would be able to rebuild. It has tremendous energy resources. It can plow into its defense industry. Russia would be able to threaten us again if we return to the status quo ante. And I think that needs to be the big takeaway. There can be no going back. We need to maintain and intensify the policies that isolate and minimize Russia's role in the world. That means economically, diplomatically, and obviously militarily. We achieve that, we can make Europe a safer place. If we don't learn this lesson, if we revert back to the way things were, if we disassemble all of the defensive bulwarks, economic, et cetera, that we've constructed since February of this year, Russia will reconstitute. Russia will return, and it is a mistake to think otherwise.
Thank you, David.
Bless me, Doman, for I have sinned. Thank you very much for hosting the space. Axel and Maria Report and Doman and Peter, a fantastic Saturday morning freedom discussion, and thanks again. Everybody who's listening, please retweet and share the space. Visit MriyaReport.org, a great new website. I come up to confess that, personally speaking, I enjoy the trials, tribulations, and general mayhem of living in a democracy that enjoys elections. Whether that was at home in Ireland when I lived there, or here, variously up in New York, or now here in Florida, I really enjoy it. And I just know, I feel that in other parts of the world, such what would be considered lack of certainty, I heard you mention it earlier, Peter, is in fact an exercising of a very necessary muscle of a free people, which is we vote. We don't like the results, we vote again. We don't like those results, we vote again. This is not an exercise in weakness, rather it's the opposite of exercise in strength. And it's always amusing to me to hear folks come in and say, oh, there's so much not known, and what will happen in Italy after the election, what will happen in America after what will happen in England after the election. I just don't subscribe to that. I think it's a healthy thing, and I think it's something we should always encourage: debate, disagreement, agreement, decision, action, and then reassessment, and do it again. I was very moved to hear when Greg spoke from Texas about the knowledge base and the depth of generational learning that's needed really for a nation or for a people to have a proper foreign policy understanding and to pass that knee to knee, generation to generation. And this week, actually, across various social media, I was exposed to an advertisement from, I think it was the Department of State, looking to rehire people who had been experts in Central Europe and Russia, who may have taken parachute retirement or may have moved on to private work. Literally fast track service, getting people back in, pay matching, and getting folks back up to speed quickly, so there's none of the usual nonsense of moving through working for public entities. I just thought that was interesting to point out and to use this forum to say, if you have worked in somewhere similar and you have moved on in the last couple of years, that they are advertising and they're looking for you back, which I think is wonderful, that it seems the institution is aware and is trying to hire to heal hire to fix the hole, to plug the leak. Also, something Peter said about the spending in defense. I'm amused that I agree. I do think spending, maybe it wasn't the volume, maybe it wasn't the amount of dollars, perhaps it was the intent and the future planning in the way the dollars were spent over the last 20 years. Yes, long-range defenses, radars, that kind of stuff for near-peer or like proper army configuration opponents weren't really invested in, because folks were fighting an insurgency or various different regional configurations where there's no real need for these large or really distance defense. But I certainly see it changing now for sure. Not before time, but I do wonder: was it a lack of money, or was it a lack of forethought and planning? And not just to make this, and not just to have that debate, but rather to see if we can learn from it now quickly as the future dollars are now being administered. So thanks very much for the space and for the discussion. Please retweet and share.
Thank you, David. Maybe it's a topic we can really roll our sleeves up in the future. Doman, I am going to have to hit my hard stop here coming up, so I might have time for maybe one more question. But David, specifically related to this issue of defense spending, I think it's twofold. On one hand, yeah, I mean, we don't have infinite money here in the United States. We have a huge economy. We have vast economic resources for sure. But there was a debate over decades, starting with the Obama administration and continuing to the present day. How much should we allocate for defense? How much should we allocate for other domestic policy priorities? We had this agreement between the Obama administration and Congress over sequestration, and it's splitting the money into two and managing how much we spent on defense versus domestic priorities. Okay, but we're now learning that we need to spend a lot more, not just to rack up big numbers, but to build up our industrial capacity. Again, I keep focusing on that because it's so important. If we are going to deter the enemies we have in the world, we have to have that industrial capacity to surge, to churn out weapons that can deter our enemies and help our friends. We have learned the limitations of that capacity as a result of the Ukraine war. The Ukrainians shot through more ammunition than I think many people in the DoD expected them to shoot through. That happens in every war. We have to build up that defense industrial capacity here at home. That's ultimately a net positive for our economy, and it will help our military overall. So when we talk about defense spending, we shouldn't think of it in terms of how many tanks do we have, or how many of this or that do we have. We should think of it in terms of how much capacity do our factories have to produce tanks? How much capacity do our factories have to produce ammunition? That's going to be the key in any future conflict with China or other rivals around the world.
Thank you, Peter. As you said, one more question. We have one more hand up. Perfect timing. Jack Girl, go ahead, be brief, and then I think Peter has to go. Jack Girl.
Oh, being brief should be easy because I don't think I have really anything intelligent to say because there are so many topics. But I was going to say, one of the things I want to say was, I think for me, the biggest statement that speaks, the fact that the Ukrainian soldiers are treating their Russian captives, their POWs, humanely and not giving them a little bit after all the horrendous things that they've done. The fact that they're behaving according to the Geneva Convention, I think speaks volumes more than anything about how much they want to move forward. I think to me that is extremely impressive, but that they want to be part of the EU and so on and so forth. But I mean, I see things, and I think one of the reasons that people aren't that some support for the war is people just hate Biden, so they're going to go the opposite. A lot of people don't really understand. They think like, why are we spending this on a war? And it's not because the United States has love for Ukraine, but it's a security. I mean, it's a national security issue. So it's like if people understood, like, we don't know history very well and things like that. And I think people, if they saw the similarities between World War II, like if there was some more education or more public stuff about why this war is happening from that perspective, and that maybe that would ensure support too. But anyway, that's it really.
All right, thank you. Peter, then let me ask you this to finish off.
Ask away, David, ask away.
Should energy policy be a part of security policy? And should security policy be maybe a little bit less a part of politics, just like it was for those decades between, say, 1950 and 1990?
Yeah, the answer is obviously yes. Again, we talk about this coalition that we're creating in this space, and we're creating in Europe and the United States. Different perspectives come together. They set aside maybe their political disagreements to achieve a shared goal. There was this old saying back in the day that politics here in the United States, that our politics end at the shoreline. So, once we start thinking about foreign policy, we all have the same shared goals. A lot of people kind of sniff at that and roll their eyes and say, oh, that was a different era. But I still hold to that view. I actually believe that when it comes to foreign policy, we need to put the political knives aside, and Ukraine is a great example. This is an example of how people of different political perspectives can all say, we're going to come together to help our friends, because what Yadgirl said is correct. This is a country we want in our civilization. This is a country we want integrated into NATO, into the European Union. We need to align our policies to make that happen. But the first step is helping Ukraine achieve its victory helping Ukraine achieve victory in its war of self-defense. That is the key. And as long as we don't waver from that shared goal, we will live in a safer and more prosperous world. The 21st century won't be as chaotic and dangerous as many fear. If Ukraine should lose, if Ukraine should, and I don't expect they will, but if they should be forced into a bad peace with the Russians, it will send a terrible message to all of those other predatory states that not only want to do us harm, but do their neighbors harm. And we will have a world of nuclear proliferation and endless small-scale regional conflicts flaring up everywhere. That is the test that Ukraine has presented to us. We must pass that test. And obviously, I see economic warfare and the West.
Peter, we lost you.
Oh.
Half the sentence we lost.
I see economics as a critical tool in the arsenal we can use to help our friends. But again, this is not just a regional conflict about a country about which we know little. This is the fulcrum of Western civilization, this fight in Ukraine. So Ukraine must win, and I want this political coalition to hold together. I believe it will, and I think that is the imperative of our generation.
Thank you very much, Peter. That was yet another tour de force, and it was absolutely enjoyable.
Thank you, Axel. Again, guys, thanks for the opportunity.
Are we going to do this every Saturday now?
Well, as long as people enjoy these deep dives, taking a new angle, I'm happy to do so. It's up to the community for sure.
I think thus far we haven't heard of tarring and feathering requests, so it must be good. So let's do this again next weekend.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to drop down to listener and finish up the last of the coffee in the pot here. Cheers.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
And we can pick up where we left off. A number of friends of the space here up, waiting to perhaps for a little bit of a change of topic. Let's go to Dr. Poole first, followed by Jerry, and then let's go on from that. Dr. Poole, good morning.
Hey, good morning. And it looks like I just missed Peter with a quick question, but maybe I can lure him back up. If not, maybe you and Axel can comment on it. But to Peter's point earlier about arms production and, the need to, it's not about the number of tanks that become obsolete over, decades over time, right? And same with airframes and other things, but it's the industrial capacity to produce the latest and greatest or whatever it may be. I guess my question there is, in my view, one way to really support that is to increase and ease and improve the foreign military sales, and I'm talking about the U.S. specifically. That seems to be like a major bottleneck to do this. And so I was curious if anybody knew, I don't know what the laws are surrounding that. Like, who is the gatekeeper? Is it the Secretary of State only? Is it law? Or what is being done, if anything, to kind of loosen those bottlenecks a little bit to improve those sales? Because that's what the contractors need for long lead times to produce higher volumes, right? They need 3-5 years of guidance of how much they're going to need to produce to actually expand capacity, as opposed to like an annual, hey, we're going to buy 1,000 this year, 200 next year, year by year. That's all the guidance they generally get. So I was curious if anybody knew anything about that. And Peter, if if is there anything going on to kind of improve the foreign military sales component, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts about that.
Actually, I hope that's clear that I'm leaving this one up for you, because I don't know.
Given the fact that I was distracted like hell by 3 poodles, I failed to adhere to our dearly beloved friend Dr. Paul and could not even hear the question. I only saw that he came. Dr. Paul, I am tremendously sorry. I apologize. Ash on my head. Would you please restate your question?
Yes, in a much simpler form. Is there anything being done to open up or liberalize the foreign military sales procedure for the United States to support Taiwan, Lithuania, Poland, etc., to improve the overall capacity of production? We kind of need the some of the parts of demand of this of product, right, of Gimler's rockets or whatever it may be, to increase the production, to get the scale needed for Lockheed Martin and others to really expand capacity to the volumes that are really necessary.
I agree with the impetus and I agree with the strategy. I am just not aware as to whether the procedures have been released. I have been made aware by friends of ours that there is significant discussion ongoing with Taiwan specifically, but I wouldn't know anything about the procedures. I'll check. I'll have a little look see. Yehuda, good afternoon.
Yeah, hi, how are you? Good. I'm just there.
Very well. We just finished with our friend Peter Doran.
Okay, great. Well, I hope it was a good segment. And I think everyone's heard that we were mentioned in the New York Times recently. So I thought that was interesting. If anyone read the article, please go ahead. And it's funny, we talked about, I just want to jump in. Well, I think David was up. I don't want to interrupt. Maybe I'm going to give a little points I wanted to make, but let's go to whoever was next first. I don't want to interrupt.
All right, let's go to Jerry, followed by David and John, and then we can circle back. Jerry.
Well, thanks. I'm speaking from the wilds of Nevada. I'm down here for a month, and it's encouraging to hear David's report that Department of State is reaching back to the old guard, asking him to come back and devote their expertise incrementally to the province and state. We made 2 choices for Secretary of State the past 2 administrations that were effectively political. And it's really kind of encouraging to hear from Peter that there's a self-correcting mechanism within state that did not exist sort of throughout Obama's administration, because the choice of Secretary of State was positioning for 2016 run. And it really failed under that other administration because Tillerson was chosen as a backstop to the insanity that they knew would ensue as a succession planning position. And it's just amazing that those 2 choices were made and how it damaged state and discouraged people in state, particularly those people who were involved in Eastern Europe. And so it's encouraging to hear that there's a new vitality within state. Same thing takes place in Treasury, so that we could do the things that need to be done to enforce an Eastern European policy that amplifies the success of the sacrifice of the people of Ukraine. So encouraged by that, I'm glad to hear that. Some of my old friends at State will be working again. That'll be fun, and I'm really glad to hear that. It's very encouraging overall. And I'd just like to amplify also what David had mentioned about the chaotic atmosphere. Of democracy. We vote, we self-correct much better than the folks who choose an autocracy. a government of convenience, a dictatorship of convenience. So cool things said today. And Peter, always enjoy your commentary. And just one question, Peter, did you pay for that blue check? Thanks.
No, Peter had it well before. And he appears as a speaker
Understood.
on your. He appears as a speaker on your screen. He's not actually a speaker anymore. That's a new Twitter glitch as of about a month ago. Thank you very much, Jerry, for your comments. Nevertheless, David.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Roman, for hosting it, Axel, and everybody who's come up to speak and ask questions. I'm more so thinking to what Paul had said about, should I say Dr. Paul, forgive me, had said about the long-term planning and the interchange between